Chapter 1, Krypton Gold will cause crossing, please be cautious. Brooklyn, 1943. A heavy haze enveloped every corner of the city, and occasionally sharp air defense warnings struck the dark sky. In the world at this time, the Axis powers headed by the Third Reich of Germany are fighting against the anti-fascist, 11, Allies. Radio and newspapers are filled with news about war casualties and the international situation every day. From Europe to Asia, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. The flames of war are everywhere, and gunpowder is everywhere. No one knows whether hope or destruction will come first. In Luke's words, all this is terrible. If I traveled through the time node, it would be nice to be a few decades later. Go to Hollywood to write a few scripts, make a few movies, get a few golden guys, and at the worst, I can get financial freedom by plagiarizing bestsellers. Enjoy the corrupt life of capitalism. Is located on the corner of the street, in an empty pub. Luke held his head in his hands, put his legs on the table, and sighed with regret. Or, it's okay to give me a normal world. The U.S. economy after World War II was unprecedentedly prosperous. If you seize the opportunity, it's not difficult to earn the first pot of gold. It's just, what is it to go to the Marvel studio? Ghost. Luke sighed and spread out today's newspaper. The most striking headline was the meeting between President Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin in Tehran. The Allies decided to open a second battlefield in Europe, in order to defeat the German NA, as soon as possible. Just attracted his attention, not the direction of the World War, but the lace scandal in the corner. Howard Stark and Hollywood goddess of love Rita Hayworth were photographed by reporters entering and exiting the Waldorf Astoria Hotel together. Is also accompanied by a very clear black and white photo. Stark Industries. Luke, who is only 20 years old, has a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Howard Stark is just an arms tycoon with wealth and a clever mind. For Luke, the other party has another important identity. Future Iron Man, Tony Stark's father. It was the existence of Howard Stark that allowed Luke to confirm that he really went to the Marvel studio. And it's the beginning of everything. The beginning of the timeline before all major events have happened. This is both good news and bad news. The good news is that Luke may never see Thanos as the director of the Universe Family Planning Committee snap that finger. The bad news is that he can't even find Novice Village Chief Collison, or find Spider-Man in Queens. Let alone the Avengers behind, now even Nick Fury doesn't know where he is, and he can't make the Raiders, fanfiction that Luke has seen in his previous life work. Generally speaking, I shouldn't be living in the Hell's Kitchen and then being wooed by S.H.I.E.L.D. To get acquainted with a middle-aged agent with a precarious hairline, or meet Spider-Man babies, do you have experience with teammates all the way? If you are lucky and bring your own plug-in, there may be a Black Widow who will come to perform the seduction technique. I'm obviously from OU Hwang. Luke never expected that he started with the United States in the context of World War II. And, somehow became a spiritual guy on the streets of Brooklyn. It's a headache to think about it. Luke covered his face with the newspaper to relieve his depression. He has traveled into this world for almost 5 or 6 years, and has already accepted the new identity of Luke Cavill. Also accepted that his family is an Irish immigrant, his father died of gang vendetta, his mother died of tuberculosis, and there is no sister's orphan setting. Nowadays, the only relative to Luke is the uncle who often cleaned the house when he was young. Brush the house. This is a black word. Luke's uncle is not a craftsman who paints the house. This sentence is used to refer to murder. Because it is difficult not to splash blood on the wall when dealing with certain troubles, gangsters are used to using the term cleaning the house to do dirty work. Luke's uncle was such a man who did dirty work for the gang when he was young. He used to be a veteran, and later in order to support his family, he began to clean up houses for the gang. Because of his decisiveness and clean hands, he has never left any extra clues. He has always been appreciated by the senior management. And during the years when his parents passed away, Luke also relied on the assistance of his uncle to avoid starvation. The golden finger that I haven't received for so long. Luke feels even more concerned when he thinks of the plug-in that every Traverser senior must have. First of all, the reason why he would cross is because of a very nonsense reason. Game Krypton. That's right, at that time Luke was addicted to a fighting game with a superhero as a selling gimmick. And Krypton is not soft, trying to use this simple and rude way to change the fate of his non-chief. One afternoon, he couldn't hold back for a while, and he bought a luxurious gift pack in the game which contained a SSS-level card Superman, and multiple selection templates of kryptonite. Can be said to be extremely cost-effective. But as soon as he clicked on the gift bag, Luke opened his eyes and went through. The most unlucky thing is not this. Maybe it's because of the bad signal, the luxurious gift bag that came along with me. It took 5 or 6 years to connect to the line and load the progress. 99%. Luke glanced at the progress bar in the consciousness space, and an expression of expectation appeared on his face. Over the years, he insisted on doing 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and actively basking in the sun every day, just to wait for the moment when the luxurious gift package was opened. It's a pity, I don't know if it's too far from the next room, the signal is not good, or other reasons. The progress bar has always been stuck at 99% of the nodes, so I don't want to move one step forward. This makes Luke a headache. I won't let me collect an infinite gem to open it, it's not so tricky. Luke curled his lips, if he could get superhuman power. Then in this dangerous world, you can grow steadily. By the time, his life may be better than that of the next studio. After all, there is not such a dark style of painting. I long for a plug-in. Just as Luke screamed inwardly, the door of the tavern was pushed open. Ding dong! The crisp bell sounded. Luke! I have been looking for you for a long time. The young man wearing the brown uniform of an army soldier and holding a newspaper in his hand said. I went to your house and found that you were not at home, so I ran to old Joseph's tavern. I knew you were here. A handsome, high-spirited young man, familiarly drew out a chair and sat opposite Luke. I'm helping old Joseph look at the shop, he is sick. Bucky, did you get the order? Luke took away the newspaper covering his face and said lazily. The young man sitting across from him is the future Winter Soldier, a good friend of Captain America, James Barnes. Buggy is his nickname, and it can also be regarded as a kind of affectionate name, which is only called by close friends. Of course. 107 Infantry Regiment. You should call me Sergeant James Barnes now. I will set sail for England tomorrow morning. Bucky lifted his chest and raised his head, with a proud look on his face. It was World War II at this time, and there were Uncle Sam's recruitment posters all over the States. The passionate propaganda and pervasive TV speeches inspired a large number of young people's patriotism. They can't wait to go to the battlefield and win the Medal of Honor. It's a pity that I can't be with you. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Luke pretended to be lost. He didn't actually plan to join the army. After finally going through it, I went to help Uncle Sam fight the German NA. The spirit of internationalism is too touching. The reason for saying this is just to keep the personality. As far as the current environment is concerned, joining the army is something most young people do. Someone has to stay and take care of Steve. His guy always likes to be nosy, it's really reassuring. Bucky patted his friend on the shoulder with relief. He and Luke discussed secretly, hoping that someone could stay in China. It's a pity that Luke lost in the wine fight to decide who could join the army. Well, he did it on purpose. In fact, it's not bad to think about it. All the men in New York have gone to the army. There are only 3.5 million women left in this city. Maybe I can have a chance to soothe some of them, the fragile and beautiful heart. Luke joked. He and Bucky have known each other a few years ago. The other party and Steve Rogers are both original friends. Steve doesn't think so, he has a clumsy brain. Bucky sighed. He frowned when he thought of the little man who was not worrying. The opponent also wants to rush to the battlefield like himself. However, he has not become a hardware standard for soldiers. When shall we go to Steve? He must be in that movie theater again. Shaking off the sadness in his head, Bucky took out a few tickets from his pocket and said enthusiastically, "Tonight can go to Stark Industries World Expo of tomorrow. I have some pretty girls." Chapter 2, the famous scene of the American team. When Luke and Bucky walked to the cinema on the opposite street, the future Captain America was being beaten in the back alley. Boom hit Steve Rogers on the cheek, causing a clear pain. Without any suspense, Rogers was knocked to the ground. His thin body is especially weak in front of the strong villain. This is why no one dared to stand up and stop the other party in the movie theater. Even if the strong villain makes a loud noise and does not hesitate the opinions of others, no one wants to get into unnecessary trouble. Only a fool like Rogers would risk being beaten severely and jump out to stop the other party's impolite behavior. Rogers, who fell down in the corner, picked up the lid of the trash can next to him in a hurry and used it as a shield to block him in front of him. There is no fear in his eyes, but a look of determination. Like a brave warrior. Unfortunately, the huge gap in size and strength cannot be made up by mere courage. The strong villain waved his fist and knocked Rogers to the ground again. But it didn't take long before the thin man struggled to get up again, as if he didn't know the pain, and assumed the posture of a boxer. "I can fight you all day," Rogers gasped. His punches were slow and his strength was not enough, so he was easily blocked by the strong villain. "It seems that you haven't been taught enough." The villain sneered, and the clenched fist once again made close contact with Rogers' nose. He also wanted to go up and kick his feet, so that this unaware little man could understand what it means to be nosy. A powerful force came from behind. The villain let out a scream, the whole person lost his balance and staggered to the wall. "Which block of the are you, dare to bully my friend in Brooklyn?" A cold voice sounded from behind. The villain turned his head quickly and saw two young men. One is wearing a brown military uniform with a nice ironed post, and the other is a leather jacket. The latter is staring at himself with sharp eyes. "Luke. This kid is nosy. I don't know him." Luke said nothing, walked forward and hit the villain's nose with a punch. The opponent leaned back and fell heavily on the hard ground. Blood is like a faucet that opens a valve, pouring out of his nose. Luke didn't stop there, he raised his long legs, and his dark black boots stepped on the opponent's twisted face and rubbed hard. "Woohoo! Luke!" The muddy water and soot on the sole of the shoe poured into the villain's mouth involuntarily. Plus the blood spilling from the nose, it mixed into a strange smell. "Go away. Next time I see you bullying my friend, I might go to your house to paint the house." After a while, Luke let go and said coldly. The villain with blood on his face ran out of the alley in embarrassment, without even thinking of a harsh word. "No way, the other party is Frank's nephew. And was taken care of by the Irish gang, I really can't afford it. That's why I let Luke stay in Brooklyn to take care of you." Bucky in a military uniform stretched out his hand to lift Rogers, with a helpless expression on his face. "Sometimes I think you just like to be beaten, or why do you always provoke these that you can't beat?" Rogers patted the dust on his clothes and took a breath of cold his. The pain in the cheeks and eye sockets was clearly transmitted back to the brain, and there was a violent burning sensation. Previously, relying on his courage, he had forgotten the physical pain. Now, Rogers felt he was going to a doctor. "You went to the conscription station again." Luke picked up the enlistment form on the ground, which had Steve Rogers' identity information written on it. "Is just the place of residence, from Brooklyn, New York to Paramus, New Jersey. It's illegal to fake a draft form, Steve." Luke rubbed his palms. "Fortunately, this body has been exercised all the year round. It is quite strong and has no problem dealing with that villain. He, Rogers, and Bucky grew up in Brooklyn. But compared to their own, their experiences are more similar. First of all, both parents died in the war. Rogers' father served in the 107th Infantry Division, and was killed by German mustard in a certain battle. My mother was a nurse in a tuberculosis ward. Unfortunately, she was infected and failed to survive. To some extent, the future Captain America can be regarded as the protagonist template for parents to sacrifice to heaven. As for Bucky's background experience, it's similar. His father also served in the 107th Infantry Division. He died in an accident in a military exercise and was raised by his mother. Therefore, these two young people who have known each other since childhood will become close partners. I just want to do something. Rogers lowered his head slightly depressed, and coughed violently. He is not only thin, but also mild asthma. Often have symptoms such as chest tightness and difficulty breathing. With such a physique, sending it to the battlefield is tantamount to murder. Therefore, every time Rogers goes to the drafting station, he will be rejected by the recruiting officer. You didn't need to be so fierce, Luke. Rogers looked up at his friend and said hesitantly. Luke frowned slightly, then stretched out, showing a friendly smile, I have to do that. Otherwise, in Brooklyn, there will be more people bullying you and even making trouble for us. Luke was right. If it weren't for his uncle, he would have a certain reputation among the immigrant community in Ireland. We don't know how much we should be bullied by those punks. Bucky nodded in agreement. He and Rogers were not less bullied by those gangsters before. Is repeated almost every day, being blocked in the corner, and the daily fight between the two sides in the street. Until, they met Luke one day and became friends. Later became, blocking others in the corner. And in Bucky's eyes, Luke is very intelligent. He came up with an idea to make money, using the strict management of military bases, and the prerequisites for soldiers not to go out casually. A few people sneaked into the barracks to sell small commodities like alcohol and tobacco. Because of being sheltered by their parents and old comrades in arms, many people turn a blind eye to it, as if they hadn't seen it. They made a lot of money by relying on this business. Later, this attracted the attention of the bootleggers in Brooklyn. It was also Luke who took the initiative to build a good relationship with the immigrant group in Ireland and took the initiative to separate a part of the business to escape this trouble. That's okay, you stay here, you can continue to run your business. When I come back, maybe you both will become rich. Just like Howard Stark. Bucky joked. No one knows how long the war will last. For civilians, they hope that the gunpowder will dissipate earlier and life will return to calm. But for some people, this is a good opportunity to make a fortune. Capitalists will never let go of any opportunity to accumulate wealth. Many people know that before the United States participated in this world war, it sold a large amount of weapons and equipment to the Axis and Allied countries at the same time, thus making a fortune. Including Stark Industries, which has gained fame in recent years. It can grow rapidly, jump up, and stand side by side with the old military-industrial groups, mainly because Howard Stark seized the opportunity. The other party not only used his own clever mind, but also added some useful inventions, which was appreciated by the Ministry of Defense. And also used the huge amount of wealth earned to open the way to the upper class, thus laying a broad and good network foundation. In just a few decades, he became a generation of military tycoon. In addition to the rapidly growing Stark industry, oil companies also seized the opportunity. Through a neutral country like Switzerland, they broke through the British blockade, and transported a barrel of oil to Germany to make huge profits and make a fortune. Reading www.uuganshu.com. As a multinational corporation and industrial giant, Ford is even more exaggerated. Even helped the Germans produce trucks to make hidden political investments. Therefore, Henry Ford, the founder of the Ford Company, was awarded the Grand Cross, which is the highest medal awarded to foreigners by the German NA. It can be seen from this that capital has no camp. Their only purpose is to harvest wealth. Even now that the United States enters the war and joins the Allies' camp, the world situation is getting more and more serious, but it still can't stop the speculators from thinking about it. Howard Stark, I don't have that kind of mind. Luke smiled slightly. He turned his head and said to Rogers, Steve, if you really want to join the army and there are so many drafting stations, I can accompany you a few more times, just as trying your luck. Really? Rogers smiled with surprise on his face. Bucky has always opposed him to join the army, and there have been several quarrels between the two. Luke rarely expresses his position, but today he suddenly agreed with his approach, which made Rogers very happy. Bucky, who was standing next to him, was about to say something, but when he saw Luke throw a look of "I have a sense of measure," he also said nothing. He understands Luke, a friend who has always been taciturn, and never does anything without reason. Okay. Tonight is my last night in New York. Are you planning to spend it in this alley? Bucky greeted the two friends eagerly. He will be on the battlefield tomorrow, rushing to a foreign country. Tonight, I made an appointment with a few beautiful chicks with hot bodies, ready to take Luke and Rogers to indulge in a wave. Chapter 3, Inheritance of the Stark Family. When Luke and Bucky came out of Rogers' house, it was already dusk when the sun was setting. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on New York, and the surrounding skyscrapers are covered with a layer of mottled gold. Be less effective in the future. Luke and I can't arrive in time every time. Bucky embraced Rogers's shoulder affectionately, while the thin man was awkward and silent. The scars on his face are not serious. After some cleaning, only a faint bruise remains. A group of 3 people in Brooklyn put on brand new clothes. Preparing to participate in Stark Industries World Expo of tomorrow, by the way, let Bucky practice it. I want to join the 107th Infantry Division just like you. That's where my father stayed. Rogers frowned, he was still unwilling to be unable to join the army. Due to the promotion of public opinion, most young people at this time are eager to join the army, step onto the battlefield, and win medals that symbolize honor. Rogers and Bucky are among them. It's just that compared to Kong Wu's more powerful Bucky, Rogers is thinner, weighs less than 100 pounds, and suffers from mild asthma. Don't talk about joining the army, even if you let him run for several kilometers, he will be out of breath. Therefore, even if Rogers changed his address every time he falsified his identity and went to the recruiting station to find opportunities, he would still be rejected. Because his medical evaluation is always 4F, a completely unqualified score. There is always a chance. Luke, who walked behind with his hands in his pockets, smiled. He is thinking about whether to find a way to get the super soldier serum. Continuous exercise over the years has pushed the progress bar to 99%, which is only one step away from activation. Intuition in the dark tells Luke that it may take a strong enough external force to achieve 100%. At present, he is the easiest and most likely to get his hands, only the super soldier serum. As a traverser who roughly understands the direction of the plot, Luke naturally knows that tonight will be a turning point in the fate of Steve Rogers. This thin man met Dr. Abraham Erskine, a German scientist who had taken refuge in the Allies and the developer of the super soldier serum. The opponent was moved by Steve Rogers' heartfelt words, and got the opportunity to join the army. After, he came into the sight of the military and was selected as a super soldier serum injector. Would you like to mix in it? Luke, who was walking behind, thought intently. If he could develop silently, he would definitely not choose to join the army. After all, the battlefield is full of bullets and crises. Even with Captain America and the Winter Soldier, he may not be safe. But the plug-in hasn't arrived at the account for a long time, which makes Luke a headache. There are really no other options, so he can only take a gamble. although many people in previous lives believed that they were as robust as a defensive tower. But for the plug-in obtained for Krypton Gold, a little risky is not so difficult to accept. Luke was distracted, and followed Rogers and Bucky to the tavern on the corner of the street. Several people ordered a few beers and snacks, chatting aimlessly, waiting for the start of the World Exposition of Tomorrow held by Stark Industries. Rogers still looked a little gloomy, and still didn't dispel the idea of joining the army. Bucky didn't realize it. He was already immersed in the dream of defeating the Nazi and triumphant victory for the Allies. "Let's go. I made an appointment with you beautiful girls specially." After checking the time, Bucky took Rogers out of the tavern. The street outside is pitch black, and only the venues of tomorrow's expo are brightly lit, which is particularly conspicuous. At this time, World War II was in full swing, and like European countries, the United States was also on the cusp. In order to save energy, the military implements light control. Looks like neon lights and colorful billboards. Once it's night, it is restricted to be extinguished. Every night, there are frequent power outages in the city, and priority is given to ensuring the power supply to military bases and government agencies. Even New York is no exception. Tonight is because of Stark Industries World Expo of Tomorrow. The military specifically offered kindness to allow the restrictions to be relaxed. Otherwise, New Yorkers would not see the brilliant neon lights. "It's really lively," Bucky cheered. The inside of the expo is extremely lively. The crowds are raging and the fireworks are gorgeous. Young men and women hugging can be heard everywhere, and the atmosphere of hormones permeates the audience. Luke and his group stood under the huge metal globe, eating dog food silently, waiting for the beautiful girl to make an appointment. It didn't take long for three young and lively girls to arrive on time. They wore colorful cotton dresses and stepped on flat heels, looking enthusiastic and reserved. "Girls, they are my friends." Bucky beckoned and pointed at Luke and Rogers behind him. The youthful and lively young girl ignored the thin man on her own, and looked at Luke one after another. Steve Rogers at this time is not the future captain of the big pectoral muscles, and there is no so-called American buttocks. Naturally, he cannot attract young and beautiful girls. It's Luke. He looks pretty good. The neat short black hair and the slightly stern young face can arouse the enthusiasm of young girls. "Don't be stubborn. Rogers, you have to learn to have fun." Bucky hooked the thin man's shoulders and taught patiently. Luke, who was walking in front, was surrounded by young girls, listening to them chatting about boring topics. A group of people crossed the square with metal globes, passed some minor exhibition halls, and entered the core area. "Welcome to the Modern Miracle Pavilion." The commentator's voice paused slightly, and then he emphasized, "The world of the future. A greater world. A better world. Everything starts with Stark Industries." The people who came and went sighed in admiration, and there was a novel look in their eyes. The steel dummy in the glass showcase, the airplane model hanging from the ceiling, and the glass curtain wall repeating Howard Stark's speech. These are undoubtedly quite advanced and emerging products that are very attractive to the public. However, Luke didn't feel much about it. He himself comes from the 21st century, and I don't know how many sci-fi movies I have seen in my previous life. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Those little gadgets on the showcase are hard to arouse one's interest. Was just a young girl holding his arm from left to right, but she was surprised and talked like she had discovered a new world. Makes Luke a headache. How he wants to be like Rogers, walking slowly behind with a bucket of popcorn, enjoying a moment of peace. Seemed to sense Luke's mood. Rogers, who was alone, picked up a few popcorns and threw them into his mouth, with a smirking expression on his face. However, Luke was relieved soon. The two female companions surrounding him suddenly screamed like a star chaser and rushed under the stage of an exhibition area. "Ladies and gentlemen, please Mr. Howard Stark." The host on the stage fell to the ground and the curtain opened. Several beautiful women in tight waistcoats and black tuxedos made their grand appearance in front of a red car. Then, Howard Stark with a mustache walked onto the stage. There was a burst of violent applause from the audience. Howard Stark, the rich young man of this era. There is a young genius with a bright mind, and a lover of love. About his lace scandal, and other gossip, I have never stopped. Howard, who walked out from behind the scenes, did not greet the audience, but deeply kissed a beautiful stage, with a confident and charming smile on his face. Deserves to be the father of Iron Man. Luke, standing in the audience, gave a thumbs up silently. Thinking of the future Iron Man, he once had the amazing feat of sleeping every cover girl of a magazine throughout the year. It seems that romanticism is inherited from the Stark family. Chapter 4, The First Appearance of the Nine-Headed Snake. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you to the future world created by Stark Industries. Do you believe that a wave of new technologies is sweeping, and perhaps cars in a few years will no longer have to touch the ground? Took the microphone, took out a handkerchief and wiped his lips. Iron Man's father started his own performance. He seemed to enjoy the gaze under the stage, while advertised his own company's innovative technology, while beckoning the beautiful girl to take off the four wheels of the red car. Howard Stark, standing on the stage, is not like a scientist, but more like a magician who is proficient in acting skills. Knows what means to use to grab the attention of the audience. Stark's latest anti-gravity technology, all of this will be possible. Howard smiled and turned on the instrument. The car with the wheels removed slowly floats up. This magical scene made the audience hold their breath. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched. He had no interest in Howard Stark's gadgets. Although the opponent is considered to be one of the smartest geniuses in the world, he is the same as Iron Man Tony Stark, who has not yet matured. They all have a common characteristic, or a character defect inherited from the family. That's not easy to deal with. Maybe, this can be attributed to a common problem among geniuses. Taking this opportunity, Luke sneaked out of the crowd to get rid of the unnecessary entanglement of the young girls. The youthful and lively Gentle Township is still reserved for Bucky, who is about to rush to England and serve his motherland, to enjoy. Turning his head inadvertently, Luke saw Roger's thin back. He left the crowd gathered on the stage and walked towards the conscription station not far away. Luke took a deep breath, thinking that was the beginning of Captain America. He put his hands in his pockets, thinking about what he should do. Although it is said, development is the right way. But who knows when the cheats will arrive? And, when I went to the Marvel studio, I was thinking about living a peaceful life for ordinary people. It seemed a bit of a waste of crossing places. After thinking, Luke saw the figure of an old man again. Grey hair, a little bald, with glasses on the bridge of his nose. Abraham Erskine. Luke recognized him. The developer of the super soldier serum, the German scientist who made the Hydra leader Red Skull, walked slowly into the conscription station. There seemed to be stalkers. Luke, who was about to follow, suddenly turned serious. He saw that behind Abraham Erskine, a few men in black wearing round hats followed him. There was a bulge around their waists, their expressions nervous, and they looked around. Does not look like an ordinary tourist, and his identity with the accompanying bodyguard is much different. Hydra. A thought came to Luke's mind. As the developer of the super soldier serum, Dr. Erskine must be a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh of Hydra. The Red Skull will do everything possible to get rid of this threat. Once the Allied countries get the super soldier serum and create a large number of super soldiers, there will be no suspense about winning or losing this war. While his thoughts flashed, Luke also walked into the drafting station. Steve. Bucky recovered from Howard Stark's performance and turned to look at his unhappy friend, only to find that the other party had long since disappeared. Luke. He looked at Luke again, but he didn't expect to see anyone. What's going on? Where did you go one by one? Bucky murmured, and was dragged to other exhibition areas by the remaining female companions. The battlefield is not for you. In the drafting station, Rogers was rejected again. The officer who recruited soldiers into the army saw his thin body and showed his attitude without even thinking about it. He didn't even read the completed information form. Despite his arguments, Rogers spoke earnestly. But no matter what he said, the officer just shook his head. In his opinion, sending this thin man to the battlefield is no different from murder. You still have a lot to do, you don't have to join the army. We are in urgent need of labor now. You can go to the factory to make weapons for the front line, or you can find another job. The officer said impatiently. He pushed Rogers's enlistment form back, with a nonchalant expression on his face. War is not a fight. You will only drag other people on the battlefield. Instead of this, it is better to stay behind the mainland. Satisfaction, kid. Don't risk your life and shuttle in the rain of bullets. This is a good thing that many people can't even think of. Looking at the thin little man in front of him, the conscription officer said so. He didn't understand why the opponent had to join the army. Wouldn't it be good to stay in China? Is neither life-threatening, let alone experiencing the cruelty of war. No matter how precious the Medal of Honor is, can it be important to live? Who doesn't know now, the Allies and the Axis are fighting hard. Every battlefield is like a meat grinder, constantly devouring the flesh and blood of both sides. The corpses filled in the trench, I'm afraid only God knows the exact number. Sir. I want to play for my country. What do I want to do? What I can definitely do. The draft officer avoided Rogers' firm eyes and shook his head again. Everything must follow the rules, he cannot recruit an unqualified soldier. The two gradually raised their voices, attracted the attention of Abraham Erskine. He looked at Rogers, who was depressed, and he seemed to think of something. It's really exactly the same as the trajectory of history. Luke watched quietly, his mouth slightly raised. But soon he reduced his smile, because behind Abraham Erskine, the men in black who were following were approaching. They had cold eyes and murderous faces, and their right hand slowly stretched toward the bulge of their waist. Is almost instantaneous. The man in black opens the corner of his clothes. Pull out the hidden pistol. The cold muzzle was aimed at Abraham Erskine. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Seems to pull the trigger in the next second. A gunshot. The crowd in the drafting station immediately fell into a panic, with panic-stricken screams, like steam from a locomotive, diffused everywhere. Those recruits in military uniforms who have not yet enlisted are like ants on a hot pot, running around without a clue. They have never been to the battlefield, nor have they received formal training, and they don't know what to do. The officer in charge of the guard fell into a pool of blood, with a bullet hole in the white round cap on his head. The blood gurgled out from the back of the head, and it was especially terrifying with the twisted face. Go! Luke, who was hiding on the side, pulled up Dr. Erskine, who had fallen on the ground, and turned into the corridor compartment. There was a fierce gunfire from behind, and the bullet hit the wall, splashing a large amount of dust. Luke glanced at Rogers, who was hiding behind the cabinet with his hands in his hands, and he couldn't help but think of a strange idea. If the future Captain America dies, how should things develop in the future? Will a new hero appear? Or the Third Reich won the war and the Red Skull conquered the world? Bang! Bang! The gunshot interrupted Luke's distracting thoughts clearly. He looked at the nervous Dr. Erskine, and whispered, "You hide here. Don't walk around." Outside the compartment, the sound of footsteps gradually approached. The curtain that was pulled up, due to the reflection of the light, a figure with a gun appeared. Luke touched the Colt M1911 behind his waist, took a deep breath, and rushed out of the corridor compartment. Chapter 5, Strategic Science Corps. You lost Dr. Erskine. Turning the hour hand back to 5 minutes ago, a tall female officer asked in a stern tone. German spies are likely to be lurking in this city, always trying to capture or execute Dr. Erskine. How important is he, don't you know? Go look for it. The female officer reprimanded unceremoniously. The heroic and handsome face is full of cold expressions, like an iceberg. The agent in plain clothes nodded repeatedly, trying to suppress the dismissive look of contempt in his eyes. This is a turbulent age when the status of women has not been taken seriously. The idea that most people still hold is that women should stay at home and be full-time housewives to do housework, and there is no need to show up. Even if the stern female officer in front of her is their superior, she must maintain an obedience attitude. But the respect of these plainclothes agents is still very perfunctory. For them, the female officer is a beautiful vase with a bad temper, not her superior. We are separated from him, there are too many people in the fairground, who knows where the old German man went? A plainclothes agent defended. He is Dr. Abraham Erskine. The female officer corrected. This cannot change the fact that he and Hitler are compatriots. Another plainclothes agent sneered and retorted. Due to the deliberate propaganda of public opinion, the public has a clear hatred of the Germans. Even if Abraham Erskine is in the Allied camp, it can't stop these people's prejudices. There was a clear gunshot not far away. I can still hear the panic screams faintly. The female officer's expression changed, she gave the plainclothes agent a cold look, and walked away quickly on her flat heels. 3 minutes later, she rushed to the conscription station with a team of soldiers with live ammunition. Several cold corpses fell on the ground, and the pungent blood filled the audience. Doctor. The female officer could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Dr. Erskine, who was safe and sound. The opponent is now the highest level protection target of the military, and it is also a big concern for the Germans. Every insider understands the value of the super soldier serum developed by Abraham Erskine. It can end this war. The balance that affects victory. Even the pattern that controls the world. These people should be spies they sent. Dr. Erskine has recovered from the panic, and said calmly, "It seems that Schmidt really doesn't want me to live in this world." The female officer nodded and agreed. Then, she scanned the two young men next to Dr. Erskine with a peripheral light, with a hint of alertness in her eyes. "Fortunately this guy saved me. By the way, I don't know your name yet." Dr. Erskine explained. He saw Luke alone, thrilling to get rid of the 3 spies who followed the assassination, and thought it was a plainclothes agent sent by the military to protect him. Judging from the watchful eyes of the female officer, it is obviously not the case. "Luke. My name is Luke Cavell." The young man putting away the pistol smiled. He did not expect to meet Abraham Erskine and Captain America's girlfriend, Peggy Carter, in this way. "That's right. The female officer standing in front of her is one of the founders of the future SHIELD Bureau. Now, the opponent should be an agent of the Strategic Science Corps. Is responsible for protecting Abraham Erskine and participating in the Super Soldier Project. You killed these spies? Good skill." The female officer named Peggy Carter said meaningfully. She glanced at the body of the spy in black. All 3 were killed by a single shot. There were no extra traces of trauma. All the bullets hit the vital parts. Judging from only the wound, this young man named Luke has good marksmanship. And after killing the 3, the other party did not show the intense emotion of panic. I don't seem to be a novice no matter how you look at it. Such an abnormal performance has every reason to make Peggy suspicious. It is impossible to say that ordinary young people in Brooklyn can sling German spies casually. In that way, the Allies had already reached Berlin and ended the war. I learned some self-defense skills. Luke replied casually. He did learn fighting and shooting from Uncle Frank for a while. The latter once thought about cultivating Luke into a house-cleaning gang thug. Irish gangs are rising rapidly, and they just lack some good guys who can do things. Unfortunately, Luke has no interest in this road. Although he worked hard to learn fighting and shooting, and insisted on exercising, it was only to increase the means of self-protection. I am not a donut head who wants to be a gangster superstar. Doctor, it's not safe here. Let's leave first. The female officer retracted her gaze, looked at Dr. Erskine on the side, and whispered softly, "We will investigate all this afterwards." "Okay. I remember your name, Luke." Dr. Erskine nodded. He knew he was closely guarded by the military. "To participate in tomorrow's World Expo tonight, I was still invited by Howard Stark." After meeting, Dr. Erskine felt that the young and promising Mr. Stark was more like a businessman. The enthusiasm for climbing toward the peak of science is far less than the interest in amassing wealth and chasing women. Therefore, the two of them only exchanged a few words, and then they didn't talk in depth. "Is he your friend?" Before leaving, Erskine looked at Steve Rogers on the side. "I don't know why, he is very interested in this thin little man." Maybe it was the conversation between the other party and the recruiting station officer, which brought back some memories in Erskine's heart. As the developer of the super soldier serum, Abraham Erskine knows its harm and what side effects it has. "I have created a devil, and I don't want to create a second one or more." Therefore, Erskine is always looking for a suitable candidate, a super soldier who will not bully the weak and knows how to pity. Yes. His name is Steve Rogers. Luke pulled Steve over and said loudly, "My friend really wants to play for the country. Although he is not strong enough, his patriotism has never been extinguished." "I know." Erskine thoughtfully turned and left. The female officer quickly followed, but she glanced at Luke before she left and seemed to be suspicious. Those soldiers with guns and live ammunition stayed to protect the scene and clean up the mess. "Luke, who are they?" Steve, who survived the disaster, was a little ignorant. He still didn't know what happened. "A person who can change your destiny." UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Luke curled his lips and said softly. He patted Steve's thin shoulder. A gleam of light glowed in the depths of his eyes. "I didn't expect to enter the military's field of vision in this way. I'm afraid the next female agent named Peggy Carter will investigate Luke carefully. But he is not worried. The Strategic Science Corps is doomed to get nothing. Their enemy is Hydra, the axis of evil. And Luke has nothing to do with the so-called German spy, the killer sent by the Hydra." "That was terrible just now." Steve, who didn't understand the meaning, had lingering fears. The recruiting station officer who was arguing with him also fell in a pool of blood. The hollow eyes lose all the color. "If you step on the battlefield, you will encounter more such things and witness more dead partners." Luke sighed. He watched Uncle Frank cleaning the house. Even personally solved so many gangster scum. Has long been accustomed to blood and death. "Do I still have a chance to step on the battlefield?" Steve is a little frustrated. He has suffered too many rejections. Everyone said he couldn't do it, thinking that he should stay here. Even the good brother Bucky is no exception. "There will be." Luke nodded affirmatively. He seems to be more confident than Steve himself. "Okay, go find Bucky. I will do it for him tonight." Feeling Steve's puzzled gaze, Luke turned the subject away and dragged the small, thin man out of the drafting station. Chapter 6, Gangster Killer, Truck Driver. The next day, early morning. Luke got up from the bed early, finished washing, and continued daily training to become bald and stronger. Push UPS, squats, sit UPS, sunbathing. After a series of processes, the hands of the clock on the wall have slid to 8:20. Bucky should have boarded the ship. Luke closed the door, ready to go to Rogers. They had planned to send Bucky off, but Sergeant James Barnes, who was going to England, said that he didn't want his friends to see the embarrassment of his weak legs. The whole of New York last night was full of gunfire. Relies on a straight military uniform, plus a few rhetoric. The hormonal lad can easily pick up a pretty girl. Maybe, this is the welfare of serving the motherland. Luke, Good morning. The flower shop owner downstairs looked enthusiastic and said loudly, Frank is looking for you, his temper looks a bit bad. Got it. Thank you, Uncle Dal. Luke stopped, changed direction, and walked towards Uncle Frank's house. Probably the street gangster yesterday, ran to complain to his boss, and then passed the Irish gang to his uncle's ears. 10 minutes later, Luke expertly took out the key from under the doormat and opened the door. Uncle Frank, I brought you roasted mushrooms and potato pancakes from Aunt Betha. Carrying a hearty, steaming breakfast, Luke walked into the living room and saw an old man with grey hair and a rickety waist. Only from the appearance and figure, one can vaguely see the tough and strong shadow of a young man. Luke. You annoying kid. The old man saw Luke and cursed angrily, that girlie Hobson, went to sue Mr. Hoffa again, saying that you beat his little brother. Hobson has to tell Mr. Hoffa even such things? Then why didn't he tell Mr. Hoffa that his mother had passed away while sitting on the toilet the other day? Luke pretending to be astonished, he kept his hands and took out the plates and knives and forks from the cupboard. Eat it while it's hot. The potato pancakes specially let Aunt Baisha add meat. The old man named Frank sat at the table and said, Don't use this to buy me. Luke, you messy bastard, the last Italian, well, awesome. Taste. No matter how you eat, you won't get tired. It turns out that no one can escape the law of true fragrance. After Frank ate that breakfast, he never mentioned Hobson and his younger brother. What he mentioned more is to let Luke join the rapidly growing Irish gang. Mr. Hoffa values you very much. That good idea for doing business with the barracks allowed the gang to get some guns that were eliminated. Those Italians, the recent arrogance is not as arrogant as before. Frank couldn't understand why his nephew would resist joining the gang. Brooklyn idle street gangsters, hoping to join the gang and become a codder among them. At least that way, no one will be bullied. No interest. I really want to be a gangster, I might as well go back to school. Luke made himself a cup of coffee and said lightly. He knew that this was the most turbulent period in American history, as the newspaper said, violence is like a cherry sauce pie, a specialty of the United States. Since the Prohibition, various gangs have sprung up continuously. Most of them were poor immigrant groups, such as Irish and Italians. Different from the British and Germans who brought large sums of money to develop North America, what they call immigrants is nothing more than changing a place and continuing to be the bottom people. Many people can't even rent houses and can only do the hardest and most tiring work. The immigrant groups who live together have gradually formed slums. Then the Hell's Kitchen, which became famous in New York, was born like this. As a sociologist once said, poverty often breeds nationalism. Because the Irish and Italians are Catholics themselves, they are regarded as barbarians incapable of assimilation in North America, dominated by Christianity. The ubiquitous exclusion and discrimination make life difficult for these immigrant groups. So, in order to fight against the foreman's exploitation and religious persecution, the Irish and Italians spontaneously formed various violent groups. This is the embryonic form of the American gang. The gang at that time was just a group of poor people, and they weren't taken seriously by anyone. Until later, special groups called city bosses began to emerge. They are professionals that came into being after the rise of the industrial society. Their main responsibility is to raise campaign funds for political party candidates and to buy votes, the brokers that later generations call brokers. As we all know, the United States is a country of immigrants. Before, no one could value those immigrant groups with low status and poverty. But the city bosses keenly discovered their value, and the gangs formed by the workers at the beginning gradually changed. One accepts the asylum of interest groups, and the other provides stable votes to politicians. Both sides hit it off. But no one expected the follow-up development. Prohibition provides gangs with a lot of wealth, coupled with the rise of labor unions. Labor movements frequently occur. The monster gangster finally broke the cage of social law. They hold enough wealth in one hand, and use votes in the other to win over politicians, and cooperate with the union to obtain a legal identity. Suddenly, rapid development. The Irish gang like Uncle Frank belongs to. They have a close relationship with Mr. Jimmy Hoffa, the top of the American Brotherhood of Truck Drivers. This union represented nearly 1 million truck drivers and warehouse workers, and later reached 2.3 million members at its peak. It can be said that if you are running for mayor or councillor, you can get help from the union, which is no different from directly declaring victory. Gangs, unions, and politicians form a tight chain of interests. Unfortunately, this glory did not last long. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Luke thought silently. Whether it is Irish or Italian, their power was once prosperous. The former succeeded in getting Kennedy to be elected president, and the latter had close ties with Edgar Hoover, the first director of the FBI. It's just that the gangsters are, after all, a deformed product of a period of social turmoil. With the end of World War II, they will inevitably go into decline. Has been reduced to a tool in the hands of politicians and interest groups, and it will never be the same as in the past. The Marvel world is mixed with the gang boss and there is no future, even if it has the status of genuine. This is Luke's inner thoughts. What a lofty bastard. I don't want to ask you to join the gang, let you be a truck driver and take over my seat in the future, you don't want to. Don't you want to be a war hero in the same way you are? Seeing Luke's indifferent look, Frank became angry. He had a good relationship with Mr. Jimmy Hoffa of the National Brotherhood of Truck Drivers, so he couldn't move his house. After retiring, he served as the honorary president of a branch of the union. Although it's just a name, I get a good salary every month. If they say hello, the gang and Mr. Hoffa should take care of Luke more. Uncle Frank, don't worry about this. Come on, cover it with a blanket. Luke didn't refute, he smiled and put a thick blanket on Frank's legs. If he followed Captain America and joined the Roaring Commando, he might really be a war hero. It is a pity that even if you become a hero, you are still a tool and mascot in the hands of politicians and capitalists. So, Luke has another idea. Chapter 7, Organizationally Decided. New York, some military camp. In the conference room, a heroic female officer is reporting to her boss. Colonel Phillips, I think that guy named Luke Cavell has a problem. Carter briefly summarized the attack on Dr. Erskine's venue at tomorrow's fair and talked about Luke, who was listed as a suspect. I have seen the wounds of those German spies, and they were all shot dead. It is impossible for ordinary people to do this. Cavell must have practiced marksmanship and is quite good. The female officer said the conclusion with certainty. After left the conscription station, the doubt in her heart never disappeared. A young man from Brooklyn single-handedly eliminated a well-trained professional spy. It sounds incredible. There are so many things that don't make sense. So Carter thinks that this is probably a conspiracy of Hydra. By sacrificing those German spies, they get a chance to get close to Dr. Erskine. Then, implement the evil plan. Compared to killing Dr. Erskine, Germany may be more inclined to kidnap. The value of super soldier serum is there after all. Whoever gets it can control the world war. The influence and threat that can cause cannot be ignored. Colonel Phillips, who was sitting in his seat, shook his head and said in a deep voice, "He has no problem. I have sent someone to investigate. Luke Cavell, his parents are Irish immigrants, their parents died very early, and dropped out of the Bronx Science High School at the age of 17. His teachers are very sorry, because Cavell she has excellent grades and is very talented in learning. She gets scholarships every year. Then why did he drop out of school?" Carter expressed puzzlement. You have to know that Irish immigrants are not welcome. Being bullied and mischievous are very common things. Therefore, Cavell often fights with people at school. When the teacher encounters this situation, he can only call his parents, but he no parents. Colonel Phillips shrugged and said helplessly, every time he finishes fighting with the schoolboys, he has to face unreasonable adults. For a 17-year-old kid, this is not easy to do. Trouble. Carter was silent. She can imagine how difficult it was for Luke Cavell as an orphan in those years. But, where did he touch the guns and the marksmanship he learned? Carter said hesitantly. Through the Colonel's narration, she dispelled her inner doubts. It's just that Carter didn't understand how an ordinary young man in Brooklyn could have such precise marksmanship. Cavell's uncle Frank is a veteran. He really experienced fighting on the battlefield and survived. He later joined the Irish gang and did some shameful dirty work. Now he retired and became the honorary club of a branch of the truckers' union. Long. Colonel Phillips told his subordinates of the results of the investigation. Carter has always been good and strong, and his work ability is also very good. It's just that she is a little obsessed with performance, and she doesn't lose to any male side. This gives Colonel Phillips a headache. If the opponent is not an Englishman and not a faction of the American military, he would not have such a good temper. After all, the members of the Strategic Science Corps are very complicated, with talents transferred from all over the world. Carter is one of them. Luke Cavell is not a German spy, he has nothing to do with the Germans. I don't think Hitler knows how to instigate people. It is impossible to turn a young man who grew up in Brooklyn into a German spy. Of course, Cavell did some unglamorous things, but the Strategic Science Corps is not interested in those. It is not our job to fight the gangs. Fight against the Hydra, defeat the Axis powers and win the war, that's it. Colonel Phillips increased his tone and signaled his subordinates to stop struggling with this person. He doesn't want Carter to poke the hornet's nest of the Irish gang. Those people are now joining forces with labor unions to help politicians absorb votes and interfere in elections. In recent years, the power has grown stronger. Even Colonel Phillips doesn't want to cause such unnecessary trouble. Ghost knows how many Capitol Hill members are standing behind them. Turning, he seemed to think of something, and said, but Erskine seems to be interested in those two people. Luke Cavell, A&D. What's the name of the little guy? Steve Rogers. Carter replied. Right. Erskine wants to recruit the two of them to the Caspian training camp. Colonel Phillips pondered for a moment and asked, what do you think of this, Carter? Caspian training camp, on the surface, is a place for training recruits. The real effect is to select the testers to be injected with the super soldier serum. Erskine's meaning is undoubtedly making Luke Cavell and Steve Rogers selected. Colonel Phillips didn't think there was any problem with the former. Luke is tall, strong, and powerful, and he has settled 3 German spies by himself. Even if he is not selected in the end, it does not prevent him from becoming a good soldier. But Steve Rogers? That thin body looks like a little man who can fall down in a gust of wind? It would be ridiculous if the Allies had to rely on such people to save them. If this is Dr. Erskine's idea, then I don't think it is a problem, Colonel. Carter thought for a while, then gave an answer. Well, I'll leave this to you. I want to see them in the car heading to New Jersey. Colonel Phillips nodded and left the task. He figured it out, anyway, with Rogers' physique, maybe even the basic training of recruits can't survive. As for being selected to become a super soldier? Compared to this, Colonel Phillips is more willing to believe that Adolf Hitler will conscientiously find out, and immediately declare his surrender. Luke, who returned to his residence, opened the door. Steve, can you tell me what's going on? Looking at Rogers standing outside the door and the frost-faced female officer, Luke asked in surprise. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. He thought that the Strategic Science Corps would investigate himself, and maybe he would drag himself out for questioning in the name of assisting in the handling of the case. As an important figure protected by the military, Abraham Erskine is fully capable of this level. Just. Steve, why are you so happy? The smile on S face almost can't hold back. Is it a good thing to be dragged by an agent for interrogation? Luke. I can join the army. We will leave for New Jersey tomorrow. Roger's joy is almost like a volcanic eruption. The depressed mood he had accumulated for many days finally dissipated. Luke's heart moved and he immediately reacted. This is being recruited. Despite the changes in the plot, under the influence of the inertia of the timeline, Steve Rogers still embarks on the path of becoming Captain America. I thought the process would be a bit more tortuous. Luke restrained his emotions and returned to calm. It seems that the plan to obtain the super soldier serum has successfully taken the first step. Luke Cavill, are you willing to serve your country and participate in this anti-fascist, 11, freedom war? Carter asked coldly. Said as if I have the right to refuse. Luke glanced at the two soldiers with live ammunition standing behind Carter, and said silently. Since I chose to use this method, I entered the military's field of vision, which aroused the interest of Dr. Erskine. At this moment, I won't back down anymore. Ahem, since the organization has already decided, then I. Luke suppressed the desire to chant 2 poems on the spot and accepted the military's call. Chapter 8, The Final Candidate for the Super Soldier. The next day, early morning. Luke, who was appointed by the military, packed up some simple outfits, and took the excited Rogers in a special car to the Caspian Sea training camp in New Jersey. Before leaving, they met several important personnel from the Strategic Science Corps. For example, Colonel Phillips with a serious face. The developer of the super soldier serum, Dr. Abraham Erskine. Howard Stark is famous in New York. As always, there is Agent Carter who maintains a cold expression. And many more. The Strategic Science Corps is a temporary organization specially established by the Allies to win the war. Personally approved by President Roosevelt and the heads of European countries. Gathered elites from multiple fields, the main purpose of which was to fight against the Hydra of the Third Reich, an evil organization marked by the monster Hydra. The secondary purpose is to implement the Super Soldier program to end this war that has swept the world. The current leader of Hydra is called John Schmidt, nicknamed Red Skull. It is said that he was Hitler's henchman. The power is more powerful than Heinrich Heilem, who participated in the establishment of the SS and served as the head of the secret police Gestapo. Actually, Red Skull may not be the creator of Hydra. Thought Luke, who was swaying from side to side, sitting behind the transport truck. He remembers mentioning in the comics that the Orthodox Hydra originated quite early, which can be traced back to a much longer time. Red Skull just used this name and changed the concept to make it a useful tool. At this point, he has some similarities with his idol Adolf Hitler. Luke, do you think we will meet Bucky? Rogers asked with his suitcase. Thinking of Bucky's surprised expression on the battlefield when he learned that he had joined the army, he couldn't help but look forward to the next meeting between the two. Bucky may have already set foot on the land of England by this time, fighting for freedom. Luke laughed. He could understand why Rogers was obsessed with serving in the army. A small man who has been teased and bullied for a long time because of his thin body. There are often only 2 roads leading to the future. Either it is like Rogers, who still maintains an optimistic and positive attitude. Is either a cynical, self-enclosed negative psychology. The former is rare and the latter is numerous. And this is probably why Steve Rogers became Captain America. He is a person who is always on the right path. Rogers is keen to serve in the army, not out of strong patriotism. He is not the kind of character who is eager to exchange honor for military medals and dreams of making achievements. This thin man is more likely to prove that he is indistinguishable from those strong guys. Luke, then why did Howard Stark go to the Caspian training camp? Is he also a conscripted soldier? Rogers asked curiously. He has no idea about the Super Soldier Project or the Strategic Science Corps. Only thought that he went to the Caspian training camp to receive training for recruits. Stark is different from us. They are scientific advisors. They belong to the official senior officers. Luke shook his head. As two recruits, how can they be compared with Howard Stark? The treatment of both parties is different. Howard Stark was able to ride in a smooth and comfortable private car, chatting and laughing with a group of senior officers along the way. Maybe I will go out to spend a lot of time at night, chic and happy. And he and Rogers can only stay behind the transport truck that swayed like a bumpy boat. Get ready for life as a recruit, Rogers. Luke smiled meaningfully. For Rogers, who is far from being strong, recruit training is not an easy task. A week later. How are you, Rogers? Luke, who finished the cross-country, handed a towel to the thin man. He seemed to be fished out of the water, and the camouflage clothes outside were soaked with sweat. His chest was violently ups and downs, like a bellows that was pulling, making a hoop sound. Even the conventional 5-kilometer cross-country is a daunting challenge for Rogers, who has poor physical fitness. No, it's okay. I just need to take a break, that's it. Luke looked at Rogers, who was talking intermittently, for fear that he would suddenly faint. The thin man who can hold on to the present, bending over in front of him, really has perseverance. Despite the training tasks of each day, Rogers is the last to complete, and the results are also the worst. But in terms of hard work, he didn't lose to other people, and he even surpassed it. I feel better. Thank you, Luke. After a few breaths, Rogers looked up at his friend and smiled gratefully. Had it not been for Luke's help, his situation would have been worse. According to Rogers, the Caspian training camp is no different from the streets of Brooklyn. Relying on strong muscles, bullying the weaker existence than himself, such are everywhere. Luckily, Luke stepped forward, otherwise Rogers would become a victim of being blocked and beaten in a corner by a villain. Gather! Gather! With a sharp whistle, the recruits who had developed a conditioned reflex for a long time ran over and stood in a neat line. Some of them have experienced disobedience, or the end of a thorn. The glamorous female officer with a British accent is not as weak as she looks. In this regard, Gilmer Hodge has a say in the new recruit who received a punch. He still has band-aids on the bridge of his nose. What's more, daily high-intensity physical training is enough to release everyone's excess energy. After your observation over the past few days, who is the recruit with the best performance and the best performance? Standing not far away, looking at the group of recruits being trained, Colonel Phillips asked. It's Luke Cavell. Carter, holding the scoring table, raised his eyebrows. She did not expect that young man from Brooklyn. Is not only amazing marksmanship, but also excellent performance on other test items. Shooting targets, marching with weights, climbing wire fences and other physical training. Luke can easily win the first place, and far away from the second place. I knew it. Erskine, I said, Cavell is the most suitable candidate. Colonel Phillips clapped his hands. He looked at the tall Luke in the queue, reading www.yuyuganshu.com, the strong and powerful Luke. His eyes were full of appreciation. The opponent perfectly fits the colonel's definition and image of a good soldier. Wait. We still have time. Dr. Erskine, who was standing next to him, replied. His gaze did not stop on Luke, but at Rogers, who was particularly conspicuous in the queue. If you say, the super soldier has to choose a strong, big man. Then, Erskine didn't need to start this secret selection at all. Just pick one from the army. In this world, there has never been a shortage of outstanding soldiers who know how to obey orders and have strong muscles. But I want to find a really good person, a super soldier who has the power but is not bullying, but it is quite difficult. Erskine knew that he didn't have more time to choose patiently and explore carefully. Therefore, he can only pin his hopes on Rogers. That thin and short man has a rare quality that touches people's hearts. You asked me to investigate Rogers' life experience. Yes, he is indeed a good guy. But what can it be? If the committee's bureaucrats know that the candidate for the super soldier is a skinny guy who can even run, what would they think of the little man out of breath? Colonel Phillips said dissatisfiedly. In his view, war compares the strength of the two sides, not the character of the soldiers. The selection is not over yet, the time has not come. Colonel, let's wait patiently. Dr. Erskine still answered this. But this time, his gaze shifted to Luke. Chapter 9, One Trial, Two Soldiers. General Patton once said, "War depends on weapons, but victory depends on soldiers." We can definitely win this battle because we have the best soldiers. The Strategic Science Corps is composed of alliances of various countries. The elites of the free world have gathered here. Our goal is to build the strongest army in history. And all armies have a leader. After this week, we will choose that person. He will be the first super soldier. Similarly, he will personally send Adolf Hitler into hell. After the 2-week training of recruits is over, Colonel Phillips finally announced the selection plan for the super soldier. With Carter's score sheet in his hand, he looks at Luke, who is tall and tall. This young man from Brooklyn is still doing well as always. From the perspective of physical fitness and the overall performance of each training item, among the recruits in the Caspian training camp, he is the well-deserved first place. This is the super soldier the country needs. Colonel Phillips thought with satisfaction. Then, he inadvertently saw Rogers, the thin and short, sighed helplessly. Despite the serious training of the other party, never lazy. But his natural weak physique makes him a qualified soldier, which is somewhat difficult. I really don't know what Erskine is thinking. Colonel Phillips was a little annoyed. He is under pressure from the committee and the side of the White House. If the super soldier can't satisfy the military, then his career will be over. You must know that to form a strategic scientific army, countries have invested a lot of manpower and material resources. Now, everyone is waiting for the result. Super soldier. After finishing the training, the team disbanded in place. Many recruits have fiery eyes, and they are chanting this word in their mouths. Boss Luke. Your performance should be the best among all recruits. You must be the super soldier. Back to the barracks, Gilmer Hodge, who had been taught by Carter, said flatly. In the original plot, he is regarded as a villain of a passerby character. Often relied on being big, hard fists, and bullying the thin Rogers when nothing happened. However, things changed after Luke arrived. Hodge, who tried to gain satisfaction by bullying the weak, encountered Waterloo for the first time in his life. The first night after arriving at the Caspian training camp, Hodge, as the villain, planned to make Rogers fun, but Luke put his head in the toilet. Luke, who thinks he is hard enough, has hit the gangsters, hacked down the gangs, and brushed the house. Luke, who has a rich life experience, is like a sheep meeting a lion, without the ability to resist. Since then, no one among the recruits dared to provoke the Brooklyn duo. As for Hodge, who was stuffed into the toilet, he became Luke's faithful dogleg. Every day after the horse is saddled, he calls it the boss, like licking a dog. Luke once wondered if this guy had a tendency to be abused, or if his head got into the toilet when he was stuffed into the toilet. But later I want to understand that bullies like Hodge who are bullying and afraid of hardship often believe in the simple thinking of big fists are the last word. Therefore, this kind of performance is normal. In short, Luke seems to have opened the King of Soldier template, and unknowingly succeeded in dominating the entire Caspian training camp. Not only did Colonel Phillips admire him, but he also embraced him everywhere in the barracks. Use your head to think about it. If the conditions for selecting a super soldier are training performance and strong muscles, then why doesn't the military choose directly from the army? Luke didn't have a good face for Hodge. After all, there is nothing to lick a dog. Yes, Boss Luke makes sense. Hodge smiled while cleaning the barracks. Steve, don't be discouraged. I think Dr. Erskine is very optimistic about you. Dismissed Hodge, who had pleased himself, Luke walked up to Rogers. The future Captain America is a little frustrated at this time. He saw Luke's excellent performance and thought of his poor results. It was inevitable that he was a little depressed. I never thought of becoming a super soldier, but I began to wonder if it was the right choice to join the army by myself. Maybe Bucky made sense. If you can't bet on some things, giving up is also a kind of courage. Rogers seemed to be at the bottom of his life, his tone full of uncertainty. Through these days of training, he finally realized how weak he is. I don't think so. Dr. Erskine will fancy you and enlist you into the army. It must be to discover some outstanding qualities from you that are worth training. Confidence is the secret of success. Don't be let down by temporary setbacks. Beat. A golden character is more worth having than strong muscles. Luke brought up a bowl of steaming chicken soup for the soul, filled Rogers's eyes with high spirits. If you continue to work hard and say a few more inspirational quotes from later generations, maybe Captain America will regard him as a spiritual mentor. So, if you read more marketing articles, you can still learn something. Seeing Rogers' feelings and regaining his vitality, Luke was relieved. After all, Captain America is an important part of his plan. During the 2-week recruit training, Luke made no secret of his performance and achieved excellent results. Is naturally to get the super soldier serum. He did not intend to put on the Stars and Stripes uniform and take over the seat of Captain America. Even if I become a super soldier, I will inevitably be used as a mascot by politicians in the back. I don't want to perform on stage and become an idol in my debut. Luke's thinking is very clear. The military studies super soldier serum. The real purpose is to form a powerful army that is invincible. In this way, we can drive straight into Berlin and end the war. According to the development of the original plot, Dr. Erskine was finally assassinated, the only specimen was destroyed, and the formula of the super soldier serum was lost. Rogers, as the only super soldier, is far less useful on the battlefield than as a mascot to sell national bonds. That's what the group of politicians thought. If Luke replaces Rogers and wears a Stars and Stripes uniform, his ending will probably be similar. If you change the way, save Dr. Erskine. Next, super soldiers are mass-produced. Luke still won't have any future, because he is no longer the special one. So, after repeated consideration, Luke decided to show his good side and strive to win the appreciation of Colonel Phillips and put more pressure on Dr. Erskine. When there are 2 suitable candidates, maybe the development of the story will be different. When it got dark, Erskine found Luke, who was resting. The German scientist directly picked out his intentions. Colonel Phillips thinks you are the best candidate for a super soldier. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Luke, what do you think of it yourself? Feeling the scrutiny gaze, Luke's face is calm, and the speed of his heartbeat remains steady. The condition of a super soldier should not be a strong figure, but knowing compassion and having a heart of awe. Luke answered decisively without hesitation. He could see that Dr. Erskine was testing himself. The right person in the opponent's mind is always Rogers. After the Red Skull incident, the German scientist had a psychological shadow. Even if Luke performed well, he would not be as impressed by Erskine himself as Rogers said in the drafting station. Then, who do you think meets such conditions in the training camp? Erskine pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked hesitantly. My friend. Steve Rogers. His character is totally trustworthy. Luke's eyes were firm, as if he thought so in his heart. Hearing this satisfactory answer, the last trace of doubt in Erskine's eyes also disappeared without a trace. Originally, he still had a grudge against Luke's involvement in the gang, and he was very likely to have blood on his hands. Is afraid that when the opponent becomes a super soldier, he will lose his humanity like a Red Skull. Because of the effect of serum, this is the case. The good guys are better, the bad guys are worse. Very good. Erskine patted Luke the shoulder, and smiled approvingly. Originally he had completely different ideas from Colonel Phillips, and no one could convince anyone. But Luke's answer completely dispelled Erskine's doubts. He solemnly said, "You two will be super soldiers." Chapter 10, 0 out of 0, Superman Template. A week later, Luke and Rogers left the Caspian training camp and got on the car to New York. As for the recruits who are trained, they are reserve. If the serum injection is successful, everyone has a chance to become a super soldier. I didn't expect to go around, but I went back to Brooklyn," Rogers said with emotion. He sat next to Luke, looking through the car window, looking at the familiar building backwards. "So the Colonel is right, good luck always favors fools," Luke joked. When Rogers learned that he had been selected as a tester for the super soldier, he couldn't wait to find him to share with him, but he saw Colonel Phillips in the barracks. The latter glanced at Rogers with a look of disgust, and said the above sentence. "This is not good luck. Thank you and Dr. Erskine for everything. Without your help, I couldn't have gotten this far," Rogers said seriously. He heard Colonel Phillips say that it was Luke who recommended himself to Dr. Erskine. Although Rogers is not good at expressing emotions, he buried this gratitude in his heart. "If you were a woman, I might accept this thank you." Luke made an expression of disgust, jokingly said, "I see that block, that alley, and the parking lot behind it. These places are your previous battlefield." Rogers lowered his head and smiled awkwardly. Because of his nosy problems, he can't get rid of it. He has suffered a lot of beatings. The battlefield that Luke said was actually the place where he had been beaten before. "Why don't you run away?" Carter, who was sitting in front of the car, said. She is the entourage this time, responsible for taking Luke and Rogers safely to their destination. "If you run once, you will continue to run. If you stand up and fight back, one day you will have a chance to defeat the opponent." Rogers was talking about his inner feelings, and Carter was a little moved by his sincere tone. Dr. Erskine chose the opponent for no reason, at least his courage is commendable. Being underestimated in a certain field, I often experience this kind of experience. Carter seemed to be aroused, and it was much harder to say a few words. At the Caspian training camp on weekdays, this female officer is like an iceberg, which makes people afraid to approach. Even the well-known lover Howard Stark has encountered Waterloo many times and has not even given out the invitation to dinner. "Miss Carter, I don't understand why you want to join the army, you are a beautiful lady." Rogers glanced at Carter and began to speak with an emotionally intelligent straight man, knowing that what the other person hates most is that she is beautiful and unsuitable for acting as an agent. Carter has a strong personality, and has never thought that his abilities would be lost to any man. Seeing that Rogers was about to irritate his future girlfriend, Luke hurriedly rounded off and asked aloud, "How long will it take to arrive?" "Almost." Carter glanced at Rogers coldly, snorted, and stopped talking. The latter has an innocent look and doesn't know what he said wrong. "Rogers, the level at which you strike up a conversation with a woman is the worst I have ever seen." Luke shook his head and said in a low voice. The car remained quiet for the rest of the car. About 20 minutes or so, they arrived at their destination. The three got out of the car and opened the door of the antique shop. "Yes, this is the secret base of the Strategic Science Corps." Carter exchanged joint codes with an old woman, and led Luke and Rogers inside. "It's a cliché design." Luke looked at the shelf full of books, opened it to the sides, and couldn't help but feel the desire to complain. Entered the base, every gate was guarded by heavily armed soldiers. From time to time, some researchers in white coats walked past with documents. "I was a little nervous when I first met Rogers in such a battle." He looked at Luke walking side by side. The face is calm and calm. As expected of Luke. Rogers thought. Actually, Luke's true emotions are far less calm than on the outside. From Brooklyn, step by step to the secret base of the Strategic Science Corps, about to receive serum injections. This is not an easy task. For the plug-in, I did it too. The three of them went down to the ground floor and saw two metal instruments in the middle, where Dr. Erskine and Howard Stark were talking. Colonel Phillips and the senators present were staying in the control room on the second floor. Everyone is looking forward to it and wants to witness a miracle. Let's start. Dr. Erskine said to the two of them. Luke and Rogers looked at each other, took off the boat cap, and took off their coats. The physiques of the two contrasted clearly. The former is called strong and powerful, with clear lines, while the latter is as thin as dry wood. I saw that the surrounding researchers shook their heads and sighed, wondering if Rogers could survive the serum injection. It's okay, you can do it. Luke pressed Rogers' shoulders, as if instilling courage into him. If there is no Captain America, he will really make his debut as an idol and sell national bonds. Seeing Rogers nodded in answer, Luke turned his eyes and placed in front of him a metal instrument with complicated wires and cables inserted on both sides. It is Howard Stark with a mustache who is in charge of running the machine. The other party is in front of the console, busy preparing for the serum injection. This genius scientist who has made friends with the upper echelons of the military under the flag of love is also one of the participants in this project. Click. A bright light. A staff member from the military propaganda department took a picture of Luke and Rogers standing together. This is a historical moment worth remembering. It's about to start. Erskine cleaned up the mess, leaving only Howard Stark and other researchers. You both will succeed. Said seriously. He originally only planned to choose one person to create a super soldier. But Luke's outstanding performance and sincere attitude made Erskine's original thoughts shaken. So he and Colonel Phillips stepped back. Decided to inject both of them with serum to become super soldiers. In the latter's words, it means at least one can succeed. In the beginning, it was a series of minimally invasive injections to inject serum into the muscles. After this step is completed, it will cause dramatic changes in the cells. Dr. Erskine explained the process patiently, and then the two metal instruments placed together, the shells slowly closed. Luke plunged into darkness, unable to see the slightest light from the outside, only the voice of Dr. Erskine talking to Howard Stark. The cold needle pierced the skin, and the serum was stably pushed into the body and integrated with countless cells. It doesn't seem to feel anything. Luke was a bit worried before that the process of injecting super soldier serum would be extremely painful. At least in his memory, Rogers shouted hoarsely and almost died. Let's start the instrument. Luke heard Dr. Erskine's voice. The metal instrument connected to the cable introduces a sizzling strong current. A burst of white light burst out. Fack. Luke instantly felt a tearing pain, like pulling the muscle fibers into countless strips. The whole person seems torn apart. Is not only physical, but mental stimulation is equally unbearable. However, the intense pain that is enough to make people crazy, it only lasted for a short time. Then it disappeared like it was absorbed. 100%. Clear data appeared on the retina. The progress bar that has been stagnant for a long time, finally loaded completely. Player identity detected. Gift packages are being distributed. Successfully distributed. Please check. Lines of information flowed out. UU reading www.uukonshu.com. Then, the dim white light lit up slightly. The huge data stream refreshes like a waterfall, forming a character panel. Host, Luke Cavill. Load template, none. Ability, none. Reputation, none. Task list, not yet opened. Luke looked dumbfounded. Dare to work so long and get a 3-no panel? Forget it, open a gift bag and talk about it. Luke knows the door and the road, and opens the consciousness space. Open. The thought moved slightly, and the golden light burst out. Numerous character images flooded into my mind. Golden Superman. Silver Superman. Mechanical Superman. Quantum Superman. Super Master, Supreme Little Superman. Various forms of Superman templates are displayed in front of Luke. Superman template detected, load it. Yes. Does it cover the skin? No. Successfully loaded. Luke opens the character panel again. Host, Luke Cavill. Loading template, Superman, LV1. Ability, Stellar Energy, passive, Biological Force Field, passive. Reputation, none. Task list, not yet opened. Then, rows of specific information representing body data squeeze into the brain like a tide. Chapter 11, he was afraid that he was injected with fake serum. A few minutes ago. Colonel Phillips in the control room is greeting one of the committee members, Senator Brand. "I'm glad you can come, Mr. Senator," Colonel said with a smile. Was originally unwilling to deal with politicians because of his temper. Because these guys are too hypocritical. Always has a smile on his face, but in his heart he secretly calculates the benefits of each decision. This makes Colonel Phillips of military background very unaccustomed to watching the big game. But as the manager of the Strategic Science Corps and a participant in the Super Soldier Project, he had to learn to interact with politicians. After all, research funding and allocated resources require the approval of the committee. "That's the super soldier you chose? My God! He looks like he hasn't eaten for a few days." Representative Brand stood in the control room on the second floor, looking down below. Seeing the small and thin Rogers, he was surprised. This is a bit different from the super soldier the committee wants. Rogers is a backup to prevent failure. "Senator, have you seen him, Luke Cavill, the best soldier I have ever seen?" Colonel Phillips was embarrassed and pointed to Luke below. He is not optimistic about Rogers. The opponent can appear here, but it is the result of Dr. Erskine's will. A lot of people are applying for funding at this stage, but the budget allocated to the Strategic Science Corps is always the largest. "Colonel, don't let the president down." Senator Brand tapped and sat down with the accompanying propaganda staff. His willingness to attend is not out of love for science. "But I want to take this credit into my arms as soon as possible." Senator Brand keenly sees the propaganda value of super soldiers. Whether it can change the war situation is not important, but attracting the attention of the people is the key. 5 minutes later, the serum injection experiment was carried out to the final stage. The power switches of the two metal instruments have been turned to 70%. The dazzling white light almost flooded the surrounding space. Contained a strong and painful roar, which came from the inside of the metal instrument. That is Rogers. The process of injecting serum is like thousands of knives, severely cutting every cell and every nerve in the body. Especially as the value of energy delivery increases, the more violent the transformation will be, the more pain it will cause to the body and spirit. Steve Erskine's right hand trembles, and the injection of serum may cause the death of the experimenter. This is something everyone knows. Only the person who succeeds in passing through can become a super soldier. But it seemed that Rogers couldn't bear it anymore. "Colonel, what's going on?" Representative Brand asked with his head tilted. Two identical metal instruments, the same test subject who received serum injections. Why does Rogers behave so painfully, but Luke has no response? Could it be that he was injected with fake serum? Facing Senator Brand's doubts, Colonel Phillips shrugged, showing the same puzzled expression. "Follow-up templates need to be unlocked by prestige. Isn't this the same as when I played the game?" Luke, lying on the metal instrument, does not know the changes in the outside world. He digested the massive amount of information his brain received, and began to understand how to use the so-called template. First of all, the level setting given by the character panel. According to different classes, the game divides Kryptonians into 6 levels. LV1, Civilians. LV2, Fighter. LV3, Scientist. LV4, General. LV5, Archon. LV6, the Emperor. Every time you level up, you can extract items exclusive to Krypton. For example, key items such as the Fortress of Solitude and the Code of Life. And the Superman template I have now is a civilian. No matter in terms of overall quality or ability, it is temporarily inferior to the genuine Superman next door. Luke looked at the gray state. There are many templates that have not been unlocked, which is a bit regretful. The plugin he received is essentially a game panel. So in the setting, follow the pattern of brushing reputation, liver level, and completing daily tasks. Clark Kent is a naturally produced Kryptonian with infinite potential. As for General Zod, who is also a Kryptonian, he is an innate general, and his level is estimated to be LV4 and LV5. Luke's thinking diverged, thinking of the two Kryptonians who were more impressive. Although he is currently only the lowest level of LV1 civilian, it is enough. Kryptonian bloodline is essentially an oversized power bank. As long as it absorbs the stellar energy of the yellow sun, the physical fitness will continue to grow stronger. It's just that I want to be like a real Superman, with unlimited potential. Then you have to work hard to build reputation, liver level, and increase the upper limit. Otherwise, it is totally unrealistic to become a golden Superman just by basking in the sun. 100%. The power of the metal instrument is turned on to the maximum, and the dazzling white light almost burns the eyes. An electric spark burst out from the console, and Rogers, who had made a painful cry, suddenly fell silent. Erskine hurriedly asked Howard Stark to open the metal instrument. He temporarily ignored Luke, who was silent, and saved Rogers first. A burst of white air dissipated, and everyone showed incredible shocked expressions. Steve Rogers. That thin man, in a blink of an eye, became a tall and mighty big pectoral captain. Is almost like a change of person. Next moment, everyone in the control room cheered and was immersed in ecstasy, wishing to have a celebration party right away. Senator Brand even burst out with lofty ambitions, clamoring Berlin should be nervous, catch Hitler alive and so on. In his opinion, there is a super soldier corps like Rogers, the Allies are equal to a stable victory, and they can win the battle without any suspense. However, Colonel Phillips, who was immersed in excitement, and Senator Brand, did not find the entourage in the control room. They approached Dr. Erskine while everyone was not paying attention. Long live Hydra! The entourage who came to congratulate Dr. Erskine quietly walked to the ear of Dr. Erskine. You reading www.yunshu.com said such a sentence. The latter raised his head in surprise, but only saw a pair of cold eyes. Hydra? Dr. Erskine reacted immediately. The entourage did not give him time to call for help. A PPK automatic pistol pressed the opponent's chest and pulled the trigger directly. The bullet passed through the heart and brought up a flower of blood. Dr. Erskine felt the pain for a moment, and then fell weakly. The sound of gunshots echoed in the room, and the guards approached with the call of "Protection Counselor." Then, there was a loud bang in the control room. The flames of the explosion swept out. The strong shock wave shattered the glass windows. Colonel Phillips guarded the panicked congressman, while the guards were affected by the air waves and hit the wall like a broken kite. Screams, explosions, gunshots. These noises interrupted Luke's vision for the future. He frowned slightly, thought for a while, and easily broke free of the restraint that had fastened him. This was to prevent the experimenter from moving and taking necessary measures to hurt his behavior. Crunch! Crunch! Luke punched through the sturdy casing of the metal instrument, ignoring the beating electric sparks, blatantly exerting force with both hands, peeling away the alloy iron sheet. With a sour tearing sound, Luke jumped out of the metal instrument in the next moment. He saw Dr. Erskine, who was shot and fell to the ground, and Rogers, who became tall and strong. Senator Brand shrank his head and was shielded by the crowd and hid on the side. And the man in a suit who was suspected of being a Hydra killer shot down several guards, ran up the stairs, and disappeared from sight. Chapter 12, The Way of the Future, The Nature of War. You stay here. Protect the Colonel. I will chase him. Luke, who jumped out of the metal instrument, looked around and immediately realized what had happened. He put on his coat casually and asked Rogers to guard the base, who nodded subconsciously. Everyone watched Luke's legs bend slightly and jumped. Loaded into the Superman template, a completely new body. Like a charged cannonball, it jumped directly from the bottom of the operating room to the second floor. Grabbing the railing with one hand, a neat and beautiful turnover, Luke steadily stepped on the ground. Fortunately, the digitization capabilities provided by the character panel made him quickly get used to the physical fitness beyond ordinary people. Is not like Clark in his childhood, often facing the trouble of losing control of his ability. Luke exerted force under his feet, and the force of abundant strength poured out from his body, and the concrete floor was stepped out of a cobweb-like crack. He is like a violent wind sweeping by, causing a fierce air current. Boom, the ground seemed to tremble. The whole person sprang out like a sword, pulling out an afterimage. In just 2 breaths, that tall figure has already rushed into the corridor. The killer sent by Hydra is very clever. When was escaping, he didn't forget to destroy the door controlled by the button and shut the chaser behind it, which played a procrastinating effect. Unfortunately, in my eyes, it is as thin as a piece of paper. Luke didn't stop or slow down. The figure rushing straight forward accelerated sharply and smashed open the thick metal gate. Only a boom was heard, and a clear outline of a human figure appeared on the door. Okay. I take back the sentence just now, it still feels a bit. Luke shook his head. He admitted that the metal door was not as fragile as paper, it should be about the level of a thick wooden board. Rushed out of the secret base and came to the compartment. Luke stopped abruptly, and a gust of wind stirred the bookshelf. Raised his leg and walked out. He saw the old woman in the antique shop who was the contact person, falling to the ground with 2 shots in her body. And outside the door, a black car has been launched. The killer sent by the Hydra swept wanton with a Thompson submachine gun. Da-da-da! The dense bullets broke the window of the car and swept a few plainclothes agents who were guarding outside. The fierce gun battle that broke out suddenly caused panic among pedestrians. For fear of being affected, they held their heads while running away, but they did not forget to scream with their throats. Luke took a few steps out of the antique shop, and when he was about to pursue the pursuit, the car parked at the door exploded instantly. The tossing flames, the astonishing waves of air, the tall and straight figure stood in it, without the slightest sway. Saw the car carrying the Hydra killer, turned a corner, and disappeared at the end of the street. Luke smiled coldly and ran wildly. Why make such a big noise? The Hydra member who came to meet him asked complainingly. The task they received was to assassinate Abraham Erskine and destroy the super soldier plan, but not to plan a terrorist attack in New York. Because once the trouble is big, you have to pay a huge price if you want to evacuate. There are 2 super soldiers. There are chasing soldiers behind, drive. The killer was panting, and a cold sweat broke out from behind him, as if he was being watched closely by a murderer. Even if I got into the car that was in response, and got rid of the plainclothes agents, there was still no feeling of escape. He is a nail that Hydra spends a lot of time and energy to bury into the military committee. If it were not for the Berlin side to issue an order, Abraham Erskine must be eliminated, and he would never expose himself. The frontal battlefield of the Allied powers and the Axis powers competed on the capabilities of soldiers, guns, and leaders. But when it comes to intelligence contests, what is seen is the deciphering of the secret reports of radio communications, as well as the time and depth of incubation of spies. This killer named Greg can be said to be the spy with the longest incubation time and the highest level of contact with the Hydra in New York. He could have played a more important role, but now he has no chance. When you come back to Berlin, the head of state will definitely award you a medal himself. The Hydra member who drove, said enviously. If I can return to Berlin, Then wait. There will be someone behind. Killer Greg just wanted to say that after completing this task, he was ready to return to his hometown to get married. As a result, the corner of his eye was in the rear-view mirror, and he saw a tall figure running wildly. The members of Hydra who thought they had escaped safely, both eyes were wide and he couldn't believe it. I keep pressing the accelerator pedal all the time, he murmured. There is anyone in this world who can use 2 legs to catch up with a 4-wheeled car? Killer Greg quickly raised his gun, poked his head out of the car window, and wanted to fight back. I saw Luke jump sharply, leaping high, avoiding the burst of the submachine gun, and accurately hitting the speeding car. Then, both hands exerted force, like tearing paper, to pull the iron car roof apart. Greg, who was sitting in the passenger seat, threw away the submachine gun that had emptied the magazine, took out the pistol and pointed it at Luke, trying to pull the trigger. Luke was expressionless, and stretched out his right hand directly, holding the PPK automatic pistol. Boom! A 7.65mm small caliber bullet hit the open palm, but it seemed to hit a steel plate, making a metal collision sound. Luke raised his brows slightly, and with a firm grip, he squeezed the pistol into a pile of scrap iron. Monster! The driver who drove was horrified and screamed. As a result, he was dismissed by Luke as too noisy. He picked it up with one hand and threw it out like throwing garbage. Wow! The whole person smashed through the window of a shop on the street, fell to the ground and couldn't live or die. Cut off one head and grow 2 heads. Long live Hydra! Greg saw the terrible power that Luke possessed and couldn't help feeling desperate. After shouting the slogan of Hydra, he was ready to crush the potassium cyanide poison hidden in his teeth. He has the consciousness to dedicate himself to the organization, and he is not afraid of death. I know you are a Hydra, how could I not think of this? Luke curled his mouth, as if he had expected it. He took off the opponent's chin. In his eyes, the opponent's movements are too slow. As long as you concentrate, it is like watching a freeze frame. Hydra is a huge organization with strict management. Every spy and agent sent out to perform a mission will put poison on the collar or hide it in the ground in order to prevent being caught or discovered, causing information leakage. In the dentures, the Strategic Science Corps still understands this information. Ignoring Greg's horrified eyes, Luke lifted him out of the car like a little chicken. A few minutes later, Rogers and Carter drove up. They took the assassin who was captured alive and the driver back to the antique shop in Brooklyn. Good job, Luke. Back to the secret base, Colonel Phillips praised. He saw the silhouette of Luke's figure left on the wall, and he also heard the amazing deeds of the opponent overtaking the car with his legs and blocking the bullet with his palm. Looking at Luke, who was taller and stronger than before, the colonel seemed to have made a certain decision in his heart. You go out first, I have something to talk to Cavill about. Glancing at the busy infirmary, Colonel Phillips said loudly. He drove the doctor and nurse out, then looked at Luke solemnly. What's the matter, Colonel? Luke puts on his coat as the only super soldier. Like Rogers, he is inevitably treated with blood drawn. Dr. Erskine was shot and tragically died, and all the samples were exhausted. It wouldn't be the case. In the original plan, there was only one super soldier, but now there is an extra Luke, causing the remaining serum samples to be used. Even with a lot of research data as support, I want to reversely restore Dr. Erskine's serum formula. At present, this is still a difficult task. The only thing I can look forward to now is the blood of Luke and Rogers, the hope of replicating the serum. UU reading www.uugonshu.com is hidden in their genetic code. However, the military's fantasy is a fragile bubble after all. First of all, Luke is not a real super soldier at all. The energy provided by serum is used to activate the plug-in and open the gift package, which has no effect at all to transform the human body. This is why Luke hardly felt pain after the injection. What's more, what he loaded was a Superman template. It is undoubtedly an idiot dream to extract something from the blood. Even decades later, through the so-called reverse reduction, the military has produced a bunch of inferior products with great side effects. Have you thought about the future, Luke? Colonel Phillips looked serious, and said solemnly, copying the serum formula and creating new super soldiers is impossible in the short term. When planning a miscarriage, those politicians will do everything possible to get rid of their responsibilities. As a super soldier, I am more optimistic about you. Rogers is a good person. But you have performed better in all aspects. I can see that, Luke, you are a natural soldier. You will never be merciless to the enemy. At this point, Rogers is too far behind, and he still has a certain naive idealism. This will not help win the war in any way. The essence of war is plunder. It is violence. It is a means to seize profits. Although we would say this is a battle of justice. It is a battle of freedom. But there is no good or evil in war. Rogers doesn't understand this truth. I hope you can understand. Luke was surprised when he heard these words. He didn't expect the colonel to see it quite clearly. It is clear that the opponent's performance in the plot is just a common stubborn and rigid image of a soldier. Chapter 13, Roaring Commando, First Mission. What does the colonel point to me? Keenly caught Colonel Phillips's cultivation ideas vaguely revealed, and Luke showed an attitude of asking for advice in a timely manner. The gang of politicians on the committee are not credible. They are all bastards. That Hydra killer can get in, thanks to Senator Brand, but now he wants to throw the blame on us. Colonel Phillips yelled at first, and then saw Luke humbly teaching him. His dissatisfaction eased slightly. For young talents who are motivated and capable, the older generation will always have the idea of cultivating and supporting them. The premise is that you can show the value that you want to match. In the eyes of Colonel Phillips, Luke is such a young talent worthy of cultivation. That's why he said so much from the bottom of his heart. Politicians only care about benefits. They can be bought off, and they may also act against the country. The Super Soldier Project is facing failure, and how to use you and Rogers next becomes a problem. Colonel Phillips, who has been in the military for more than 20 years, has a good understanding of the political arena. What the president wants is an army, but now he has only 2 super soldiers. The abilities of individuals on the battlefield will be reduced indefinitely. Even if you can punch through the steel plate and catch up with the speeding car, there is no way to stop the bombardment of the shells, nor can he fly to Berlin and take Hitler out of his house. Luke, who listened quietly, his eyes flickered slightly. If you give him time, I can really do this. It takes less than 24 hours to load the template, and the increase in stellar energy has exceeded the sum of all these years of persistent exercise. Luke can fully feel that billions of trillions of cells in his body are hungry, absorbing the sun's rays. So much research funding went down, and only 2 strong soldiers were gained. To be honest, the military is very disappointed and has no interest in you anymore. Not surprisingly, your next destiny is probably to wait. Was drawn blood in the laboratory and acted as a guinea pig. Colonel Phillips paused for a moment, and turned to speak, but I don't think so. Seeing your performance just now, and your excellent results in the Caspian training camp, Luke, I am determined to give you more important tasks. Do you know the Roaring Commando? It is a special operations team composed of the best soldiers under the name of the Scientific Strategy Corps. I want you to lead this team and become their commander. Luke was surprised. This is a true emotional reaction in his heart. He didn't expect that Colonel Phillips would have this arrangement for himself. Lead the Roaring Commando? Commander? I don't know if I can see Logan the Wolverine. Luke's thinking diverges. He remembered that in a certain comic, Wolverine was also a member of this team, and he had also fought alongside Captain America. Maybe, a certain black braised egg will be there too. After all, Nick Fury had the experience of joining the Roaring Commando in his early years. What about Rogers? Luke asked curiously. As the saying goes, the bigger the pectoral muscles, the greater the responsibility. I don't know if Rogers will make his debut this time and become an idol in the hearts of Americans. Rogers? Senator Brand is more interested in him and intends to make him an ambassador for the promotion of national debt. Colonel Phillips shrugged, expressing his helplessness. He originally wanted to recruit 2 super soldiers into the Roaring Commando to complete a certain plan of the Strategic Science Corps. But Senator Brand refused to let go. He took a fancy to the gimmick of super soldier. I want to make Luke or Rogers one of the most well-known celebrities. In this way, you can not only promote the national debt, add luster to your political achievements, but also serve as a platform for your future campaigns. Is the best of both worlds. Is that so? Luke secretly said a fluke. Without Rogers blocking his guns, performing on stage in costumes, and being a salesman, maybe it's his turn. Even if you can re-enter the military's vision through other means at that time, many opportunities will be missed. Like now. Secondary mission, Roaring Commando, the first step of a war hero. Requirement, join the team and be approved by more than 3 players. Reward, Scarecrow's fear gas times 10. The task list is open. Luke took the time to glance at the character panel, and a side mission suddenly appeared on it. It feels weird to travel to the Marvel world and get the props from the next studio as a reward. Seeing the gaze from Colonel Phillips, Luke condensed his thoughts and said in a deep voice, I am willing to lead the Roaring Commando. The former is very satisfied with this answer. Don't let me down, Luke. Colonel patted Luke on the shoulder happily, turned and walked out of the infirmary. I received a call from President Roosevelt this morning. From now on, the Strategic Science Corps has a new mission. We are going to fight the Hydra to the death. Let this terrible monster hidden in the shadows be completely strangled in this war. The next morning, Colonel Phillips gave an impassioned speech. Various researchers, as well as agents and spies, all began to pack things up, preparing to move their positions. They are about to leave New York, follow the instructions of their superiors, and rush to the front lines of London. The Super Soldier project has failed, and the Strategic Science Corps, which originally carried huge expectations, has dropped in an instant. Rogers, standing in the lobby of the base, looked blank, like an outsider. He didn't know what to do, and no one told him what to do. Miss Carter, Howard Stark, they all have their own tasks. Except for myself. Colonel. If you are going to deal with Hydra, I want to join too. Rogers plucked up his courage and walked up to Colonel Phillips. Rogers has deep hatred in his heart for the murderer of Dr. Erskine. You are now military property, and I have no right to arrange your whereabouts. Colonel Phillips shook his head. 2 super soldiers, he can only choose one. The rest belongs to Congressman Brand. Phillips hates doing this kind of trade, but he has to. Dr. Erskine was shot, and the super soldier project failed. This series of accidents all marked the research funding invested by the military. All of them were thrown into the water without any return. As the manager of the Strategic Science Corps, Phillips has to bear most of the pressure. Even though there are a lot of responsibilities, they are all blamed on Senator Brand. It is the assassin of Hydra among his entourage. But as everyone knows, this powerful senator has always been nicknamed Non-Stick Pot. Phillips didn't know how the other party defended it, anyway, the final committee's accountability only fell on him. In order to preserve the strength of the Strategic Science Corps, some of the allocated resources are reserved. Phillips had to make a deal with Congressman Brand and hand Rogers to the other party. At least this is better than staying in the laboratory as a guinea pig. The serum works, Colonel. I can go to the battlefield. Rogers still wanted to fight for the opportunity, but was interrupted by Colonel Phillips. Congressman Brand said that there is a more suitable battlefield for you. After speaking, he turned and left. The colonel is also under a lot of pressure. Don't be discouraged. Looking at Rogers with a look of disappointment, Carter, who was standing next to him, comforted. She held the experimental record in both hands, with sympathy in her eyes. Through the transformation of the human body, the originally thin and small man has reached more than 6 feet, 188 centimeters, almost as tall as Luke. Moreover, Roger's muscles are more swollen, like a bodybuilder. Luke, who is also a super soldier, is not so exaggerated. What about Luke? Where is he? Rogers suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Luke since yesterday. I don't know, the colonel said he has another task. Carter shook his head. Chapter 14, Dawn and Number 039, T. Be Afraid. Just as the Strategic Science Corps embarked on a journey to London, when Rogers was dragged by the senator to become a sales ambassador for the national bonds, Luke remained in Brooklyn, New York. As Carter said, he has other tasks. After the infirmary talk, Colonel Phillips told Luke about an amazing plan with a fairly high level of confidentiality. Even with super soldiers leading the team, the degree of difficulty is very high. Colonel Phillips handed the Roaring Commando to Luke, not simply because of his ability. As the only super soldier in the world, no one is better suited to carry out that plan than Luke. In other words, the colonel needs him. Therefore, the idea of cultivation is revealed. For this, Luke himself is not surprised. This is one of the reasons why he did not hide his excellent performance in the Caspian training camp. Interpersonal communication in society is essentially the exchange of interests between each other. Can be used by others, in a sense, it is also a manifestation of value. In the internet joke of the last life, there was a saying, "Since I became a trash, no one can use me anymore." While it caused laughter, it actually made sense when I thought about it. With the failure of the Super Soldier project, the status of the Strategic Science Corps has dropped significantly. Expenses have been cut, personnel have been transferred, from the rear to the front. These series of actions all show that Colonel Phillips does not want to do anything to let the Strategic Science Corps show the necessity of its own existence. Then, it is likely to face the end of being abolished. This is not alarmist. During the war, all resources must be allocated with value and efficiency first. So in order to restore the position of the Strategic Science Corps, will the colonel let me lead the Roaring Commando? I thought that my personal charm was strong enough to attack any plot role by myself. Luke lay on the big hotel bed, looking at the neat military uniforms hanging on the hangers. "Captain Cavil," he murmured, with a smile on his face. This is one of the benefits given by Colonel Phillips, and it is also for the convenience of leading the Roaring Commando. Otherwise, who would be willing to accept a recruit and become his immediate superior? It took Luke less than a month from a third-class soldier who had just joined the army to a promotion to a lieutenant officer. It can be said that the speed is amazing. If I really do the tasks that Colonel Phillips confessed, let alone a captain, I am afraid it will not be impossible to become the fastest promoted school-level officer in history. When I have the intention to develop, maybe I can still learn from Eisenhower. Will, stay in that White House. Luke's thinking continues to diverge, outlines a beautiful blueprint for the future. After a while, he couldn't help but laugh out loud and laughed at himself. It seems that I am thinking a little far away. The young man who was promoted to captain, who was about to lead the Roaring Commando, got rid of unnecessary distractions and returned to the question of his own ability. I am Superman now, although it is a low-profile version. Luke opened the character panel and looked at the data presented on it. The power he possesses is about the same as when Superman first appeared. Can run faster than a full-powered car, punch through the thick steel plate, dynamic vision can catch the trajectory of the bullet. The muscle density far exceeds that of ordinary people, making it difficult for Luke to cause fatal damage to ordinary small-caliber bullets and cold weapons. Can be said to be an impenetrable body of steel regardless of heavy firepower weapons. LV1 Civilian Superman template. The upper limit is probably the evolution of physical fitness to the extent that the body can hold the bullet with bare hands and the body can block the shell. Luke thought about it. He wanted to unlock flying and hot sight. That would require the Superman template of LV2 Warrior. It feels like when Superman first appeared on the stage, he was not so powerful, until later his ability became more and more perfect, strong enough to blow the six-dimensional universe horribly. Seeing the many Superman templates waiting to be unlocked in the consciousness space, Luke suddenly felt that one day he might also evolve to that point. The world without Batman and Kryptonite is so beautiful. With this thought, Luke closed his eyes and fell asleep. Brooklyn, Old Joseph's Tavern. When Luke walked in, the people who had agreed to meet were already sitting in the corner. Timothy Alois Cadvalad Dugan, oh my god! Your name is so long. I'd better call you Dumban Dugan. Luke beckoned for a glass of dark beer, pulled out his chair and sat down. He didn't have much greetings, and he didn't act very enthusiastically. Dugan is a typical soldier image, with tough features and an upturned beard. When he saw that his commander was a too young guy, his expression was a little gloomy. Because in a crisis-ridden battlefield, the word youth often means not having enough experience and not having experienced several wars. Also means that it would be a very bad thing to hand over one's back to such a person. Cavill. Captain. You were promoted very quickly. I heard that a month ago, you said a third-class soldier. Dugan sneered. In his opinion, Luke must be the second generation of gilded relationship. Otherwise, how could the recruits who have enlisted ascend to the sky in one step and be directly promoted to the officer? Besides, Dugan hadn't heard of any amazing achievements and merits of the opponent. From the resume, it can be said to be blank. I would prefer you to call me sir. Luke's mouth is smiling, not at all annoyed. He turned his head, looked at the other person sitting next to Dugan, and whispered, Dinu Mainali. Colonel Phillips said you are a genius in disguise and a master of fighting. I look forward to your performance. And you, Jimmy. Kenneth. Jeff. Luke said the names of these people one by one. He had read the information of the members of the Roaring Commando in advance, and he had a preliminary understanding of this team. I am your commander and the commander of the Roaring Commando. At least until you receive a new order, you must obey my dispatch and obey my instructions. Luke leaned back in his chair and said in a rather casual tone. He doesn't have so much time to have a good relationship with a group of soldiers who have a higher eye. Captain Cavill, we are soldiers, we will obey orders. It seems that Dugan is the leader of this team. You read www.yuyuganshu.com. He took the lead to stand up and line up with Luke, but we only respect capable people, not. Are you trying to say that I look young and not qualified enough? I am obviously a recruit, and I want to put on a majestic posture in front of you. Luke interrupted Dugan unceremoniously, and the smile on his mouth became more gentle. I heard that you are proficient in fighting and firearms. Once you went to the enemy's back by yourself and brought down a German operation team. That's right. After that, everyone called me Dumb Bomb. Dugan raised his head and said proudly. Dumb bullet is a kind of bullets made in the UK, commonly known as flower bullets and grenade bullets, which are known for their amazing lethality. Because it will cause unbearable pain to the human body after being shot, it is too cruel, and later international organizations have repeatedly applied to prohibit the use of such bullets. Since Dugan has such a title, it shows that his ability is strong. To be honest, I originally wanted to compete with you fairly and prove that I was not what you thought. But then I thought, I was competing with you, which in itself was an unfairness. Luke shrugged, took a sip of the dark beer on the table, and smiled. So, I will be a little straighter next, so that you can know why I can become a captain from a recruit and why lead the Roaring Commando. However, I hope you will not be afraid of the scenes you will see later. Ha ha ha, Captain Cavill, we are all soldiers who have survived battles and survived hell. We will not be afraid. Dugan clutched his stomach and laughed exaggeratedly. He only thinks that Luke is bluffing. What terrible scenes can scare him? Chapter 15, New Goal. Dugan. Did you see it? He lifted the Ford modified military off-road vehicle with both hands. I have eyes, You don't need to say. And he twisted my beloved Winchester into a twist. Can any of you explain, why can't my tactical dagger break his skin? Is this guy really human? An hour later, the roaring commando that followed Luke to Fort Drum Army Base in Jefferson County, New York, witnessed the most unbelievable shocking scene in his life. As they said, the members of the roaring commando are all experienced and skilled veterans. The trenches where countless flesh and blood are buried, and the barbed wire with fragments of flesh and blood. They survived that kind of hell, they have seen the most brutal executioners, and they have also acted as butchers. Roaring cannons, flaming machine guns, steel monster tanks. It can be said that what kind of big scene has not been seen? Just. Luke's powerful force displayed in front of the roaring commando completely defeated their inherent cognition over the past few decades. Before that, Dugan and his team had never thought that someone could lift a military off-road vehicle weighing several tons like a barbell. Is this a human being? Don't stare at me with this look of monsters. Luke's complexion is calm and his breath is even. Can't see at all that he just used an off-road vehicle to complete a whole set of warm-up exercises. I'm just an ordinary soldier who yearns for peace and a peaceful life. Absorbing stellar energy these days, Luke's physique has once again crossed a step. Like Superman, he may not be able to carry hundreds of tons of planes, but it is not a problem to lift a few tons of off-road vehicles. But in this era when super soldiers can run rampant, people's receptive ability is not as strong as later generations. The imagination of superpowers, aliens, and the universe is limited to science fiction. Therefore, Luke's performance stunned the members of the roaring commando. Are you obviously a monster? Dugan, nicknamed Dumb Bomb, glanced at the twisted Winchester, and the military cross-country vehicle that was steadily placed on the spot, silently swallowing the words back to his mouth. Cavil, sir, are you a super soldier of the military legend? After a while, Dinu Mainoli, who was called a disguised genius and master of combat by Colonel Phillips, said. After seeing Luke's inhuman power, the members of the roaring commando, at least Mainoli himself, had no objection to the young captain's leadership. Although he still doesn't know whether Luke has the basic qualities of a commander. But it can crush the combat capability of the Nazu army, enough to answer all the doubts. No wonder Colonel Phillips will let him lead the roaring commando. Mainoli was relieved immediately, and the dissatisfaction in his heart dissipated instantly. Super soldier. Dugan heard this word, and his eyes changed when he looked at Luke. He had heard of this plan. It is said that it is one of the military's research projects on human body strengthening. Yes, Steve Rogers and I have received serum injections from the Strategic Science Corps and became super soldiers. Luke answered seriously. Although he has nothing to do with the super soldier, this does not prevent him from using this excuse as a shield. I don't know if people discover that Rogers and Luke's ability gap is getting bigger and bigger. Will they suspect that the former has been injected with fake serum? Well, sir, I apologize for what happened before. Dugan shrugged his shoulders, no longer the indifferent attitude that had been resisted before. After seeing Luke's true strength and knowing the identity of the super soldier, he no longer worried about whether the opponent would hinder the team, but had a strong doubt that I can really become his teammate. With Dugan's rich experience, he felt that throwing Luke on the battlefield, those Nazi soldiers would definitely be scared to cry and cry. Hitler, who is far away in Berlin, may not sleep well. Secondary mission, Roaring Commando, the first step of a war hero. Completed. Requirement, join the team and be approved by more than 3 players. Achieved. Reward, Scarecrow's fear gas times 10. Obtained. Luke received the message that the mission was completed, and he really treated the veterans. The fastest way to get their approval is to show extraordinary ability. Prestige value detected. Open them all. Luke kept calm and immediately opened the character panel. The above information has been updated, and there is a reputation value of 50 points. The provider is probably a member of the Roaring Commando. It seems that as long as you generate respect, admiration, and admiration, you can generate prestige. Luke inferred. He opened the mall. As he imagined, there was a dazzling array of items, not much different from the game. There are various interesting props, such as Clark Kent's glasses. The description below is as long as you put it on, you can form an absolute disguise that can't be found, and the image is a tall and strong sunshine reporter. Is another example of Batman's escape art, which is specifically described as when any target is facing away from you, activate this item and it will disappear from the opponent's field of vision. There are also some skill cards for heroes, such as Master of Physical Skills from the Death Knell. The effect is to master all kinds of firearms and cold weapons, and you can defeat enemies whose abilities are several times stronger than yourself by just hand-to-hand combat. Another example is the Flicker Expert from the famous exorcist Constantine, who described as a superb speech skill that can persuade, deceive, even the devil and the angel. And so on. These all need prestige points to redeem. It's interesting. Luke's eyes lit up slightly, and he was particularly interested in the Forgiveness Hat Issuer skill card in the mall from Nightwing Dick Grayson. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. The specific effect is that for women who have a fixed relationship, especially women who are professional superheroes, your charm will be released 100%. How did this wonderful ability get in? Quickly browsed the items in the mall, Luke returned to his plain expression. He cleared his throat, looked at the Roaring Commando team and said, "Presumably everyone knows that Colonel Phillips sent me to lead this team in preparation for a raid plan. I can't tell you what the specific content is for the time being. But the final destination of the team is Italy. I have prepared a pass, and a suitable identity. So you can regard this mission as a secret operation pretending to be smugglers, bypassing the blockade of the maritime patrol fleet, and sneaking into the Italian island of Sicily." The members of the Roaring Commando looked at each other. Most of their previous missions were attacking the transport convoy of the Axis powers or assassinating a high-level general. Things like lurking and pretending are really unfamiliar. But after listening, the members headed by Dumbo Dugan still said uniformly, "All actions follow your instructions, sir." Okay, I believe that after this mission, the names of the Roaring Commando, everyone's names, will appear on the White House table. Luke promised. He is not writing a bad check, if the task planned by Colonel Phillips can be completed. Then, Luke's name is likely to spread throughout the Allies. The prestige value that can be gained by then, I am afraid that it can be exchanged for a bunch of skill cards, or even unlock new templates. Chapter 16, Mission Impossible. Luke led a group of members of the Roaring Commando, starting from the East Coast, crossing the Atlantic Ocean, crossing the Strait of Gibraltar, and entering Italian territorial waters. Because Spain was a neutral country during World War II, and there was a British naval base stationed nearby, their group was not hindered in any way. After a long turbulence on the sea and several routine identity checks on the way, Luke and others successfully arrived in Sicily and were about to land in Palermo. The members of the Roaring Commando were a little bit unbelievable, they just came under the nose of Axis. Dumbo Dugan couldn't help but sighed, saying, "This is the most thrilling thing I have ever done in my life." Others all agreed, they were like lions walking into the pack of wolves. No matter how powerful an individual is, as long as his identity is exposed, he will still be bitten into pieces by the crowd of wolves that are swarming up. Maybe then, their commander, Luke, will be able to escape alone with his mighty strength. But people like myself are destined to fall under the gun of NA. We have arrived at our destination. Someone will meet you later and they can provide shelter. A map of Sicily was spread out in front of Luke, and he said, "I repeat, I am now Vito Corleone, a Sicilian who left my hometown in the early years. I am a smuggler, between the Allied powers and the Axis powers. Speculative merchants reselling supplies. But this is just a cover to deal with the Axis Navy. I personally caught a Hydra killer in Brooklyn, New York. his name is Greg Neeson, and the Strategic Science Corps got a lot of information from him. So, when I arrived in Sicily, when I saw the informant, my identity was an emissary from Berlin to give Mussolini the order of the head of state. The British had cracked Enigma and used radio communication to transmit important information. It has become an unreliable method, so disguising as a Berlin emissary will not arouse suspicion by others. Our mission is to go to Rome and assassinate Mussolini. Dumbo Dugan's eyes widened, and he wondered if he had heard it wrong. This task is too crazy. Had it not been for Luke's steady and reliable performance all the way, he would have been recognized by the players long ago, and he must have thought the other party was joking. No, it's not that exaggerated. Mussolini's government is just a puppet. He himself was lifted from all powers by the Italian king before and imprisoned on the island of Ponca. Later, Hitler sent his men to rescue him. Seeing Luke shaking his head to veto, the members of the Roaring Commando were relieved. At this time in Sicily, there are 2 armored divisions of the German army. If they want to cause something, they will definitely be shot to death. As for the assassination of Mazzoni, it is even more fantastic. God knows how many protectors there are around that dictator. Our task is to enter the city of Rome, catch Mazzoni alive, and assist the Allied forces in landing Sicily. Become the first team to conquer Italy. Luke continued. In the next few minutes, the entire cabin fell into a dead silence. Everyone opened their mouths wide, showing a dull expression of "I don't know if I heard it wrong or Luke said it wrong." "Sir, are you serious?" Dumbo Dugan asked hesitantly. He found that this young captain can always surprise his team members. With a few people, he kidnapped a head of government and got away successfully. I know it sounds unreliable, and it's no different from suicide. Luke propped his hands on the table, leaning forward, his tall figure showing a sense of oppression. The team member who originally wanted to express his opinion subconsciously reduced his voice and closed his mouth. But the actual situation is not so bad. First of all, our opponents are Italians. I think the performance of this country's army does not need to be said. The American newspaper said, if Italy remains neutral, the German army is equivalent to an increase of 5. The strength of individual divisions. If Italy joins the Allied powers, it is equivalent to adding 10 divisions to the German army. But when Italy joins the Axis powers, the German army needs 20 divisions to protect them. Luke used a humorous tone to ease the atmosphere a bit. Compared to the French who raised the white flag in 40 days, the Italians are not much better. You certainly don't know that the British Army led 25 men in World War I, fought with 10,000 Italian troops and captured them. The record of 8,000 people, you certainly don't know. In terms of war, they can't even win Ethiopia. Luke's tone was impassioned, and his eyes flickered slightly. The deeds he said are actually mostly ridicules that he has seen in his previous life, and their authenticity remains to be verified. For example, Ethiopia during World War II was not a primitive aboriginal in the eyes of many people. In fact, their army was known as the East African Lion and was quite brave and good at fighting. If it weren't for the second invasion of Italy, it would not have been able to occupy Ethiopia, and it would have been unknown if it hadn't used gas warfare with ethics during the second invasion. As for the Italian army, it is actually not that unbearable. Although it did make a lot of jokes, its military strength was not weak, and it also had a dazzling performance in World War II. For example, in the Second Battle of Alamein, the 185 Lightning Paratrooper Division, with an absolute disadvantage of 113 in strength and 1:70 in armor, used Molotov cocktails, anti-tank guns, mines, and explosives to block the British armoured offensive. All in all, what Luke said above is to boost the morale of the Roaring Commando and ease the fear of the players. Maybe he can raid the city of Rome alone and capture Mussolini alive, but then he will not be able to complete the mission of assisting the Allied forces to land in Sicily. But what we have to face is not only the Italian army, but also the Germans. Dugan was a little shaken. He was a soldier and he should have obeyed orders. Moreover, Luke's speech was quite contagious. At least, the members of the Roaring Commando now believe that the Italian army is vulnerable to a blow, and it seems that it is not as difficult to advance into the city of Rome. Allied forces will solve it for us. Luke answered decisively. The reason why he agreed to join Colonel Philip's plan was not because of his enthusiasm, but because of careful consideration. According to the original timeline of World War II, the Allied forces have ended the campaign in North Africa. The next step is to counterattack the territory of Italy and open up a new battlefield. In July, Allied landing forces will set sail at the east coast ports of North Africa and the Mediterranean, as well as Oran and Algiers. Then, led by General Patton, the army directly slammed towards Sicily. And now, the days of the fall of Mussolini's government and Italy's surrender are not far away. It may seem to others that it is an impossible task to raid the city of Rome and capture the leaders alive. But Luke is very confident because he is standing on the rumbling wheels of history. Being a conqueror of Italy, how much reputation can I gain? Luke couldn't help thinking. Spreading his name all over the world, this kind of method of gaining reputation, which is similar to cheating, can't be done in the game. Everything obeys your orders, sir. After a while, Dugan gritted his teeth and made a decision. He arrived in Sicily anyway, surrounded by enemies. There are two paths ahead: either complete the task and return home with honor, or betray the name of a traitor and be sent to a military court. Seeing the leader Dugan say this, the rest of the team nodded vigorously. Chapter 17, Explain to me what is respect. Sicily is located in the southern part of Italy, separated by the Strait of Messina in the northeast and facing the Apennine Peninsula. It occupies an important position in the commercial and trade routes of the Mediterranean. Therefore, when Luke disembarked from Palermo, he originally thought he would encounter a rather strict investigation. The result was beyond his expectation. Luke, who is currently the smuggler Vito Corleone, only used 20 boxes of cigarettes, some ham and bread to easily bribe the chief here, and he was able to pass easily. It can be seen that later generations said that the entire Italian army during World War II was corrupted from top to bottom. This is not unreasonable speculation. After getting ashore, Luke saw a few tall men with peaked caps and tattoos on their arms on the pier, looking at his group in secret. He walked over with a kind face, speaking fluent Italian, and said, "Do you know where the Bronze Bell Tavern is?" The benefits of the Superman template are not only the upgrading of strength, but also the strengthening of the body. Speaking of learning talent and thinking ability, Luke has improved significantly. The Superman who wants to come to the next studio, if he really thinks with his brain, maybe he is not inferior to the Batman known as the Justice League think tank. But maybe it is the existence of Batman that super talents will not bother to use their brains. Luke smiled, got rid of these boring thoughts, and talked with these tall men. Before leaving, he just gave a brief assault on Italian, and now he can speak a local dialect with a bit of Sicilian accent. This is also one of the reasons why the Roaring Commando was able to cross the patrol warships many times along the way. Afterwards, many players believed in the identity of Vito Corleone. Even if Luke told Dumb Dan Dugan that he grew up in Brooklyn, the latter still remained suspicious, thinking that the young captain was very likely from Sicily. "Mr. Corleone?" The man headed by frowned and asked. "You can call me Vidor," Luke said lightly. Hearing the other party's acknowledgement, these men who dressed similarly quickly changed their attitudes and became respectful. "Mr. Corleone, the boss of Cosa is waiting for you in the Brass Bell Tavern. The car is in front." Immediately, he beckoned, and 3 black cars drove up outside the dock. The man opened the car door and waited for Luke to sit in. The boss Cosa, in their words, is an informant for the development of the Strategic Science Corps. Luke gave a look at the Roaring Commando, motioning them not to relax their vigilance, and then got into the car. Soon, the convoy lifted up a bit of dust and drove towards the Bronze Bell Tavern. Cosa Alessandro, currently the only remaining mafia leader in Sicily. The reputation of later generations is loud, and even the world-renowned mafia is not good at this time. After Mussolini gained absolute control over Italy in 1925, he delivered a huge national speech on the mafia issue. Through the tweeter, he swore to all Italians that he would purify the air of society and crack down on evil. The malignant tumor of the mafia must be completely eradicated from Italy. No one thought that Mussolini actually did what he said and began to crack down on the mafia. One side commanded the FANFIC, 11, military and police to arrest nearly 1,000 mafia elements, and the other side directly dropped the other side's nest. And after being captured, even the basic trial process is not used, and a full bloodbath is directly carried out. In the Fountain Square of Sicily, people are executed every day, and blood seeps into every piece of floor tiles and dirt. So, the mafia people died and escaped, either being arrested and imprisoned or fleeing overseas. Until now, Sicily is a pure land without black forces. People no longer worry about the harassment of the gang, but they have to endure the terror of the dictator. However, it is worth mentioning that the weakened mafia in Italy has risen again from the United States and regained its vitality. Is the Hollywood gangster film of later generations, creating a lot of inexhaustible character material. Luke, who has been in contact with the Irish gang and the Italian mafia, knows this. Seeing the harsh living environment in Sicily and the grudge against Mussolini, many mafia families simply sneaked onto the thighs of the Allies. Cosa Alessandro was developed into an informant for the Strategic Science Corps. 30 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the Brass Bell Tavern. Several burly men with tattoos stood at the door, and Luke got out of the car and was stopped. "Mr. Alessandro, are you going to let me in alone? It doesn't seem to be very sincere." Luke sneered. The headed man looked a little ugly. He was silent for a while and said, "The situation in Sicily is very tense, Mr. Corleone, please forgive me." "Then, you can bring an entourage. The boss of Cosa is very cautious, and this is also for him. For the sake of safety. Since your attitude is so sincere, then I have nothing to say." Luke took off his black woolen coat and handed it to Mainoli behind him, indicating that he did not carry a weapon. Then, he stretched out his hand to greet Dum Dandugan to follow. "You stay where you are and wait for me to come out," Luke ordered. Mainoli nodded, holding the clothes in one hand and the suitcase in the other. A submachine gun was hidden inside. He is pretty sure, if these mafia guys dared to play yin, he and his team members would be able to lift the Bronze Bell Tavern to the sky. Luke walked into the tavern, where the mafia met. The thick round tables are full of family members. Most of them are young and strong thugs. They belong to the Legion and are responsible for using violence, fighting for or guarding territory. Is closely watched by more than 30 strong men, and he is also rumored to be an extremely brutal mafia. After being replaced by ordinary people, I am afraid that his legs will be weak and unable to walk. But Luke has a calm face, steady steps, and a clear aura. "Mr. Corleone, welcome your presence." The bearded man, surrounded by stars like a moon, stood up to greet him. He is Cosa Alessandro, who originally belonged to the leader of the Camorra family of the Mafia, not a big man. Later, the Mafia was purged, and the families suffered heavy losses, and even the leader of the party was executed in public. Such iron-blooded means and cold behavior have caused a great shock to the gang members. The special background and the special timing gave Cosa a day in his life. While the wind was not strong, he gathered a group of people around him under the name of the Camorra family, and he also recruited many good players. "I think if Cosa wants to see me, I know what to do, right?" Luke leaned back in the chair relaxedly, his tone flat. Cosa is not only an informant for the Strategic Science Corps, but also an internal response to the Allied landing in Sicily in the future. In the original history, the American intelligence agency appointed a local mafia leader, nicknamed the Lucky Guy Salvatore Luciano. The other party is one of the bigwigs in the underground world of New York, and he has quite a status. On the Italian side, it should have been Don Carlo, but it has changed a little now. The Mafia in Sicily did play a significant role in the landing battle. They provide all kinds of support to the Allied forces, pass messages, distribute leaflets to persuade surrender, and so on. Therefore, after the war, Don Carlo became the mayor of Villalba, while Salvatore Luciano was exempted from prison and his reputation increased. If Co saw Alessandro sitting across from him is witty, Luke wouldn't mind giving him this opportunity. Understood. Understood. I'm ready to wait for instructions from the Allies at any time. Alessandro smiled flatteringly. 20 well-trained gunmen, I have found. It's just that so many people lurking into the city of Rome, the pass is a bit difficult to get, time is too tight. Seeing Alessandro's embarrassed expression, Luke said blankly, that's the problem you want to solve. Cosa, if you can't do it with your ability, then I'll go find someone else. I listen. He said that Don Carlo, who was thrown into prison by Mussolini, was very happy. What is Don Carlo? Sicily is the world of Cosa boss, even the governor of Palermo. Before Alessandro could answer, the young man standing behind him stood up, seemingly unable to understand Luke's words and despising his boss. Luke squinted his eyes and raised his head. He looked a bit similar to Alessandro, and maybe a family member with blood. Really a good assist. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Luke has no excuses for being worried. He will beat the Mafia leader to test the other party's determination to cooperate with the Allied forces. Elio. Shut up. Alessandro heard his nephew say this, and quickly slapped him over. The young man in front of him is not something he can afford to offend. Mussolini has taught the Mafia a lesson: no matter how powerful the gang is, there is no room for resistance in the face of the state apparatus. This young man who calls himself Vito Corleone represents the American military and even the Allies. Once annoyed the opponent, his fate will never be much better than annoyed Mussolini. But when Alessandro slapped and touched his nephew's face, a shock echoed in the Brass Bell Tavern. No one can see exactly when Luke got up, and how he pressed the young man named Elio on the table. The skull seemed to be split, and blood flowed down from his forehead and fell on the ground, making a ticking sound. Woo! Boss Cosa! Uncle! Elio felt like a watermelon about to be squeezed, and it would explode completely in the next moment. He didn't know where the power of that terrible young man came from. The closed palm of his 5 fingers was pressed tightly on the back of his head like iron tongs. The intense pain and fear of death caused Elio's will to collapse instantly. Tears couldn't help but flowed out with the blood, all over his face. Cosa, tell me, how will the Mafia treat people who don't respect their friends? Luke slowly returned to his seat, ignoring the tense atmosphere of the sword, and completely treated the ill-faced thugs behind him as air. Chapter 18, Tame, Beat. As the only remaining Mafia leader in Sicily, he is a ruthless role that even the sheriff is unwilling to provoke. Alessandro has good prestige and deterrence within the family in Palermo. And with the passage of time, his status and power have increased day by day. When ordinary people see him, they must call Your Excellency to show their respect. The other leaders in the family were either wooed or suppressed, and it gradually formed that Alessandro would express his personal opinions, distribute the interests and the territory in every meeting. Although the Mafia is not as good as it used to be, there is always a worry that Mussolini will be liquidated again, but with the help of Alessandro, the power in his hands is gradually growing. This is a fact that does not need to be questioned. Therefore, the Strategic Science Corps will fancy him and develop into an informant. It's just that Alessandro, who is respected by people as Your Excellency and is worshipped by a group of thugs, heard Luke's indifferent tone, but a trace of fear appeared on his face. Having experienced the era of Mussolini's Great Purge, he has a strong psychological shadow on the army, which is essentially a violent organization. If this young captain is offended, it is equivalent to loosening the thigh of the Allied army, and sooner or later after the war will be listed as the object of liquidation. Even if he switched to the government of Mussolini, according to the dictator's temper, it might not end well. Thinking of this, Alessandro's hands trembled slightly, and a touch of cruelty rose on the fleshy face. "Mr. Corleone, I apologize to you for Elio's disrespect to you." He placed his palm on the table, drew a dagger from the back of his waist, and severely cut it off. "Ah ah ah ah!" The screams of pain echoed in the Brass Bell Tavern. A thick finger like a carrot stick rolled down on the table. The big sweat came out from the forehead and the tip of the nose, dripping slowly. Alessandro panted and said, "Mr. Corleone, are you satisfied?" Luke released the palm that was pressing on Elio's head, and slowly shook his head blankly. "I didn't make you apologize. Cosa, I want you to explain how the Mafia treats those who don't respect their friends." "Mr. Corleone, I don't understand yet. I want an explanation from you. Cosa, please tell me, how much weight does your Mafia friendship have?" Luke's still cold voice brought heavy pressure to Alessandro. He already knew that this young captain was not a foolish layman. The method of cutting off the fingers is a common way within the Mafia to express begging for mercy, but it still can't move the opponent. Alessandro glanced at Elio, who was pale in fright, and sighed inwardly. "Carmelo. Drag Elio down and chop off one of his hands." Able to see the timing and become the top leader of the Camorra family, Alessandro is somewhat courageous. Although Elio is his nephew and his favorite junior, he can still give it up in order to calm Luke's anger. Who called him too stupid? Is the same as the previous Mafia members, with eyes above the top, thinking that he is the real master of Italy. For example, Francisco Cucci, who caused the Mafia doomsday, is such an idiot. He is both the mayor of Pianeta and the leader of the local Mafia. When he greeted Mussolini, who was the great leader at the time, he used a rather arrogant tone and asked why the other party had brought so many police officers. Because Cucci felt that in his own territory, there was the protection of the Mafia, no one could pose a threat to Mussolini. This almost rude attitude annoyed Mussolini, who was very powerful at the time. A few months later, the dictator summoned 4,000 rangers and 6,000 police officers to fight and wipe out the Mafia. As for Cucci, he was arrested and imprisoned on multiple charges of insulting the head of state, contempt of the law, and against the government. Alessandro, who has had terrible experiences such as being wanted and almost executed, can't learn from that idiot Cucci, and make the same mistake. "Mr. Corleone, you are an eternal friend of the Mafia. Anyone who disrespects you is tantamount to contempt of me. Contempt of the Camorra family." Within a minute, the brawny beater named Carmelo presented a palm that was placed in a tray. "Are you still satisfied with this explanation? If this is not enough, I will send Elio to the slaughterhouse later." Seeing Alessandro's horror, almost humbly low posture, Luke's cold expression, like snow being melted away by the sun. He picked up the wine glass on the table and said, "Come on. Cheers to each other's friendship." With a gentle smile, he can't see the aggressiveness before. With this ability to change his face, I was taken aback when I saw the Dumbo Dugan behind him, and thought, the sir is really a terrible person. The ferocious and brutal Mafia looked like a docile sheep in front of him. Just as the blood spread, Alessandro smiled and drank the red wine in the glass. "Get things done as soon as possible, and the Allies will not forget your contribution." Before leaving the tavern, Luke patted Alessandro on the shoulder, and continued, "Those of your compatriots have a good time in North America and New York. They go in and out of high-end hotels with the congressman, and they have Hollywood fans in their arms. Female star Cosa, I admire you very much, you deserve a chance. Mr. Corleone, I will remember this personal friendship." Alessandro was taken aback, and then he reacted. He bent down slightly, lowered his head, and waited for Luke to reach out his left hand. This is the highest etiquette within the Mafia to show respect. Often only characters like the Godfather can get a kiss from the boss. No need. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Your respect and your attitude, I have seen it. Luke's mouth twitched. He didn't have the habit of letting a man kiss the back of his hand. Out of the Brass Bell Tavern, a group of roaring commandos got into the car and checked into the top hotel in Palermo. On the way, Dugan, who was sitting next to him, had a sullen expression hesitantly. You want to ask, why should I treat Alessandro with this attitude? Luke opened and closed his eyes soothingly. It was Mainoli who was sitting in the front row and driving, and there were no outsiders, so he said without hiding, Dugan, you don't understand the thinking of gangsters. Although the Italian mafia has always used family honor and blood ties as a means of guaranteeing loyalty. But this does not mean that they are really a bunch of reputable thugs. Dugan nodded thoughtfully. He remembered that Luke seemed to be closely related to the Irish gang. To treat a vicious dog, if you want to tame it, you have to beat it with a wooden stick until you stop it from showing you its fangs. The same is true for the mafia. Luke looked at the pedestrians on the streets of Palermo through the car window and smiled, and human nature is inherently a very complicated thing. Maybe Cosa had a grudge against me before, but it was because of my identity. I dare not show the victory the army has achieved. But when I told him that I would support him as the spokesperson of the Allied forces in Sicily, he would be rewarded richly after the war. Cosa's heart may only be left with gratitude, and all the unpleasant emotions that were left behind. Later, when you use harsh methods to establish unquestionable authority, and then give you the rewards you should have paid, they will be grateful to you. This is the typical gangster thinking. Chapter 19, Sicily, a beautiful legend. The hotel where Luke's group stayed is an important attraction in Sicily, the small town of Taormina. The climate here is like spring all year round, with beautiful scenery. There is a cliff on one side and the sea on the other. The urban buildings are like stones, stacked on the stepped rolling mountain peaks. I have to say that Alessandro is really good at doing things. Or, to use a more accurate description, he knows how to please the superior. Luke came to the hotel named the Pea Shooter and learned that Alessandro had already packed a whole room on the third floor to entertain himself and his entourage. And, the reason why I chose this small hotel with little reputation. On the one hand, because there are few guests, it will not be overly noticeable. On the other hand, the Pea Inn is located at the highest point of Taormina. If you live in a room on the third floor, you only need to open the window to overlook the entire town, feel the moist sea breeze, and hear the sound of the waves that make your heart return to tranquility. Many people like this feeling. Luke is no exception. According to the plan, he needs Alessandro to recruit 20 trained gunmen and get a pass to enter the city of Rome. Forget the time, Luke may have to stay in Taormina for about 4 to 5 days. It is a good thing to have a comfortable accommodation environment. Luke and the team members chose a good room according to the rules. It should have been Dumbo Dugan or someone from Dinu Mainoli, sharing the same room with the commander. This not only plays a protective role, but also facilitates coping with possible accidents. It's just that after seeing Luke's powerful strength, the members of the Roaring Commando said that they are the one who needs to be protected. Therefore, the 2 rooms next to Luke have become popular items in the team. In the end, Dumbo Dugan, and Mainoli, the 2 veteran qualifications, received the benefit of being protected by super soldiers. In the next few days, Dugan and Mainoli, you 2 will take turns staring at Alessandro. Although he looks like a smart man, we must prevent him from making some stupid mistakes. In Luke's room, members of the Roaring Commando gathered together to make plans for the next mission. This team is dispatched by the Strategic Science Corps. In addition to Luke as the commander, there are 5 people. Dumbo Dugan, as the charge player, is the most prestigious leader in the team. Dinu Mainoli, who is always taciturn and not talkative, acts as a scout and also a pretender to listen to news. The next few team members are the sniper Jimmy, who is called the Avaricii of America and is a sharpshooter with 100 shots. Jeff, who was in charge of the assault, and Kenneth, the machine gunner and the old driver. Dugan and I will pretend to be an emissary sent by Berlin, and we have prepared the identity verification letter and necessary props. 2 weeks ago, the Allied forces did capture a Berlin emissary. In the mouth of the Hydra killer, reliable information from torture. Luke spread out a map of the city of Rome with clearly armed forces. Others followed Alessandro's gunners to Rome. On the day of the action, Jimmy, you have to seize the commanding height. This is the position. Jeff and Kenneth are responsible for leading the gunners and creating chaos in Piazza Venezia. The highest officer guarding Sicily is the Italian General Guzzanillo. He has 11 local divisions and 2 German armored divisions under his hands. During this period, the Allied forces will carry out irregular bombings, and the fleet will be bombed from time to time. Drive into the Tunis Strait and use Bantarella Island as a stronghold to create the illusion that it is about to land and divert Guzzanillo's attention. Our task is to break into the Palazzo Venezia. To force Mussolini as a hostage, and in less than 24 hours, I believe that the King of Italy will issue an announcement to depose the Prime Minister. Anyone with a vision can see it. The trend is over. Then, we only need to hand over the dictator to the Allied forces. As for the United Kingdom, the United States, the Army, the Navy, it doesn't matter. But I personally suggest that you can show your favor to General Eisenhower. After Luke finished his long talk, the members of the Roaring Commando looked at each other and suddenly smiled. Their heads of hearts are unloading a large stone, and they are all relieved. Although the young commander had devalued the Italian army before, he broke into the enemy's hinterland with a team and captured the leader alive. Sounds like a legend that would only be written in third-rate novels, without authenticity at all. The Roaring Commando is willing to follow Luke, not because of his charisma, but they have no other choice. Anyway, I was pulled aboard. What else can I do if I don't continue to follow the captain's instructions? However, seeing the plan made by Luke and the confidence he showed, the Roaring Commando had no other ideas. They feel they can trust this young commander. Let's break up. Feeling the change of atmosphere in the team, a smile appeared on the corner of Luke's mouth. Maybe until this moment, he was really recognized and got the command of this team. Taking a break, Luke enjoyed a seafood meal alone, standing on the balcony watching the sky darken. The afterglow of the setting sun sinks into the sea. There are pedestrians playing on the silver sandy beach, and rows of palm trees are blown by the night wind, swaying in a whirling dance. Farther away are seagulls flying over the water, as well as surging waves and tides. Luke's spirit relaxes, a look of longing rises in his eyes. A few days later, no matter the Axis powers or the Allied powers, everyone will hear his name and his near-legendary deeds. Even if I don't follow the plot and follow Captain America, I can still become a hero in the eyes of the world. Luke smiled. Led less than 30 people to conquer a country. This is an amazing feat that can be recorded in the annals of history. Just like Pizarro used less than 200 people to conquer the Inca Empire with a population of about 6 million. The thought of letting go back, taking advantage of the rare free time, Luke went out and wandered alone. He walked along the street and came to a spectacular theater, crowded with people, and the atmosphere was fiery. Under the noisy and boiling night sky, stand still, and you can vaguely hear the singing of Oedipus or Antigone. Of course, I also met many Italian girls with charming amorous feelings. It's a pity that Luke didn't come up with the idea of an affair, letting down the fiery enthusiasm of those beautiful girls. After walking aimlessly for 40 minutes, he returned to the hotel after read www.yuyugonshu.com. Okay. Luke, who was about to push the door open, his eyes condensed, and a cold light burst out. With his keen perception, he clearly heard the breathing of another person in the room. It seemed like nothing, but it would be difficult to detect unless he listened carefully. Kosa is really stupid enough to betray me and give up the olive branch handed out by the Allies? Or is the plan discovered by Hydra? In Luke's head, a lot of thoughts turned in a moment. He pushed open the door gently, and stepped on the soft carpet without making a sound. The sea breeze was blowing from the half-open window, and Luke slowly walked towards the big bed in the master bedroom. He is confident that as long as the intruder shows a slight change, he can break the opponent's neck in less than a second. Come out. What? Luke jerked off the quilt, leaned on his body, and pressed his right hand on the intruder's neck. Is it a woman? Luke, who was pressing on the opponent, had a look of astonishment in his eyes. A woman in silk pajamas is lying on the bed. She has wavy black hair, slender legs slightly curled up, and her beautiful eyes are full of tears, like a poor lost lamb. Who are you? It took a long time for Luke to hold out this sentence. This woman, full of maturity, like a charming peach-like woman, does not look like a killer of Hydra. The muscles have no signs of training, but they are tight but lack strength. Besides, the silk pajamas have a clear view, and there is no place to hide weapons. My name is Marlena. The woman's voice is weak, just like her appearance. Chapter 20, Mistress. My name is Marlena. Luke was taken aback when he heard the woman's answer. The name was a bit familiar. Immediately, he reacted quickly. This is most likely a good thing done by the mafia leader Alessandro. To make up for his nephew's offense to him? So give yourself a woman overnight? I look so hungry. Luke silently remembered Alessandro's name in his notebook. Then do you know who I am? The trivial thoughts, which are irrelevant, just pass by in a flash. Luke looked at Malena under him, and an amazing look appeared in his eyes. I have to say that this woman fully explained what is called stunner. Just like Venus, always exuding charming amorous feelings, making men fascinated. She is a plump fruit adorning the branches. Even if you don't taste it yourself, you can imagine the rich and fragrant breath. Corleone. Mr. Alessandro, you are a big businessman. Malena turned her face away, as if she didn't want to run into Luke's sight. Her tone was sad, and it must have been Alessandro's coercive tactics and sent it to Luke's room. I didn't know that Cosa would make this happen. Luke was a little embarrassed to see the tears on Malena's face. He is a positive character with a Superman template. How could he do something to rob the girl? All this is Alessandro's fault. Then, Mr. Corleone, can you get up first? It's a little uncomfortable to press me down. The mature beauty under Luke has a hint of grievance and shame in his voice. Hey? Oh. Hearing the weak request from Malena, Luke only then realized that he was still pressing on someone else. He just got up neatly, sat on the side of the bed and asked, Did Cosa send you here? Well. Your Excellency, Alessandro said, as long as you satisfy you, the Mafia can help me get rid of the harassment of the sheriff and provide me with enough food every day. Malena lowered her head, turned sideways, hiding herself in the shadows. It's a pity that the beautiful scenery cannot be concealed. The moonlight outside the window spilled into the room, drawing out the clear and seductive graceful curves of this glamorous girl full of maturity. The thin silk pajamas that were draped on the outside and bare shoulders had no other effect except to add an extra faint fun effect. Those beautiful eyes full of tears are full of lovely sorrows, arousing the protective desire of male creatures all the time. Sheriff. Through some conversation, Luke probably knew that Malena was a female teacher, and her husband was drafted into the army on the wedding night to join the cruel war. Her beauty has brought many coveted eyes and unnecessary troubles to herself. Is like an unattended orchard, with such a full and attractive fruit, anyone will have the idea of picking it by hand. The difference is that some people can only bury their desires in their hearts, while others have the ability to implement them. Angelo, the sheriff of Taormina, is such a man who has ideas and has the courage to practice. If it weren't the fierce wife with sturdy hands and feet in his home, and a fierce wife with a broken gong, he would make trouble every few moments. Sheriff Angelo, perhaps he had already picked up the beautiful flower of Malena in a coercive manner. These are turbulent times, and the war between the Axis powers and the Allies has burned to Sicily. During the war, Italy's monetary system collapsed and prices continued to soar. Plus the control measures implemented by Mussolini, restricting the trading of food and gold jewelry. The Italians can only rush to buy food while ruining their fortunes while cursing the damned dictator loudly. Originally, Malena had her own job. Apart from dealing with the foul language of boring men in the small town and the harassment by the sheriff, she can still live and continue to stick to her bottom line. As the war invaded Sicily, it broke the peace of the past. Everything has changed. The men in the small town seemed to become vicious in an instant. They are like hungry wolves, waiting for someone to break into the orchard first and pick this full fruit. After that, Malena, who lost her persistence and virginity, would sooner or later become a plaything in the small town. "Your father is sick?" Luke's face didn't change, he continued to ask. "Yes. Medicines and food are regulated, and the sheriff said he can get them for me, as long as I am willing to stay with him for one night." Malena seemed a little hard to speak, her eyes sadly said, "I am ready to give in. It is too hard for a woman to live alone. What's more, I can't just sit back and watch my father be taken away by the illness." But His Excellency Alessandro came to the door, and he said that as long as I come, to satisfy you, my future life will be guaranteed. Melina's tone is very helpless. Whether it is the sheriff in the small town or the mafia in Sicily, none of her can resist. "I see, Malena. You are here to rest temporarily tonight, and Kosa should explain to me the next thing," Luke said lightly. He retracted his gaze and got up to leave the room. There is no doubt that Malena is a bedside stunner who can arouse men's eroticism, but Luke is not so eager to let his lower body control his upper body, and then make a low-level behavior. Compared with other animals in nature, one of the reasons why humans can stand at the top of the food chain is that they know how to learn and think, and they are not easily dominated by desires. Bestiality is necessary for races to remain aggressive, while humanity is the basis for establishing order. "Mr. Corleone." Seeing Malena calling to stop herself, Luke waved her hand and said, "There are some misunderstandings in the process, and it is difficult for me to explain to you. For the fright you have received, it will also cause unnecessary trouble. I am sorry." Looking at the horror in the eyes of this glamorous girl, Luke didn't say much, just walked out of the room. Tonight, he has to go to the second bedroom to rest. At least this is better than sleeping on the sofa. Luke thought so. The next morning, Luke went downstairs to order a breakfast and spoke to the mafia guarding at the hotel by the way. Within 20 minutes, Alessandro hurried over. He walked into the room where Luke was and stood respectfully, without even reaching out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "As for, Kosa, send me a woman to the bed overnight, using such shameless means." Luke sat at the table, slowly enjoying the local special breakfast and deep-fried pizza pies. He picked up the coffee in his right hand and took a sip, and he said, "I ran all the way to Sicily, is it just to find a woman? Kosa, I understand what you mean, but I want to tell you that, compared to greet and slap a horse, I value a person's ability more." Alessandro nodded again and again. He thought that a vigorous young man like Luke would never be indifferent to a beauty like Malena. Besides, in the impression of the mafia leader, the most effective way to please big people is to send money and women. How to get here to Mr. Corleone, it doesn't work. Luke seemed to have guessed Alessandro's thoughts, but he didn't explain too much. Every time he thinks of the mysterious code that begins with 4 and ends with 4, he unconsciously becomes a lot more decent. Chapter 21, Mr. Corleone is a decent man. 20 gunmen are ready, they are all first-class guys. For Mussolini's cold-blooded butcher and brutal executioner, I have long been dissatisfied. Since Luke mentioned ability, Alessandro performed anxiously. As for the pass, I have agreed to spend a lot of money on bribes to the Navy patrol officers. You can get it the day after tomorrow at the latest. Facts have proved that Alessandro will not only please the superiors, but also has a remarkable ability to do things. Luke nodded in satisfaction. He could not drag on Sicily for too long. Otherwise, the false identity of the Berlin emissary will be exposed. Taking advantage of the time difference in information exchange between Germany and Italy. Entering the city of Rome, approaching Mussolini, this is the best way expected. If something unexpected happens, Luke can only act alone and hide in the Venetian palace. As we all know, the true meaning of an assassin is to kill all the enemies so that no one will know that he has been there. Judging from this, Luke thought he would be an excellent assassin. However, Mr. Corleone, I would like to justify your reprimand. After talking about business, Alessandro's eyes rolled, and he still said unwillingly, I am sending you a woman. I definitely don't see you as a person who is addicted to beauty. Maybe you don't know, Malena is a famous beauty in Sicily. Her husband Nino was taken away by the conscription officer on the night of her wedding. There was news of her death a few days ago. Melena's father broke down recently. She suffered a leg and became seriously ill again. It can be said that she is in a terrible situation. I think, like Mr. Corleone, a young and promising person like you naturally has a warm heart. Marlena is desperate now. It is best to be regarded by you. That's why I made my own claim. She delivered it to your room. Luke looked shocked. He didn't expect that the mafia leader could be so brazen. He suddenly felt that he was wrong. He had nothing to lick a dog, obviously he had everything. Although Alessandro's face is like a flattering gesture. But as the object of his flattery, Luke can't even feel the slightest ill feeling. It can be seen from this that licking a dog is also divided into levels and levels. And Alessandro, Luke would like to call him the strongest. Be sane. Luke warned himself like this. He wiped the corners of his mouth, finished the meal, and walked to the living room. Alessandro completely took over the role of Doglegs, and followed humbly. Who can imagine that this big-beard, seemingly loyal and honest mafia leader would be such a virtue? Mr. Corleone, to tell you the truth, there are many men coveting Malena in Sicily. She is alone and a widow, including the sheriff, staring at this piece of fat. She can follow you, at least it is much better than being reduced to a public plaything. Alessandro leaned against the sofa and looked at Luke cautiously. Then keep her. Besides, don't be okay and think about sending me money and women, just do your own business. Luke thought for a moment, then replied softly. As a superior, he can't live up to Alessandro's painstaking efforts. After all, as the leader of the other party's mafia, he still bothered to do this kind of pimping, and he would be despised by the younger brother if he said it. By the way, Sheriff, let's get rid of him first. The topic did not continue to stay on Marlena, that charming widow was a poor man. Luke didn't want to treat the other party as goods and trade or buy at will. A lonely and helpless woman, born in this turbulent age, plus that beautiful and thrilling young face, became the root of Melena's miserable life. The women in the small town reject Malena, thinking that she will only seduce men. And the men coveted Melena's charming body, looking forward to being seduced by her one day. Find someone to kill him. It's best to make an accident and don't make too much noise. Luke said with a cold face. This is also a vote certificate. When Alessandro did this, he was tied to his own tank. If you want to turn back or betray, you must carefully consider the consequences. The Mussolini government will not accept a gang leader who assassinates a local sheriff. When the mafia was purged that year, a family made a big deal to assassinate the governor of Palermo, causing a sensation in Sicily. As a result, Mussolini was furious and arrested and executed more than 1,000 thugs on the spot. Where is the lesson from the past? As long as Alessandro does this, he has no choice but to join the Allies. I see. I will do it myself, and I will make sure to do it well. Alessandro nodded decisively. Engaged in assassination, he thinks he is proficient in business. Which mafia boss did not climb up slowly from this step? For Alessandro, the trouble that killing can solve is nothing wrong. Then I retire first. If Mr. Corleone has anything to do, you can call me again. Before leaving, Alessandro took off his hat and bowed slightly, showing a look that a man knew. Malena has always been known as the flower of Sicily and is the bed partner that countless men dream of. Such a beautiful and charming woman is lying on the bed. Even if she is not tempted now, sooner or later she will be unable to control it. Unless Mr. Corleone is really not a woman. In the eyes of Alessandro, how could there be a bad man in this world? Is only the difference between a good female or a good male. And many more. What if Mr. Corleone is so masculine? Alessandro started to think, would you like to inquire about the beautiful man nearby? Unfortunately, I don't know if Mr. Corleone likes mighty or thin. If Luke knew Alessandro's unique brain hole, he would definitely punch the opponent's head with his fist. By the door of the master bedroom, Malena in her silk pajamas had complicated eyes, as if she was finally relieved. She sat on the bed blankly, a little dazed and at a loss. The moment Malena was sent to Luke's room, she had already planned for the worst. Was toyed with, violated, and then gradually slipped towards the abyss of life. www.novel.com. This is all she can think of. It's just that things are not going in the worst direction. Mr. Corleone showed the gentlemanly demeanor that is extremely rare for men in the town. Did not use hands or feet, nor did he speak frivolously. Thinking of this, Malena said from the bottom of her heart, Mr. Corleone is really a decent person. Get used to the men in the small town and look like disgusting glances that want to take off her clothes with her eyes. She couldn't help but be grateful for Luke's restraint. Malena, who had lost confidence in men, retracted into the quilt and wrapped herself. She is finally able to sleep peacefully now. Marlena. In her dim sleep, Malena heard someone call her name. Suddenly, she seemed to think of her sick father, her dead husband. The pressure that has been put on the body for many days, as it relaxes, it turns into sadness, and sadness for my own destiny. Big tears came out, soaking the pillow he was hugging. And many more. Aware of the different Malena, as if awakened, suddenly opened her eyes. Then she saw Mr. Corleone sitting by the bed with food on a tray. And I didn't know when I rolled over, wrapped his hands around the opponent's waist, and his face was still close to his thighs. Such an intimate manner made Malena bounce off instantly like an electric shock. I think you slept for so long, and thought you would feel hungry when you woke up, so I got some food. Luke looked serious without squinting. Said, it was really your first hand just now. I am indeed a decent person. Chapter 22, Self-Strategy, the name of the family. The next day, early morning. There was a white fish belly on the horizon, and the golden sun jumped out of the sea, awakening the sleeping Sicily. Luke opened his eyes and got up from the big bed in the second bedroom. Opened the floating curtains and took a deep breath in the morning sun. He is like a plant that performs photosynthesis, feeling the warm light infiltrate the cells bit by bit, slowly transforming the body. It's another day full of vitality. Luke moved his muscles and bones and walked into the bathroom. After washing up, the hearty breakfast is already on the table. I don't know Kosa's mission, have you completed it? Luke rolled the seafood pasta with a fork and thought while eating. This beautiful island is almost isolated from the world. The chief executive is divided into the governor, the mayor, and the lowermost sheriff. Kill the sheriff in the small town of Taormina, and take advantage of the blank period of electing a successor, the mafia can do things more conveniently. I don't know what Rogers is doing now. Are you still on stage? After a while, Luke heard a noise from the master bedroom. After a rare sleep, Malena opened the door carefully. Seeing Luke sitting at the table, enjoying food quickly and efficiently. She looked like a frightened little deer, and her head that came out was so scared that she quickly retracted. Wake up! I have someone prepare a change of clothes for you. Come over and eat something. Luke smiled and whispered softly, Marlena, you stay with me under the same roof, you always meet, what's the use of avoiding me? After listening, Malena walked out silently in her silk pajamas. Bent down and picked up the brand new clothes on the sofa, and then returned to the room. More than 10 minutes later, the door of the master bedroom was opened, and Malena dressed in a homely dress was replaced, and she sat down at the dining table somewhat restrained. The noodles are cold, only sandwiches and juice. Luke raised his head and looked at it, and it really fits. Applied supervision to guess the measurements of a woman, he was probably the first one. I told Kosa, I'll let you go back in a few days. Don't get me wrong, Malena. I came to Sicily to do something. I won't stay long. I will probably leave tomorrow and the next day for confidentiality. Temporarily wronged you to stay here for 2 days. Luke's polite attitude made Melina's tight heartstrings relax a little. Just like Alessandro said, she has no job now, no source of income, and food control during the war has become a sweet cake for men in Sicily. Everyone wants to come over and have a taste. If she hadn't met Luke, Malena would one day let go of her inner persistence, and head toward degeneration with desperation and numbness in her heart. Thank you, Mr. Corleone. Thinking of this, Malena couldn't help but feel a little grateful to the young man sitting opposite. While biting her sandwich, she watched Luke, who was reading the newspaper. Clean short black hair, deep facial contours, slightly sharp eyes. In Sicily, I believe it can fascinate a lot of passionate and beautiful girls. Marlena, I want to go out, you can contact the waiter at the hotel and they will prepare it for you. Luke put down the newspaper and looked up at the time. I thought I should also meet Alessandro and the 20 gunmen he had recruited. Good, good. Mr. Corleone. Malena leaned at the door, watching Luke leaving behind, feeling at ease inexplicably. She had already planned to become a plaything, but the haze of life seemed to have a glimmer of hope. Malena returned to the table with a complicated mood. She inadvertently saw the spread out of the newspaper. On the particularly bold and eye-catching title, it said, "Shock. The sheriff drove down the cliff," and the truth behind it turned out to be this. The sheriff is dead. Malena was dazed, not knowing what to say. The heaviest rock on her body just disappeared like this? And many more. Is Mr. Corleone? Marlena thought of the domineering tyrants in Sicily, and no one dared to provoke Her Excellency Alessandro, all humbly bowed to the young man and carefully showed her favor. Is it really him? Malena, who experienced great emotional ups and downs, looked at the clear blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Her heart was like a turbulent sea, and she couldn't calm down anymore. Luke, who left the hotel, didn't even know Malena, who was staying in the room, and he started to self-guide. With the roaring commando, he first left the town and wandered around the coastline a few times. After finding out the guard posts and defensive forces of the surrounding military camps, he returned to the Bronze Bell Tavern. In the backyard, there are dozens of young and strong boys standing. These are the best fighters in the family. All of them have accurate marksmanship and are willing to sacrifice for the family. Alessandro did not take the initiative to mention the accident of the sheriff, which was a trivial matter at all. For this type of business, the mafia has always been very good at it. The sheriff who looks like a fat pig goes to his mistress's house once a week. Alessandro was just calling someone, and if he secretly moved his hands and feet on his car, he could pretend that the brakes failed, the car slipped, and unfortunately led the car and fell off the cliff. Anyway, there are no surveillance cameras these days. If you want to find clues, it is impossible to find the murderer. Are they the legion of the Camorra family, or your legion? Luke asked lightly. Of course it is mine. But now it is Mr. Corleone yours. Alessandro seemed to have thought of answering a long time ago. He shouted with his throat, "This is Mr. Vito Corleone. His father is a Sicilian, because he was brutally persecuted by the dictator and executioner of Mussolini. I had to leave my hometown and wander around. And now, Mr. Corleone has a successful career. He returned to his hometown with bread and wine, guns and bullets. From today, we are no longer members of the Camorra family. There is only one object of our allegiance, and that is Mr. Corleone. Luke quietly admired Alessandro's performance, and saw him say he was a Sicilian without changing his face, trying to exaggerate the helplessness and anger of being persecuted and leaving his hometown. Can only say that the later Oscar owes this mafia leader a little golden man. Sure enough, acting and lying are skills that any superior person must master. Luke sighed. Although Alessandro is in front of him, flattering like a jester, humble like licking a dog. But that was behind him representing the Allied powers. With repeated invisible beatings, the mafia leader had to lower his head and bend his body. Luke will not really be contemptuous of Alessandro because of this, even the docile hungry wolf will eat people. Once you relax your guard, you might get a bite at some point. You are not standing here today to be loyal to me. The name Vidor Corleone is just a stranger to you. Luke's gaze swept over the people standing in the backyard. Some of them were gunmen recruited by Alessandro, and some were mafia thugs. These unmasked young people may not have much loyalty to themselves. But they submit to the leader of the family, to power and status. This is the tradition of the mafia for hundreds of years, loyal to the family and never betrayed. Although it is said that the mafia rooted in North America, it has almost forgotten these outdated traditional rules. But in Sicily, this set is still very useful. When Mussolini was purging the mafia, he arrested thousands of suspects and tortured them. Whips, nails knocked off, even electrocution, various cruel punishments greeted them, even so few people dared to betray the family. Even, in order to resist Fascists, 11, and Mussolini. According to different gangs and families, the mafia has set up assassination teams, with key members acting as killers. These people called themselves the Glorious Society, and the targets of the assassination were high-ranking officials and the police. The Strategic Science Corps chose the mafia as its informant because it was fancy that this group of violent elements were not afraid of the Mussolini government, and they were easy to be used for buying. Chapter 23, Exchange Skill Cards, Overthrow the Apennines. Bronze Bell Tavern, Backyard. Luke looked around, even though he was younger than many in the backyard. However, the powerful aura brought by the Superman template formed an obvious sense of oppression, like a mountain pressing on everyone's hearts. The audience was silent, no one said anything. The reason why you are loyal to me is for the honor of the mafia family, for the good life of your family, and even more for your own future. Before Mussolini came to power, those policemen would bow to you, and even the sheriff would have to look at your faces, but now? They can drag any of you into jail as the object of suspicion, and then pulled to the square and shot. Face I, 11, has trampled on the dignity of every mafia member and insulted the honor of each of you. It's time to rise up and fight like a real man, even if he dies in blood, at least can get beautiful and decent. Luke's voice is calm, not as impassioned as a speech, full of emotions, and completely indistinguishable from his usual speech. Can be heard in the ears of everyone, but it seems that every word is full of power. People can't help but the blood boils, the blood is broken. Even Alessandro, who is standing next to him, is the same. That fierce face full of beards was full of excitement, as if he had regained his lost youth. Constantine's Flickr expert is really easy to use. You can exchange a few more in the future, just in case you need it. Luke used the prestige points he saved these days to redeem Constantine's skill cards in the mall. The devil with his left hand, the angel with his right hand, the professional backstab team members for 10,000 years, and the exorcist nicknamed Jacong. Up to the Justice League, down to the supervillain, many people have been cheated by this stuff. When Constantine becomes your team member, be careful, this often means that the Death Star above your head is shining. However, his ability to deceive people is really top-notch. In future generations, you can almost become the gold lecturer of Project Hope. When it comes to inciting emotions and deceiving people to death, they may be a bit worse than the heads of the Axis powers. Today, I am not asking you to fight for me, but for the family, for the honor. It is for yourself. Go to overthrow the Apennines. Let the Mafia and the Corleone family resound throughout Sicily again. Prove that you are not cowards, but brave fighters. Luke continued to flicker, and as soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of harmony in the backyard. This scene is like a lecture on success for later generations. When those successful entrepreneurs and well-known wealthy people carefully cook bowl after bowl of spiritual chicken soup, the audience sitting below is excited and can't wait to start a business right away. In the backyard, the same is true for the young, strong, and energetic Mafia members. All of them looked excited, as if they were about to rush into the barracks in the next moment, and hang those damned fascists, 11, on the square. We are willing to follow Lord Corleone and obey all orders. A slightly clever young man came out from the crowd and took the lead and shouted. Then, the voice of the response came one after another. These fresh blood recruited by Alessandro have offered their loyalty. At this moment, Luke is incarnate as the godfather of the gang in Sicily. On the character panel, the prestige value continues to soar up. This skill card is not a loss. Luke was satisfied secretly. The prestige points that he finally accumulated, all smashed into Constantine's skill cards. Now not only pays back, but also has a slight surplus. It's a pity that there is only a 24-hour time limit. Damn dog planning. You know how to cheat. Luke thought regretfully. Due the pre-war mobilization, he is ready to leave for Rome. According to the plan, the soldiers were divided into two groups, and they and Dumbo Dugan, posing as the Berlin emissaries, while the others entered through the channel of Alessandro, lurking in. After the two sides met, they went straight to the Venetian palace. However, before that, they still have a task. Raid the nearby naval camp, creating opportunities for the Allied forces to land ashore. Send them food and guns, and hand over the bullets until the end. Be careful, don't cause any trouble. After giving an inflammatory speech, Luke handed over the rest to Alessandro. Also, I asked you to contact the Mafia members of other families, did they reply? As you said, I fished Don Carlo from his cell. He is willing to join the Allied forces. The other families also agreed. The raid on the naval camp can be counted as their share. Alessandro lowered his head and said. He hasn't been idle these days. In addition to sending Luke a woman, he also contacted several big families in the Mafia. Hearing that Alessandro got on with the Allies and became informants of the Strategic Science Corps, the big gangsters all showed their loyalty and wanted to make contributions and become anti-fascist, 11, freedom fighters. To avoid bad luck after the war. That's good. Luke nodded. As a smuggler, in the shipment he shipped, except for the bread, cigarettes, and wine used to cover up, the rest were firearms and bullets. At the beginning, Luke didn't tell Alessandro about their plan to raid the naval camp, and it was only now. Because, the Mafia leader at this time has no way to jump off the boat and can only obediently obey. After repeatedly inquiring some details, Luke returned to the hotel room, and the members of the Roaring Commando held their breath, waiting for the commander's order. Alessandro got online with the commander of the camp. He is a high-ranking official in the quarters department. His mistress happened to have a relationship with a certain Mafia thug, and then his wife and a painter. Anyway, it was a very messy relationship. Luke talked about the naval camp officer in the green grassland above his head, and couldn't help but mourn for him for a second. How can the years be quiet? It's just that someone will carry your weight forward. In short, through this relationship, Alessandro has a relationship with him. The two sides have already negotiated. Then I will pretend to be a smuggler and mix in, under the name of doing business, selling some cigarettes and alcohol at low prices. UU reads books. www.uugonshu.com Kosa will also find a group of Tuo dancers over there to show condolences to these Navy soldiers. Luke arranged everything carefully. If he provokes the German armored division stationed on Sicily, it must be an idiot. Can roar the strength of the commando, raid the naval camps in Italy, then there is no problem. After all, who didn't know that the Italian army was corrupted from top to bottom? It can be said that the roots are all rotten. The high-ranking officer openly colluded with the smugglers, and let the Tuo dancers enter the barracks. This kind of thing is placed in the Allied forces, and it has been sent to a military court long ago. What's more, Luke has a secret weapon. Scarecrow's fear gas. First destroy their radio station to prevent any leakage of information, and then... Luke uttered a command, and the roaring commandos nodded one after another. They have already seen the outstanding ability of this young captain, this time as long as they return smoothly, even if Mussolini is not captured alive. But, across the long front, sneak into the Italian mainland and capture the naval camp in Sicily. This honor alone is enough to make the roaring commando a war hero and be greatly commended by the Allies. Each one rest. 8-10-10, get ready for action. Luke waved away the team members and turned around to see Malena coming out of the bedroom. She is wearing a black velvet dress. The neckline and cuffs are decorated with knitted patterns, which is elegant but not gorgeous. The fabric gently fits on the body and outlines a plump curve. Mr. Corleone, come back safely. This mature and beautiful woman seems to know something. Her red lips squirmed a few times, and she said softly. Chapter 24, Raid Action, Fall into the Palm. The dark clouds drooped, obscuring the dim stars and moon. At 8:20 in the evening, Luke, with a roaring commando in disguise, swaggered into the naval camp and greeted the soldiers eagerly. Boxes of tobacco, alcohol, and food were sent to the chief's barracks as if they were free of money. There are also those enchanting Tuo dancers who wore revealing costumes and posed on the stage of the performance, causing a wolf howling below. Captain Davy, a little meaning, no respect. In the reception room of the quartermaster department, Luke, wearing a black top hat, overcoat, and suit, sits opposite the desk. With a smile on his face, he took out a palm-sized long gift box. Inside it was a sparkling pearl necklace. In terms of color and size, it was obviously expensive. Come in a hurry, there is no gift to give, a necklace for the captain's wife. Captain David, with a beer belly, nodded in satisfaction, and put away the gift box calmly. Now is the time of war. The monetary system has long collapsed. Banknotes are no different from waste paper. Only gold and jewelry are hard currencies. By the way, there is one more, ahem, Captain Davy can give a friend. Luke then took out a gift box with a more valuable green agate necklace. Captain David's eyes lit up. This smuggler is very good, knowing that he still has a mistress. He didn't notice Luke's pitying eyes at all, let alone the color of the hat on his head, just like that green agate necklace, full of forgiveness. To be honest, Mr. Corleone, I heard Lieutenant Cilio mentioned you. Since you are his friend, that is also my friend. If you want to do smuggling business, the Navy is definitely welcome to ensure that your ship is unimpeded. Captain Davy is also a sincere man. After taking advantage of others, he patted his chest and promised, as long as it is your smuggling ship in the future, I can ask Lieutenant Cilio to send a warship to escort. Then I thank Captain David first. This is just a small gift, the surprise is still to come. Luke's eyes flashed, and he said meaningfully. However, we are also conditional. As long as Mr. Corleone is willing to let the Navy get half of the smuggling, we will definitely cooperate very happily. Captain David's eyes were full of greed, and finally made a formal offer. The Navy cannot smuggle in an open manner and earn huge profits, so it wants to use Mr. Corleone as a cash machine. Every time the cargo is smuggled, half of the rake will definitely make these high-ranking Navy officials eat their mouths greasy. Now that the domestic situation is so tense and the war is becoming more intense, it is the kingly way to seize the time to make money. Captain David thought. You also know that we cover smuggling, we take huge risks, and may go to a military court. Looking at Captain Davy's insatiable look, Luke still had a smile on his face, and he didn't seem to be angry at all. He stood up suddenly, raised his hand to look at the time, and whispered, "It's time." "Mr. Corleone, what are you talking about?" Captain David looked blank, wondering why the smuggler was talking about business, why he stood up inexplicably. Moreover, the other person's looking down eyes made him very uncomfortable. "Is like my own existence, suddenly becomes insignificant. Sit down. Mr. Corleone." Captain David increased his tone and said angrily. "Have you not found out yet, Captain? You are no longer qualified to give orders." Luke laughed. He heard movement outside. The fear gas produced by the scarecrows of Gotham City, it couldn't be easier to deal with these Italian soldiers. The roaring commando only needs to wear a gas mask, and then release the gas. After a while, the entire camp will be paralyzed. Those naval soldiers whose hearts are held tightly by fear are like lambs to be slaughtered, completely losing their ability to resist. "What's the matter? What happened? What do you want to do? I warn you, don't come over." Captain David finally realized that something was wrong, and the screams of horror from outside also came into the room at this time. He quickly drew out the automatic pistol that was attached to his belt, but unfortunately the arm was twisted into a twist before the trigger was pulled. By Senson's bone stubble pierced the skin and spewed a lot of blood. A sharp pain hit. Captain Davy knelt directly on the ground and couldn't help crying loudly, trying to alarm the guards outside the door. "Sorry, I didn't control my strength." Luke apologized insincerely. Seeing Captain David, who is constantly moving his bloated body back, there is no fluctuation in his heart. Thanks to the experience he learned from the house cleaning with Uncle Frank, Luke no longer has any psychological burden for blood and death. "Don't waste your effort." The soldiers in the camp either went to the Two costume and dance show, or they were crying for their mother. "Those guards on duty were also taken care of by us," he said lightly. The entire camp, including the Marine Police District, the Construction Bureau, the Quartermaster Bureau, the Health Bureau, the Port Authority, and the warehouses under its jurisdiction, had long been disintegrated under the sudden attack of the roaring commando and members of the Mafia. Even patrol boats, mine-sweeping boats, and logistics support ships were used in the name of Captain Davy's reward for soldiers, and were dealt with by a group of outrageously invading Mafia. Is not only the Scarecrow's fear gas, but also the special potions in the drinks, even an elephant, will completely lose the ability to act after drinking it. I can only say that the Italian army has no vigilance at all. It is so relaxed that it can be settled by a gang of Mafia. Let me go. Please, Lord Corleone. Captain Davy begged, even his name changed. Of course I will let you go. www.novel.com. It is inhumane to kill the captives. Luke shrugged. He had confiscated his strength just now to make this hapless captain look so miserable. Don't be so scared, Captain Davy, I am not a devil. Captain David's eyes were full of fear. Actually, Luke is no different from the devil in his heart. How can a normal person twist his arm like breaking a chopstick? Besides, he still feels that the other party has no effort at all. Stay here, don't try to do stupid things. The radio has been destroyed and the telephone line has been cut. You can't notify the garrison troops in other camps. Luke took a deep look at Captain Davy, then walked over and took back the pearl necklace. As for another green agate necklace? That is a fake prepared by Alessandro. Luke pushed open the door of the quarters department meeting room, and there was a vague cry of panic from outside. Italian Navy soldiers are like fragile babies in an instant. The fear of poison gas drags them all into the darkness, and the most feared phantoms appear in their minds, destroying their will. The scream of fear echoed under the night sky. It's just that, this unheard small noise just came out, and it was instantly engulfed by the sound of the wave hitting the rocks. A group of mafia swarming in, using axes or pistols, ruthlessly killed the patrol guards they saw, decisively and simply. This was a silent assault. Luke stood on a high place, looking down at the flowers blooming in the night, with a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. When the sun rises from the sea level tomorrow, half of Sicily falls into his hands. Chapter 25, Construction Ahead, Beware of Slippery Roads. When the sun rises the next day, Sicily maintains the daily rhythm of life as usual. A slight change may be that Malena climbed onto the bed of a large businessman, the sheriff's accidental car accident, and the 2 dancers in the naval camp. These news gossip provided the residents of the town with a meal after dinner. Chat and talk about capital. As long as the Allied forces do not launch large-scale bombings, as long as the air defense alarm does not sound, Taormina will always be calm. The rays of dawn follow the sea level and shine over the small town. Luke jumped from a jeep and returned to the Pea-Shooter Hotel. He didn't sleep all night, but he was still full of energy. Let Alessandro's men watch carefully, don't make any trouble. Luke confessed before entering the door. The accompanying Dumbo Dugan nodded vigorously, expressing his understanding. At this point, no one can easily make a mistake. After a night of treatment and aftermath, the naval camp has been completely controlled by the Roaring Commando. Up to the top commander Colonel Bernano, down to the low-level recruits and sailors, all became prisoners. According to the report of Alessandro's comparison list and counting the number of people, there are more than 500 officers at all levels plus recruits and sailors. Some of them inhale too much fear gas, causing mental disorders and completely incapacitating. Another part wanted to resist, but was solved by the mafia who rushed into the camp behind. In short, there are only about 420 people who survived and became prisoners. They were all reduced to prisoners, locked up in barracks and warehouses in batches, under the care of Alessandro and the mafia of the rest of the family. Mainoli sent a message through the only transmitter machine kept in the camp, saying that the Navy ship needs maintenance and will not participate in patrol and defense affairs for 1 to 2 days. During this period, no one will find that the naval camp here has fallen into the hands of the Allies. It's as dark under a lamp. No one would have thought that there would be a brave secret team that quietly sneaked into the hinterland of the Axis nation, ready to give a fatal blow. As for the prisoners in the naval camp, will there be troubles? Luke has no worries about this. As long as the Italian naval soldiers are provided with food steadily, they will be more obedient than domesticated animals. Throughout the entire World War II, the Italian army has the strength, but they are unwilling to fight, and their will to fight is extremely low. Basically, they want to escape when they see the army of other countries, even if they have the advantage of numbers. The most interesting time was when the Italian army encountered the British army. The former wanted to surrender directly as usual. As a result, the latter seemed to be bored with this uncontested battle, and not only refused Italy's surrender, but also executed the 2 liaison officers. This angered the Italian officers. They called on the soldiers to fight back and beat the confident British army to the ground. It can be said that this battle is the most proud of Italy. If I were the head of state, I would feel desperate. What kind of teammates are these? Luke cast off his extra thoughts and returned to the hotel room. Good morning, Mr. Corleone. The amorous Malena sits at the dining table. She seems to have just taken a bath, her wavy black hair is behind her head, and the beige lace silk pajamas can't hide her proud figure. Looking down, those slender and straight legs stepped on the carpet, adding a seductive breath. Really deserves to be the most beautiful woman in Sicily. Just this ordinary dress is enough to make many men go crazy. Luke calmly looked away and sat down at the table. Is this for me? I happen to be a little hungry. Seeing the seafood spaghetti on the table, he brought it over without any kind. Suck. Suck. After a storm was inhaled, Luke looked up at Malena, who was in a daze, and asked, "Is there any problem?" "I just took a bite," Malena said quietly. She is wary of Luke, no longer like before. On the contrary, relaxes and no longer maintains a restrained state. As for the reasons behind this change, Malena herself couldn't explain it clearly. "That's really sorry, I was busy all night," Luke said insincerely. "By the way, you call me Luke, Corleone is just a fictitious identity. I have asked Cosa to send your father to Palermo, where there is the best hospital in Sicily, which is very good for treatment and recuperation." "Thank you, Corleone." Luke. Malena, who was originally melancholy, had a smile of joy on her face. She was holding a cup of warm milk in both hands, her voice expressing gratitude. "Think of the accidental car accident the sheriff encountered, and then the proper arrangements his father got." Malena felt a sense of peace from the bottom of her heart. These days in the hotel can be said to be her most relaxing time. No longer have to worry about the covetousness of men and the vicious curses of women. "Don't be so polite. By the way, I will leave Sicily about tomorrow, and Cosa will take you home at that time," Luke said casually. "Don't worry, Malena, no one will bully you in the town. I have already told Cosa." The smile on Melina's face suddenly solidified. "Really? I wish you a smooth journey," the glamorous girl said reluctantly. Malena didn't say much, and soon got up and went back to her room. Looking at the graceful back that hurriedly left, Luke's mouth raised, waiting for the night to fall. The afterglow of dusk gradually sinks into the sea. Until dinner, Malena did not leave the bedroom. Luke simply packed his clothes. Tomorrow he will no longer be Vito Corleone, but Captain Steiner from Berlin, who has won the Iron Cross. The hour hand on the wall slid into the early morning. Luke, who was still awake, heard movement in the next room. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Opened the door cautiously and stood at the door of the second bedroom. My breathing became more rapid, and my heartbeat became clearer. Luke, lying on the bed, through super hearing, can almost turn the information received in his mind into a dynamic picture. "Standing for so long, don't you plan to come in?" Just when Malena flinched and was about to turn around and leave, the door was opened. Luke in his nightgown asked in a playful tone. In the dimly lit living room, only the bright moonlight spilled in from the window. "If you want to see me off, it seems a bit early." Luke took a step forward, almost sticking to Malena. The latter raised his head, her delicate body trembling, and a cloud of red clouds appeared on her glamorous face. "Is like a burning cloud in the evening of Sicily. Actually, I thought you would not come over." Luke made a presumptuous move, he drew up Melina's chin with his fingers. "If I didn't come, what would you like to do?" Malena tried to avoid Luke's aggressive eyes, but failed. "Then I will go over." "Malena, I am not the decent Mr. Corleone you imagined. I have a strong possessiveness and like to take things for myself. I am more like a villain than a mafia, than a small one. The men in town covet your beauty even more." Luke's fingers wiped off Melina's red lips, and the other arm climbed onto the slender waist, pushing inward. "Well." Regarding Luke's confession, Malena was unexpectedly not disgusted. She wanted to say something, but her plump red lips were blocked. The night outside the window deepened. Chapter 26, Advance into the City of Rome, the First Shot. After a whole night of lingering death, Luke woke up refreshedly in the early morning of the next day. When he got up, he couldn't help but come up with a strange thought. How did Superman and his girlfriend Louise Lane complete the reproduction of creatures on the set next door? For the time being, I don't think about the combination between the Kryptonians and the Earth people, whether there will be any problems. Can carry hundreds of tons of aircraft, the muscle density is so strong that even heavy firepower weapons cannot penetrate. Such a body of steel, surely not to damage Louise Lane as an inflatable doll? Luke walked into the bathroom with this inexplicable question. To be honest, it was supposed to be an intense exercise that made men do their best and consumes energy. For him, who was loaded into the Superman template, he was a bit too particular about technique. Especially in the control of strength, it is a test of personal level. This is only the stage of LV1 civilians. If unlocked to a more advanced template, Luke may consider becoming an ascetic superhero without contacting the opposite sex. Too much lasting is really unpleasant. Luke whispered, he just felt like a ruthless pile driver during the whole process. Will you come back? Malena, who turned sideways, leaned on the head of the bed, with a bit of coquettish remaining on her face. She watched Luke, who was about to leave after putting on brand new clothes, and asked quietly. Malena didn't know whether what she did was right or wrong. But there is no doubt that Luke's arrival freed her from her tragic fate and gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Is like a beam of sunlight shining into a dark world full of haze. Don't worry, it won't be long before you will hear my name spread all over Sicily. I should almost be back by then. Luke lowered his head and kissed Melina's smooth forehead. Being gentle is good, but it is also very important to take the first step in your future career. Captain America only defeated the Hydra and the Red Skull, creating opportunities for the Allied powers to win the war, and was lifted to the sky by the American military. After 70 years, Steve Rogers has become a well-known legend, a fan like Collison, not too many. After thawing and recovering from the glacier, due to the special status, whether in SHIELD or the Avengers, naturally occupy a leading position. This is the function of prestige. Standing on the commanding heights of morality at all times, the federal government and superheroes will give proper respect. Then be careful, I'll wait for you to come back. Malena nodded obediently, like a lazy cat. She didn't think about whether this was a lie, nor what kind of big things this man had to do in order to spread her name all over Sicily. She simply believed that Luke would come back. Tomorrow at 3:40 p.m., it is time for the Allied forces to land ashore. Luke looked serious, stared at Alessandro, and said, Cosa, do this well, you will truly become the object of respect for the entire Sicily and even Italy. The mayor, the prime minister, including Mussolini. These dignitaries who have despised you will all bow to you and call you Your Excellency. I will. Captain Cavill. The mafia leader was excited, and even his voice trembled. This is the first time he calls Luke by name. After all, Vito Corleone is already in the past tense. It is estimated that the identity of Captain Steiner, the envoy of Berlin, the winner of the Iron Cross, and Captain Steiner will not be long. Luke divided his troops into two groups according to the original plan. He took the accompanying Dumbo Dugan and boarded the ship heading to Rome. Hillard once said that military uniforms must be handsome, so that young people can join the army without hesitation. I have to say that there is indeed some truth to what he said. Luke is wearing a tailored captain's uniform and looks at himself in the mirror. Badges, epaulets, and wrist straps are dotted with black uniforms, and a large brimmed hat with a silver double-headed eagle emblem on his head. Is wearing a woolen coat and a pair of calfskin gloves on his hands. At this time, Luke, paired with the young face with a deep outline, looks alive and well like a handsome and agitated senior Nazi officer. From now on, I am Captain Steiner, the Berlin emissary. I was born in a German military family and joined the SS. I am Heinrich Rudbert Himmler's confidant. This time I am going to Rome. It is to convey the order of the head of state. Luke repeats his identity to Dumbo Dugan. Understand? The latter wrote down silently. They are about to sneak into the enemy's hinterland and capture the opponent's leader alive. There is no room for sloppy problems in any details. Take a boat from Sicily to Rome. Without half a day, Luke arrived at his destination soon. Standing on the bow of the ship, this Italian capital, surrounded by hills of all sizes, is known as the City of Seven Hills in history. The city wall crosses the river and the mountains, with twists and turns, and the overall shape is irregular, like a crouching lion, crawling on the land of the Apennine Peninsula. The Roman city can be said to be one of the oldest cities in history. It is located in the Latin plain of the Apennine Peninsula in the middle of the Mediterranean. Has experienced two major periods, the Republic and the Empire, and is the birthplace of ancient Roman mythology, with a glorious history and cultural heritage. Luke went ashore from the port grandiosely, showing the documents he had already prepared, his stern face and the straight military uniform, exuding the aura of a high-ranking person not to come near. This makes it difficult for the soldiers who are interrogating to examine too carefully, for fear of offending the overly young senior officer. Glanced at the ID, and after verifying the identity, they respectfully let it go. If this is changed to Berlin, those Gestapo will not be fooled so easily. Dugan, we will successfully conquer this country and achieve unprecedented glory. Luke enters the city of Rome, which is the heart of Italy and the governing center of Mussolini. After winning the First World War, the Holy See witnessed the strength of the Italian fascist, 11, led by Mussolini. So the two sides signed the Lateran Treaty, which recognized Rome's status as the capital of Italy, while the Italian government recognized the sovereignty of the Holy See over the Vatican. After, the ambitious Mussolini was not satisfied. Led the army to the city of Rome, and declared a union with NA, and Germany, forming the axis of fascism, 11. Many people think that Hitler is the founder of fascism, 11. Not really, Mussolini is the one who opened the sinful Pandora's box. To some extent, he can be regarded as the teacher of the head of the Third Reich. After the First World War, the European pattern was reshuffled, and the Italian people felt a deep sense of loss for the uneven distribution of benefits after the war. In addition to the stagnation of the domestic economy, the people's life is difficult. www.novel.com let Mussolini find a political entry. He launched the Fascist, 11, movement in Milan and established the world's first fighting fascist, 11, party. But this politician who wants to be a dictator is essentially a speculator. He has no outstanding abilities himself. At least in speaking and inciting emotions, he is inferior to his student Hitler. In the Axis camp, Mussolini was on the same level as the head of the Third Reich, and even Hitler maintained a respectful attitude towards him. But who knows, the performance of the Italian army is so bad that it either surrendered without a fight or called the German army to come to rescue. Mussolini was even more problematic, so he called the student Hitler to help him out. Caused the head of state to despise this person more and more, and almost cursed him on the phone as a scum. Especially after Mussolini was placed under house arrest by the King of Italy, and then rescued by Hitler's special forces. This once ambitious dictator was completely reduced to a puppet manipulated by Germany. Captain, you can always create miracles that we can't imagine. Dugan stood behind Luke and said convincingly. After these days of getting along, even if Luke said that he would fly to Berlin next time, take Hitler out, and end the war that swept the world, he might not have the slightest doubt. The two came to Piazza Venezia, and Luke looked at the huge and magnificent palace building. That is the Venetian Palace, built by the Pope of Rome. Is now the political center where Mussolini ruled over 40 million Italians, and the most heavily guarded place in the city. Tomorrow, here will be the first shot to conquer Italy. Chapter 27, An Extraordinary Day, a Historic Moment. London, Allied Command. The secret base of the Strategic Science Reserve is full of busy and intense tension. 1 month later, the intelligence agencies of the Allied powers and Hydra started a fierce confrontation. The spies and agents of both sides are active in important cities behind the large rear. Is like Berlin in the Axis camp, and London, New York, and Poland in the Allied camp. People on both sides are constantly intercepting each other's intelligence. Although the Strategic Science Reserve has gathered elites from the entire Allied powers, it is still at a disadvantage in the face of the secretive and powerful Hydra. Until now, we have not found the exact location of the Hydra base. The captured Allied soldiers, where are they sent? What experiments are being secretly carried out by the German NA? We don't know all of them. Colonel Phillips roared loudly and sternly rebuked in the room, leaving the next group of people silent. In just 1 month, we sacrificed 13 agents, and 4 spies planted inside the Axis powers were discovered. This is the biggest loss that the Strategic Science Reserve has suffered since its establishment. The Allied command has dealt with us. Very disappointed. And I am also very disappointed with you. Colonel Phillips was furious. He received a call from President Roosevelt yesterday. Although the person in power sitting in the White House did not express any opinion on the Strategic Science Corps. But from the tone of voice, the colonel could hear the vague meaning of accountability. Originally, the Allied forces were gradually advancing on the battlefield, and many people felt that the Axis powers were over. But no one thought that he obtained the Red Skull of the Cosmos Rubik's Cube, used the scientific reserves of Hydra to develop extremely powerful energy weapons, and applied them to firearms and tanks and other thermal weapons. Black technology beyond an era has caused the collapse of the Axis trend and stagnation. The previous losing streak, falling into a disadvantaged situation, has also eased. Instead, the Allied forces began to show fatigue on the Eastern European battlefield, and the defensive line established was even more precarious. A series of reasons have caused the Strategic Science Corps to be under tremendous pressure. They haven't yet figured out the energy weapon that Hydra masters, and the technical support behind it. As for the exact location of the military factory and the secret base, I didn't even touch the shadow. Hydra's agents have long infiltrated the ups and downs of the Allied powers, making people unpredictable. This makes the team led by Colonel Phillips always passive in intelligence. Have you heard from Luke? After venting his anger, Colonel Phillips turned and looked at Peggy Carter next to him. He can only pin his hopes on Luke now. If he is to raid Rome and assist the Allied forces in landing Sicily, the plan is successful. Not only will the morale of the Allies rise, the status of the Strategic Science Corps will also increase. Yesterday I received a telegram from Captain Cavell. They occupied a naval camp near Sicily. The Allied forces will be assisted by the local mafia to land ashore at 3:40 this afternoon. This operation is codenamed Trojan Horse. Carter's meticulous report. She didn't expect Luke to actually do it. With a team, go deep into the enemy's hinterland and raid the leaders. Now it's only one step away from success. Italy, Rome time, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Luke is close to Piazza Venezia, and the first thing you see is the magnificent palace on the north side of Capitoline Hill. This is the most beautiful building in the city of Rome. It used to be the residence of the Pope, but later fell into Mussolini's hands. The dictator often speaks to the people gathered in the square on the wide balcony. The rank of captain, the identity of the Berlin emissary, and the Dumbo Dugan standing behind him saved him the trouble of being questioned by patrol guards. When will Mussolini meet us? Dugan asked in a low voice. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, wait for him to get up from his mistress's bed. Luke laughed. He stood on the square, like a tourist admiring the scenery. Mainly, they should act soon. Dugan nodded silently. According to the plan, Jimmy, a sniper, has already occupied a commanding height, and assaulter Kenneth also drove a truck, slowly stopping on the side of a street away. Carries 20 gunmen carefully selected from the mafia members, and a Maxine heavy machine gun. Alessandro didn't know how much work it took to bring that thing in. Wait for them to attract the attention of the defenders of Piazza Venezia, create chaos, and create the most suitable opportunity for Luke. You said, will you be pleasantly surprised when Mr. Mussolini sees us? This time, Luke is still calm, still thinking about joking. Dugan, standing behind him, couldn't help but admire the indifferent state of mind where he was not surprised. Thinking of what happened next, his legs trembled slightly. Time passed by minute, and it seemed to be walking extremely slowly. Go in. Luke showed the pass issued by the military and entered the meeting room of the Venetian palace. Just after he disappeared from Piazza Venezia, an extremely abrupt gunshot broke the calm in Rome. Like a boulder hitting the calm lake, it caused unprecedented turmoil. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The harsh whistle blew, and a team of patrol guards suddenly dispatched, and the military and police quickly surrounded the entire Venice Square, trying to find the sniper hiding in the dark. Another series of gunfire roars. Assaulter Kenneth lifted the rainproof cloth of the truck. 20 elite mafia gunmen filed out from it. The fierce firepower hit the guards on the patrol in Rome by surprise. Kenneth operated the Maxine heavy machine gun as ordered by Luke. A long tongue of flame swept across, and the army police and guards swarmed down one after another. Suddenly, it was difficult to break through the death web intertwined by bullets. "Protect the leader!" Luke shouted excitedly, and walked out of the living room without hesitation. At this time, regardless of whether the politician or the guards, they can't carefully distinguish the enemy from the enemy. What's more, Luke wore a German military uniform with the rank of captain. This is the best pass. Ordinary soldiers did not dare to stop, and those high-ranking officers had no spare time to interrogate, and let him go up the stairs. "Commander. Kenneth won't be able to hold it for long, it can hold him for 5 minutes at most." Dumbo Dugan, who followed closely, swallowed, and there were enemy troops all around. "Enough." Luke took 2 steps and made 1 step, arriving at Mussolini's office floor at an astonishing speed. The security here is obviously stricter than the outside, and the Italian dictator is protected by Nazi soldiers. They were wearing Hydra armbands, and they were not panicked by the sudden gunshots. Instead, he guards Mussolini more closely and maintains basic order. A strange face like Luke, he was stopped for questioning as soon as he rushed in, even though he was a captain of the Third Reich. "No access. Report your identity." Luke was too lazy to talk nonsense, kicked out, stopped his Nazi soldiers directly broke their breastbones, and flew out. Before the remaining team members could react, their necks were snatched cleanly. "Create riots and attract firepower." Dugan heard Luke's explanation and nodded quickly. He took out his pistol, ran to a higher floor, and fired a few rounds downstairs at the same time, which really attracted more guards. The dense footsteps echoed in the promenade. Luke strode forward, shouting "Protect the leader," and the enemy ran upstairs, and touched Mussolini's meeting room. He was fully prepared long ago. The Italian dictator had the habit of drinking afternoon tea at 2 o'clock every day, and he liked to stay in the third conference room on the right-hand side of the promenade. "When I get excited, I will call my mistress over to vent the energetic energy that is nowhere to be released." The sound of gun shooting one after another, Luke seemed to be rushing into the flock, knocking down the Nazi soldiers who wanted to stop him. This time, he didn't keep his hands. "After all, the bullet from the submachine gun still hurts me." UU reading www.uugonshu.com. 5 fingers closed, Luke squeezed the hard helmet into scrap metal, and the last blocker also fell in front of him. Kicked open the door of the meeting room. There was a bald man sitting in the conference room with a look of horror in his eyes. A German-made Walter P38 pistol was aimed at Luke, who broke in. Bang! Bang! 3 bullets made Luke's German uniform, punching clear holes, but no blood came out. "That's it." Luke took out the shriveled bullet with his hand, smiled friendly and said, "Hello, Mr. Mussolini. Who are you? The Liberal Party? Or those guys on the Revolutionary Front?" Mussolini looked at Luke himself with the look of a monster. "The bullet can't penetrate his skin?" Luke did not answer. He walked straight over and picked up the Italian dictator as if he was carrying a little chicken. "I'm from Italy." Snapped. A slap in the face slapped Mussolini's face, and that cheek immediately swelled up high. This is still the result of Luke's convergence. "I don't care who you are, Mr. Benito Mussolini, please face the reality that you are a prisoner." Luke looked cold and pushed Mussolini to the balcony where he often gave speeches. There was a chaos of gunshots in Venice Square. "The city of Rome is taken over by us. From this moment, there is no dictator. There is no fascist. 11. Luke looked down at the crowd below, and his loud voice spread far away. The sun shines on him, like a heroic figure out of a mythical epic. Chapter 28, shocked the Allies and caused a sensation in the world. Telegram. The latest telegram. The Allied command in London, the Strategic Science Corps, which Colonel Phillips sternly reprimanded, was a bleak cloud. Everyone dared not even breathe loudly, for fear that it would provoke the anger of the officer again, but at this time the transmitter rushed in excitedly. His complexion was flushed, maybe he was too excited, and everything he wanted to say got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't spit it out. It's Captain Cavill's telegram. The transmitter was short of breath, and his face was full of excitement and admiration. What is all the fuss about? There is no military quality, FAC. Colonel Phillips frowned, he scolded, and then reached out to take the telegram. But when he saw the content, he couldn't help but burst out a foul language, completely disregarding his majestic image as a chief. Italy, at 2:50 Rome time, the Allied Captain Luke Cavill led a roaring commando, captured Italy, and captured Mussolini alive. A short sentence directly made Colonel Phillips stunned in place, as if there was a thunderbolt exploding in his mind. The impact contained in this telegram made him suddenly lose the ability to think, and he was speechless for a long time. Success! Colonel muttered to himself. It was he who asked Luke to lead the roaring commando, and he also made an amazing plan to assist the Allied forces in landing on Sicily and raid Rome. He actually did it. Colonel Phillips couldn't believe it. He felt that this was a deep dream, full of unreality. In his plan, the best result was actually to lurch into the hinterland of Italy to create opportunities for the Allied forces to land ashore. As for capturing Mussolini alive, it is just a whim, and it doesn't matter whether it is completed or not. No one expected that Luke would give the Allies and Colonel Phillips such a huge surprise. Super soldier. Erskine, did you see that? Luke is the best super soldier. Colonel Phillips was very excited. He squeezed the telegram with one hand and pressed the transmitter's shoulder with the other, his eyes were a little red. Are you sure the news is true? If this spreads, the morale of the Allies will be boosted. The Strategic Science Corps no longer needs to be criticized by many parties. The pressure will not only decrease a lot, but its status can also rise. Everything will be totally different. A clear telegram from Rome, Italy. Absolutely. The telegrapher seemed to be infected, with agitated tone and a trembling voice. There is also a communiqué by the King of Italy announcing the deposed Prime Minister Mussolini. Then, the reporter added. Hurry up and notify the headquarters. Notify the President. Notify everyone. Colonel Phillips pinched the telegram and waved his arm vigorously. He did not miss Luke. This kind of amazing deed that made a sensation in the world should be known to the whole world. The transmitter kept beating and turned into bunches of electromagnetic waves and quickly transmitted to various places. From England to America, from Churchill's office to Roosevelt's White House. The absurd and unbelievable truth, like a flying horse with wings, running back and forth along the whole world. In the bedroom of the Venetian palace, the lights are still bright, and the fluttering candlelight reflects the oil paintings and luxurious decorations of famous artists. Is different from the past banquets, the laughter of high-class guests. The Venetian palace tonight is very quiet, shrouded in silence. Rescue the leader. Kill the Americans. Long live Italy. Long live the head of state. A few harsh slogans suddenly sounded, and then accompanied by a fierce gunfire, quickly calmed down. This kind of small movement can't stir up the slightest waves at all. Those fools who were brainwashed by fanatical fascism, 11, can't really overcome any storms. Commander, this is the 11th time. Dugan's dark face was full of tension. He hasn't recovered from the victorious raid in the afternoon, until now he can't believe it, all this is true. The Italian dictator, the prime minister of a country, and Hitler, who supported the Axis camp together with Mussolini, turned out to be their prisoner. Let the other team members take turns on duty. The Italian defenders will not attack rashly. Their king is eager to hang Mussolini on the square. Luke maintained his composure. He now holds the bargaining chip Mussolini in his hand, and the fascist, 11, forces in Rome dare not act rashly. As for the King of Italy and the members of the royal family who were emptied, I wished that Luke would immediately send Mussolini to the gallows. The king has issued an announcement to depose Prime Minister Mussolini, and the royal family has taken over the army. 7 gunmen died and 4 were seriously injured in the raid. The Allied command sent a telegram that the British and the United States wanted to rob Italy. The State Department and the Pentagon, the Department of the Army and the Department of the Navy are arguing about ownership of. Dumbo Dugan reported the situation on this day, and the progress of the matter was in Luke's expectation. No matter how the British and Americans fight, the credit belongs to him anyway, and no one can take it away. Luke's heart was thrilled when he thought of the rapid refreshing on the character panel, and the soaring reputation value like riding a rocket. Let them quarrel as much as they want. Rome and Mussolini are our bargaining chips. We sell to whomever the price is high. Luke smiled slightly, he had already made plans. This is not a military operation, but an armed kidnapping. The moment Mussolini fell into his hands, the task was completed. The only thing left is the political game between the rising bald eagle and the declining John Bull. But these complicated fights have nothing to do with Luke himself, and he is not interested. What Luke wants is a medal of honor that belongs to a war hero, and a huge amount of reputation. The Italians have a very good attitude. The king is a smart man. He ousted Mussolini from power in the first place, ignoring our occupation of the Venetian palace, because they wanted to show goodwill to the Allies. Luke can see clearly, just relying on the roaring commando, there is no way to stop the defenders of the city of Rome. It's just that the fascist, 11, forces who are loyal to Mussolini and the Axis are not as many as imagined. This is Luke's confidence in staying in the Venetian palace. Behind him are the Allied forces who have landed in Sicily. Everything is as you said. Dugan admired sincerely. Even with an amazing victory, the young commander of the Roaring Commando still has not been dizzy, and has maintained his former calm. But, who are we going to sell Italy to? Dugan asked again. His voice trembled, because Luke's thoughts directly determined the future of the Roaring Commando. Of course we are giving this heavyweight bargaining chip to Mr. Roosevelt. Luke didn't think about it for too long, and quickly gave the answer. The president who has been re-elected the most in the history of the United States, is strong and flexible, and is worthy of cooperation. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. And the Mr. President sitting in the White House urgently needs a great contribution from the sky to block the people's leisurely mouth. After all, no one can deny that Roosevelt did play tricks in the presidential campaign, deceiving a crowd of voters. If you get this credit for conquering Italy, I think the other party will also thank Luke for the kindness passed by. It is estimated that the Allied command will be able to send someone over to take over tomorrow. Dugan nodded, he has now obeyed Luke's words. Victory time and time again established the authority of this young commander in the team. Who can imagine that an unknown 6-person team has actually made this earth-shattering legendary cause? Send a telegram to the White House and wait for the president's honor. Luke casually ordered to go down. From the moment Dugan sent the telegram of victory to the Allied command, the reputation refresh information never stopped. Secondary quest, Flowers and Glory, the second step of War Heroes. Completed. Requirements, any faction, with a reputation value of 8,000, achieved. Reward, Bane skill card, Master Brokeback, obtained. Luke crossed out the completed task, but did not expect the second one to jump out immediately. Side quest, the name of the legend, the third step of the war hero. Completed. Requirements, any faction, the reputation value reaches 20,000, achieved. Reward, a chance to draw a Superman template, obtained. Is the third task, the fourth? Luke raised his head and looked at the deep night sky with a satisfied smile. Chapter 29, Rich Harvest, the opening of the main line. To Luke's expectation, the message of task completion kept popping up. The rewards obtained one by one emit a soft light in the inventory. This time, he led a team to raid the city of Rome and capture Mussolini's armed actions alive. It is preliminary estimated that it will bring him more than 400,000 prestige points. According to the degree of fermentation of the event and the later propaganda efforts, it shouldn't be a problem to break the million limit. It is foreseeable that when Luke's name spreads throughout the world and is regarded as a legendary figure of the Allies, there will be a wave of prestige. Luke prefers to use this efficient method to slowly accumulate prestige points than to complete the task in a bitter way. It's a fruitful harvest. He thought so. If you go to the mall in the future, you will be able to exchange skill cards and props unscrupulously. It is a little fun to think about it. By the way, there are mission rewards. Luke's mind sinks slightly, and the 5 side missions of the War Heroes series are all completed. The task rewards provided include removing the used Scarecrow's fear gas, and Bane's skill card Master Brokeback, a lucky draw opportunity for a Superman template, Poison Ivy Girl's pheromone perfume, the laughing gas of the clown, Konstantin Ska cigarettes. Generally speaking, the most valuable is undoubtedly the chance to draw a lottery. Can randomly select one as a reward from many Superman templates. As the King of Heaven in his previous life, Luke felt that he had a very high chance of getting Superman Silver and Superman. When the time comes, let alone the director of the Universe Family Planning Commission Thanos, even if it is Odin of the Heavenly Father, or the Thor who turns on the form of the Rune King, he will be able to face it. But the last few, the effect used to complain is greater than the actual use. Poison Ivy Girl's pheromone perfume, spraying on the body can increase your attraction to the opposite sex. Note, the effect is better between the same sex. This is obviously lily perfume. Luke looked speechless. What can he do with this? As for Joker's laughing gas, Konstantin Ska cigarette. The former means laughing to muscle cramps, twitching all over, and high doses can easily lead to death. The latter is just to provide your lungs with a small amount of nicotine, so that you are closer to lung cancer. After browsing the task rewards, Luke opened the character panel, and the data above changed. Host, Luke Cavill. Loading template, Superman, LV1. Ability, Stellar Ability, Passive, Biological Force Field, Passive. Reputation, 451,024. Task List, Open the Hero's Road, Branch Line, completed. Achievement, Legendary Man. A line of information surfaced on the retina. Luke moved slightly in his mind, scanning the past. Your name will be recorded in the annals of history and will be passed down for 100 years. Amplify the host's leadership temperament and influence. Not bad. After seeing the effect, Luke expressed his satisfaction. This kind of hidden personality charm halo sometimes plays an unexpected key role. A lottery, this kind of thing still has to pick a good day and put on a suitable BGM, otherwise there is no sense of ritual. Luke thought for a moment, and decided to save the chance to draw the prize until the day the president awards the honor. It's good to take advantage of the European emperor's luck, one shot into the soul. Luke walked into the bathroom with a beautiful vision. Did not lie down in the huge and luxurious hot spring bath, but simply rinsed his strong body with cold water. The muscles with distinct lines, like hard rocks, show a masculine aura. The whole body seems to be carved out of marble, majestic and fit. The explosive power fills the body. It really doesn't work, so sour. Luke sighed with his hands on the wall. Closed his eyes as he opened them, and gave up trying to use the hot site. According to the setting, the stellar energy that Superman usually absorbs is stored in the billion trillion cells in the body, and when necessary, it can be released through the eyes. Is big enough to burn the planet, small enough to heal wounds, it all depends on the user's own control and the energy in the body. It may be that Luke hasn't taken enough time to load the template, and he has not absorbed enough stellar energy. It's hard for him to be like Superman, using his direct eyes to release his gaze. But when you think about it carefully, it seems that Clark Kent learned this trick only after he was an adult, and Luke felt a lot more balanced. 10 minutes later, Luke, who was identified by Italy as a conqueror and declared by the Allies to be a legendary hero, walked out wearing a white bathrobe. He saw the Western épée hanging on the wall, and he couldn't help thinking of testing it. Mussolini hit his chest with a 9mm bullet, without causing any harm. I don't know, can this Western-style épée with a sharp edge gleaming through the skin? Luke took it off and slashed at his arm. A crisp sound of metal breaking. The Western épée with intricately carved patterns collided with Luke's bulging muscles, making a crisp sound of metal collision. Then there was an overwhelmed wailing, and with a clang, the Western épée with excellent craftsmanship broke apart. And Luke's bulging arm muscles only left a white scratch that instantly recovered. Even under his powerful swing, the heavy sword did not cause any effective damage. It seems that on the battlefield of World War II, no one can stop me anymore. Luke leaned against the head of the bed, and picked up the monarchy that was in his hand. This is the work of the Italian thinker Niccolo Machiavelli. It is a pity that Mussolini did not learn how to turn Italy into a powerful centralized state. Instead, he advocated totalitarianism and became a dictator that everyone called for. Main mission, the opening of the third camp, the Hellfire Club. Requirement, extract gene fragments of mutants, 0/5. Achieving this task will complete the prerequisites for opening the Celestial Group event. Reward, Leech Serum ×5. A few lines of information suddenly appeared in front of Luke's eyes. He still kept reading, but his auditory senses were maximized, scanning the entire bedroom like a radar. Generally, only after contacting important plot characters or knowing key plot information will the mission be opened. There is only Luke in the huge bedroom, but he has been reminded of the task. There is no doubt that there is a mutant in the same room with him. Hellfire Club. Luke knows this organization, and its establishment date can be traced back to the 18th century. Was mainly to record and investigate some mysterious events, such as vampires, werewolves, and witches. Later gradually became a social place for elites from all walks of life, specially inviting famous scientists, influential wealthy celebrities. Generally speaking, the Hellfire Club at this stage is fairly normal. Until a German scientist named Sebastian Shaw joins, it can become a special organization, the exclusive organization of mutants. However, the Hellfire Club occasionally issues invitation qualifications to top figures in the world. For example, Howard Stark, who later hosted SHIELD, took Stark Industry to a higher level. Hiding there for so long, don't you plan to come out? The dull voice of drinking and questioning echoed in the bedroom of the dormitory. Luke put down the book, made a fist with his right hand, his muscles were tight, and the blood vessels showed obvious marks. www.novel.com. Boom. Fists waved out of thin air, and the air seemed to be squeezed by heavy force, making a shock. The waves of air visible to the naked eye are rippling, like a cannon popping out of the chamber, and tons of terrifying power are pouring out. The open-air balcony outside the sleeping hall was torn apart in an instant, and rubble was flying. A transparent figure was lifted off by the aftermath and hit the wall heavily, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. "You are a mutant too?" Hearing this questioning, Luke chuckled and shook his head. "Not everyone who shows something special is your compatriot, standing in your camp. Do you know the existence of mutants?" At the corner of the wall, a thin man with black scars on his face stood up, staring at Luke with cold eyes. The roaring wave of air formed by that punch was like a solid cannonball, and it was just the aftermath, and it lifted itself away. In terms of physical strength, the thin man has never seen anything more terrifying than this allied captain. I'm curious, who sent you here? Sebastian Shaw. Luke didn't answer the other party's question, instead throwing out a name. Sebastian Shaw, the Black King of the Hellfire Club, has the powerful ability to absorb energy and turn it into his own use. If the skinny man really came from the Hellfire Club, he would never have heard the name. Do you know Mr. Xiao? Haha, Captain Cavil, it doesn't matter how much you know about mutants. The thin man smiled coldly, his figure suddenly becoming distorted and blurred. Is like an invisible cloak covered in optical camouflage, disappearing instantly. Chapter 30, Crazy Scientist, Battlesuit Debut. The luxurious bedroom is so quiet that even a needle can be heard on the ground. Luke stood there blankly, his open white bathrobe showing strong muscles. He was not at all surprised that mutants would appear during World War II. According to the timeline, the leader of one of the two major camps of mutants in the future, Magneto, who founded the Brotherhood, should now be a child, imprisoned in the eerie Auschwitz concentration camp. The young Magneto once met a crazy NA scientist, Sebastian Shaw, who later became the Black King. This person firmly believes in the Aryan Superman theory concocted by Hiram, the SS leader, and agrees with Hillert's extreme theory of cleaning up inferior nations and creating excellent races. After returning from studying in the UK, Xiao, who specializes in genetics, was soon recruited into the German science department. With the gradual revealing of his personal talents, he was gradually reused, and he participated in the management of concentration camp projects, becoming a ruthless scientific butcher. The Jews who were imprisoned were all living subjects of Sebastian Shaw. He tried to study the profound meaning contained in the human genetic code, so as to find the key to open the door to evolution. It was one day in 1944 that changed the fate of Sebastian Shaw. In the rainy afternoon, as usual, he stood at the window with his coffee, watching the Jews and Poles who were imprisoned in concentration camps like livestock. A young boy attracted Sebastian Shaw's attention. He saw with his own eyes that the other party was crying angrily while twisting an iron gate with his hands in the air. Several strong soldiers could not stop it. If Sebastian is a treasure, he feels that he has found the key to open the door to human evolution. Then, he did understand that there are outstanding races on the earth that are higher than humans and higher than Germanic descent. They are called mutants. This name comes from an American dwarf scientist. When Sebastian Shaw was studying in the UK, he once read the papers written by him. The dwarf scientist firmly believed that there is a group of people that are stronger and more talented than human beings in the world. So, Sebastian Shaw carried out a series of studies on the young Magneto, and finally discovered the mystery of mutant abilities. X gene. A string of mysterious codes that seems to be implanted into the human body by the gods. Hellfire Club, the mutants came in to rescue Mussolini? It seems that Hydra has finally noticed itself. Luke restrained his thoughts, a joking look flashed in his eyes. The invisible thin man moved his position carefully. He has the natural ability to distort light, change the color of his skin, and blend with his surroundings. No matter how powerful you are, you must be able to find out that I am. I was careless before, and you will see the flaws. The thin man nicknamed Chameleon pulled out a sharp dagger. He felt that Luke was able to discover his existence entirely because of a momentary coincidence. I have sneaked into so many important military sites, stealing information, assassinating important people, and never missed it. The thin man had cold eyes, like a poisonous snake choosing someone to eat. He quietly approached Luke, preparing to seal his throat with a knife. Go to hell. The thin man is like a cat, with his feet on the soft carpet, but there is no trace of it. He held his breath without making a sound. The dagger in his hand jerked out and stabbed Luke, who was standing still. You can cover up your steps, cover up your breath. But you can't cover up your heartbeat, even if it is so weak. Luke sneered, his body swayed slightly. The dagger pierced his chest, making the sound of metal collision. The sharp dagger made of carbon alloy could not pierce Luke's skin, leaving only a shallow scar, and it was restored in no time. The rebounding force shook his arm numb. "How can that be?" the thin man exclaimed. It's a pity that he didn't see the amazing scene of Luke testing his defense with a Western épée, otherwise he would never have the idea that he could kill the opponent with a dagger. Click! Luke smiled slightly, raised his hand to twist off the carbon alloy dagger, and lifted the thin man effortlessly. "Tell me what I want to know, so I might be able to give you hope of living." The other party has a gentle face, but his voice is like a Siberian air current, which makes people shudder. Greeted those cold eyes, the thin man raised fear from his heart, his mouth opened and closed, trying to say everything he knew. Da-da-day! Da-da-day! The sound of firefighting from submachine guns was heard clearly and unmistakably in Luke's ears. He could hear that it was the direction of the dungeon. "It seems that you have other companions." "Excuse me, then you are useless." Luke casually used the thin man as a sandbag and threw it out of the destroyed outdoor balcony. Accompanied by a sharp scream, this mutant dragged a graceful arc in the air. After a while, the dull sound of heavy objects falling to the ground can be faintly heard. "Let me see what a mutant is like." Luke smiled at the corner of his mouth, his mind moved slightly, cover the skin. To be on the safe side, he still chose to change into the Krypton uniform that he got from a white prostitute, which would increase his defense a little bit. Who knows if there are opponents like Laser Eye and Fireman in the mutant group? This Superman is obviously strong but overly cautious. Luke spit out. A little streamer spreads out, and the nano battle suit like steel armor covers the tall body. There is no Superman S on his chest, which is a unique symbol of the Al family. Was replaced by a golden emblem shaped like a shining sun. The dark red cloak behind him is like a flying flag. Although the cloak is not practical, it is a lifetime thing to be handsome. Looking at the upright figure reflected in the mirror, Luke breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the embarrassing look of the Golden Age underwear, otherwise he would not cover the skin. Arbitrarily pushed open the heavy door of the bedroom, and under the quiet Venetian palace, there was a fierce firefight. The dungeon of the Venetian palace, the roaring commando is facing an unprecedented battle. On the battlefield before, their opponents were Nazi soldiers, an armored corps, and a heavily armed Axis. And now, their enemies are aliens and monsters that cannot be treated with common sense. In the corridor of the dungeon, a burly man with a height of nearly 2 meters, his skin is like steel, reflecting silver light. A wave of metal storms swept past. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com can only shoot a little spark on his body. "Kenneth, push me the Maxine." Dugan looked fierce, and threw away the submachine gun with empty magazines in his hand. That Iron Man, at most he could only take a few steps back from the kinetic energy of the bullet. If you want to cause real damage to him, you have to use a stronger guy. Besides Iron Man, there is also a monster with red skin and long slender tail, like a devil. He can appear out of thin air like a ghost, and then disappear quickly. The Mafia gunmen who were guarding outside the dungeon were all taken to high altitude by this red devil, and then let go. The sound of the human body landing is like a full water bag falling onto the hard ground, making a muffled sound. The bones and flesh are mixed into a muddy object, which makes people feel the desire to vomit. In addition to these two terrible invaders, there is also a woman in leather clothes that releases toxins, and more than a dozen reinforced warriors wearing Hydra armbands. They sneaked into the Venetian palace by low-altitude delivery. The 20 elite gunmen recruited by the Mafia are not these heterogeneous opponents at all. If it hadn't relied on the advantages of the terrain, the narrow corridor could only accommodate 2 people in parallel. The roaring commando used fierce firepower to form a storm-like blow, and they might have been wiped out by the regiment long ago. There is no way to inform the commander. These people. Captain Cavill may not be able to fight. Mainoli's complexion is heavy, unless a fully armored force is mobilized and covered by a large area of firepower, it is possible to kill these aliens with terrible abilities. Chapter 31, Red Devil Asazo, Uppercut Warning. At least the Prime Minister will be buried with us. Sniper Jimmy turned his head and glanced at Mussolini in the dungeon, and said with a grin. A large caliber bullet fired from the muzzle, which could have set off the penetration force of the enemy's skull, hit the burly man with his muscles like steel, and instantly broke a big hole. What makes people desperate is that the metal covering the outside fills the penetrating wound like a molten liquid. After just a few breaths, the burly body with silver luster returned to its original state. I thought the commander was like a monster enough, I didn't expect, this world is really crazy. Mainali smiled bitterly. He is like the German who saw a tank on the Somme for the first time in World War I. Faced with such a steel monster, humans have no chance of winning, and it is even more difficult for humans to have the courage to fight with it. When necessary, kill Mussolini. They must never be allowed to succeed. Dugan picked up a submachine gun and fired it frantically. Unfortunately, it did not cause any harm, at most it caused some trivial interference. Was with 5 flowers behind him, locked in the dungeon in Missoni, with a happy expression on his face. He knew that Hitler, as far away as Berlin, Germany, had been conducting superhuman research. It's just that I don't know the specific content. I didn't expect that there would be such a capable person in Axis. Wait, there seems to be something happening outside. Dugan, nicknamed Dumb Bomb, is mentally prepared to die for the country. The Roaring Commando are all experienced veterans, so naturally they are not afraid of death. I just remembered that I was about to be honored by the president, became a war hero, and had flowers and honors, but all died in a foreign country, which is a bit regretful. Boom! There is a loud noise. When everyone in the Roaring Commando was desperate and prepared to sacrifice generously, resounded in the dungeon like the roar of artillery. In the cracks between the bricks, the rusty dust shook off and filled the corridor, causing Dugan to cough. Outside the dungeon, there seems to be a giant beast walking, and every step it takes will cause an astonishing movement. What happened? The Iron Man standing in front of him turned his head and asked. Did the guys from the Allies drove the tank into the Venetian palace? The earth trembled, and it was like a hurricane moving outside. A reinforced warrior wearing a Hydra armband drew a swift and straight line and slammed it into the thick wall. The rubble sputters, and the bricks fly. The fortified warrior who had been injected with defective serum, the flesh and blood was put into the juicer, and instantly smashed and eroded, and painted a scarlet and dazzling abstract picture. The whole scene looks like a tomato being thrown out forcibly and falling on the wall. Right after the second, third, the fortified warriors guarding the outside of the dungeon, one after another, smashed through the hole in the wall. The violent painting painted with flesh and blood, the color becomes more and more vivid. Is that the captain of the Allied army? It seems that the chameleon has missed, useless trash. The devil with red skin and a slender tail flicked his eyes and said contemptuously. His name is Asazo, nicknamed the Red Devil, and he is also a member of the Hellfire Club and is a subordinate of Sebastian Shaw. I'm going to settle the guy outside. You take Mussolini back, he is the head of Berlin, and he is the one who named him. The Red Devil Asazo snorted softly. As a mutant, he was very self-conscious and looked down on ordinary humans. Most of the mutants who joined the Hellfire Club have been discriminated against and hurt by others, so they are easily brainwashed by Sebastian Shaw's race theory. They believe that mutants are the future and human beings are the lower class, and mutants can become the upper class. It is a pity that the leader of this group of people, Sebastian Shaw, is not a true mutant at all. The crazy NA scientist only activates the recessive X gene in the body through organ transplantation, thereby gaining innate ability. Strictly speaking, Sebastian Shaw is not a member of the mutants, at most just a reformer who steals the power of the mutants. The red figure dissipated like a wisp of smoke. Then, he appeared in front of Luke. The ability of the chameleon guy, although the red devil Asazu hadn't finished speaking, and he slammed it with a heavy punch. The turbulent air current, like a wave of emptying, sweeps dust. With such a terrifying momentum, the red devil Asazu shut up quickly, his figure disappeared instantly, and he moved to a distance. This guy is a mutant. Watching the broken ground that was blasted out of the big hole by the compressed air current, the red devil Asazu had a lingering fear and raised the same question as the chameleon. In this era, the understanding of superpowers is also limited to mutants. You just captured Mussolini alive and conquered Italy's Superman. Red Devil Asazu asked with a sneer. Superman? There was a hint of surprise in Luke's eyes. When did he have this title? You are a super soldier of the Allied powers. The whole world is spreading the legend that you led a team, sneaked into Rome, conquered Italy, and captured the dictator alive. Roosevelt and Churchill said that you have power beyond mortals and created others. Amazing miracle that no one dares to think. The Red Devil seemed to be a little disdainful, and snorted softly, now the Allies call you Superman, saying that you will lead the Allies to victory. Luke couldn't help laughing after listening. He didn't expect that he would get this title by mistake. The Superman of the Marvel Universe? Is really interesting. Thank you for your enthusiastic commentary, but that's the end of tonight's farce. Luke narrowed his smile, his expression grim. The next moment, he rushed out. The hard ground opened with fine cracks, like a spider web. The dark red cloak was flipped, and in less than a second, Luke arrived in front of the Red Devil. The tall body is like a wall, pressing straight over. The terrifying wind pressure made a hissing scream. Too fast. With the reaction speed of the Red Devil, it would be impossible for him to avoid it. But relying on the alertness of danger, the red figure dissipated like smoke, avoiding Luke's frontal charge. When did the Allied forces appear such a monster? The Red Devil moved to a high altitude, and then flickered several times, pulling a long distance away. It seems that this is the only way to make him feel safe again. Luke, who looks like a human Tyrannosaurus, left a deep impression on the Red Devil. The opponent just shakes his fist and agitates his muscles to cause a roar of air, which shows how terrifying the physical power is. Unless it is Mr. Xiao, it is impossible to block the power of a punch head-on. The Red Devil made a judgment. His slender tail is rolling with a sharp dagger, and a trace of killing intent flashes in the depths of his eyes. As long as it is human, there will always be weaknesses. This Allied captain does not look like a mutant, otherwise he should have an emotional reaction when he sees himself. www.novel.com. Be careful to avoid his fists, there is nothing to be afraid of. The Red Devil looked at Luke with cold eyes, and inexplicably developed an inflated mentality of I can go and I can do it again. A few quick teleports, approach this Allied captain. The sharp inverted triangle tail is like another arm extending out of the body. It can maintain good balance and use weapons flexibly. The sharp dagger pierced towards the back of Luke's head. Your movements are too slow, Luke said indifferently when he heard the whistling wind behind him. S right leg shook like an iron whip, a twisted body, burst the air, and kicked the Red Devil's head. Before getting close, you can feel the fierce wind, as if a huge wave is emptying, and the momentum is amazing. The air was ignited like a gunpowder barrel, making an explosive roar. The Red Devil smiled triumphantly, and his body suddenly disappeared, letting this terrifying whip kick fall to nothing. This is just a feint to attract Luke's attention. The smoke condensed, and after 2 flashes, the Red Devil appeared suddenly. The sharp dagger with its tail rolling, poked directly at Luke's neck. I said, your movements, too slow. Luke's eyes flickered slightly, without dodge, he turned his head, his strong left arm leaned forward directly. Ding ding! The sharp dagger hit the neck, but it bounced back. While the Red Devil was stunned, Luke grabbed the slender tail. Pulled hard, the Red Devil could not help but was dragged over. pulled his tail with his left hand, and fisted with his right hand. An uppercut is thrown. Chapter 32, Destroyed and Decayed, Absolutely Invincible. When the uppercut was in close contact with the Red Devil's chin, Asazo only felt a buzz in his head, making a deafening noise. Is like a dull thunder, blasting directly into the skull. After a sharp pain, the whole person loses consciousness. If the Red Devil could see his own face, he would cry out, and then he would have the idea of plastic surgery. His mandible was shattered and cracked, half of his face seemed to have been blown up by a gunpowder barrel, all his teeth fell out, and his cheeks were torn through, making it almost impossible to see the original appearance. The blood on his face was like an open faucet, and it rushed out. This magical amount of bleeding makes people wonder if he will die directly because of excessive blood loss. Frankly speaking, the Red Devil can still live, completely relying on a strong physique and a certain degree of healing ability. This is only 30%. Luke said gently. Then he pulled the tail again and pulled back the Red Devil, who had fallen on the ground. This poor mutant, like a flying insect entangled in spider silk, fell obediently into Luke's hand. Close the 5 fingers, and strangle the Red Devil's neck like iron tongs. It's nothing more than mutants. Hearing Luke's evaluation, out of the pride of the mutant, the Red Devil instinctively wanted to refute a few words. However, he felt that the arm that was holding his neck was gradually tightening, and a suffocating pressure came, and he chose to shut up very rationally. Falling into the clutches of this allied captain, the Red Devil felt for the first time that life is so fragile. As long as Luke squeezed harder, he would say goodbye to the world completely. Don't even mention using teleport to escape, the Red Devil now dare not even want to move, for fear of provoke the other party's murderous intent. It's pretty familiar. Luke picked up the Red Devil like a dead dog and strode towards the dungeon. The fighting outside has long attracted the attention of other mutants. It's just that they don't think there are any terrible opponents that can threaten the ghostly Asazo. This group of mutants during World War II has never seen superheroes springing up like mushrooms in later generations. Naturally, they have a shallow vision and think that they are the future rulers of this world. If they were really smart, they wouldn't be brainwashed by Sebastian Shaw. Asazo. The woman in leather clothes releasing toxins, saw the Red Devil being held in her hands and losing the ability to resist. She couldn't help but exclaim. With his hands raised slightly, a cloud of green mist rushed over. The ability of a woman in leather clothes is to release a nerve gas, causing a wide range of indiscriminate fatal attacks. If it weren't for Mussolini's survival, the roaring commando in the tunnel would not last so long. Unbearable. Luke didn't change his face, he was fearless. One step, the ground vibrates. Tall and straight figure, it approached in front of the leather-clothed woman in an instant. The green smoke was blown away by the air wave before he got close. A hand knife slashed gently on the neck, and the opponent's neck seemed to be broken, immediately shrugged. His eyes were black, and he fell straight down. The speed at which this battle ended was beyond everyone's imagination. The woman in leather clothes who was thrown on the battlefield could play a huge role, couldn't make a move in front of Luke, and was put down neatly. "You are so incompetent." A burly man made of steel, with a strong Russian accent, said with contempt. "Obviously, this is a Soviet bear. I don't know why it became the subordinate of Nazi scientist Sebastian Shaw. Aren't you afraid of being sent to Siberia to grow potatoes? They are all incompetent, so how strong are you?" Luke dropped the Red Devil in his hand, raised his foot and broke the opponent's legs. Click! The sound of cracking bones and the painful wailing of the Red Devil echoed clearly in the dungeon. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but numb their scalp. "You can try to escape, but remember, don't let me catch, otherwise I won't be as gentle as I am now." Luke lowered his head and looked down at the shivering Red Devil. The latter lay on the ground, the severe pain caused him to twitch his body involuntarily. Looked up at Luke, who looked extremely tall. The Red Devil shook his head vigorously, and his terrible face was full of fear. He doesn't want to try. Can he use teleport to escape? This extremely young captain of the Allied forces is so powerful that people can't raise the heart of confrontation at all. I think you are invulnerable, with steel and iron, no one can beat you. Seeing the burly man coming in stride, Luke greeted him without fear. The two people slammed into each other like Mars hit the earth. Boom! The violent air current fills the narrow corridor. The entire space seemed to tremble. Dugan, who was hiding behind a Maxim heavy machine gun, was unstable and sat on the ground. He was shocked, turned his head and said, "I want to know now, is that guy named Steve Rogers is like the commander? Horrible." Mainly showed the same horrified expression, feeling that his commander was beyond the scope of human. The remaining members of the Roaring Commando were completely shocked by the terrifying power that Luke showed. Witnessing a real battle with my own eyes, and watching others lift the off-road vehicle are two different things. At least, the impact is completely different. Not bad. It's rare to have sandbags like you. Luke showed a look of admiration. The steel body that could not even be broken by a bullet collided with the burly man, as if he had been hit by a hammer, making an ear-piercing muffled noise. This is one of the few opponents who can compete with their own strength. You. The burly man's eyes widened and he couldn't speak. He felt pain for the first time since he was awakened at the age of 17. Sorrowful arms, trembling slightly. This man is a monster, right? The burly man, like several of his team members, came up with similar thoughts. Then, he saw Luke laugh out loud and said with excitement, "Come again. Don't come here." Before the burly man could say it, Luke waved his fist, concentrating his whole body's strength to one point. Like a bronze bell rang, the burly man was directly beaten out. Drew a swift straight line through the thick walls of the dungeon. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. The violent sound shook the surrounding space and almost collapsed the sturdy corridor. The Roaring Commando hiding from the sidelines, with the terrified Mussolini, had already evacuated towards the deep channel of the dungeon. They don't want to be buried alive. Involved in this level of battle, generally speaking, there will be no good end. What kind of monster are you? The burly man with a steel body, supporting his body with both hands, stood up dangling. Boom boom boom. Luke, who strode over, followed. 3 consecutive punches hit. The liquefied metal surface has not yet recovered the body, and the terrifying force struck again. I think. If he was soft, he was blocked by tons of fist power. The burly man plunged into the hole in the ground, like being hammered by a pile driver with full power. Gradually, the metal shell covering the surface of the body can no longer condense into shape, turning into a pool of silver liquid. Between the mouth and nose of the burly man, there were wisps of bright red blood. His eyes were hollow and godless, losing the color of life. I'm sorry. I played so coolly, it's a bit confiscated." Luke stopped waving, and said with some regret. "This is only 17 punches, I thought you could make up 20 punches." Fortunately, the burly man who fell into the pothole, his body firmly embedded in the ground, could no longer hear these words. Otherwise, he might vomit blood and die again. Watching the liquid metal disappear, Luke sighed and stepped on the chest of the burly man. "For the enemy, don't forget to make up the knife, this is the prudent way." Chapter 33, The Furious Axis, the 25 backstabbed. I'm so angry. The secret base of Hydra, the leader of the Red Skull, put the handset in his hand a little farther away, allowing the head of the Third Reich to swear at that end. Italy was captured, Mussolini was captured alive, Allied forces landed on Sicily. The disadvantage of Axis, which was finally recovered, was once again equalized. Facing the high morale of the Allies and the fallen Allies, the head of state could no longer maintain his demeanor, swearing like a shrew. "A bunch of waste. Scum." Finally, the head of state in Berlin ended the call with his famous lines. Red Skull's face was green, and he put down the phone heavily. Snapped. The earpiece was directly pinched into a pile of parts by him. The spark of ZZ jumped on his skin, but he didn't notice it. Sebastian Shaw is such a waste. Touted the mutants so powerfully, it turned out that even a team of less than 30 people couldn't be put on balance. Red Skull scolded the Führer and threw it to Sebastian Shaw in Auschwitz again. He dispatched all the strengthened fighters under his hand, and the mutants of the Hellfire Club failed to rescue Mussolini, but suffered annihilation. This is the result that Red Skull didn't expect. That legendary hero of the Allies, the young captain called Superman, is so powerful? The Red Skull, who is also a super soldier, did not believe it. He was the first super soldier created by Dr. Abraham Erskine, and he knew nothing more about the power he possessed. The Allies must have hidden other secret weapons. One person captured Italy and caused the fall of Rome. This is a myth made up by the Allies. It's not worth believing. Red Skull sneered, then walked to a metal instrument. Inside is a pure cube, with a blue light on the outside. If there is a wave of energy, it flows through the pipe of the metal instrument to an unknown place. Allied Superman, Sebastian's mutant, are just inferior products that are destined to be eliminated. I have the power to become a god. How can Hitler's Aryan Superman plan compare to Odin's treasure trove collection? The Red Skull stared at the cube, with an obsessive look in his eyes. He believes that those ancient myths are actually facts that have happened. Only after word of mouth and artistic processing by latecomers gradually spread and evolved into what it is today. It just so happens that the head of state whom the Red Skull once worshipped is also a staunch supporter of mysticism. Under the influence of idols, he injected serum to become a super soldier's Red Skull, and began to explore along the Norse mythology, looking for the precious gems lost in Odin's treasury. Finally let him find the Universe Cube in a church in Norway. The Third Reich has hindered the development of Hydra. We can no longer follow Hitler's orders. Do you think I am right, Dr. Zola? Red Skull turned his head to look at a small middle-aged man who was the chief researcher of the Hydra Science Department. The special instrument that extracts the energy of the universe's Rubik's Cube is his masterpiece. Long live the Hydra! Dr. Zola replied wittily. He is a scientist, not a naive who is influenced by fanatical thoughts. Hydra has long been out of the control of the Third Reich under the leadership of Red Skull. I changed other people who received an angry call from the head of state to reprimand. I was afraid that they would be so scared that they would be arrested by the Gestapo and thrown into prison to experience cruel punishment. But the Red Skull didn't panic at all. He was able to provide energy weapons for the Third Reich with the cube in his hand. He is now an indispensable and important bargaining chip for the Axis camp. Without those giant multi-turret tanks that are invincible on the battlefield, energy guns that can turn them into fly ash without hitting a human body, I'm afraid the Soviets are about to invade Berlin. Mr. Schmidt, over there from the Allies. Dr. Zola asked carefully. Now the only Axis powers that can resist the Allied Superman may be the Hydra. The head of state personally called. He must hope that the Red Skull can solve this trouble and defeat the morale of the Allied forces. Superman is not to be afraid. The Hydra, who possesses the cube of the universe and masters the core technology, is the ruler of the world. The Valkyrie project is our center of gravity. Red Skull said disdainfully, completely disregarding the legendary figure propagated by the Allies. Then, he gave an impassioned speech. Like the former head of the Third Reich, looking forward to the future of the world. Dr. Zola was silent, staring at the portrait in the corner. The skin peeled off, a skull shaped like a skeleton. This is the true face of the Red Skull. Usually just use a delicate mask to cover up this terrifying face. What about Sebastian Shaw? He cherishes the mutant compatriots very much, this time losing 4 all at once, it will definitely be very heartache. The alliance relationship between us and him may be affected. Dr. Zola lowered his head and asked softly. Hellfire Club, to find trouble. Sebastian Shaw should also go to the Superman of the Allied Forces. What does it have to do with me? Red Skull said contemptuously. Isn't my enhanced warrior more valuable than his fellow freaks? It's so stupid to rely on a bunch of freaks to grab power. Humans are the most repellent creatures in the world. Sebastian, once Xiao's mutant is on the world stage, he will become the object of everyone's vigilance. Moreover, I don't need to ally with him anymore. The power shown by the Universe Cube has already immersed the Red Skull in the dream of ruling the world. He no longer needs the Third Reich, and he no longer needs mutants. Because the world will soon fall into the palm of Hydra. Poland, Auschwitz concentration camp. Sebastian Shaw sits behind a desk. He is the manager of this factory of death. Soothing music, slowly flowing from the phonograph, echoing in the room. In this concentration camp where a large number of Jews, Poles, and Soviet prisoners were held, people were dying every day, buried alive, shot, poisoned, vivisection, all kinds of methods. The officers stationed in the concentration camp used this place as a playground, making fun of wanton killings. Sebastian Shaw never stopped or participated in it. He is a scientist, searching for the essence and pursuing the truth is the goal. Compared to killing, Sebastian Shaw prefers to do research. Finding out the code of genes, the key to open the door to evolution, this is his long-term wish. Under the influence of Hitler, Sebastian Shaw thought that the blonde Germanic was the most superior bloodline on Earth. However, after deeply participating in the so-called Aryan Superman project, he was very disappointed. The perfect race claimed by the head of state is not Germanic. They are no different from Jews and Poles. They are neither stronger nor smarter. Lancel is the key to the new era. Sebastian Shaw said softly. Since discovering the little boy named Eric Lancel, he has opened the door to a new world. The superhuman theory that I believed firmly in the past has finally been confirmed. There are indeed races on this planet that are better than humans. They are the forerunners on the evolutionary road, and they are also talented with supernatural powers. As far away as the United States, Dr. Bolivar Desac, who also studies genetic inheritance, calls this group mutants. Thinks that their genes are like being implanted with a series of magic codes, which are completely different from human beings. But it is a pity that Dr. Teslak is reluctant to say more about the secret of Gene X. This makes Sebastian Shaw a little disappointed, but fortunately he has a real mutant in his hands, which can be used as a reference. So, this crazy scientist is like a greedy, hungry wolf, trying to dig more treasures from the mutants. Especially after inspiring Eric Lancel's natural ability, he began to conduct experiments continuously, in-depth study of mutant genes, and the difference between normal humans. The prisoners in Auschwitz concentration camp became the best subjects for living experiments. The cold-blooded mad scientist is far more terrifying than those NA butchers. The effort paid off. Sebastian Shaw found a way to stimulate mutant genes. That is the painful torture, coupled with the extremely harsh living environment. It is possible for the recessive X gene in the body to be awakened, although the success rate is extremely low, but in the case of not caring about human life, if you use the quantity to fill it, you can always succeed. So several times. Using this method, Sebastian Shaw created a group of acquired mutants. Like Chameleon and Poisonous Girl belong to this rank. And under the guise of compatriots, many innate mutants were recruited. Red Devil Asazo is one of them. As for Sebastian Shaw, he uses a more secure method of organ transplantation. Perform vivisection of the acquired mutants that have been successfully manufactured, harvest the organs, and then transplant them into their own bodies. As long as the rejection reaction is resolved, www.ltnovel.com, you can smoothly transform into a mutant. It turns out that Sebastian Shaw's crazy idea was right, and he did it. This is the power God gave me. Sebastian Shaw, with his hands on the desk, has a triumphant look in his eyes. He feels that every cell in his body is full of vitality, gradually becoming younger and stronger from aging, and his shriveled muscles are becoming fuller. Mr. Xiao, Irina said that he lost the link between the chameleon and the steel shell. His men knocked on the door to tell Sebastian Shaw the bad news. The mad scientist immersed in contentment, his eyes changed suddenly, exuding a terrifying breath of cold and violent. Subordinates quickly lowered their heads, and their legs trembled, for fear of incurring anger. How so? Sebastian Shaw asked angrily. Irina is an innate mutant he found, with rare psychic abilities. Can leave heart marks on 3 to 5 people and perceive their presence at any time. Break the link, it means that someone erased the mind mark or killed them. Neither result will make Sebastian Shaw happy. Every mutant is his precious treasure, no one except himself is allowed to damage it. Damn Hydra! I knew I shouldn't have agreed to Red Skull's request. Sebastian Shaw looked angry. He stared at the newspaper from the Allied powers on the table, which read Roosevelt and Churchill, and called the Italian conqueror Superman. Superman? We will meet sooner or later, let me see what you can do. Chapter 34, Reward of the Allies, the Youngest General. A few days later, noon. A few jeeps drove slowly into the Piazza Venezia, with Colonel Phillips and Peggy Carter sitting on them. Covered with white marble, this round square in the center of Rome is surrounded by Italian defenders. They surrounded the Venetian palace towering on the side of the square, and even set up machine guns. It's not to blame these Italians for mobilizing the crowd and making an astonishing position with great fanfare. The huge turmoil in the Venetian palace a few days ago almost made the Italian king think tanks of the Allied forces entered the city. The Air Force launched a bombardment and got up from the bed late at night. Later it was learned that Hitler had sent people to try to rescue Mussolini, and the royal family hurriedly mobilized the army to enclose the Venetian palace in the name of protection. It seems that Captain Cavill scared the Italians enough. Colonel Phillips said in a victorious gesture. He opened the car door, walked down from the inside, and looked at the Venetian palace. The eyes of other people also looked to the balcony on the second floor. The former Mussolini lived there and gave a famous balcony speech. And he spoke to the Italian people those provocative remarks, and promised many seemingly bright futures. Now that the dictator is overthrown, the country chooses to surrender. All the good things are gone. Wisny Square was gradually crowded with Italian people. A moment later, a tall figure walked out, standing on the open-air balcony, carrying an Italian dictator who was never as prestigious as before. Once pointed the country, the invincible Mussolini, like a frost-beaten eggplant, slumped his shoulders and was lifted up by humiliation. He looked at Luke with hatred and fear in his eyes. It was this young Allied captain who ended his dictatorship. The opponent suddenly rushed into the Venetian palace like a divine soldier, knocked down all the guards, and defeated the team that Hitler had come to rescue. Let you, who is the ruler of Italy, become a prisoner of a little captain. On the quiet square, a cheer soon sounded, followed by warm applause like a roar of a mountain and a tsunami. Sound waves one after another, centered on Piazza Venezia, spread in all directions, from block to block. Liberate Italy! Long live freedom! Down with the dictator! Mussolini stepped down. Hang him! Hang this demon! Amid the enthusiastic and grand cheers, such slogans continued to emerge, and more people began to gather in Piazza Venezia. One by one, they were excited, raising their arms and shouting. Mussolini's dictatorship led to the prevalence of fascism. 11. Food is regulated, freedom of speech is prohibited, people take to the streets to demonstrate every day, and the wave of strikes has never stopped. Therefore, in the eyes of the people who have lived a miserable life, Luke is not a heinous aggressor, but a great hero who liberated the country from the dictator. Well, this fits the Italian's character of adoring romance. The original decision was right. Seeing the prestige value on the character panel refreshed like a waterfall, Luke expressed his satisfaction. Proactively attack, and passively complete the task, he prefers the former. When the cheering crowd gradually dispersed, Colonel Phillips took Carter into the Venetian palace. The roaring commando put away the heavy machine guns placed in the lobby, waiting for the sympathy from the friendly forces. "Long time no see, Luke." Colonel Phillips could no longer maintain his calm expression, holding Luke's palm excitedly. "Looking at him like that, it seems that he can't wait to take a group photo right away and get on the newspapers of the Allies with these legendary figures as soon as possible. You really didn't let me down. Mr. President praised you very much, and you will be honored as soon as you return to New York." Colonel Phillips leaned close to Luke's ear and whispered the news. Carter's beautiful eyes flickered. She didn't expect that the young Brooklyn man who met at the Stark Industry Fair would one day become a war hero of the Allies. There is nothing more wonderful than this in life. Under the instigation of the American military, Luke's name has spread throughout the Allies, and the legendary deeds are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Compared to staying on stage to promote bonds and wearing costumes, the well-known Captain America, like Luke, who sneaked into the base camp behind enemy lines alone, made a world sensation amazing cause, and was more likely to be recognized by soldiers. "I just won this war for the Allies and made some trivial contributions, just like every soldier fighting on the front line." Luke humbly responded to Colonel Phillips's compliments, and this kind of behavior is even more admirable. A soldier who can remain calm in the face of applause and flowers is the right person to become a general. The knight is draped in tulle, and it arrives gracefully. The Venetian palace, which has experienced a fierce battle, has been cleaned up by the Italians, and it has become completely new if you ignore the destroyed outdoor balcony of the bedroom, and the collapsed dungeon. The walls that look like hornets' nests have been repainted and carved with more exquisite patterns. The marble floor condensed with blood stains. After cleaning and sweeping, it looked like a smooth mirror. Falling off crystal chandeliers, damaged Renaissance oil paintings, broken railings, all of these have been restored as before. Soothing music flows in the air of the Venetian palace. Those princes and ministers, the powerful and powerful, came here as if they were rushing to a ball. The protagonist of this banquet is naturally Luke in a straight military uniform. Everyone is very curious, what exactly is this war hero who led a team to break through Rome and liberate Italy? When they saw Luke, who was tall and had a straight back, they were not disappointed. Has a cold face and deep eyes, just like heroes from Greek mythology, making people feel convincing. Although this allied captain is still very young, his momentum is no less than that of the nobles and princes present, and no one dares to despise him. Does not rule out the influence of the achievement of legendary man. Guess where the Allies are going to promote you to? The crowds were staggered, the guests and the host had a great time, as if they had left the war behind. After Luke had a group of royal family members, reading www.uknshu.com senior officials, he was pulled aside by Colonel Phillips in his spare time. "Colonel? Or Lieutenant Colonel?" Luke held a glass of champagne with a relaxed smile on his face. "I am too young, even if I have real achievements, I still lack the qualifications. You know, the most famous general in American history, Douglas MacArthur, was promoted to Major General at the age of 45. Luke knew in his heart that no matter the military or the president, it was impossible to promote him too high all at once. First of all, it will cause criticism and cause dissatisfaction. Secondly, it is difficult to convince the public. After all, he has no foundation now. Relying on the name of a war hero is not enough to equalize the leaders of the various factions of the military. What's more, the false name of hero can be fabricated, and it is the least valuable. In the beginning, I was preparing to award a colonel. A colonel under 20 years old is enough to reward you, but..." Colonel Phillips had a big smile on his old face. "The Italians disagree. Especially the royal family. If only a small colonel conquered Rome, it would make them faceless. The government of the Kingdom of Italy would never accept that a colonel with less than 30 people dared to break into the city of Rome. He kidnapped Mussolini grandiosely, scared 40 million people, and lived in the Venetian palace to give orders like the emperor. This is shameful. And it will make Italy a laughing stock. And so? Luke raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, but this result was beyond his expectation. Congratulations, Luke, for being the youngest general in American history. Colonel Phillips replied. Chapter 35, At the end of the party, men and women clash. This is an unprecedented glory. Colonel Phillips seemed more excited than Luke himself. That old face was full of pride and pride. At the age of 20, he ranks among the generals. What a promotion speed is this! Luke will not only be recorded in history as a war hero in the future, but may also have the title of the youngest general in American history. You created an unexpected surprise for me and everyone. Colonel Phillips said with emotion. Generally speaking, being promoted to a general at the age of 30 can be said to be young and promising, with a bright future. Like the famous generals in American history, Douglas MacArthur, Dwight Eisenhower, these people, they only sat in that position in their 40s. The former is regarded as a generation of legends. The latter retired, served as president, and successfully entered the White House. It is conceivable that Luke, who ranks as Commodore, has a great future. Many people regard Luke as a rising star. Of course, some people think that the so-called Superman is just the second Captain America, the new military mascot. Unexpectedly, the Allied command will agree. Luke also behaved surprised. If it weren't for a star person who was in a wartime, and his own credit was beyond reproach, this would definitely be considered the biggest shady in the history of the military. There have been heated discussions on this issue by the Allied powers, but in the end it is still not the firm stand of the Royal Italian government. After all, this is related to the reputation of a country. When talking about this in the future, the first thing people think of is how incompetent the Italian army is, and let an Allied captain lead a team to break through the city of Rome with many garrisons. In order to save their own small reputation, the Royal Italian government even shamelessly said that if the Allies did not give a reasonable reward to the war hero, then they would choose to unilaterally grant the rank of General Luke Caval. The two sides kept arguing, and the Allied command, forced by Italy's strong request and rogue gesture, could only pinch his nose to affirm Luke's credit. A soldier who was only 20 years old and had been in the army for less than 2 months was promoted to the position of brigadier general. The compromise and concession of the Allies finally brought the turmoil behind the scenes to an end. Actually, the Italians are still not satisfied. They are not greedy enough, and even want you to sit directly on the throne of the Marshal, so that you can be more face. Colonel Phillips whispered, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. In order to give Italy face, promote a young man who is less than 20 years old to a 5-star general, field marshal, that is too ridiculous. They are the one who surrendered, not the winner. It's very cold in the heights, Colonel. Thank you, Mr. President, for your kindness. Luke didn't say much. The harvest this time was a surprise. The foundation is not solid enough, and the qualifications are not deep enough. No matter how high it is useless. Mussolini, I will give it to Italy. As for the capture of Rome and the occupation of Sicily, I will give it to Dwight Eisenhower. I remember that he was the supreme commander of the Allied forces in Europe. Edge. Luke said methodically, obviously not being dazzled by the sudden honor. Colonel Phillips nodded appreciatively. Eisenhower is now in the military, and his prestige is growing. Especially, he led 100,000 British and American troops, divided into 3 groups, and landed in the French North African colony. Using powerful air force cover, they occupied Algiers, Oran, and Casablanca in Morocco. Then marched westward, forming an east-west attack on the German-Italian coalition forces that had retreated into Tunisia. Eisenhower's command action put the German and Italian troops in a dilemma. The last 250,000 people surrendered, which is a surprising victory. This huge victory eased the setbacks encountered by the Allied forces in the Eastern European battlefield and once again put the Axis powers at a disadvantage. General Dwight will remember your kindness. In fact, he himself appreciates you very much. Colonel Phillips couldn't help admiring Luke's eyes. What he lacks now is the foundation, the support behind it. Eisenhower, who is growing in popularity, is undoubtedly a suitable target for alliance. Luke smiled slightly. He remembered that in the original history, it was Eisenhower who launched the attack on Sicily. It didn't take long for him to be awarded the honorary rank of 5-star general by the Allies. Even afterwards, Eisenhower served as president for one term, and he can be said to be an outstanding military and politician. After the chat with Colonel Phillips, Luke came to the terrace of the Venetian palace alone. The cold night breeze blows by, the night sky is full of stars, and the silver brilliance of the bright moon falls on the earth. "Why are you hiding here alone?" With a graceful figure in a red evening dress, Carter approached Luke, who was meditating alone. "It's a bit noisy inside, I want to be quiet for a while. What's more, I don't want to be drunk anymore." Luke leaned on the edge of the terrace and said with a smile. Under the noisy night sky, the couple began to chat. "Miss Carter, do you know what Steve is doing?" Luke thought of Captain America. At this time, the other party should still be selling bonds on stage and traveling to various places. "I followed the senator in making movies, doing performances, and recently published a personal cartoon. Rogers's popularity is much higher than you." Carter chuckled. She seemed to remember the Caspian training camp. Luke and Rogers had the best friendship. Later, the two of them became super soldiers together, but the ending was completely different. About 3 days later, the Roaring Commando and I set off for New York. At that time, I will suggest to the military that Steve should be transferred to me. Luke said to himself. He has initially obtained a certain degree of right to speak, and is no longer a third-class soldier at command. The politicians of the committee want to support themselves, but they are not qualified. Then he will thank you very much. Carter put his arms around his chest, and said, "Those Italian ladies, the eyes looking at you are really enthusiastic, as if they want to eat you as a dessert after a meal." Luke in the banquet is the focus of everyone's attention. She can always hear women's talk about how to turn this war hero who liberated Italy into her own guest. I also have a deep understanding of this. Before, a beautiful lady in the corridor stopped me and said that I would like to thank me for liberating Italy and defeating the dictator. Then I had to let me visit her room. Luke shrugged and said, "The beautiful lady who is said to be the daughter of a powerful girl has soft lips and slippery tongue." Unfortunately, under some unspeakable pressure, he only able to taste a bit, but unable to communicate in depth. "It looks like you didn't go to her room, still a little sorry." Carter frowned and his attitude became cold. She couldn't connect the slightly frivolous young man in front of her with the legendary heroes of the Allies. Of course. It is a pity that any man refuses such an invitation. Luke frankly said. "Miss Carter, don't look at me with contempt. Even if he is a war hero, he will not hate the beautiful girl who throws his arms around. This is human nature. You should admire my honesty instead of treating me like me. Erotic. Brigadier General Cavill, you are more sophistry than the politicians on the committee." A red skirt, a glamorous female agent, said sarcastically. "This is the art of language, Miss Carter. Many friends have suggested that someone who can talk like me should publish a book after the war is over, called From Third Class to General. It only needs 2 months. Note, the youngest general in the United States uses his own personal experience to teach you how to reach the pinnacle of life. What do you think?" Luke is like a flamboyant prodigal son, who is not as stable as he is in the daytime, which arouses Carter's resentment. "Well, the chat time is over, I have to visit. Miss Isha's room is gone. Have a nice evening, Miss Carter." Seeing the atmosphere stiffen, Luke smiled slightly. Held the glass of champagne in his hand, turned and left. Carter looked angry behind him, and the female instinct told her that this was not Luke's true face. But why did he do this? Chapter 36, Back to New York, Gambling Planning. 2 days later, Luke wore the brigadier general's uniform and walked off the ship in a crowd. Stepped onto the land of the port of Palermo, and the pier was crowded with mafia who came to greet him. A gang of fierce and wicked thugs in suits and leather shoes lined up neatly, led by Alessandro. Eisenhower's Anglo-American coalition forces have taken over Italy and launched siege activities against those fascist 11 elements who are trying to resurrect, just like Mussolini's eradication of the mafia. Feng Shui takes turns, now it's replaced by the mafia for revenge. General. Glancing at Luke's epaulets and the pomp behind him, Alessandro changed his name carefully. This mafia leader still has that humble appearance, even more respectful than ever. Following Luke may be the most correct decision he has made in his life. 2 weeks ago, the opponent was only a captain of the Allied forces, and now he has been promoted to brigadier general. The speed of promotion is like riding on a rocket. Moreover, Luke is now recognized as a war hero by the Allies, a legend who led a team to conquer Italy. Such a sensational deed, even 100 years later, someone will talk about it. Alessandro thinks that he can appear in it, just like being recorded in history. What an honor it is for a gangster to get such an honor. Mrs. Malena is still staying at the original hotel. After knowing the news of your return to Sicily, she is preparing to pick you up. Alessandro bends down slightly. He knows that this is different from the past, and he even becomes respectful of his attitude towards Malena. Why didn't she come to the port? Luke looked up and looked at the crowd onlookers outside the pier. Many people are looking forward to it, wanting to see what Roosevelt and Churchill call the Superman of the legend. Mrs. Malena said that it is not convenient for her to appear in public with you, General. Alessandro bowed his head. Luke's eyes flickered, the corners of his mouth raised, and he whispered softly, I see. Corsa, are you satisfied with your current life? I am satisfied. The sheriff who arrived in the town respects me very much, and the governor of Palermo visited me yesterday. All this is thanks to you. Alessandro nodded. Power and status, he has already obtained. Now Sicily, whoever sees himself will take off his hat and call it Your Excellency. Even the boss of the Camorra family is the same. Luke looked around, looked at the fierce mafia members, and said as he walked, I can give you another chance. After the war, the Allies have different opinions on the disposal of Italy. The United States believes that Italy should be entrusted to the United Nations, while the British only value overseas colonies. If they want to swallow these cakes, the Soviets feel that the three countries are safer. For the time being, no one can convince anyone. Alessandro frowned and thought, the future of the country determines the future path of the mafia. Luke got into the car and continued, no matter what the result is, the mafia family is destined to decline. You are only a product of a period of social instability. Once order is restored, the country will strike. Just like Mussolini. After coming to power, in order to win public opinion, I will use you as a knife. Cosa, I affirm your ability. So, you can choose to stay in Sicily, continue to enjoy life, and be the manager of the family. In other words, go to the North American continent with me, where there are more opportunities. Luke closed his eyes when he finished speaking, as if he was resting, but also as if waiting for a reply. Alessandro thought for a long time, his eyes fluctuating. Was speechless all the way, until he finally made a decision before arriving at the hotel. General, it is my greatest honor to be able to follow you. Luke, who got out of the car, just smiled and said nothing. Took the roaring commando back to Luke in New York, this time without living in the old Brooklyn house. Instead, he was warmly greeted by a group of powerful officials and moved into the luxurious rooms of the Waldorf Astoria. This is the first skyscraper hotel in the world, and it has historical origins. At the beginning of its completion, President Hoover also delivered a congratulatory speech in the Cabinet Office of the White House. As he said, the Waldorf Astoria is a benchmark in New York. It has always been loved by politicians from all over the world and has witnessed many historic and important events. For example, after World War II, the representatives of the four victorious countries, the United States, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union, signed the World Peace Agreement in a suite in their tower. The tower is not too small. It once hosted the King of Monaco, Queen Elizabeth I and her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, and the Duke of Windsor and his wife. Now, Luke is fortunate enough to live in the tower suite of the Waldorf Astoria like countless celebrities. This is really... Malena looked up at the bright crystal chandeliers, luxurious furnishings, like falling into a dream. She never thought that she, who came from the Sicilian countryside, could one day live in such a house. The happiness came so suddenly that Malena couldn't believe it. And now, no man still stares at him with unabashedly greedy eyes. All this is because she is Luke's lover. Power and status provide shelter to a poor woman who should have had a miserable fate. You will settle here temporarily, Kosa will protect your safety. Luke leaned into the soft sofa, and Malena sat on his lap. Alessandro took about 300 people and followed him from Sicily to the strange North American continent. Their compatriots have long been mixed up, visiting various high-end venues, making friends with politicians and Hollywood stars. I never believed in gangsters, but they can sometimes do some dirty work for you. The mafia who came across the ocean to the American mafia has no other support. They can only hug my thigh tightly. Luke lightly sniffed the fragrance of the mature girl's hair, and said leisurely. He is now an official brigadier general. After defeating the Axis and Hydra, he may go a step further and become the youngest major general in the history of the Federation. But status does not mean everything. www.novel.com needs to be supported by funded, networked, and intertwined interest groups. Mafia can be used as a cornerstone of this special period. Luke aimed at Las Vegas, Nevada, which is a gold mine that can be unearthed. In the early years, the United States was in the Great Depression. In order to stimulate the economy and tide over the difficulties, the Nevada State Assembly passed a bill to legalize gambling. Since then, Las Vegas has become a gambling city, but it is far from reaching the level of popularity in later generations. Luke, who was once involved in the Irish gang, does not want to touch the two profitable businesses of smuggling and drugs. That will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble, and in the future, it will even become an embarrassing situation where you have to constantly wipe the bottom of the mafia. And Las Vegas gaming, hotels, and security industry are all areas where the mafia can do its best. Taking advantage of the fact that the casino city has not yet developed, it should be the first to get involved, and there should be unexpected surprises. In the original timeline, Las Vegas was also paved by Benjamin Siegel, who is also a member of the mafia, and raised $6 million to build a flamenco hotel and a large casino to attract all over the world. Tycoon of the rich. You can always see a long way. Malena said admiringly, and then she was put down on the sofa. The black wavy hair spread out like a lotus, and his beautiful face was blushing. This is daytime. Malena said weakly. Don't get me wrong, I just think this sofa is very soft and I want to test the quality. Luke's mouth is serious and his hands are skillful. Outside the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, there was a faint sound of cars honking. Chapter 37, Honored by the President, Goodbye to the U.S. Team. After everything was settled, Luke spent the next few days dealing with various social situations. From the press conference held by the White House, to the celebration dinner of various military ministries, I didn't even stop. Everyone laughed at him, admiring him, and the atmosphere was harmonious, so that Luke almost had the illusion that the war has been won. According to the plot of the movie, if Captain America hadn't stopped the bombing plan of the Hydra Red Skull, the Allies might not have been able to win so smoothly. I am very honored to be here to present this Medal of Honor, which symbolizes bravery and fearlessness, to Brigadier General Luke Cavell. He is the hero of the Allies and our hero. The White House lawn, President Roosevelt in a wheelchair, personally put the medal representing the highest military honor on Luke's chest. Then, the two shook hands cordially and took a group photo. It is estimated that the headlines of all newspapers tomorrow will be news about this matter. Although I have heard that you are very young, I never expected you to be so young. You know how I am at your age, and I am full of thoughts on how to talk to the hottest girl in school. After the awarding ceremony, there was a luncheon at the White House, and the entourage pushed Mr. President to Luke's side. As the longest time in office in the history of the United States, he is also a highly evaluated person in power. The other party knows how to bring people closer together. During the whole conversation, Mr. President only talked about Luke's parents who died young, the difficult past at school, and Uncle Frank. Behaved like a gentle and kind elder, not a powerful person in a high position. I just made some trivial contributions, no different from those soldiers on the battlefield. When Luke speaks beautifully, he does not let the wind fall. Politicians always like to talk roundabouts, even politicians like Roosevelt are no exception. Dwight and I are very grateful for your gift. Luke, what can I call you? I have seen many outstanding young people, but you are still the best of those young people. Mr. President finally got into the topic, smiling and saying, in return, what should I do for you? This war is not over yet, and the distribution of benefits is difficult to determine, and your position is already eye-catching enough. It's not easy to keep going up. I want to return to the battlefield and end this war with my own hands. Luke spoke loudly, without the slightest false expression. For him, the position of the brigadier general is not enough. While the war is not over, it is the key to seize the time to make a record. Don't look at Roosevelt being polite to himself now. When the dust settles in World War II, if Luke has no other use value except for the halo of honor above his head, the opponent will definitely treat himself as a passerby. By the way, if nothing goes wrong, the president in a wheelchair may have a brain hemorrhage and die before the war is completely over. In this way, Truman, as the vice president, is worthy of investment. There was a series of thoughts in Luke's head. Mr. President, who was waiting to write a bunch of bad checks, was taken aback. Why didn't this young brigadier general play his cards according to his routine? Obviously, I should promise benefits, win relationships, and then reap gratitude and take it as a confidant. How did become a righteous and awe-inspiring active call for battle? Then I will contact the Allied command. Mr. President said dryly. Looked at Luke, who was leaving, narrowing his smile. He had set a goal long ago not to be the mascot of the federal government. Neither politicians nor capital groups can buy themselves. Who would be willing to succumb to others? Luke held the champagne in his hand, a sneer pulled out from the corner of his mouth. Your Excellency Brigadier General, I'm a reporter from the Horn Daily. Can I take a picture? The young reporter saw Mr. President leave, and his entourage hurried over. He is struggling to carry the bulky camera and looks at Luke expectantly. The Horn Daily? Dare to love, this is an old newspaper? Luke raised his eyebrows and stood straight, with a friendly and polite smile on his face. Yes. Click. A flash of light, the picture freezes. The pen figure and handsome face of the young brigadier general will be spread all over the world along with the printed newspapers. You don't seem to be very happy, Steve. Oh no, I should call you Captain America. Who will clean up the Germans? A star-spangled banner man with big plans. When Luke met Rogers, it had been a week since he returned to New York. On the side of the Allied command, he finally agreed that this young brigadier general who wanted to be on the front line rushed to the battlefield. Luke, who was in his spare time, made a special trip to visit his old friend. He also hummed the familiar melody that is well known in the streets and alleys. It's just that Rogers didn't seem to be happy to hear this song, and turned his head shamelessly, and said, Don't make fun of me, Luke, or do you want me to call you Superman? I don't like it at all. Life. Backstage at the Broadway Theatre, Captain America, wearing a tight costume, carrying a stars and stripes shield in his hand, has a frustrated expression on his face. There is no longer the steadfastness and high morale of the past. He has become a senator's tool for selling bonds. Everyday life is to cooperate with publicity, perform on stage, and then take a group photo. Said the same lines, doing repetitive actions, like a machine. You are a hero in comic books and movies, the Captain America everyone admires. Luke patted the other person on the shoulder and said this deliberately. They just need an idol. A clown standing on the stage. You are the hero of the real world. By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet, Brigadier Cavill. Rogers shook his head, cheered up, and said with a smile. The purpose of joining the army in the first place was to imagine a soldier on the front line to make his due contribution to this war. Instead of being like a clown, standing on the stage and saying meaningless lines, promoting various bonds issued by the state. I thought you would like this feeling, the big stars of Broadway theaters, people know you wherever they go. Luke hooked Rogers's neck with his hand and said with a smile. But you have changed a lot. I used to have to bend down to get your shoulders. Rogers turned his face away, ignored his friend's teasing, and said in a tired tone, You know, the last time I went to the Caspian training camp in New Jersey, that's where we stayed. Every soldier was talking about you, saying looking at your experience during training, as well as your legendary deeds. Really? I am happy for you and proud of you. Luke, you deserve this honor. I wanted to tell them that you are my friend. But I was afraid that the soldiers would ask, why are you on the front line? And I hide behind. Rogers, who was called Captain America, laughed self-deprecatingly. He was tired of the present day, but he couldn't resist. To obey orders is the bounden duty of a soldier. And the senator obtained the military's consent, Rogers could only obediently behave. Then you can go to Europe with me. Luke is still like before in Brooklyn, holding Rogers's shoulders, using an understatement, to say this surprisingly good news. You reading www.ukansha.com. Europe, really? Rogers reacted a few seconds later, with an expression of disbelief. But what about the military? The senator won't agree. Soon, Rogers' eyes dimmed again. He knew that Luke wanted to help himself, but it would be no good to get into trouble. Senator Brandt has a good position on the committee and has a good relationship with the military. Hey, the little guy in Brooklyn, standing in front of you is a brigadier general, a hero of the Allies, and a bright star awarded by the president. Luke pretended to be annoyed, frowned, and said his title solemnly. Actually, he went to the Senator Brandt before he drove here. Hearing about his intention, the arrogant senator did not say a word, so he agreed. Before Luke left, the other party even begged him not to blame, putting his posture very low. This is the true nature of a politician, bullying the soft and fearing the hard, and turning the rudder by the wind. How about Captain America, do you want to go to the European battlefield and see how powerful Hydra is with me? Hearing Luke's invitation, Rogers nodded fiercely, his eyes full of surprise. He felt his life and saw hope again. Thank you, Luke. Rogers said gratefully. You should call me Commander. Luke laughed twice and pulled Captain America away from the Broadway theater. Go. Let's have a drink. Celebrate Captain America's new life, and celebrate our reunion. The two figures crossed their backs, talked and laughed and walked onto the street, disappearing into the crowd. Chapter 38, Open the Lottery, 1 round guaranteed. In the middle of the night, the stars are a little bit starry. Waldorf Astoria, Tower Suite. In the dark and wide bedroom, only Melina's even breathing can be heard. This charming mature girl has a blushing aftertaste on her cheeks. It's like I just finished some intense exercise, dragging my tired body, and falling asleep. It's time to draw. Staying awake, Luke, who could not see the slightest physical exertion, gently pulled out the right hand that was used as a pillow by Malena. lifted the thin quilt and walked out of the bed naked. It didn't take long for the sound of water to flow from the bathroom. Two guys who are not drunk went to the tavern. It was really boring. A few minutes later, Luke put on his bathrobe, opened the French windows, and walked outside. The slightly cold night breeze blew by, and suddenly there was a refreshing feeling. After leaving the Broadway Theater in the afternoon, he and Rogers ran to the Old Joseph's Tavern in Brooklyn to relive the old days, which attracted a lot of people's onlookers. One is a war hero, a legend. One is Captain America, should be regarded as a national idol. New Yorkers heard the wind and crowded Old Joseph's Tavern. Anyway, in the end, the original old friends reunited, imagined the future, and remembered the classics of the past, and turned into a dull wine competition. The sound of wine glasses colliding one after another, the aroma of malt wafted everywhere, and occasionally there was a burst of laughter because of a vulgar joke. The atmosphere is so hot that people think that there is an adult show that is not suitable for children. Like Rogers, I have forgotten what it feels like to be drunk. Luke sighed. Later, when he and Rogers walked out of the tavern, it was already the beginning of the lights outside, and the night fell. They are sober, not drunk, and walk without the slightest sway. As for the guys who fight wine, all poured on the wine table one by one, and some lay directly on the ground, making a mess of the tavern. Old Joseph asked the guy to clean up and threw all these people to the side of the street. Anyway, being a homeless person for a night will not be a big problem. For the super soldier, the serum injected into the body will form a protection system for regeneration and healing. Alcohol cannot paralyze Rogers at all. He had been frozen for 70 years, and nothing happened. Changed to a normal person, I am afraid it would have become a corpse long ago. And Luke, if he wants to make him feel drunk, he may have to use Asgard's 1,000-year-old wine. The two chatted a few words, and then went home. Then, Luke and Malena had another pleasant and in-depth and cordial exchange to promote physical and mental health. After a fulfilling day, he finally remembered that he would have another chance to extract a Superman template. Open the lucky draw opportunity. Luke felt the cool night breeze, his thoughts moved slightly. In my mind, the light flickered. Numerous templates floating out of thin air, spinning quickly. Every short stay can affect Luke's emotions and make his heart beat faster. Silver Superman, this is fine. Luke looked at the Superman template with a silver frame and couldn't help but get excited. How did it pass? Then, Superman thinking. Is another extremely powerful Superman template drifting past. Until the speed of rotation slows down, it stops completely. Template extraction completed. Superdemon, Super Demon. It's actually this, it's not a surprise, and it's not very disappointing. It feels like winning a guarantee. Luke was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. So, one of Superman's shortcomings, the lack of magic resistance, has been made up? There will be a chance to meet the Supreme Master in the future, and I won't lose heart. Idoligen, also known as Magic Superman, is the peer of Superman in the Earth's 13 magic universe. Compared to Superman with zero magic resistance, he has no weaknesses in this area. On the contrary, the Magic Superman can also manipulate flames, control energy, and resist mind control. Is a good harvest. Luke replaced the extracted Superman template, and the data in the character panel suddenly changed. Host, Luke Cavill. Loading template, Magic Superman, LV1. Abilities, Natural Extraction, Active, Mental Immunity, Passive, Stellar Energy, Passive, Biological Force Field, Passive. Reputation, 164-5374. Achievement, Legendary Man. Superman who knows how to use magic. The style of painting seems a bit strange. Luke loaded a brand new template and felt a lot of information poured into his mind. He spread his palms, the surrounding air fluctuated, and a fiery flame floated quietly. The so-called natural extraction is to extract magic elements that are free from space. The magical power of the material world feels very weak. It's no wonder that the mages use all kinds of bigwigs as the medium to gain powerful power. Luke pinched out the flame in his hand and said to himself, "Mage in the Marvel world, most of the power they possess is to absorb other dimensions or sign contracts with other existences. For example, Comitage built by the Supreme Master. The power source of those temple mages is the Trinity Wetian Emperor. Many black magicians are servants of the ancient demon Sithorn. The vampire was created by him. And the chaotic magic of the Scarlet Witch is also directly related to Sithorn. There are also Domum in the Dark Dimension, Mephisto in the World, and Zatolak, the Master of the Crimson Universe. All of them are a group of dimensional demons who are repelled by the material world or are unpopular. It is something to be happy to be able to make up for a short board." Luke felt the power surging in his body, and whispered softly, "I wonder if there will be a Superman who eats kryptonite, or a super Kryptonian." The next morning, Luke, who was ready to go, heard the bad news of the Allied defeat before he set foot on the battlefield in Europe. To make matters worse, after packing everything, Rogers, who was excited, saw the list of the 107th Infantry Regiment killed. Among them is his good friend, James Buchanan Barnes. "Maybe Bucky is just captured, he is still alive, waiting for us to rescue." Luke patted Rogers on the shoulder. Reading www.uyugonshu.com comforted. "Brigadier General Cavill, the Allied command will not agree to this rescue operation," Carter reminded. The place where the 107 Infantry Regiment fought was the most heavily guarded area on the European battlefield. Forced rescue may cause more casualties. Rogers was a little tangled when he heard Carter say this. He must be going to rescue Bucky, at least to confirm whether the opponent is still alive, but he doesn't want to cause unnecessary losses to the Allies. There is no need to trouble the Allied command, nor to mobilize other troops. In this rescue operation, there are only two people, Rogers and I," Luke said lightly. He wanted to get in touch with the Red Skull of Hydra a long time ago, to see if he could open more missions. "No. Brigadier Cavill. You are now the hero of the Allies. Once you are captured or encounter an accident, you will shake the morale of the front lines." Carter became anxious, and quickly tried to stop the opponent. Because of the conversation at the Venetian Palace that night, her attitude towards Luke has turned into apathy. But considering the consequences of the enemy's fall into the enemy camp, Carter had to stand up and persuade. War heroes of the Allied powers, legendary figures vigorously promoted by the American military, in the event of an accident, it will lead to serious consequences. "Miss Carter, you may not know me enough. I like challenging tasks and I am good at creating miracles." Luke ignored the other's persuasion. He looked at Rogers and said with a smile, "Are you ready to take the risk?" The latter looked at Carter with apologetic eyes, and then nodded vigorously at Luke. "Ready, Commander." Rogers raised his right hand and saluted. Q&A post. I turned to the next chapter and commented, and found that many readers have some questions. It is too troublesome to go back one by one, so I simply open a single chapter. First, explain that the protagonist is not of Kryptonian blood, so conventional methods such as blood draw are useless for him. You can understand the system as a belt of Kamen Rider, and the Superman template is a card that is transformed. Just now, I saw a reader ask whether changing the template will cause the ability to be cleared. The answer is no. After all, there is no requirement for Kamen Rider's belt. Only one card can be inserted, right? Actually, as I said in the first book, I rarely read systematic texts. The reason for adding this thing is mainly for signing a contract. After all, this book started slowly. Don't talk about the 3 chapters of the cheat sheet these days. In some books, the first sentence of the first chapter came out. I wish the readers immediately knew what cheats are. I wrote 10 chapters before officially debuting. I was worried that the editor would refuse to sign it. Therefore, the reader, please understand that as an intern social animal who graduated from college, the biggest lesson is not to go against the trend of the market unless you can be strong enough to guide the wind. Obviously, I can't, so I can only follow the wind. As for why I wrote that way, I should blame it on the head iron. I can't hold back the dead and restless heart. Back to the topic. There are still people who suspect that I started writing from the second front, and I might return to modern times after playing Hydra and continue to mix the plot. The answer is no. If you have read the previous books a little bit, you probably know that I don't really like to follow the plot line. I am more passionate about writing my own things in the framework of a fan, rather than adding a protagonist to the original work, which is very boring. I am a reader myself, and I would not love it. Regarding fan creation, I believe in the arrival of the protagonist, who must bring changes to the world, for better or worse. The protagonist is the type I hate. Of course, this way of writing has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it may be a little fresher in comparison. The disadvantage is that it is easy to write bias, leading to a later crash. So I will try hard. After all, the outline of the anti-hero is still there, and it's okay to use waste. Finally, the reader master asked that the protagonist's change of the timeline might attract the attention of the Supreme Master. This answer is related to the plot after the end of the second front, so you can open your mind and guess the development of the subsequent plot. Just sauce. I rolled away the code words. After all, I will resume work in a few days, and there may not be such ample time. Compliment to the readers with 3 consecutive qualities. Chapter 39, Save Private Bucky. Under the cover of the dark night, a Beechcraft UC-43 light transport aircraft flew into Austrian airspace. The endless roar of artillery fire from the ground illuminates the dense forest below from time to time. The stretch of mountains rising on both sides, dense fog is permeated, and visibility is extremely low. Flying an airplane in such bad weather places high technical requirements on pilots. Hydra's barracks are located in Fort Claus. The specific location is between 2 mountains. There are about 2 military factories there, and the number of defenders is about 600. Behind the cabin, Carter took out a map, lowered his head and explained patiently. Although it is said that there are courses of knowledge map in military topography, Luke and Rogers may not have learned it. They were in the Caspian training camp at the beginning, and they were doing high-intensity training in physical fitness. Is the information accurate? Rogers couldn't help asking, but he got Carter's eye. This is the intelligence that the Strategic Science Corps took a lot of effort to intercept from the Hydra. During World War II, Austria was annexed by NA, Germany and joined the war with the Allied powers. In order to support the front line and prevent the continuous advancement of the Allied forces, Hydra set up a secret base in Fort Claus, used to manufacture energy weapons and strengthen soldiers. Facts have proved that the effect is indeed very significant. The 107 Infantry Regiment had a total of more than 200 people, but was defeated by a special force led by strengthened soldiers, and returned with a crushing defeat. The Intelligence Department of the Strategic Science Corps believes that Allied soldiers who have become captives are likely to be escorted to Fort Claus as laborers and experimental subjects. I thought you would report this to Colonel Phillips, and then have the Allied command give instructions to stop my rescue operation. Luke, who was sitting in the rear cabin, smiled. I am not a cold-blooded person, Brigadier General Cavill. Carter tucked the dangling hair, raised his head and said, I don't want to see soldiers sacrifice, but if you want to win a war, you must consider the overall situation and cannot be dominated by emotional emotions. Luke raised his eyebrows and said softly, then why is Miss Carter willing to help us? The original plan was that he and Rogers drove into Fort Claus and raided the military factory. While creating chaos and creating opportunities, while rescuing Bucky or captured soldiers. But later, Carter also decided to join, and incidentally he also brought in a genius scientist who could fly a plane. Howard Stark. You said you are good at creating miracles, I want to know if this is true. Carter replied coldly. Rogers, who was sitting on the side, looked wondering. He felt that Luke and Carter seemed to be a little bit of gunpowder. Have they had any unpleasant misunderstandings before? The incomprehensible Captain America looked confused and shrank back, not intending to participate. It's coming soon. I will deliver you to the vicinity of that base. From the driver's seat, Howard's voice came. As an arms tycoon, a genius scientist, and a well-known rich man, it is normal and reasonable that he can fly planes. Howard, I heard Miss Carter say that you are the best pilot she has ever seen. I hope that when the altitude is lowered, this transport plane will not be hit by the artillery fire of the Axis powers. Luke did not tie up the parachute bag nervously like Rogers, and make preparations in advance for low-altitude parachuting. He is very relaxed, just like waiting to be done, not a very dangerous rescue mission, but a fun and exciting wild adventure. The men of the Stark family are the best in everything. This is our family tradition. Howard drove a light transport plane, first pulled up, sailing above the clouds, and then quickly lowered in a dive posture. Under the fog with extremely low visibility, doing such a dazzling operation, I have to say that he has a big heart. I'm ready to parachute, Brigadier General. I hope from the bottom of my heart, don't see you on the list of Allied forces killed. Howard stabilized the fuselage, and there was a vague roar of artillery fire from below, like a muffled thunder that shook the sky. Relax, Rogers. Our task is very simple, confirm whether Bucky is alive and save the captured soldiers. Opened the hatch, and the strong airflow poured in. Luke comforted Rogers, who had set foot on the battlefield for the first time. This is the first time for Captain America, and it is inevitable to be a little nervous. Boom boom boom. The earth seemed to tremble with a whine sound, and the light of the artillery fire reflected the night sky. Rogers saw this scene, took a deep breath, and said, I'm ready. Tighten the umbrella bag and jump. Rogers can't wait. Luke said jokingly, and was about to jump off. Hold the transceiver. The Allies will find you through the signal. Carter stood at the hatch and gave Luke the transceiver. The latter whispered, Miss Carter, the overall situation of a war is accumulated by local advantages. Maybe those soldiers are insignificant and can't affect much, but the existence that drives the wheel of history is precisely the insignificant people like them. Luke put the transceiver in his pocket, put the umbrella bag on his back, and leaned back. Before falling down, he stretched out his hand to give Carterby a victory sign. The howling wind was like a knife, blowing the Krypton suit covered by Luke. The dark red cloak sounded like a flying flag. Luke fell quickly against the fierce gunfire below. Has this amazing defensive Krypton suit? He is confident that he will be hit by a cannonball head-on, and he will be safe. On the devastated ground, there is a dense dark forest. The artillery fire, shaking endlessly. The soldiers on both sides yelled and killed each other, releasing the most primitive violent impulse of mankind. Rogers. Open the umbrella. Luke's voice was blown away by the wind, intermittently transmitted to Captain America's ears. The latter opened the umbrella bag very obediently, and a small dark flower bloomed. The speed of the fall slowed down. Taking this opportunity, Rogers turned his head and looked at Luke. He discovered to his horror that the other party did not even open the umbrella at all. The height at this time is already close to 700 meters. Under normal circumstances, the minimum safe altitude for an airplane to parachute is 500 meters. This is what Carter emphatically warned, you must pay attention to the time of opening the umbrella. Luke. Rogers shouted vigorously. An anxious voice came from his mouth, and it was immediately blown away by the gust of wind, breaking into fragments. At the dangerous moment of the rapid fall when it reached a height of 100 meters, Luke opened his umbrella bag in Rogers's shocked eyes. Taking advantage of this buffer opportunity, he drew the paratrooper knife between his legs and cut the rope. The impact of at least a hemiplegic fall should have had no effect on Luke. This made Rogers, who landed safely on the ground, truly admired. No wonder Colonel Phillips regarded Luke as the best super soldier, and the two heads of the Allied powers, President Roosevelt and Churchill of England, even called him Superman. At the height just now, Rogers may not dare to try it. He may be able to do it, but in a situation where he has never done skydiving training, it will definitely not be as easy as Luke. Going 2 kilometers in this direction, through the bushes, is the base of Hydra. Luke didn't know about Captain America's psychological activities. You read www.yuyugonshu.com. He took a look at the map, and then began to march quickly. As a Superman, he should be able to fly. What's so great about parachuting? If you knew what Rogers thought, Luke would definitely answer like this in his heart. Through the thick fog in the middle of the night, the two marched all the way. It didn't take long for him to go deep into the edge of the dense forest and see a huge and heavily guarded base. The energized barbed wire erected a high wall, behind which stood a guard post. The beams of searchlights swept across, and below were teams of guards patrolling. These guards wearing Hydra armbands, their equipment is a century ahead of the Allies. The infinite energy developed by the cube of the universe is applied to various weapons, guns, and cannons by the Red Skull of Hydra. There is even a giant multi-turret tank, a steel monster like a meat grinder. It can be said responsibly that if it weren't for the birth of Captain America and the incarnation of She-Aman, who staged an anti-German hero, the world's timeline would have turned a corner. Because the Axis powers have completely crushed the Allied forces in science and technology, and the enhanced fighters being developed by Red Skull, once they are put on the European battlefield, the current allies that are advancing, I am afraid that they will immediately collapse and disintegrate. You go to rescue the captured soldiers. I see if you can find the leader of the Hydra Red Skull. Luke gave orders. Red Skull and Dr. Zola should be in this base. If you can get the Cosmos Cube in advance, it would be a good choice. Although in Luke's eyes, the 6 infinite gems may not have the potential to have the Superman template. But the universe's Rubik's Cube contains infinite energy, which really interests him. Chapter 40, One Perfect Dive. The secret base of Fort Claus is heavily guarded. There are 2 military factories on the left and right to make weapons. There are as many as 600 defenders stationed there. With a strong fortress and powerful firepower, it can isolate all foreign enemies. If the Allied forces want to break through from the front, they may have to pay several times more heavy casualties. The best way is to mobilize the Air Force for high-intensity carpet bombing. Use the brutal tactics of fire cover to completely destroy this Hydra base hidden in the deep mountains and dense forests. Otherwise, those giant tanks like steel monsters, strengthened fighters who feel greatly weakened and have extraordinary physical strength, don't know how many lives can be devoured by the Allies. This is also the reason why the Allied command is unwilling to send troops to carry out rescue plans. Rushed out, it was meaningless except for paying more lives. Luke, how can we hide from others and sneak into this base? Asked Rogers, who was hiding behind the bushes. The secret base of Hydra is too tightly guarded. The security post is like a steel sentry standing in the dark. Every 5 minutes there is a group of Nazi soldiers patrolling back and forth, with conspicuous searchlights sweeping around. Rogers, carrying a shield, had a headache. At this time, he finally understood how ridiculously difficult it was to raid the secret base of Hydra with only 2 people. I have a bold idea. Luke thought for a moment, and said seriously, why don't I rush out and kill them all, so that no one will discover our existence? A complete infiltration operation can be achieved. Rogers didn't catch his breath, almost suffocated to death. After a few low-pitched coughs, he was relieved. He couldn't tell whether it was Luke's joking or whether he was really planning to do it. Even after receiving a serum injection, he became a super soldier. Put on the battlefield, can be one enemy to 100. But in the face of the fierce fire from the Hydra, single-handed individual heroism will not work. A careful plan must be made. Rogers racked his brains, thinking about what method should be used to not only accomplish the task of saving the captured soldiers, but also avoid Hydra's detection. "Luke, I think." Before Captain America came up with a plan, Luke dashed out of the bushes. The strong air current blows the fallen leaves on the ground. After a few breaths, it disappeared deep in the dense forest. At the same time, on the muddy road next to the bushes, a military truck transporting supplies passed by at low speed. The light from the headlights of the car, like two sharp swords, cut through the thick fog. The gate of the base slowly opened, giving way to a passage. I saw an afterimage, pulled out a swift straight line, and crashed into a low-speed military truck. The terrifying impact was like a solid cannonball that had been charged for a long time, and it hit the body hard. The sturdy truck, which seemed to have been hit countless times with a hammer, collapsed suddenly. With a boom, I couldn't stand the terrible impact suddenly, and the military truck tipped over and sank deep into the muddy road. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The huge noise awakened the secret base in calm waves. The guard at the door reacted first, carrying the energy gun with the metal shell in both hands, and ran over. The base behind also sounded the alarm, and the sharp whistle echoed under the night sky. "This." Rogers looked at the fallen military truck and the obvious outline of the dent on it, then looked at the unscathed Luke, and was speechless for a moment. "Super soldier. Is it so strong?" Rogers lowered his head, stretched out his hands, and clenched them into fists. Unfortunately, he did not feel the horrible force in his body that could overturn a military truck. "It's all the same super soldiers. Why can Luke do it?" Rogers, who has always maintained self-confidence and fighting spirit, can't help but wonder if Dr. Erskine injected them with serum, whether he had increased Luke's dose a little bit more. "Go to the cell where the captured soldiers are held and see if you can find Bucky. I attract the attention of Hydra." Luke was talking about the plan, and he lifted the overturned military truck forcefully. After replacing the magic Superman template, he felt the power in his body, and it seemed to be improved again. Not only increases the efficiency of absorbing the energy of stars, but also strengthens all aspects of physical fitness. The bulging muscles of both hands are twisted into a ball, like a steel wire that is twisted repeatedly, highlighting the obvious lines full of power. The army uniform was tightened, wailing that it was about to be torn apart. As for the military boots under my feet, cracks have appeared in the process of sprinting. Cover skin. Seeing that the military uniform was about to be stretched, and he was about to fall into an embarrassing situation of disheveled clothes, Luke quickly covered the skin he had put away before. There is a Kryptonian battlesuit body. No matter how fierce the battle is, it will not be like a big green man, every time only the pants that barely hide the shame are left. The enemy is here, run! It didn't take long for the guards wearing Hydra armbands to arrive quickly. On the muddy road, only one figure stands. The tall man in steel armor lifted the overturned military truck like a weight. This shocking scene beyond the scope of human comprehension directly caused the guards carrying energy guns to lose their ability to think. Facts have proved that even Hydra, brainwashed by fanatical thoughts, still has the same desire to survive as ordinary people. After seeing the intruder showing inhuman strength, several guards shouting "Long live the Hydra" ran away without turning their heads. Superman of the Allied forces! Notify the leader! Superman is here! An eager shout returned to the base. Someone recognizes Luke's young face. It is the Superman who frequently appears in newspapers and radio these days. Super aiming is deployed. Luke narrowed his eyes slightly, using precise gaze to locate the giant tank at the gate of the base. Both arms were slightly bent, and both legs sank, like throwing a shot ball, and smashed a several-ton military truck out. Hydra guards swarmed out in groups, staring at the military truck roaring in midair with shocked eyes that couldn't believe it. Boom! Shocking loud noise, shaking the entire base. The giant tank was directly crushed by a military truck and was completely scrapped. The driver, who sat in www.novel.com, had not had time to adjust the fort, and was crushed into a muddy meat sauce. The explosion of firelight illuminates the night sky. The inside of the base is boiling. Taking this opportunity, Rogers quickly changed into the black uniform of a Hydra guard, put on a cover-up helmet, and entered the base. Those Hydra soldiers, really unfortunate, they met Luke. Rogers no longer doubted the strength of his friends. He finally knew what the real situation was behind the Italian conqueror and Rome conqueror in the Allied propaganda. It's no wonder that every time I ask about the Roaring Commando, how they sneaked into Sicily and raided the Venetian palace, the group always thought about him. Now it seems that in the whole process, it is likely that Luke drove Wushuan all the way, and then the others watched and cheered. Arsenal, the cell is behind. Rogers, disguised as a Hydra soldier, successfully entered the interior of the military factory. Those defenders carrying energy guns, stimulated by the alarm, all ran outside. What is this? Along the way, Rogers saw huge missile heads. There are many soldiers who are responsible for embedding energy blocks that emit blue light into them. With the idea of collecting information, he stuffed a piece into his pocket, and then walked towards the cell where the captured soldier was held. On the other side, the Red Skull, staying in the command room, hearing the alarm sounded, quickly mobilized the monitor to check the situation. In the intense firelight, I saw a tall figure tearing open the flame waves, and the dark red cloak was hunting and fluttering. Those sharp eyes seemed to be able to overcome obstacles, looking at the Red Skull through the surveillance camera. Chapter 41, Punch 9 Snakes. A few minutes ago. The Red Skull is standing in the command room inside the base, imagining the future and drawing a blueprint. Talked about how to rebuild the Third Reich on the ruins after the war. Through the power that Hydra has mastered, the whole world will be included in the bag. And his audience is only one person. The chief scientist of Hydra, Dr. Anim Zola. The Red Skull with the Rubik's Cube in the universe firmly believes that he is the chosen son of destiny and the future ruler of this planet. Mr. Schmidt, the head of state, hopes that we can provide more weapons and create opportunities for victory on the frontline battlefield. He is no longer satisfied with resisting the advancement of the Allies, but wants to blow the horn of counterattack. Dr. Zola said cautiously. In fact, the head of state as far away as Berlin used a command-like tone to force Hydra to increase its strength and make more and more powerful energy weapons to be used to arm the soldiers of the Axis powers. If you repeat the original words, the Red Skull, who has long been independent, will probably be furious again. Dr. Zola felt that since he got the cube of the universe, the leader of the Hydra has expanded his ambitions, almost to an unstoppable level. The general trend of the Axis powers is gone. Hitler, because of wealth and religious differences, launched a large-scale massacre of Jews, and also provokes the Red-Brown Bear of the Soviet Union, and then made the idiot of Italy an ally, and the United States joined in. Third, the Empire is about to become the public enemy of the world. The end of this war is already doomed, Zola. In the tone of the Red Skull, there is no respect for Hitler. He really idolized the head of state and joined the SS for this reason. He once became a loyal confidant like Heinrich Rutberd Himmler. But after that, Schmidt, who had not yet become a Red Skull, entered the military's scientific research department, got acquainted with Abraham Erskine, and knew the existence of the super soldier serum. In order to pursue his own strength and perfection, coupled with his loyalty to the head of state, Schmidt volunteered to become the first test subject. Because of the side effects of the first generation of serum, he became a Red Skull. Unfortunately, Hitler later felt that Schmidt, who was disfigured, no longer fits the perfect image of Aryan in his mind. Through the establishment of a foreign intelligence agency, he assigned this former confidant to the startup Hydra. Hitler, this big ship is going to sink, even if I provide a lot of weapons to the Axis powers. Zola, Do you want to be buried with him? Red Skull sneered. Long live the Hydra! Dr. Zola raised his hands flat and shouted slogans to show his loyalty. This is the choice of the wise. When the Valkyrie plan is successful and half of the world is reduced to ruins, I will be able to personally build an unprecedented Hydra empire. The Red Skull's voice was high. He had completely controlled the Hydra long ago, turning it from an external intelligence agency into an independent secret organization. If the Allied powers were not pushing forward, the head of the Third Reich as far away as Berlin would surely slap the table and scream, and then start to eradicate this huge organization that can't get rid of it. By the way, Dr. Zola, how is the preparation of the Valkyrie plan? Red Skull: speaking of business, the so-called Valkyrie is a missile head embedded with the energy block of the Cosmos Rubik's Cube. Their power is not inferior to the hydrogen bombs that have not yet been manufactured by the United States. The research institutes are actively cooperating, and the goals have been determined. New York, Berlin, London, Moscow, Valkyrie is enough to smooth these cities and lead countless people to see the of death together. Dr. Zola replied tremblingly. In his opinion, Red Skull is a lunatic. Not only does he want to destroy the Allies, but he also wants to erase the Axis powers. From the devastated ruins, a new era belonging to Hydra was established. That's good. What Superman? What kind of mutant? Under the Valkyrie, all beings are equal. The universe Rubik's Cube is the future. Red Skull's eyes were frantic, and he continued, one day, I want to. The harsh sirens interrupted the Hydra leader's voice, and a tall fuzzy figure appeared on the monitor screen of the command room. The opponent is wearing a combat uniform similar to steel armor, and the dark red cloak seems to be stained with blood, very conspicuous. A person. The Red Skull seemed to feel the gaze from the invader, a little surprised, and looked at Dr. Zola. Is it the Superman of the Allied forces? The latter shook his head, and the picture on the monitor screen was too blurry for him to make out. Bang! Bang! I saw the blurry figure, which sprang out like a sharp arrow, at a speed that exceeded the limit captured by the surveillance camera. The Hydra soldier carrying an energy gun, like a sandbag standing still, was easily shot out. Within a few breaths, a team of defenders all fell down. And it seems that they can't get up anymore. Erskine has developed a second-generation fortified serum. Red Skull has doubts in his heart. Judging from the performance of the battle alone, this suspected invader of the Allied Superman is completely better than the super soldier. At least, Red Skull felt that it was difficult for him to knock down so many people at the same time. Also, a defender fired with a submachine gun, and the bullet hit the armor-like suit, but there was no response. What should we do? Dr. Zola asked in a panic. The soldiers of the Hydra didn't seem to be the opponent of this intruder. He is only one person. We have so many guns and strengthened soldiers. What are you afraid of? Red Skull scolded angrily. Then, on the surveillance screen, a giant tank rumbling, like a roaring steel monster. The turret moved, constantly adjusting its position. Oh, Superman! Even if you are made of steel. Red Skull smiled contemptuously. But... next moment, his voice stopped abruptly. The words that I wanted to ridicule www.novel.com also swallowed back. How is this possible? Erskine has definitely developed a new generation of serum. Damn! I was the first super soldier, but he gave the best things to others. The Red Skull roared incompetently and furiously. On the monitoring screen, the barrel of the giant tank was forcibly broken. Then, the intruder embraced the broken barrel with both hands, as if picking up a thick stick, and instantly overturned the dozens of tons of tank to the ground. This horrible scene directly caused the other Hydra soldiers to have no fighting spirit, and they wished to follow the French and raise a white flag to surrender. Mr. Schmidt! Dr. Zola whispered. Retreat! Back to headquarters! We are not the opponent of this allied Superman for the time being. The Red Skull quickly calmed down, took a deep breath, and pressed the switch of the self-destruct program one by one. He did not intend to leave the Valkyrie in the military factory as a trophy for the Allies. As for the captured soldiers, and the defenders of the Hydra, Red Skull won't care. They just made a small sacrifice for the birth of the Hydra Empire. No matter how powerful a super soldier is, he will be injured and will die. The Red Skull clenched his teeth and said bitterly, "Superman, wait and see." The universe cube in the metal instrument was extracted and put into the box. As long as you return to the underground base in the Alps, you can activate the Valkyrie and destroy the Allied powers and the Axis powers together. What can Superman do? He will still die in the bombing. Chapter 42, Captain America with many question marks. Da-da-day. Da-da-day. The submachine gun fired fiercely, carrying a bullet with strong kinetic energy, and hit the steel armor like Krypton suit, as if hitting a copper wall and iron wall. "Can you stop hitting your head?" The corners of Luke's mouth twitched, and the brass bullet hit his chest, causing at most a slight touch that was not painful or itchy. But when it hits the face, there will be some cramps. There is still a big gap in the high defense level of receiving bullets, missiles, and even nuclear bombs without any damage to the face. Luke's eyes condensed, and the trajectory of the bullet seemed to be slowed down a lot. He stretched out 2 fingers, pinched a deflated brass bullet, and shot it violently. A Hydra soldier rushed towards him, and fell to the ground. Wore a helmet on his head, exposing a fatal wound the size of a soybean, and gurgling blood came out like bubbles. How do you say this precision has an A if you think of Superman as a stand-in messenger? Luke curbed his boring distracting thoughts and rushed all the way. He is like a humanoid tank that can move at high speed, but any Hydra soldier with short eyes bumps into it, punches it down, and died on the spot. As the noise made more noise, more defenders swarmed in, and many of them were Hydra soldiers equipped with energy weapons. A salvo of guns and bullets flew around, and finally an energy cannon hit Luke's chest unbiasedly. With a boom, he flew out like a cannonball out of the chamber. Like a sledgehammer hitting an anvil, the dull sound shakes the eardrum. "I hit him!" the Hydra soldier yelled excitedly. The look of joy and excitement, it's like having just completed a final lure in the World Cup. "Wait, that guy! He's not dead!" The joy of victory did not last long, and an unbelievable exclamation came from the mouth of another Hydra soldier. The energy guns they use are incredibly lethal. Ordinary people just need to take a note, and they will directly annihilate their flesh and blood and turn them into ashes. But that terrible intruder, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. It doesn't seem to hurt as much as I thought. It's about the same as getting a sledgehammer worth 80. Luke fell onto a giant tank behind him, and smashed the thick and sturdy steel shell into a clear humanoid silhouette. He propped his hands back, shook his head, and dashed out. The air blows up. Luke instantly approached the Hydra soldier who hit him, pressed his palm on the opponent's chest, and gave him a light push. I saw him drag out an afterimage, like a splash of water, and the whole person bounced vigorously on the solid ground a few times. Then, there was a crack, and the flesh and blood body was embedded in the solid wall. Is like a tomato stepped on, and the juice splashes all over. The internal organs of the human body are covered with brick walls, like abstract paintings with strong colors. "We are even." Luke shrugged and turned to look at the other Hydra soldiers. Boom! Boom! After a while, the fierce battlefield became quiet. Relying on the nanosuit made from Krypton, Luke's frontal defense against several energy cannons is nothing. Is the most, it just hurts a bit. As the time spent carrying the Superman template on, the more Luke found out why Clark Kent, who was in the white body on the next studio, was often considered to have a zero dodge value. Because anyone with such an indestructible body of steel, coupled with amazing healing ability, will be used to walking in a straight line instead of wasting time to avoid attacks, it is better to charge and chop to take away the enemy. Over time, dodge has become a dispensable word in Superman's dictionary. I wonder what's going on with Rogers. It took a few minutes to clean up the defenders outside the base, and Luke stepped towards the military factory. The Red Skull had better stay in the command room. He is very interested in the cube of the universe. Since the energy rays radiated by stars can become a catalyst for Superman to become stronger. So unreasonable, other powerful energy bodies can't do it. Try it anyway and there will be no loss. Anyway, the director of the Cosmos Family Planning Commission, Thanos, it is impossible to cross the timeline to hit me. Even if it does come, I may not lose to him. This thought flashed through Luke's head. Luke. As soon as he walked into the military factory, Luke saw Rogers leading a group of captured soldiers. He acted as an intruder to attract attention, and Captain America did not encounter any obstacles on the way to complete the rescue mission. Did you find Bucky? Luke scanned the past, but did not find the figure of the future Winter Soldier. No. They told me that Bucky was taken to an isolation ward for human testing, but I didn't see him there. Rogers had a bit of anxiety on his face. He was worried that Bucky would be taken away by Hydra and conduct some terrible and inhumane experiments. Or, unfortunately, the material that has been reduced to experimental failure has been destroyed. Rogers in the back often hears from some soldiers about the brutal atrocities committed by the NA, quintessential elements to destroy humanity. Steve, you first armed yourself with these people and rushed out of Hydra's base. I will continue to find Bucky, rest assured. He will be fine. Luke comforted. According to reason, even if the Red Skull escapes, it is impossible to bring Bucky. Compared to Dr. Zola, or important information, an Allied prisoner is worthless. Luke's voice has not yet landed, and there is a shaking sound like the ground shaking and the mountain shaking. The captured soldiers huddled together, with a look of fear in their eyes. Someone hurriedly shouted, "Go! The monster is coming!" Before they had lost their fighting spirit, they ran wildly. 4 burly figures over 2 meters high occupied everyone's sight. This is... Luke turned his head, expressing doubt. The 4 burly figures came in stride, like a war mammoth, making astonishing movements. These people are like balloons filled with water, inflated to a height of more than 2 meters, like little giants. They were wearing German uniforms, black leather clothing clinging to their bodies, and a prominent Hydra armband on their right arm. His face was dry, like a dry tree lacking moisture, pale and terrifying, and even had a rotten smell. The roar like a beast came out from the throat, making people chill behind their backs, and the hair was terrifying. This is not human at all. Hydra's enhanced warrior. A captured soldier replied tremblingly. Luke narrowed his eyes. He remembered the few fortified fighters that he solved in Rome last time, and he still had the ability to think. Is only stimulated by the scene, and will be stimulated into a violent state. Becomes a killing machine without emotion and pain. These things in front of you look like zombies. Hydra has a lot of black technology. I always feel that the timeline has undergone a subtle change. Luke muttered to himself, took a few steps forward, clenching his fists. The strengthened warrior who exuded a strong sense of oppression, roared like a beast, and rushed at him violently. Very fast. Is like an afterimage. Approached Luke in a blink of an eye. Rogers, as a super soldier, took the lead to react and rushed up with the Poor Stars and Stripes shield. I have to say that Captain America really has a special liking for shields. Click. Rogers, who tried to help Luke, shared the pressure, used that Star-Spangled Banner shield to top it, and was split open with one hand by a strengthened fighter. The flesh and blood shriveled, like a dead wood right arm, like cast steel, thrusting into his throat with heavy force. Even if I lose my self-consciousness, my muscle memory has gone through battles and wars. Reading www. Yuyuganshu.com still enables these enhanced fighters to maintain an extremely amazing combat effectiveness. Tear. Harsh sound. The arm that strengthened the soldier was torn off directly by Luke. The shriveled and tight muscles did not spew out much blood. "Let me come," Luke said lowly. Slammed his shoulder forcefully, knocking out the strengthened fighters that were close to him. The clenched fists were slammed fiercely, and the air current vibrated, making a sharp neigh. As heavy as a cannonball, crashed into the hard body of the strengthened soldier. At the position of the heart, a shocking hole was opened. Facing another strengthened warrior who rushed forward, Luke raised his hand and held his head. The powerful force imprisoned the beast-like creature in the palm of his hand. Knee hit to keep up, knocking it to the ground. Then, lift your foot and step on it hard. That head was like a bursting watermelon, a mixture of red and white blood, splashing everywhere. The captured soldiers standing behind were shocked. They opened their eyes wide, wondering if they had made a mistake. "He is the Superman of the Allied forces? I saw it in the newspaper." Someone finally recognized Luke's identity. "Then this guy, he just said he was Captain America." Someone looked at Rogers, who was also tall, and wondered, "I remember you are also a super soldier, why don't you go?" The shield was smashed, and Captain America, with empty hands, didn't know how to answer. "Am I really a super soldier too?" Looking at Luke, who was so powerful and terrifying, a series of question marks emerged from Rogers's head. Chapter 43, Triumphant Success, Welcome Back. The next day, noon. Brigadier General Luke Cavell, and Captain Steve Rogers, they disappeared in the third area behind enemy lines. The reconnaissance team conducted a careful search and found no clues. The sender reported the received news to Colonel Phillips, who was walking back and forth, anxiously. The latter was pale and said nothing. The wrinkles on his face are squeezed into a ball, and his eyes are filled with anger. The reporter standing in front of him trembled, for fear that he would be affected by the innocent and become the object of the colonel's anger. "Continue to let people start searching." Colonel Phillips slapped the table hard and gritted his teeth. "If Luke is still not found in the next 12 hours, then the military has to put him on the list of deaths. Once this news spreads, it will undoubtedly cause a devastating blow to the morale of the Allied troops on the front line. The war hero and legend who were still working hard to promote their deeds a while ago, suddenly died in the hands of Hydra. How do you explain this? I am afraid that when that happens, not only the President will be furious, but the Allies will also be held accountable. This is terrible." Colonel Phillips sighed heavily. He thought that Luke would have a longer-term development and a broader future. But who could have expected that a rising star will completely fall before it emits light? Even if Luke has created an amazing miracle of conquering Italy, the possibility of surviving is still very low in the face of the Hydra base with as many as 600 people, as well as those giant tanks and energy guns. The last reconnaissance plane is back. Carter hurried into the makeshift barracks tent holding a stack of blurry black and white photos. There is still nothing to be discovered. The base of Hydra has experienced an astonishing eruption. The nearby buildings collapsed and collapsed, which also caused a wildfire. Fortunately, it did not spread. Colonel Phillips was so angry when he saw this British female agent, he said coldly, "What's the use of this, Agent Carter? We have lost a general. The Allies have lost a hero. If you can notify me in time, notify the Allied command, stop Luke's willful behavior. Maybe this will not happen. The military can't do anything about Howard Stark. He is a young rich man who is famous in New York and the largest weapon sponsor of the Allied forces. But you are nothing. Agent Carter, I hope you can think clearly about the consequences after doing things. By the way, you won't have a future. The Allied command must find the trouble with the Strategic Science Corps when it comes to the news. We will all be done together by then." In the barracks tent, a violent reprimand erupted. Colonel Phillips glared at the female agent in front of him and said in a low voice, "I have said many times, don't let personal feelings affect your work. This is the first lesson to be an agent." "I don't have one, sir." Carter bit his lip lightly and shook his head. "Don't rush to deny it, I haven't said who it is, Luke, Rogers, or Howard Stark, the dude. Agent Carter, can you tell me who on earth caused you to lose your sanity and risk getting on the risk of the military court help him?" Colonel Phillips sneered constantly, and then added, "I said earlier that women shouldn't be involved in wars. Damn British." Facing the discriminatory words of his boss, Carter took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling, but he remained silent. Just when Colonel Phillips was about to inform the Allied command, the noisy noise outside spread to the barracks tent where the atmosphere fell to freezing point. Faintly, applause and cheers can be heard. "What's happening?" Phillips walked out of the barracks tent angrily, Carter followed. "I saw the front of the camp, the soldiers crowded and stood in 2 rows. On the tree-lined road not far away, 2 familiar figures appeared. Luke and Rogers. Allied Superman, and Captain America. A group of captured Allied soldiers followed behind them. There is a huge tank rumbling in the distance, and it looks like it should be seized spoils. They are back." The soldiers were elated and looked at the captured soldiers with their heads up and chests in their hands with energy guns in their hands with envious eyes. They are like victors returning triumphantly, with great vigor and pride. "How is this going?" Colonel Phillips, who walked out of the barracks tent, asked in surprise. "Those captured soldiers not only returned smoothly, but also brought back the secret weapon of Hydra. This is a great victory. Belongs to the victory of the Strategic Science Corps. It must be Superman. He led everyone to defeat the Hydra and rescued those compatriots." A soldier guessed excitedly. The others nodded repeatedly. The propaganda of the Allies these days has already made Luke's legendary image deeply rooted in people's hearts. The people who returned to the camp were treated like heroes. The impatient guy has already begun to inquire about what happened and how the captured soldier escaped from the Hydra. Colonel Phillips, who had lost his temper just now, even came out to greet the team in person. Of course he was mainly concerned about Luke's safety. This young brigadier general who is only 20 years old is now a legend of the Allied powers, a model of propaganda launched by the military, and a cult object of countless contemporary soldiers. If Luke really had an accident and died on the front line, it would definitely cause a huge shock within the Allied forces. Therefore, before he asked to rush to the front line, many senior officials disagreed. Even President Roosevelt, who proposed to let Luke return to the battlefield, himself hoped that the young brigadier general would stay in the rear as a propaganda tool to stabilize people's hearts. Luke, who just wants to lay a solid foundation, accumulate qualifications, and gain prestige, how could he accept this seemingly tempting suggestion? Completely defeated the Hydra and led the Allies to true victory. As long as this is done, no one can accuse him of his achievements. "You have performed a miracle again, Luke." Colonel Phillips looked excited when he saw Luke returning triumphantly. As for Rogers on the side, he ignored it intentionally or unintentionally. After all, the Allies only need one hero. Just like in the eyes of the world, there has always been only one sun. Someone is injured and they need medical treatment. Also, Colonel, I was too reckless in this rescue operation. I will proactively declare this to the Allied command. Luke accepted the compliment indifferently. After solving the 4 fortified fighters, he and Rogers rushed directly to the Red Skull's command room. As a result, the latter had already taken a plane and fled with the Universe Cube and Dr. Zola. In addition, the base of Hydra is about to explode, so it is difficult to continue tracking. So Luke only returned to the camp with a group of captured soldiers and Rogers, who was in a depressed mood. Those giant tanks and the energy guns snatched from the military factory www.novel.com became their spoils. "Mr. President sitting in the White House, I would never have imagined that I would receive your good news so soon. Colonel Phillips has a smile on his face, not seeing his previous anger at all. With only 2 people, he completely destroyed the secret base of Hydra, disposing of 2 military factories, and 600 NA defenders inside. What an amazing record this is! Intuitively told Colonel Phillips that Luke could do more than that. When this war is over, he will get even higher honors. The youngest Major General in the history of the United States? Even the General? Phillips felt that his imagination was so barren for the first time. This is a big victory for the Strategic Science Corps. I will celebrate for you a little later. Colonel Phillips glanced at Carter beside him and said with a smile. From the rank of officer, Luke is the highest commander of the camp. He has the right to make any decision except not being able to violate the direct instructions of the Allied command. But the young brigadier general did not have the ambition for a while, so he turned his face and put on airs. On the contrary, Luke has maintained an approachable and friendly attitude, whether he treats his former friend Rogers or his former boss, Colonel Phillips. Reduce their aggressiveness and let those military leaders who are dissatisfied with them relax their vigilance. This is what he really thinks in his heart. Anything you want to tell me? Luke saw Carter standing in front of him with a smile on his face. Welcome back. The cold female agent was silent for a long time and said such a sentence. Chapter 44, Vibrating Shield, Mysterious Country. Long time no see, Howard. Luke finally withdrew from the admiration and applause of the crowd and returned to the temporary base of the Strategic Science Corps. Walking through the door, I saw Howard Stark, as the chief scientific research consultant, who was busy. He holds several positions and has multiple identities. Is not only the largest weapons sponsor of the Allied forces, but also a bright-minded and first-class scientist. Not only has strong financial resources, but also has strong hands-on ability. He has invented many novel gadgets for the Allies. Many tycoons of the Ministry of National Defense have a good impression of this arms tycoon. Talents like this will naturally not be ignored by the Strategic Science Corps. In the name of a research consultant, Colonel Phillips enlisted Howard into the army even though the old-school soldier didn't like him. Luke, do I need to call you Brigadier General? Howard turned his head and glanced, then said with a chuckle. Congratulations, once again becoming a hero of the Allied forces. To be honest, I really envy you. I only need to report my name, so that countless women can give in and hug me, and I have to show my car the key, book a seat in a high-end restaurant, and show off your humor and charm by the way. Only those beautiful girls are willing to sleep with me. These days when he came to the Strategic Science Corps, Luke had a clear understanding of Howard. Is different from the later mature and solemn founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, the arms tycoon who led Stark Industries to the rise is no different from his son. Likes to prove his powerful charm as a male creature by hooking up with beautiful women. In that mouth, he will never spit out his appreciation and affirmation of others. It is said that this is the usual arrogant and poisonous tongue of the Stark family. Compared to Tony Stark, who has not yet become Iron Man, he only sees machines and women. Howard only has one more hobby than his son, making money. In just a few decades, Stark Industries will be able to catch up with the old giants such as Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics, etc., and try to keep up with them, and then catch up. Among them, Howard's long-sleeved communicative ability, and that genius brain, accounted for a large part of the credit. I think your tricks are not 100 thinking one, right? Luke ridiculed. Inside the Strategic Science Corps, many people said that this unruly playboy, who took the risk to go to the front line, was entirely directed at the glamorous female agent, Peggy Carter. The other party wants to pick off this charming and thorny red rose, and kiss his fangs. It's a pity that Carter didn't respond to him, and turned down the invitation to date many times. After that flight, Carter and I went for a cheese fondue. Howard is triumphant, like a victorious soldier. Mr. Stark, don't you think that I don't know the so-called cheese fondue is cheese and bread? If you have eaten bread together, even if you have captured your heart, wouldn't it be half a New York woman that happened to you? Relationship. Luke sneered deliberately. What do you know? Be patient with women. Howard was not angry. Instead, he assumed a predecessor's posture and taught, you have to be like Don Quixote who charged at the windmill, and fail again. At the same time, don't lose your bottom line too much and behave incomparably. Anxious, it will make the other person think that your relationship is cheap and not valued, but you have to be cold and warm, and appear at any time. If a woman's heart is a strong castle, then I am definitely the best at attacking cities in this world. The general of war. Since Carter has promised to eat with me, he will be one step closer, not too far away. Luke smiled faintly when he saw Howard flattered himself. The appearance of the other party is quite similar to his son. Looking at self-love is also one of the traditions of the Stark family. However, in Luke's view, Howard is both a successful businessman and a top scientist in the world. Compared to his son, this Iron Man father is actually better in every respect. First of all, Tony Stark's high-tech armor, the core technology used by the arc reactor. Howard has been developed as early as a century ago, but due to the material conditions at the time and the limitations of the times, it could not meet the requirements of miniaturization. Otherwise, no matter how clever Tony is, he wants to knock out a suit of armor with a hammer in a dark and humid cave, and design an unprecedented cold nuclear fusion energy, which is tantamount to a fantasy. His father has already paved the way to become a superhero. Later, Tony, who became Iron Man, was troubled by palladium poisoning, and Howard first discovered the new element to solve the problem and left it to his son. In other words, his father's mind is ahead of the entire age. Tony will have future achievements, except for the strong financial support and solid technical support of Stark Industries. More importantly, he inherited the knowledge left by his father. That is the most precious legacy. I heard that you snatched the Lockheed Martin fighter aircraft order contract, and recently won a passenger aircraft order contract that should have been given to them. Someone from the Ministry of Defense has already expressed dissatisfaction with you. Luke said casually. Howard, who was busy studying the Hydra energy weapon, looked a little ugly and said meanly, I told the secretary about this problem. There is fierce competition among peers. This is inevitable. Lockheed, if Martin is dissatisfied, let the researchers under them work harder to try to keep up with my genius brain. Can make Howard, who was still personable and taught the experience of making up sisters, instantly turn into a poisonous tongue. It can be seen that Lockheed Martin has indeed caused some considerable pressure on Stark Industries. Why, Brigadier General, do you plan to lend a helping hand to help Stark Industries tide over the difficulties? As a wise man, Howard quickly understood other meanings from Luke's words. With all due respect, you may not be able to get involved in this kind of thing. The head of Stark Industries said very tactfully that Luke's current position may not help much. After all, the military rank of epaulets is one thing, but the actual power they possess is another. Unless Luke can sit in that position of Eisenhower, maybe he will be able to speak. The future, no one can say, right, Howard? Luke looked at the new weapons of the Strategic Science Corps, and glanced at a shiny silver circular shield underneath. Can you give this to me? Steve will definitely like it very much. Thinking, Howard waved his hand and motioned for Luke to take it casually. Anyway, judging from the rank www.novel.com, the opponent should be the leader of the Strategic Science Corps. However, you are sure Rogers will use this gadget, it's just an unfinished product. Perceiving Luke's faint intention of cooperation, Howard's attitude has changed a bit. He is a pure businessman, far from noble sentiment, many good qualities. An arms dealer who is expecting to make a fortune in war cannot take moral conscience very seriously. As for patriotism, it is something that will wake up only after you reach the top of your career. Is like only successful entrepreneurs who are keen on charity and show their love. Trust me, Steve will definitely fall in love with it at first sight. I really don't want to see him carry a trash can lid on the battlefield. Luke said with a smile. Maybe it was because I was beaten up from a young age, and often used the lid of the trash can on the side of the road as a weapon, which caused Captain America to like to fight with a shield. The material of this shield is very special. It is called vibration gold. It has a special effect of absorbing kinetic energy, and it hardly conducts heat and kinetic energy. To a certain extent, it is indestructible. Howard explained. It's a pity that this material is too scarce. There is no way the whole army can equip it. Seeing Howard's regretful expression, Luke's eyes flashed, but he knew that a huge amount of gold veins existed somewhere. Wakanda. A third world country that seems to be backward, but in fact it is technologically advanced, but behaves extremely backward. Is hidden among the mountains of the African continent, and few people even know its existence. You can go shopping if you have time. Luke looked at the shield in his hand, reflecting his youthful face. Chapter 45, The Chastity of the American Team, Luke and number 039, S. Mocking. It turns out that Luke was right. When Rogers got the shiny silver round shield, he seemed to be a child who got his favorite toy, fiddling with him constantly, and felt very handy. This is the best gift we have ever received since we left Brooklyn. Rogers smiled slightly, put the shield on his hand, and made several iconic movements. He was still worried about the safety of his friend Bucky, and his mood was a little depressed. But Luke's arrival made Rogers a lot easier. Luke, what are you saying about Bucky? A worried Captain America showed up in his eyes, frowned and asked. He thinks Luke always has many ways to solve various problems. I asked the captured soldiers, they said Bucky was probably transferred. Luke, who returned to the barracks, analyzed. He did find out some clues that others would not pay attention to. Such as the secret base of Hydra, a group of prisoners would be transferred every few weeks. Almost 200 people in the 107th Infantry Regiment were locked up in military factories as free labor. But the number of people who managed to escape with Luke and Rogers in the end was only about 120 soldiers. Excluded from overwork, death, casualties and sacrifices, there are about 15 people still missing. They had the same experience as Bucky. They were both escorted to the isolation ward of a military factory and never came out again. Also, when a British soldier was working as a laborer in an arsenal, he heard Dr. Zola mention the name Baron Strack. Coincidentally, Luke knew what it meant. Therefore, he concluded that Bucky was probably transferred to another place by Hydra. I hope so. Bucky doesn't know yet, I'm already on the front line. This would have been a prepared surprise. Rogers lowered his head and said. He always wanted to tell Bucky the good news personally and appreciate the surprised expression on the other side. Before Luke appeared, Bucky was the only company with him, and their emotions were very deep. Don't think about the problems that can't be solved. Better prepare. Colonel Phillips will hold a celebration party in the evening, and there will definitely be many girls inviting you to dance. Luke changed the subject and deliberately joked, I heard that you were still hugging a civilian in the afternoon. That enthusiastic girl, thank you for the family of the captured soldier. The handsome Rogers blushed and coughed twice, and said embarrassedly, this is an accident. I have no experience. Then she hugged him directly. Luke, you know, I always don't know how to reject others. Listening to Captain America's stammering and pale defense, Luke chuckled and continued to tease, that's true, who would refuse a beautiful girl who gave a hot kiss? By the way, Steve, don't tell me this is yours. First kiss, otherwise I will despise you. How can it be? Rogers blushed, the blue stripes on his forehead bloomed, and he argued, me and Janice, and Amy. But Bucky said, that's all when you were 8 or 9 years old. Isn't it counted as playing family with girls? Looking at Captain America working hard, trying to find out his emotional experience, Luke laughed, and the barracks were full of joy. When Rogers recovered, he left the barracks to prepare the clothes for the celebration party. Luke, who was sitting alone in the same place, blinked, as if thinking about something. He was thinking about the Baron Straker mentioned by Dr. Zola. The opponent's real name is Wolfgang von Strack. Was born in Bavaria, Germany, and he was the confidant of the head of state with the famous Baron Zima in the Nazi Party. Different from Red Skull's ambition, Straker still has deep feelings for the Third Reich, and he wants to defeat the Allies and help the Axis powers win this war. It is worth mentioning that although Baron Strack is a high-level Hydra, he is not in the same camp as the Red Skull. He has his own research institute and scientific and technological strength. He once created a virus weapon called Death Spore and harvested a lot of lives in the Allies. Thinking about it this way, the Allies are really miserable enough to be rubbed on the ground by the various black technologies of the Axis powers. Luke thought silently. No wonder a certain German military major would shout the slogan "German technology #1 in the world." After a simple cleaning and putting on a brand new uniform, Luke and Rogers walked into the tavern in the nearby town. The noisy sound rushed towards the face, and the air was filled with the aroma of malt and the light blue mist of inferior tobacco burning. Those captured soldiers who escaped by chance and returned successfully, desperately poured a glass of strong alcohol, or gathered together to play cards and shook their wrists. Some people are on a whim and even prepare to come to a wrestling match. The soldiers crowded in the tavern, burst into laughter from time to time. The noisy sound wave made the ceiling above my head vibrate slightly, and the light bulb hanging on it shook for a while. Our hero is here. Dumbo Dugan, sitting on the edge of the bar, caught a glimpse of Luke standing at the door, and immediately shouted loudly. He used a wine glass to hit the bar table vigorously, like a rhythmic drum beat, attracting everyone's attention. The soldiers stopped other things spontaneously, all stood up and applauded. The entire tavern seems to be overturned. Those worshipful eyes, grateful eyes, turned into a cheer and gave it to Luke. This is the respect for war heroes. They are so enthusiastic. Applause and cheers lasted for 2 minutes. Rogers sat next to his friend and handed a glass of whiskey with ice. Wait for a dance party, have you chosen a good partner? Luke lifted his glass and poured the cold and hot liquid into his throat, which made people feel relieved. I do not know how. Rogers opened his eyes wide. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Hasn't he heard that there are dancing activities at the celebration party? Captain America thought that Luke was joking in the barracks. Isn't it a bit too much to hold a ball before the war is won? What Howard told me. He has chosen his hunting target tonight. Luke smiled and slammed Rogers' shoulders lightly and said, "That's the lucky one who took Captain America's first kiss? It looks pretty good, with beautiful blonde hair. See you, she is staring with affectionate eyes. To you. Steve, you are doomed tonight." The friend's teasing made Rogers feel embarrassed. After all, in the American ethos, a 20-year-old boy has no emotional experience at all, comparable to a piece of pure white paper, which is really unreasonable. Not everyone is like Howard Stark. Rogers lowered his voice and raised his glass to hide his embarrassment. Okay, no joke. Luke cleared his throat with a serious face. Then, not long after he leaned his head over, he smiled and asked, "Then Captain America, are you going to dedicate your virginity tonight?" Rogers, who was drinking, squirted out the whiskey in his mouth. The noise made by caused everyone in the bar to laugh. Sorry, I didn't mean to." Rogers was in a hurry, explaining to the innocent bartender, and looking at Luke angrily. However, the latter had already slipped away and disappeared on the stairs on the second floor of the tavern. Asshole! Rogers, who has always been serious, rarely bursts out a swear word. Chapter 46, 2 People, 1 Dance. After half an hour, the drunk soldiers gradually left the field. Everyone who heard the news of the dance ran to the second floor early. The tables and chairs here were evacuated to create a wide space. An old-fashioned phonograph is placed next to the window, and a soothing and quiet music melody flows from it and echoes on the second floor. Those soldiers with impure goals, with vague and reserved eyes, looked at the ladies present. Some of them are unmarried field nurses, some are young girls carefully selected by the local mayor, and some are civilians from the Strategic Science Corps. They are like delicate flowers, in the beautiful stage of budding, waiting for someone to pick them. Commander, I have always been puzzled. Dugan, nicknamed Dumb Bomb, touched his beard and asked, the last purpose of these guys is to trick women into bed. They have no interest in dancing at all. Then why don't they directly pick out the reason, so that it can save time, skip to the critical step, and spend more time on the place that should be used? Dugan, tell me, when you proposed to your current wife, did you put a gun against her head? Otherwise, how could she agree to marry you? Luke joked, handing the wine glass to him. Afterwards, the young brigadier general of the Allied Army explained in a serious manner, humans are very complicated animals. In social situations, men do their best to show their humor in order to attract women's interest and lay the foundation for further in-depth exchanges. Basically, women also know the purpose of men doing this, but they enjoy it and call this a favorite, but in fact it is just the secretion of dopamine in the brain, which makes both parties have the urge to mate. You walk in front of any woman and tell her, let's skip all the previous steps, go directly to the topic, and complete the fluid exchange link, what do you think? And then she will slap you cleanly, and treat you as an obscene porno. But another way, you go forward, invite the other person to have a drink, tell a few funny jokes, talk about your own experience, don't care about the truth or falsehood, just cool and attractive enough. When the atmosphere is almost the same, you then ask to go to her room, or let her visit your room. If you are strong enough, she will only snuggle in your arms afterwards and say to you emotionally, you are the best man I have ever met. Do you understand now, Dugan? You will be treated as a gangster straightforwardly, and you will be able to harvest prey only with rhetoric. Damn, Dan had a dumbfounded look. He was lucky to marry a wife back then. Luke, I really want to take a look at you. I didn't expect you to have such a high-level discussion. We can communicate and discuss more when we are free in the future. Luke, who was leaning against the bar, saw Howard approaching. This arms tycoon is dressed quite arrogantly, in a suit, vest, trousers, and leather shoes. His hair is combed shiny, and his mustache has been carefully managed. You are better at this aspect. I'm just talking on paper and I have rich theoretical knowledge. Luke smiled and conceded. The love and affection were inherited from Stark's family, he couldn't compare. Howard nodded without humility, and generously accepted the compliment of the young brigadier general. It turns out that one of the best ways for men to get closer is to talk about women. Dumbo, who has always been prejudiced against the rich, had already hailed Howard as brothers and had a happy drink after only 20 minutes. The former is very interested in the anecdote about this hooking up with a Hollywood actress, while the latter is a passerby who lacks a fan. The two hit it off and they had a hot chat. Steve, come and listen to Howard's live teaching. Luke saw Captain America walking up the stairs and waved quickly. Rogers has always had a very good personality. After receiving a glass of whiskey, he left behind Luke's previous tricks. 4 people leaned on the edge of the bar, drinking and watching the young men and women singing and dancing. Howard, why don't you go dancing? Luke is a little bit puzzled. Howard, who has a romantic nature, is willing to be a bachelor instead of having fun. This is quite rare. A real master will always be the last to appear. Howard touched the mustaches and smiled faintly. A few minutes later, he saw Carter, who was dressed in a red dress with beautiful curves, climbed up to the second floor. Raised his hand to tidy up the bow tie of his clothes, took a glass of gin, and walked over with a smile on his face. I bet he can only last 2 minutes at most. Luke took the lead in opening the market. 5 minutes. 8 minutes. Dumbo and Rogers said separately. After Howard taught him the experience, they all agreed that each other was a veteran of the flowers. 3 glasses of gin. After Luke said his bet, within a minute, Howard went back to the bar with a dejected head. Drink. 6 glasses of gin lined up, and Dumbo and Rogers poured wildly. I thought you were really a master. Knotted tongue, dumb flick that couldn't speak clearly, looked at Howard, who failed the invitation with a look of contempt. The latter hummed twice, but was speechless. At least I still have the courage to charge against the iceberg, and you only dare to hide by the side. Howard, who really couldn't find a reason, could only save his face in this way. Steve, you go try it. Luke urged Captain America, but fortunately the opponent would not be drunk at all, staying awake, shaking his head and refusing. Even Howard, the unbeaten lover who claimed to have been wandering for many years, has encountered Waterloo. He is a rookie who passed by, and his fate can be imagined. That Dugan? Hey, this guy just got down. When Luke turned his head, Dumbo had already fallen asleep on the bar table. Goodbye everyone, I'm going to find a young girl with a broad mind, bury her head in her chest, and soothe my fragile young heart. Howard is worthy of being inveterate of Hua Kong. He quickly walked out of the shadow of failure and looked at the plump girl sitting opposite, waiting for an invitation. She has long brown hair, a nice face, and a nice look, especially her broad-mindedness, which makes people unable to look away. That Rogers. Watching Howard go away, Luke turned his head to look at Captain America. As a result, the blonde girl who snatched Rogers' first kiss, walked towards him enthusiastically. So, I am the only one left. Rogers left an apologetic look, and was dragged onto the dance floor by the blonde girl, leaving Luke leaning on the bar alone, drinking alone, and not drunk. The night outside is getting darker, but the second floor of the pub is getting more and more lively. Don't you like dancing, Commodore Cavil? A cold voice sounded in Luke's ears. He put down the wine glass in his hand and smiled. That's not true. I didn't find a suitable dancing partner, so I can only stay here alone. Brigadier Cavil, it seems that you don't understand. Those women who are so passionate about you and can't wait to rush to dedicate themselves, why doesn't you reading www.yuyugonshu.com come and invite you to dance? A red dress, glamorous Carter picked up the spirits that Luke hadn't finished drinking on the bar, and drank it in one sip. Do you know, Miss Carter, the reason? Luke asked in a relaxed tone. I said you already have a scheduled dance partner. Carter spoke loudly, but the fine beads of sweat coming out of the tip of her nose, the fierce drumbeat-like heartbeat, and the strong pheromone breath all betrayed her. I thought Miss Carter would hate people like me, just like you reject Howard. The frivolous and indulgent should not be the type you admire. Luke took a step forward, with a smile on the corners of his mouth, and said, or, you see through my exaggerated surface and understand that I actually have a steady and profound connotation. I just like challenging tasks and love adventures. Carter answered the wrong question. Also, I want to know, are you going to treat me in a straightforward manner, or use rhetoric to confuse me? Luke shrugged helplessly and whispered the Howard for betraying himself. The men and women are looking at each other, there is no ambiguity, more like a game. The two sides are tit for tat, and no one wants to bow their heads. Can I ask you to dance, Miss Carter? The young brigadier general sighed insignificantly, bowed slightly, and stretched out his hand. The dance party was about to end, and he issued an invitation for the first dance. The girl in the red dress bit her lip and put her hand in Luke's palm. The soft melody is flowing like water, surrounding the dancing two people. This night is still very long. Chapter 47, The task of saving the world is up to you. The next morning, when Luke, Rogers, and Howard appeared outside the barracks at the same time, the scene was a bit awkward. Everyone smiled tacitly, and even Rogers, who had no knowledge in this area, followed hee-hee. Everyone seems to know what happened last night. Morning, Luke and Steve, are you also up for morning exercises? Howard coughed twice and asked pretentiously. Ignored his messy henhouse-like hair, loose bow tie, and no obvious clues such as not fastened shoelaces, so he opened his mouth and said that he was waking up early to exercise. I thought you consumed so much energy last night. You should be tired enough. I didn't expect to get up and exercise in the morning. Howard, your perseverance is amazing. Luke teased. Oh, what about you, Luke? I really didn't expect that you, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would pick off the most beautiful red rose in the barracks without making a sound. You are the one who is hidden. Master. Howard counterattacked unwillingly, his tone still had a sour tone. Before, he was very courteous to Carter, and the other party was unmoved and indifferent. But Luke did nothing, so he plucked the thorny rose easily. This is a bit frustrating for Howard, who has always been in love. If I say that nothing happened with Miss Carter last night, you surely don't believe it. Luke shrugged, serious. As expected, he got suspicious eyes and disdainful laughter. Come on, you are like a drunkard who always says that he doesn't drink too much, and a politician always says that he serves the citizens. It is unconvincing. Howard sneered, obviously not convinced. Lonely Man and Widow disappeared after a dance, and did not appear until the next morning. Is it possible to watch the stars and moon all night and talk about the ideals of life for a night? Rogers nodded and agreed. It can be seen that he has grown a lot after a night of first experience with a strong sense of immersion. Let's talk about it. How did you do it? Howard looked curious, he wanted to know where he lost. On looks. Well, Luke is indeed young and handsome. But he is such a mature, stable, rich man, isn't he more attractive? On achievement. Although Luke is a war hero of the Allies, a Superman of the world, can be placed in the scientific world, Howard Stark is also a rising star. There is hope that Robert Oppenheimer, Leo Szilard's new talent. Since you asked sincerely, then I won't hide it. Miss Carter said that when she first saw me, she was deeply attracted to me. She thought I was like a firefly in the night, like that bright, so outstanding. Howard was stunned on the spot. After seeing Luke's joking eyes, he realized that this guy was just bullshit, and he spat fiercely. Bah! The tutor he received shouldn't have done such a rude behavior. If I couldn't beat you, I would have punched it. Howard turned around and left, but almost twisted his waist because of the excessive movement. In the end, he left with one hand on his hips and staggering awkwardly. Hey, just by looking at your expression, you know that you had a nice evening. Luke hooked Rogers's shoulder with his hand, and the two of them walked towards the barracks. He remembers that someone always talked about a topic in his previous life, whether or not Captain America was a virgin man who was single for 70 years. Looking at it now, it must not be any more. Her name is Marguerite. Rogers twitched. He is not quite used to chatting on this topic. In the afternoon, Luke, who had finished his rest, just walked into the war room when he heard Colonel Phillips roar. John Schmidt should be put in a lunatic asylum. He stood in front of a map, shocked and angry. Rogers and Carter, as well as Howard, are sitting at the edge of the long table, their faces are quite solemn. The remaining senior officers remained silent even more. The atmosphere in the whole room dropped to freezing point, as if the air had been frozen. What's happenin'? Luke frowned and asked. Colonel Phillips, who was angry, saw him, his tone slowed down a lot, and patiently explained, the Red Skull wants to destroy half of the world. Start with New York, even Berlin in the Axis. We must stop him. Colonel Phillips's finger, poking the marked red dot. Those are very important cities for the Allied powers and the Axis powers, including New York, London, and even Berlin. The hearts of all the people present sank. These are all densely populated and prosperous metropolises. Once the Hydra plan is successfully implemented, casualties are hard to estimate. The Strategic Science Corps was able to know this information because the command room of the Hydra base was equipped with a map and detailed information on the Red Skull's plan. When they ran away, they had no time to destroy or take them away. Happened to be seen by Rogers, who was searching for his friend Bucky, and remembered in his head. Schmidt is studying mysterious forces beyond our understanding. If he were to cross the Atlantic Ocean, he would be able to destroy the entire East Coast within an hour. Howard's affirmative tone made the atmosphere in the war room even more depressing. As the chief scientist of the Strategic Science Corps, he especially studied the blue energy block that Captain America took in his pocket at the military factory. Is powerful and the effect is amazing. This is the conclusion that Howard came to. He just extracted a tiny bit of fine particles from it, prepared to analyze it, and nearly killed himself. Luke. In a critical moment, Colonel Phillips ignored his superiors and subordinates. I have sent a report to the Allied Command and the White House. Mr. President hopes that you can stand up and stop the Hydra plan. At this time, only you can do it. In 24 hours, Red Skull he must implement his crazy plan. In the combat room, everyone's eyes were on Luke. The Allies need a hero who will save the world to stand up. And he is the most suitable candidate. This young brigadier general has created miracles time and time again. Captured the city of Rome, Italy, assisted the Allied forces in landing Sicily, destroyed the secret base of Hydra, rescued the captured soldiers. All kinds of legendary amazing deeds www.ltnovel.com are enough to prove Luke's strength. He is called Superman and Allied Savior by everyone, and this is not without reason. Steve, you must know where the headquarters of Hydra is, right? Luke's calm face was filled with a faint smile. There is an underground base in the Alps. That's where the Hydra headquarters is located. Rogers answered confidently. Will you go with me to destroy it and stop the evil plan of the Red Skull? After hearing the answer, Luke smiled calmly. This calm attitude infected everyone present. I will obey your instructions unconditionally, Commander. Rogers held his head high, without fear in his eyes. In his opinion, this operation must be full of danger. But as a friend of Luke and a soldier of the Allies, he is naturally obliged to participate. Your Excellency Brigadier General, take me. With Dumbo Dugan's initiative to fight, the members of the Roaring Commando also echoed. The honor and applause they received came from Luke's wise leadership. For this young commander, the Roaring Commando's heart felt admiration and admiration. That's good. I will give you 2 hours to sort out your equipment, and then go. Luke didn't say much. Impassioned speeches are unnecessary, and the final victory is the key. After getting a reply, everyone in the war room dispersed. Carter stood up, flicking his fingers on the table unconsciously. Originally wanted to say something, his lips squirmed twice, and then left without saying a word. Luke curled his lips, and being a gentleman really didn't end well. Chapter 48, The Dream of the Careerist, The Anger of Valkyrie. The Alps are covered with white snow, and the howling cold wind beats everyone like a whip. Luke stood in the ice and snow in a thin brigadier general uniform, unaffected by the outside weather in the slightest. According to the original timeline, he wanted to conquer the underground base in the Alps and raid the headquarters of Hydra. Captain America must break into the enemy camp alone to create an opportunity to attract the attention of the Red Skull. Then, the Roaring Commando descended from the sky and beat the Hydra to the ground. But, this time Rogers doesn't have to take such risks. With Luke as the main attacker, he only needs to lead the Roaring Commando and drag the Hydra soldiers. You are alone, would you? Despite seeing Luke breaking into the Hydra base alone, overturning trucks, and smashing tanks, Rogers is still a little worried. After all, no one knows what secret weapon the Red Skull still hides. Don't worry. After half an hour, let's start. Luke said in a relaxed tone, indicating that the problem is not big. The Red Skull can rely only on the special forces of Hydra, as well as powerful weapons made by extracting the energy of the universe's Rubik's Cube. His own combat power, that is, like Rogers, considering that Captain America is followed by Iron Man, Thor, and even Thanos. Being able to compete with Rogers as much as 50-50, for the Red Skull, it may be considered a compliment. Luke, do you think Bucky will be in this base? Rogers put down the binoculars in his hand. He was still thinking about his friend who had been missing for a long time and had no news. I don't know. According to the information I got, Bucky may be transferred to another Hydra research institute in Germany. Luke hasn't had time to search for the specific whereabouts of Baron Straker for the time being. He can only hope that the next time he sees Bucky, the other party has not yet become the killer of the emotions. Similar plans for super soldiers are being studied by all countries. The German Aryan Superman, the Soviet Winter Soldier, and the British also have legends of strange and mysterious things such as wizards, werewolves, and vampires. All in all, this is a crazy age. People worship supernatural powers and regard powerful creatures as gods. I can feel it, and the butterfly's wings start to flap. Luke thought silently. As I became more involved in the plot, the original timeline gradually shifted. The intuition in the dark reminded him that more unexpected things will happen in the future. 30 minutes, fleeting. Luke stopped his distracting thoughts and looked at the snow-capped mountains. Hydra's unknown headquarters is hidden deep in the canyon. At this time, under the Alps, Hydra headquarters. Red Skull is giving his final speech to the fanatics who are loyal to him. He was wearing a black leather suit, and he revealed his red head without any secret. In the past, the Red Skull had to use a mask to pretend to be a normal person to avoid those strange gazes that were either frightened or unacceptable. But, I don't need it now. He is about to sit on the throne of the ruler of the world. An unprecedented huge empire will be born. Inflated ambition and strong self-confidence made Red Skull disdain to cover up his true face. What's more, for those fanatic believers who were brainwashed by him, this terrifying appearance not only did not arouse disgust and fear, but instead brought sincere awe and surrender. Hydra will surely win this war. Valkyrie will cast the anger of the gods and burn all the enemies who violated us to ashes. Behind Red Skull, there is a new aircraft equipped with a Valkyrie warhead. 2 more hours later, the Axis powers will launch a counterattack against the Allied powers under his suggestion. He has prepared a group of faithful believers who can give their lives for the Hydra, and then fly the plane and drop Valkyrie to the target city to completely end this war. If an airplane is shot down, hundreds of airplanes will respond the most violently. The Red Skull raised the wine glass with a sonorous voice, cut off one head, and 2 more will grow. Long live the Hydra! Long live the Hydra! Many enthusiastic believers dressed in uniform, raised their hands flat, shouted loudly. At this moment, Red Skull's heart is extremely satisfied and full of confidence. He thinks he is a man of choice, a better leader than the head of state who led the Third Reich to sound the horn of war and then went to failure. I am destined to rule this world. The Hydra Empire will rise. Red Skull dreams the same dream as every careerist. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and a sharp alarm sounded, alarming the entire base. The beautiful fantasy of the Hydra leader came to an abrupt end. What happened? The Red Skull asked angrily. If there is any bad news, I can't wait 2 hours to come. Let yourself level the Axis and allies quietly, and build a new world from the ruins. From the dream of the world, the Red Skull who was forcibly pulled out was very dissatisfied. The Crimson Head looks particularly terrible. That Allied Superman is here again. He's in. A Hydra soldier replied in a panic. What a mess. Damn Erskine. Red Skull's tone was gloomy, and he cursed in a low voice. As early as at the secret base in Fort Claus, he had seen the terrible aspects of the Allied Superman. Invulnerable and powerful, it is an enhanced version of a super soldier. Even if the only 4 strengthened fighters on hand were later sent, they only blocked the opponent for a few more minutes. I knew I should join forces with Sebastian Shaw. Red Skull thought with regret. If it weren't for Sebastian Shaw's idea of snatching the cube of the universe, he did have the intention of forming an alliance with the mutants. After all, everyone belongs to the camp of the Axis powers, and the super talents of the Allied powers are the real enemies who need to be unified to the outside world. It's a pity that the leader of the Hellfire Club is also an ambitious person and it is difficult to master. The opponent may not obey the leadership of Hydra, let alone be willing to be a weapon in the hands of the Red Skull. Go out to meet the enemy. Against the Allied Superman, the world belongs to Hydra. The Red Skull waved a big hand and sent out all the numerous subordinates www.novel.com to resist the Allied Superman's attack. Carrying a suitcase with a universe cube, hurriedly boarded the plane behind him. Those loyal Hydra soldiers are nothing but cannon fodder. The Red Skull now has no extra time to pay attention to the Allied Superman's raid. Valkyrie planned to launch ahead of schedule. As long as the plane crosses the Atlantic Ocean, destroys the east coast of the United States, and then erases other target cities, Allied forces and the Third Reich that lose their leadership will fall into chaos. When the time comes, he will take the lead to stand up and reorganize the Axis camp through the Hydra, which will naturally defeat the Allies without a leader. As for that terrible Allied Superman, Dr. Zola, not only do I want you to use the energy of the universe Rubik's Cube to weapons. With regard to human testing, I also want to speed up the pace. Red Skull boarded the plane, came to the cockpit, and said viciously, I want to be as strong as Luke Cavil. No. More powerful than him. Dr. Zola looked bitter. According to the blood sample provided by the Red Skull, he could only reversely restore inferior products. Those strengthened fighters who have no self-awareness are the inferior goods after the injection. It is completely impossible to reach the level of Allied Superman at present. Who knows what Abraham Erskine has done to improve the serum? I will work hard, Mr. Schmidt. Dr. Zola replied reluctantly. The Red Skull who got the reply took the driving position and put the cosmic cube mounted on the metal instrument into the central hub. He seems to have seen the magnificent scene of mushroom clouds rising everywhere on the earth. Chapter 49, For World Peace, Luke's Golden Spirit. When Luke broke into the bottom of the base, he saw that the new plane that the Red Skull was flying had already ignited and warmed up, and slowly taxied on the apron. Rogers, I leave it to you. Luke turned his head and said to the Captain America at the door, who was using his extremely handy vibrating shield to overturn the surrounding Hydra soldiers. Boom! There is a sound of stepping on the rhythm. Captain America can kill the enemy in just a few clicks. I feel that the combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Luke, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but come up with this idea. No problem. Be sure to stop the Red Skull, Luke. Rogers waved his right hand, a shield smashed the enemy, and turned around to say. Immediately afterwards, he threw out the vibrating shield with amazing defensive power. After knocking down 2 Hydra soldiers in succession, the circular shield drew a circular arc that violated the laws of physics and flew back to Rogers' hands. Sure enough, Captain America with a shield is the main body. Luke smiled slightly, took a deep breath, and rushed towards the accelerating new plane. Both legs exerted strength, and the figure sprang out like a sharp arrow. Those Hydra soldiers who tried to stop them were like a man's arm as a cart, and they were useless. Was either knocked out or overturned to the ground. Luke is like Moses who divides the sea, with his steel body, he forcibly blazed a path. Colonel Phillips, who took the Allied forces to the bottom, stared at the running figure, and said with emotion, Erskine's serum has created a super soldier beyond imagination, A&D. He glanced at Rogers brandishing his shield, and continued, a relatively normal super soldier. The same super soldiers, why are there gaps, so much? Carter beside couldn't help but wonder. She has read the report of Dr. Erskine's experiment, and the serum concentration and dosage of the 2 injections are the same. But the effect that appeared in the end was very different. Maybe it was a little wrong to say this, and it hurt Roger's self-esteem. But the combat power shown by both sides is indeed so. How can I understand the things of scientists? But it may be related to Roger's physical fitness. He used to be a weak little man, but now he has grown into a big man. Colonel Phillips was very eloquent in his analysis, and after speaking, he was still affirmed. Carter was speechless, so he could only stand on tiptoe gently, looking at the fading figure with complicated eyes. The Red Skull's car rushed out along the tarmac and was about to vacate off the ground. Luke chased him closely, and the strong wind from the propeller blew the straight military uniform against his body. A leap. Cover skin. The Kryptonian suit like steel armor covers the whole body, and the high-speed rotating propeller hits the surface, making a harsh sound of metal collision. Hey, I almost broke the picture. Luke touched the small cut on his face, and climbed onto the pulley that the plane took up with both hands. Entering the interior, he saw many Valkyrie missiles with the names of different cities printed on them. There are New York, Chicago, and so on. Secondary mission, the arrival of a new era, the demise of the Hydra. Requirement, defeat the Red Skull. Reward, green light disc, a one-time light or alternative. Seeing Luke with a task pop up, I feel full of motivation in his body. He strode out, and all the Hydra soldiers standing in front of him were knocked to the ground. You can't run away this time, Mr. Schmidt. Soon, Luke appeared in the cab with ample space. You are really persevering, Brigadier Cavill. The Red Skull sitting in the driver's seat turned the chair and looked directly at Luke, who was tearing open the metal hatch with both hands. What can the Allies give you? The title of hero, meaningless verbal praise? Believe me, Brigadier General Cavill, when the war is over, they will throw you on the other side. Do you know why? During the war, you are a great hero and a brave fighter. But if there are no enemies, the politicians will start to be wary and afraid of you. A Superman with a steel body, what if one day, he wants to be a tyrant? They will have this idea involuntarily in their heads. Once the seeds of fear take root and sprout, they will thrive quickly. This is the advice of someone who came by, Brigadier General Cavill. Luke was unmoved, his mouth twitched, and he whispered softly, Mr. Schmidt, are you going to persuade me to join the Axis? Is it a bit late now? No. Brigadier Cavill, this is what I said from the bottom of my heart. You and I are both super soldiers, different from ordinary people, so you can see the way forward best. The Red Skull stepped out of the seat, and the plane was already set to autopilot. It won't be long before this large new plane will follow the planned route, devastating the planet. Dr. Zola, who stayed next to Red Skull, was a scientist. This kind of occasion was completely useless, so he could only hide and shiver. I used to serve Hitler and I was his loyal follower. The short-sighted head of state had a secret research institute called Anambia, which specializes in the study of supernatural forces. The leader of the Hydra tried his best to mobilize his brain and exert his lifelong eloquence in an attempt to shake Luke's thoughts. At that time, I thought Hitler, who firmly believed in mysticism, was pursuing the truth and looking for a way to become a god. But he was only addicted to astrology, ancient writings, and the guns of Longinus, and relying on cocaine and morphine. Maintain your own fantasy. So I started to pursue the real miracle by myself. I saw a clue from Norse mythology and found the secret of Odin's treasure house. I have the key to open the road to God. Brigadier General Cavill, a powerful life like us should not fight for a certain country or organization. There will be no national flag in the future. We should let all mankind crawl under our feet, and then lead them to create a better new world. Mr. Schmidt, I am very disappointed. After spending so much time and patiently listening to these long talks from you, it didn't give me the slightest surprise in the end. Luke shook his head gently, and said calmly. Instead of doing these useless tasks, it is better to honestly hand me the cube of the universe. Reading www.yuukonshu.com. I don't necessarily have to kill you, and handing it over to the allies is also a good option. The words that Red Skull said just now, it is difficult for the young brigadier to turn around and press the light for him. The other party did see far away, and some things made sense. But the leader of the Hydra overlooked one point. Luke is not a super soldier, and his future is not limited to the planet under his feet. I am also disappointed, Brigadier Cavil. We should not be enemies. You are the perfect super soldier I have ever seen. The Red Skull took out a remote control and said in a deep voice, there are 21 Valkyrie missiles on this plane, and I can detonate them immediately. This is my last resort. Even if you are a Superman, no matter how indestructible it is, it will be blown to pieces. Brigadier Cavil, join Hydra. When the huge empire is established, you, like me, will become the ruler of the new world. Luke looked speechless, and such a threat was too deterrent. If he didn't want to be too risky, he was really willing to try what it would be like to hit 21 Valkyrie missiles. After all, Superman who has not been bombed by a nuclear bomb is incomplete. Although I am currently a low-profile version, you can try the Valkyrie missile, which is slightly less powerful than nuclear weapons, and it feels similar. Thinking of this, Luke's eyes light up with eager anticipation. Don't come over. Brigadier Cavil, I'm serious, I will really press it down. Red Skull was dumbfounded when he saw Luke coming at a firm pace. He did not expect that this allied Superman would have such a noble consciousness that he would rather sacrifice his life than stop the Hydra's Valkyrie plan. Chapter 50. The universe is so big, I want to see. I said, don't get close anymore. Everyone will explode into a ball of fireworks. Squeezed the Red Skull of the remote control in his hand, hesitated in his heart, and took a step back subconsciously. Even though he made a ruthless look of death, he could think of the dream of ruling the world and establishing the Hydra Empire has not yet been completed, and he is somewhat reluctant. No matter how strong the ambition is, there is no way to make a decisive decision in the face of the success that is close at hand and the end within reach. Brigadier Cavil, you don't even want your own life, and you want to defend the Allies? What a stupid idea! Red Skull tried to impress Luke, but seeing the steady footsteps and determined face, the next words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't spit it out. He realized that no matter what he did, he couldn't shake the other's will. Even the threat of death cannot stop Luke's footsteps. The golden spirit of abandoning oneself and saving the world made Red Skull a little moved. Erskine once said that serum will discover the dark side of mankind, the better the good, the worse the bad. Could it be that Luke Cavil can gain more power than a super soldier because he is noble and open-minded? This Hydra leader does not want to believe that he has always maintained a scornful and contemptuous attitude towards the justice and kindness affirmed by mankind. Luke seized the opportunity and dashed forward. Raised his hand and knocked the Red Skull to the ground, and the remote control that detonated the Valkyrie missile was also trampled on. He looked down at the opponent, and whispered softly, "Schmidt, it is not shameful to be afraid of death. How can a careerist who desires power easily accept failure? To die together is the worst choice for the Red Skull. I believe the Allies will be very interested in the secrets of Hydra." Luke chuckled lightly. "I have to say that super soldiers are really thick-skinned." Red Skull was hit in the abdomen by him, and he just fell to his knees, his back bends like a lobster, and ordinary people should have broken breastbones and can't get up again. Ahem. We are all products of serum, with infinite possibilities. Ah! Red Skull put down his previous pride, and turned into a low voice, but before he finished speaking, he was kicked to the ground by Luke. The crimson head that is extremely fierce, like cracked porcelain. Your vision is too narrow. You always want to conquer the world, confine your gaze to this blue planet, but ignore the vast galaxy. There are more wonderful scenery there. Luke has no expression on his face, operates the instrument, and takes out the universe Rubik's Cube that releases the central hub. The strands of blue light, like flowing water, transform into waves of energy that are condensed into substance. Main mission: 6 infinite gems, the end of a single universe. Requirement: collect 6 infinite gems. 0/0. Achieving this task will open a new chapter in the multiverse. Reward: Superman template, Ravager. Glancing at the mission, Luke was about to reach out and pick up the metal instrument containing the Cosmos Rubik's Cube. Fell to the ground, and the Red Skull that was difficult to get up for a while, stared at Luke with hatred, and said in a frantic tone, "No. It belongs to me. No one wants to take it away." He took out an energy pistol that was flashing blue and slammed the trigger. It's just that the target is not Luke, but the cube of the universe. With the sound of, the light beam hit the metal instrument. Click! The hard shell shattered. The square cube emitting a faint blue light fell out. As if being stimulated, it released a bright light. The entire cab is filled with energy fluctuations that are diffused like mist. A ray of blue light twists and changes, like tiny lightning. Sometimes flashes and disappears, sometimes intertwined with each other, forming a high brightness blue mist. The light is getting brighter and brighter, as if to tear the void away. Have you seen it? This is the power of the gods. Compared to the mighty power contained in it, human beings are so small. There was a trace of obsession in the enthusiastic eyes of the Red Skull. He stared at the energy vortex slowly rotating inside the universe cube. That translucent cube seemed to hide a whole galaxy. The Norwegians kept it, using the statue of the World Tree to hide its existence, trying to hide it for a long time. However, the guidance of fate made me find it. Endless energy, the key bargaining chip to rule the world. Red Skull vomited blood and shouted loudly, as if crazy. I master the core technology of extracting the energy of the universe's Rubik's Cube, Brigadier General Cavill. Your Excellency Brigadier General, I am the discoverer of this technology. Dr. Zola, who was hiding next to him, said. He stood up eagerly, showing his worth, completely ignoring the angry eyes of the Red Skull that almost burst into flames. Have you seen it? Schmidt, you have no more value. Luke smiled carelessly, reached out his hand to take the luminous cube, walked in front of the Red Skull, raised his foot to step on the red head. He originally wanted to keep the opponent, either as a contribution to the Allies, or through the torture of the Strategic Science Corps to dig up more intelligence. Luke is very interested in the true origin of Hydra and the hidden history behind it. It doesn't belong to you anymore, Schmidt. Luke raised his right hand, holding the Cosmos Cube, shaking constantly, but couldn't escape from his palm. The faint blue light eroded the body along the blood vessels, like flames burning the skin, and intense pain swept across. However, Luke did not let go, but clenched even harder, as if to crush the universe cube. Seemed to realize that he couldn't resist. The energy overflowing from the cube gradually produced subtle changes. They seemed to form a special pattern, and they resonate in a hidden rhythm. The void began to vibrate, making a slight buzzing sound, as if to condense a portal to an unknown world. Luke saw the vortex getting bigger and bigger. When the released energy approached a certain critical point, the azure blue force field shrank slightly, and then the formed channel slowly opened on the metal bulkhead of the cab. There is an unfamiliar starry sky at the other end, and the colorful and magnificent pictures are indeterminate. Is like illusion, but also like reality. That is the realm of the gods. The dwelling place where the gods inhabit. Red Skull yelled, using all his strength, he pushed the leg that was on his head. As a thirsty traveler in the desert sees the oasis, he rushes over like crazy. The leader of the Hydra has completely lost his mind, and doesn't care if he sees reality or a mirage. Luke didn't stop it. He held the humming and trembling universe cube tightly in one hand, and calmly watched the Red Skull pounce on the gradually opening space channel. The opponent was immediately enveloped in a cloud of blue energy, like a poor guy trapped in a bubble, his body eroded and melted. No. This is not. Red Skull's expression changed from ecstasy to horror. The ups and downs of life are so fast. He looked at his body with his own eyes, and was eroded away by the blue energy a little bit. Disappears into the cab gradually like weathering. Happy journey. Luke smiled as he listened to the Red Skull's unwilling roar. If he guessed correctly, the opponent should have been exiled to the planet Vommer, and went to guard the soul gem. I hope that barren world can satisfy the ambition of the Red Skull. The universe is so big, I want to see it. Luke sighed while holding the cube. Looking at the 9-star regions that emerged at the other end of the space channel, he couldn't restrain his impulsiveness to plunge into it. www.novel.com. The vast galaxy not only gave birth to Earth civilization, but also other races. Not for the time being. Wait a minute. Luke suppressed the indescribable restlessness, loosened the hand that was holding the Cosmos Rubik's Cube tightly, and put the luminous cube into the suitcase. After leaving the contact of organic life, the cube of the universe, one of the infinite gems, also quieted down, and no longer released strong energy fluctuations. Dr. Zola, can you fly a plane? Luke turned to look at the chief scientist of Hydra who had witnessed the whole process, and asked gently. The latter nodded again and again. He participated in the design of this new aircraft, and simple operation is still possible. Then about the whereabouts of the Red Skull John Schmidt? Luke asked, sitting easily beside the driver's seat. Schmidt was stubborn and wanted to complete the evil plan to destroy half of the world. Your Excellency, Brigadier General, you stopped him with your own strength, and you put this ambitious lunatic off the plane and ended the sinful life of the Red Skull. Dr. Zola replied very eloquently. As a researcher of the cube of the universe, he knows how powerful the cube is. Ordinary people will only be eroded by energy and turned into fly ash, but Luke is safe and sound. Through this, it is enough to prove that the opponent received the second-generation serum injection from Dr. Erskine and became the most perfect super soldier, which is not something ordinary people can fight against. Then go home, Dr. Zola. Luke leaned on the seat and closed his eyes lightly. He noticed that the moment he held the Cosmos Rubik's Cube, there seemed to be an invisible line of sight cast over him. Who is the one? Tragedy. That's right, the latest chapter was blocked and locked in a small black room. Fortunately, I haven't heard some readers say that they wrote about the Celestial Dynasty. Even World War II was so sensitive, let alone the domestic. To be honest, I'm confused when looking at the backstage, because I don't know how to change or where to change it. To avoid taboo, I only wrote Führer without mentioning the name. When referring to the cartoon of German Superman, it is also I deleted most of the plot involving the bear, but it was still planted. Now I am very big, and my mentality is a bit broken. I have written 3 chapters of this story. If I want to change it, it means that I have to save the manuscript that is hard to save and prepare to be put on the shelf. For a handicapped party, really there is nothing more uncomfortable than this. Moreover, I originally intended to link this comic with the Divine Shield, the Divine Spear, and the Apocalypse, as well as the subsequent timeline, the Supreme Master. It is estimated that it will have to be changed again. Headache. Okay, after complaining, continue to revise the manuscript. I may not be able to release it today, so let's see it tomorrow. Chapter 51, Great Victory, Great Defeat. Brigadier General Cavill said that the Red Skull had been defeated and the plane was returning. The control tower of the Hydra headquarters, the sound of shusha electric current came out of the microphone. Carter listened patiently to the intermittent vague words, a smile on his cold face. The tight body also relaxes. It was a very risky move to catch up with the Red Skull alone and stop the Valkyrie plan of Hydra. At least, it's like Rogers. We won, Brigadier Cavill saved half of the world. Carter leaned over, and the eagerly waiting Colonel Phillips announced the victory. A burst of enthusiastic cheers broke out in the control tower, and Captain America Rogers, as well as members of the Roaring Commando, hugged tightly. Defeated Hydra in one fell swoop and prevented half of the world from turning into ruins. This means that this war has ended early, and the Axis powers have no room for resistance. Maybe we will change our name in the future. Major General Luke Cavell. Colonel Phillips smiled comfortedly. Who would have thought that the Strategic Science Corps could unearth 2 super soldiers in the Caspian training camp? Moreover, one of them will become a great hero who will change the direction of the world and end the Axis powers. The wonder of fate is really hard to guess. Major General, Hero, Superman. Carter whispered out the titles that belonged to Luke, and couldn't help feeling a little dazed. What kind of person is he? 40 minutes later, the huge new plane landed slowly and taxied on the empty tarmac. Congratulations, Brigadier General. This is another miraculous victory. Colonel Phillips came first to congratulate him. Hydra has always been a confidant of the Allies. Their spies are pervasive and infiltrate the top. The assassinations performed by agents have threatened the lives of important military personnel on many occasions. Especially the secret weapons that the Red Skull had, those amazing energy weapons, which almost caused the Allies to lose the war. Now that the Axis powers have lost their only support, the heads of state far away in Berlin have lost their last powerful arm, and there is no more chance to breathe. The good days of Axis are over. Colonel Phillips said. Luke nodded slightly and smiled. Unfortunately, the Red Skull was not captured alive. The desperate lunatic finally chose to jump off the plane. However, fortunately, there is this Dr. Enem Zola. He is deeply involved in the various experimental projects of Hydra and should be able to help the Strategic Science Corps. Right, Dr. Zola. Zola, who was silent, nodded repeatedly, showing a penitent expression. The chief scientist of Hydra has stated to Luke many times that he wants to abandon the dark and turn to the light and change his mind. This positive attitude makes the latter very satisfied. After all, where the talent is placed, it is a scarce resource. Being in jail or sentenced to death is too wasteful. Can stay and play a role, is a better choice. Luke, good job. Rogers rushed over with a shield with an excited expression on his face. He longed for the end of the war so that he could spare time to find Bucky's whereabouts. You did a good job too, Captain America. I heard that you defeated several teams of Hydra soldiers. I thought about it soon, maybe I should call you Colonel Rogers? The honor of the President is waiting for you. Luke smiled back at the acquaintances who came in. In contrast to everyone's excitement, he was very indifferent. Congratulations, Brigadier Cavell. Carter also came over. She was standing behind, but was squeezed to the front by Allied soldiers cheering for victory. Are there any rewards then? Luke is carrying a box containing the Cosmos Rubik's Cube, which is his trophy. When the war is over, we can go to the Army Club to dance. Feeling the aggressive gaze, Carter's cheeks flushed slightly. She remembered her crazy behavior that night after the prom. What a shame. The female agent thought so. Maybe this is a good proposal. Luke nodded and agreed. Berlin, the bunker of the Chancellery. The head of state sitting in the lounge was sitting in a chair blankly. 20 minutes ago, he received the report of the defeat of the Axis army. However, the worst news is not this. 40 minutes ago, he also learned that the Hydra led by the Red Skull was defeated by the Allied Superman in one fell swoop. The energy weapon that could help the Axis powers turn the tide of war has since lost its supply. This means that the life of the Third Reich has come to an end. It shouldn't be like this. The head of state leaned back in his chair and muttered to himself. He once imagined that he would stand at the highest point in the world and say, "Stand at attention to humans all over the world. The glory of the Third Reich will illuminate the entire continent." It seems that this is destined to be an unrealized dream. The Allies are about to break into Berlin, Eva. The head of state stood up and kissed his lover's forehead. That warm and delicate body, lying on the sofa, has long lost the breath of life. After receiving the news of the defeat of Hydra, the head of state knew that the situation was over. So, he decided to take his beloved lover and go together. Iwa was afraid of pain, so she committed suicide by taking poison. Now, only the Führer himself is left. No one can judge me. He thought so. The head of state opened the drawer and took out a Walter P38 pistol. Then, I opened my mouth and pressed it against my upper jaw. The finger holding the trigger trembled and couldn't pull it down. Even the ruler of the Third Reich, the madman who provoked the World War, cannot calm down in the face of death. Schmidt's scum. The head of state put down his pistol and scolded angrily. The dream of the European overlord is broken, what else can we do next? Do you have to rely on Sebastian Shaw's monsters? However, Auschwitz has long been broken by the Allies. Sebastian Shaw, that shameful guy, with his mutants without the slightest resistance, just ran away. Traitor! Scum! The head of state scolded his mother again. He felt bitter when he thought of being surrounded by a bunch of 2 or 5 boys. Rather than being treated as a loser, the executioner will be humiliated and tortured, it is better to stop. The head of state raised his pistol in grief and pointed it at his temple. Just when he was about to pull the trigger, the door of the room was knocked open. The Führer. The miracle weapon. The miracle has been made, said the soldier wearing a German uniform and a one flag armband. Also, the army of the Allied powers has been defeated. Just now, the Third Reich won a great victory. The sudden good news almost made the head of state stare out. The Volta pistol aimed at the temple was quickly thrown away by him. Those dimmed eyes rekindled the flame of ambition. You say it again. We defeated the Soviets. How did this happen? The head of state frowned and asked. The bunch of hares that grew up in the snow and ice are all approaching under the walls of Berlin. Can this also come back? We also have Superman. Aryan Superman belonging to the Third Reich. The soldier seemed to be in some kind of fanaticism. He said excitedly, someone succeeded. The Saint General completed the plan and created the perfect Aryan Superman. His name is Marcus Jung. He is like a tank. No, it should be said that it is a bomber. No one can stop him, not even the Soviets. Hearing this, the head of state could not help standing up, propping his hands on the table. Although he is not tall, Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com exudes a breath of majesty. Very good. Let the Holy General come to see me as soon as possible. And I want to see with my own eyes whether the Aryan Superman of the Third Reich fits my perfect image. After confirming the news of the defeat of the Soviets, the head of state swept away the decadence and regained the glory. It's a pity that I love baby. Glanced at the already dead lover, the head of state grief came from it, and symbolically squeezed out a few tears. For careerists, power is the wine that can be drunk with one drink, and beauty is just the cherries dotted on the cake. Without the former, life is meaningless. If there is only the latter, it is the same. Holy General, he is a hero of the Third Reich. The head of state danced with arms and legs, excited like a curly baboon holding a banana. The Aryan Superman project mentioned by the soldiers, also called the Source of Life, was originally just a personal experiment. Mainly let the so-called SS elites have relationships with those blonde young women, so as to achieve the purpose of creating excellent races. Later, with the official establishment of Hydra, this plan has changed. The goal is to create super soldiers to help the Third Reich conquer the world. Is presided over by the Holy General, one of the confidants of the head of state. As the experiment continued to fail, the Führer had already lost confidence in Aryan Superman. Unexpectedly, at the final moment of the collapse of the Third Reich, that plan was a success. Superman of the Allied forces. The head of state looked fiercely at the newspaper on the table, and the most conspicuous headline section was the photo of Luke standing up in the quasi-general uniform. The Third Reich will rule the world. The Allies should tremble. Chapter 52. Axis Captain, Aryan Superman. 2 days later. The Strategic Science Corps returned to London and received shocking news about the Soviets' defeat and heavy losses, and the suspected presence of super soldiers in Berlin. After successfully destroying the Hydra headquarters, Colonel Phillips took the initiative to stay with the Roaring Commando, integrating the advanced technology and various resources left by the Red Skull. And Luke took Rogers, Carter, and others, and returned to London first. In the eyes of everyone, the Red Skull declared death, the Hydra fell apart, and the Valkyrie plan to destroy half of the world was also blocked. This war is tantamount to an end in advance. Even Luke did not expect that Axis could come back. In the luxurious suite in the hotel. How to lose the dragon-riding face, but the enemy has Superman. Luke closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. According to the report given by the London military, 3 humanoids suspected of being super soldiers appeared in Berlin. To be more precise, the super soldier in the British population should refer to the reinforced type like Luke, rather than the ordinary type like Rogers. In the empty Berlin behind, just relying on these 3 people, the Soviet Union's hundreds of thousands of troops were broken up. Is incredible. The Belarusian First Front, commanded by Soviet Marshal Zhukov, assaulted Berlin from the south, only to encounter an ordinary German soldier. The opponent's eyes can release a destructive energy light group, directly relying on its own power to bombard the tank group, penetrate the Soviet army, and make countless people forced to surrender and become prisoners. The above are all telegrams sent by the Soviet Union. What exactly is going on? Rogers was dumbfounded when he saw the telegram. Is the super soldier so worthless? How can even the Axis nation begin to manufacture, and there are still 3 at once? How did I know that the British Prime Minister Churchill will meet with us in the afternoon, so let's see what he says at that time. Luke shrugged, he didn't know the origin of the 3 supermen of Axis. Habitually opened the task list, and the young brigadier saw a reward in his inventory. Green light disc. The description of is a special item developed by the Guardian specifically for the Green Lantern Corps. After swallowing this kind of disc, the user will have the power of the green light for a short time. It's still a disposable item, but it's better than nothing. Ignoring Roger's anxious look, Luke sorted out the recent gains. First of all, it is approaching the prestige value of 8 million levels. Conversion, it is enough to upgrade Warrior LV2, and there is a slight surplus. Secondly, one's own position in the Allied forces. After capturing the city of Rome, destroying the Hydra base, preventing the Valkyrie plan and other amazing achievements. If the war hadn't ended yet, he might have returned to New York and accepted the ceremony of being promoted to Major General. The 20-year-old young Major General, placed in the history of the United States, can be said to have no one before and no one to come after. Luke can do this, mainly because he is currently in the war, and the promotion of high-ranking officers has been very fast. Moreover, the credit for itself is indeed beyond reproach. Then the next plan. Although history has shifted now, and the Axis powers that have gone away are forced to continue their lives, Luke feels that the Third Reich wants to dominate the European continent and then rule the world. This is a beautiful illusion that is completely impossible to achieve. As far as he knows, the Manhattan Project of the US military has already been launched. In addition to Groves and Oppenheimer in charge, there is also Howard Stark, whom Luke knows, who has retired from the Strategic Science Corps and has been conscripted to the Research Institute in Oak Ridge. It is estimated that it will not be long before the world's first atomic bomb explodes in the desert of New Mexico. Then, the test explosion succeeded in Bikini Atoll in the Pacific Ocean. No matter how powerful the Axis Superman is, it is impossible to withstand the power of nuclear weapons. The other party is not a Superman in the true sense. Even now Luke, if he is forced to suffer a nuclear bomb, he will be seriously injured. He still remembers the Superman in the movie, who was almost evaporated into a bleak corpse by radiation. It's better to get some more sunshine. Luke thought so. The trajectory of history is difficult to change by individuals. The high levels of the Allies are in panic because no one can see the future development clearly. They are worried that if the Axis countries get relieved, the war will not know how long it will last. This is the biggest problem. How much manpower and material resources are needed to support a world-class war? Seeing that victory is imminent, how could the Allies be willing to be dragged into the quagmire again? So, this is another chance to gain reputation. After so many film and television works in his previous life, Luke was able to remain calm about the shocking news of the appearance of Superman in the Axis. After all, he has never seen anything. The Third Reich made a corpse of zombies and slapped the whole world. The head of state discovered an alien civilization, and he mentioned the black technology to win World War II. The United States was tragically divided by Germany and Japan, and became a colony under common rule. There are not too many similar film and television works. Think of it this way: Axis Captain, Superman Aryan is normal. Luke let out a long breath, quietly waiting to be summoned by Churchill. Thinking of the British Prime Minister slapped the table and yelled, "Go and invite Superman," that scene should be very interesting. A black limousine drove through Trafalgar Square in London, passing Whitehall Street, Westminster Abbey, to King Charles Street, and finally stopped at an invisible corner. There is a hole with a sack as a shelter, and going down there is a strong and thick underground fortress. I didn't expect the Prime Minister to stay in this kind of place. Luke raised his eyebrows, seemingly surprised. He thought that this meeting should be arranged in the Prime Minister's office or the Parliament Hall. A week before the outbreak of the war, the Prime Minister activated this war cabinet. Explained Carter, who was walking ahead. I heard that every day the Prime Minister would enter here from an office building opposite the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to direct military operations. This female agent is a British person, and she knows everything about the intelligence services and the various actions of the cabinet during the war. Luke nodded and walked into this underground fortress called the Wartime Cabinet. The first thing that came into view was the map room, a crowded room with maps of various war zones on the walls. Reading www.uuganshu.com. There are more than a dozen colorful telephones on the table. Carter explained that each color represents a different level. The ivory phone on the right can connect directly to Churchill's office. The Prime Minister's office is here. Carter led Luke forward in a graceful figure. The phone ringing did not stop along the way, and the answering staff kept working, just like the stock brokerage company on Wall Street later. It seems that there is indeed a huge crisis on the front line that is difficult to cope with. Luke thought to himself. After reported their names and identities, the two entered the conference room. As soon as he opened the door, a pungent tobacco puff came over his face, almost suffocating. Luke withdrew his overly sensitive senses in time to avoid being smoked to death. Brigadier Cavil. Even though I heard that you are very young, at the moment of meeting, I still want to be shocked by your age. Churchill put down the cigar in his hand, stretched out his hand, and smiled on his slightly gloomy face. He is a smoker himself, he likes to smoke cigars, and he almost never leaves his hands. Your Excellency Prime Minister, I heard about what happened in Berlin. Luke shook hands with one of the big three of the Yalta Conference boss, then sat down and exchanged a few words before proceeding directly to the topic. We don't know the specific situation for the time being. The only information that can be confirmed at present is that the Soviet Union was defeated and nearly 100,000 people were taken prisoners. The plan to conquer Berlin was temporarily blocked and shelved. The Prime Minister let out a puff of smoke, his squinted eyes stared at Luke, and he asked in a deep voice, "Now the only hope of the Allies lies in you, Brigadier General Cavil." Chapter 53. The head of state asked me to bring a sentence. Is there anything I can do, Prime Minister? Luke sat down, making himself look more like a brave soldier obeying orders. He is quite interested in the Aryan Superman of Axis. Both eyes can emit energy light balls, the power is amazing, and it is easy to bombard the tank. The physical quality is beyond ordinary people, and ordinary thermal weapons can't harm them. These sounds like a weakened version of Superman, or an enhanced version of Super Soldier. Could it be that Berlin really reversely restored Dr. Erskine's stunning masterpiece from the serum sample left by the Red Skull? Luke doubted this. You must know that the later military had invested a huge amount of money to restart the Super Soldier program, but it never succeeded. Several generations of changes, various versions, but all have side effects that are hard to ignore. There is only one super soldier like Captain America. It can be seen how difficult the study of replicating serum is. It doesn't make sense. Berlin can quickly make a technological breakthrough. Unless, the head of state renewed a wave, opened the acceleration hook, and clicked on the new technology tree. We planted an undercover agent in Berlin. The frowned Prime Minister took a sigh of cigar, and it took a long time to tell the news. During World War II, the very active intelligence organizations were not only the Hydra and the Strategic Science Corps, but also the British MI6. They have successfully assassinated the head of the Security Bureau of the SS, one of the right-hand men of the Berlin head of state, and the carefully trained successor, Reinhard Heydrich. Her name is Stephanie. Soon after the war broke out, she infiltrated the scientific research department in Berlin disguised as a Norwegian scientist. This is a secret of MI6. The Prime Minister had a serious expression, and the thick cigar between his fingers flashed faint sparks. I know from Stuart's mouth that Stephanie has not reported the situation for a year, and for safety reasons, we have never actively contacted her. But just 3 days ago, the day before the Soviet army failed, I received a message from Stephanie on the very useful channel. She warned the Allied forces to be alert to the monsters deployed in Berlin. As a result, you have also seen that, as she said, those super soldiers appeared in Berlin, which beat the Soviet army to the ground and returned in a terrible defeat. Nowadays, the only person who knows the specifics and knows what happened is Stephanie. Luke listened carefully. He seemed to guess what the British Prime Minister was going to let himself do. Rescue the undercover agent lurking in Berlin and get specific information about Aryan Superman? Yes, Brigadier Cavill, I would like to ask you to bring Stephanie back. She is on the way to the English homeland, but there are chasers behind. Without the support of the Allies, I am afraid it will be difficult to escape. The Prime Minister, who is very eloquent and good at speeches, said solemnly. A sincere tone and a good attitude are all preconditions for easily impressing others. I know that asking a brigadier general to go deep behind enemy lines to rescue agents in London is both embarrassing and dangerous. While observing Luke's expression, the Prime Minister thought about it and said, but this is for the future of the Allies and to prevent the rise of the Axis powers. Brigadier Cavill, you have performed miracles many times. This time, we still believe in you. Can do it. The atmosphere in the smoky office suddenly became serious. The British Prime Minister and the senior staff sitting on the corner sofa, their eyes focused on Luke. Needless to say, the danger of this rescue mission. In order to prevent the Axis powers from discovering, the number of people involved in the operation must not be too many, and it is best to sneak in alone. Let the promising Luke, who has already worshipped the generals, risked his life for the undercover agents of MI6. To be honest, when the Prime Minister made this request, he thought it was ridiculous. He has no power to give orders to Luke, and the other party has no obligation to obey orders. That Miss Stephanie, she brought back the intelligence and technology of Aryan Superman, which is of great value to the Allied forces. Luke raised his eyebrows and said without rush, I can take part in the rescue operation, but the technology mastered by the Axis powers must be shared with the Strategic Science Corps. After getting the answer, the Prime Minister nodded decisively without hesitation. The group of Soviets who forcibly resisted the footsteps of the Third Reich, defended the following Leningrad and Moscow, and also bravely launched a counterattack, were defeated by the Aryan Superman of the Axis powers. How long can the Anglo-American coalition forces on the front line support? The Prime Minister understood very well that now is not the time to bargain and seek profit. Even if you pay a certain price and ask for Luke's help, it is worth it. This is better than looking for that gang of wizards, or vampires, or werewolves. No problem, the Allies should have cooperated sincerely. The Prime Minister smiled and said kindly. The group of people in the Parliament Hall heard that the Hydra was falling apart and the Axis was defeated. They all planned to celebrate with champagne. Who would have thought of Superman in Berlin to reverse the situation? Now the only one who can stop that head of state's crazy ambitions and save the Allies again is Luke. After all, super soldiers can fight super soldiers. Superman can fight Superman. Then I will start, your Prime Minister. Luke stood up, tall like a mountain, standing in the office. By the way, please tell the White House so that Mr. President can wait for the good news with peace of mind. Berlin, outskirts. Holy General, the head of state asked me to bring you a word, let you go as soon as possible, he can't wait to see Siegfried. This big guy is called by this name. The liaison officer sent from the Berlin bunker passed the news to the Holy General, who was the leader of the Aryan Superman project. He looked up at the super soldier who defeated the Soviet tank group with one man. High nose and deep eyes, blonde and blue eyes, typical Germanic characteristics. The sturdy figure, more than 2 meters high, like a silent statue, reveals a strong sense of strength. His real name is Marcus Jung. Now Siegfried. Saint General said coldly. I can't go to meet the head of state for the time being. The production plant that made the Wadden's blood exploded last night. A Norwegian female scientist named Freya fled overnight. According to the secret police's subsequent investigation, she was British. The undercover agents sent here what a bunch of idiots. Before recruiting staff, www.novel.com did not conduct a rigorous review. This is terrible news, do you understand? The victory we just won will probably be wiped out immediately. Once the Allied forces also master the technology to make Superman, the Axis powers will fail completely. The Holy General, trusted by the head of state, is a serious, rigid middle-aged man with a gloomy face. His eyes are like sharp swords, looking directly at the liaison officer. Icy breath made the latter lower his head subconsciously. The head of state can say. The liaison officer hesitated. His task is to get the Saint General and his Aryan Superman to return to Berlin as soon as possible. My God! Don't you understand, that who should go to hell? She will soon ruin the short victory of the Third Reich. The Holy General said angrily, so I have to send someone to track down immediately, and try to get rid of this threat before the other party reaches the Allied defense line. This is more important than pleasing the head of state, satisfying his vanity, and alleviating his inner fear. The liaison officer was trembling, afraid to speak. If it were put before, someone said so, he would definitely be thrown into prison by the SS. But now the entire Berlin Guards rely on the Saint General and his Aryan Superman. Forget it, let Siegfried meet the Führer instead of me. The Holy General is much lazy to say that he is loyal to the Third Reich, rather than a specific object. Therefore, he is not a fanatic of the Führer. Siegfried, let the Führer see what is the perfect Aryan. Saint General turned around and smiled. Superman of the Allied forces, that's just a low-quality product among super soldiers. Chapter 54, Beat is the elite. In the dark and dense forest, a military motorcycle was racing fast, and the roar of the engine echoed, alarming the crows perched on the branches. Damn it! Those Germans are going to catch up. Stephanie, who held both hands on the direction handle of the motorcycle, resisted the urge to look back. She was afraid to see the German soldiers in hot pursuit. Is now very close to the Allied line. As long as you leave this dense forest, a few kilometers ahead is a stronghold of the British Army. It's safe to get there. Is there anything to eat? You must have food, right? Give me something to eat. There are a large number of refugees in the dense forest. They are all poor people who are homeless and have nowhere to go during the war. I have nothing to eat. Stephanie saw a man in rags blocking the way, and instead of slowing down, she tightened the throttle. This is not the time when sympathy is overwhelming, and along the way, she has seen so many refugees who are not full of food, so that they are a little numb. Ending the war is the best way to save them. Stephanie thought so. The motorcycle ran into the man, and his thin body hit the tree trunk. I am sorry. Stephanie gritted her teeth and saw the surging refugees in front of her. She pulled out the MP40 submachine gun under the windbreaker. Go away. I can't help you. Go away. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Ear-piercing gunshots spread throughout the dense forest, and bullets from the rush tore up the leaves on the top of the head. Out of the instinct to survive, and the fear of death, the small wave of refugees that gradually approached finally dispersed, giving way to a passage. It's on Earth. Stephanie still couldn't hold back, she looked back. The refugees who were dispersed walked towards the man who was knocked into flight. Hunger makes them lose their sanity and their dignity. She doesn't want to think about what will happen next, it will become a nightmare that will haunt her life. A car is coming. They must have food. Give me something to eat. The roaring and mixed engine sound came toward the dense forest. A group of soldiers in German uniforms, driving motorcycles, shuttled through the dimly lit forest. They whizzed past, turning a blind eye to the crowd of refugees. Don't get in the way. A German officer took out a pistol and did not hesitate to kill the refugee who rushed up. They don't want to be wasted by these inferior people, the spies who sneaked into Berlin are right in front. The Holy General has ordered that before the opponent returns to the territory of the Allied powers, this threat must be wiped out. Shoot! Shoot! Kill me this group of pigs! The German officer in the lead shouted loudly. He saw more and more refugees gather, and directly issued orders to shoot the guys who dared to stop them on the spot. Da-da-da! The gunshots are loud. The lives are like seedlings in the field, and large tracts are harvested by death's sickle. Tighten the throttle, Stephanie, who rushed out of the jungle, heard gunshots, her eyes were red, but she never looked back. She didn't care about the massacre that happened later, and she carried the secrets of Berlin's Aryan Superman and related technologies. If it is not delivered to the Allied forces in time, more people will die. Thank God, it's finally here. Is the Allied position ahead? Stephanie saw the steel tank, sandbag bunkers, and wary soldiers. Stop! After firing a warning shot into the sky, a British soldier held a Sten submachine gun and pointed it at Stephanie, who did not intend to slow down. On the battlefield, there is no reason to hold back because the opponent is a woman. In that way, it will only die very quickly. My name is Stephanie. Agent of MI6. Stephanie didn't care about explaining too much, and she declared herself directly. She believed that London would not do nothing. This is the British Army position closest to Berlin. If MI6 wants to send someone to respond, it will definitely be arranged in advance. Stephanie. The soldier slowly put down the Sten submachine gun in his hand, and said to his comrades next to him, "Go and inform Brigadier General Luke Cavell. It's the Allied Superman who just arrived here." He did receive an order. If a woman who claims to be Stephanie asks to respond, she must cooperate with her with full authority. Boom! Before this soldier could finish speaking, his body was blown to pieces by a ball of fiery energy. Flesh and blood, like a puddle of sticky red mud, splashed on the bunker. Find cover. This is an enemy attack. Stephanie dodged the energy light group behind in a thrilling manner, and she rolled off the motorcycle and fell onto the hard ground. Fortunately, she is not a weak female scientist, but a well-trained undercover agent. When the body loses balance, Stephanie curls up and protects her head to minimize the damage she receives. Tank class. Aryan Superman. Stephanie was just rubbing and bleeding her elbows and knees. She supported her hands and hid behind the bunker. She poked her head and saw that a burly German soldier was chasing after her. Judging from the logo on the opponent's armband, it is a tank-class Aryan Superman made in Berlin. Get into the tank quickly. Only then can you get rid of him. Stephanie yelled. She couldn't be more clear about how powerful the tank-class Aryan Superman has. Bullets can't break their skin, and even if they are injured, they can recover quickly. The tank parked in the center of the position slowly started, its tracks rolled and moved forward. The fort moved, and the main artillery was aimed at the striding German soldiers. Boom! The artillery did not hit the opponent. His moving speed is so fast that he can't keep up with a heavy tank. Monster! A British soldier with a Sten submachine gun bravely stood up to attract hatred. A shuttle bullet hit the monster-like German soldier, sinking deeply into flesh and blood, but did not cause more deadly damage. British! The German soldier dashed forward and approached him. Hold the opponent's shoulders with both hands and pull outwards. Tear! The human body is like a piece of fragile thin paper, which is directly torn apart. Blood spurts wildly. Give me that gun. Stephanie snatched a Springfield rifle from the scared soldier. She knows the weakness of tank-class Aryan Superman. The burly figure stained with blood stepped heavily on it, and with the help of the rebounding force, it suddenly jumped into the sky. Then, it fell like a solid cannonball. Only a boom was heard, and the German soldier jumped onto the tank. Hugged the sturdy main gun with both hands, and with the roar like a beast, he twisted the barrel into a twist. Is this, still a human? The British soldiers suddenly lost their fighting spirit. Yes. He is still human and can be killed. Stephanie was lying on the bunker www.novel.com through the scope of the Springfield rifle, staring coldly at the German soldier who was like a murderous demon. She stared with bated breath, waiting for the chance of a hit. Freya, is that your name? The Holy General asked me to take you back, or kill you on the spot. The German soldier who exploded energy light from his eyes and blasted the tank with the soldiers inside seemed to have a reaction. He turned to look at Stephanie and said with a smile, but I think it's easier to twist your head. 7.62 mm metal bullets fired from the muzzle at high speed. The German soldier opened his palms and covered his eyes. Do you think I will not guard against my weaknesses? The tank-class Aryan Superman said contemptuously. To deal with him, at least he has to use heavy weapons such as rocket launchers and howitzers. A rifle is not enough. Are you Stephanie? Just when the female agent fleeing all the way was about to despair, a calm voice came from behind. The tall figure, like a cloud cast, enveloped Stephanie. She turned around, raised her head, and subconsciously replied, "That's right. You are safe." The tall man smiled, and then asked, "Is that the Superman of Axis?" Stephanie nodded. She didn't know who the other party was, so she reminded, "The tank-class Aryan Superman made in Berlin is a meat grinder on the battlefield. He is not something ordinary people can fight against." Aryan Superman. The tall man walked out of the bunker, and his voice with a relaxed smile floated to the back. "I'm looking for him." Chapter 55, You also deserve to be called Superman. Are you the Superman of the Allied forces? The German soldier who was reformed by the Holy General, obliquely looked at the tall man walking out of the bunker. His tone was a bit contemptuous. He thought he was heavily promoted by the Allies, and the legendary hero who conquered Italy and captured Rome alone should be at least a strong man like Hercules. 2 meters tall, with knotted muscles, like a descendant of a titan, it looks particularly shocking at first glance. The Allied Superman who can appear in front of him is at most taller and stronger than ordinary people, without the slightest exaggeration. Really, speaking of his figure, Luke, who is 6.2 feet, 191 centimeters, tall, is nothing in front of German soldiers who are burly like giants. The muscles are even worse. The strong and powerful body of the Allied Superman looks a bit weak in the face of a big guy who has taken steroid drugs. From the appearance only, this imposing German soldier is sturdy, just like an ancient warrior with a height of 8 feet and a waist of 8 feet. Rock-like hard muscles almost break through the uniform. Has the sturdy temperament of a devil muscle man. You look like a Boy Scout. The German soldier glanced at the young brigadier general and sneered, "A product like you, thrown into the British barracks, should be very popular and well developed." The humiliating sarcasm did not irritate Luke. He turned his head to look at Stephanie and asked, "You said he is a tank class, you mean there is a stronger Aryan Superman?" "Yes. The 3 who defeated the Soviet army were Aryan Supermen of the battleship class. They are even more terrifying." Stephanie nodded and replied. There is a little worry in her eyes. Muscle is strength, physique determines everything. This is a fact recognized by many people. So, even if Luke showed a strong aura that was not inferior to the German Superman. But Stephanie still has doubts. She has seen in Berlin how strong these battleship-class Supermen are. Tanks, bombers, thousands of soldiers. Is not an opponent. As the Allied Superman Luke, I don't know if he can do it. Thinking of this, Stephanie squeezed the Springfield rifle, ready to see that the situation was wrong, and supported the young brigadier general. "Introduce myself, my name is Julian. If you twist your head off and take it back to Berlin, the Führer will definitely praise me, and maybe I can be honored like Siegfried," the burly German soldier said with a smile. Luke did not answer. There is no need to waste time for the miscellaneous soldiers. Generally speaking, the lines are reserved for important roles. His footsteps were heavy, and Stephanie, who was hiding behind the bunker, felt the ground tremble abruptly. The cracks in the spider web extended to the surroundings, and the tall and straight figure tore the air apart, creating a strong air current. It was almost a breathing time, and approached in front of the German Superman. Makes a fist with his right hand and smashes it down with no fancy. Luke at this time, compared with before, both power and speed have been greatly improved. This feeling of improving every day and night, and getting stronger every moment, once made him addicted. The pleasure brought by even surpasses the bed exercise that humans are passionate about. So fast. The developed optic nerve allows Julian to barely capture Luke's movement trajectory. Feeling the heavy power rushing toward his face, he immediately put away his contemptuous heart. The super soldiers of the Allied forces, it seems not bad. Julian yelled, his body's strength surged wildly, his muscles twisted into a ball. Arms crossed, blocking his chest. "Let me see your power first." Such thoughts flashed through Julian's mind. If he had seen it with his own eyes, the mutant steel shell who was beaten to death by Luke would definitely not choose to do so. In a battle with little difference in strength, giving up the initiative first is no different from suicide. What's more, Luke's true combat power is far above Julian, but he doesn't know it. Fist hit Julian's arms, and nearly 10 tons of terrifying force was poured into one point. Almost before the German Superman could react, his 2 arms clicked and broke directly from the elbow. The force can twist off the tank barrel, the muscle fiber is like a strong arm tightening a steel wire, and it is like being thrown into a mixer, and it is instantly smashed into smashed meat. The intense pain reached Julian's brain. Before he could scream, Luke's eyes condensed, and his left hand stuck out, pressing the thick shoulder of the German Superman and pressing down. Julian, who has a burly physique, like a little giant, is like a child without the ability to resist. He can't stand the strong force, his legs are soft, and with a boom, his knees hit the ground heavily. "I heard that the head of Berlin regarded the Aryans as the most perfect race, and a super soldier like you is the Aryan Superman considered by the Third Reich." Luke lowered his head and looked down indifferently. The great head of state. Julian's face was twisted, his arms exposed by Senson's bone stubble, flesh and blood wriggling hard, trying to recover from his injury. He looked at Luke, his eyes became blazing white. Long live the Third Reich! The fanatical roar fell, and an astonishing energy wave formed a powerful dazzling light group that directly engulfed Luke. Like a huge ball of lightning, it burned the air with a sizzling noise, and a scorched breath emanated. A violent explosion sounded continuously. The strong smoke rising up covered the battlefield, making it difficult to see the specific situation. "It's over." Stephanie held the Springfield rifle with a solemn expression. She doesn't think Luke can survive. You must know that the most powerful attack method of Aryan Superman is to release the energy light group. Even solid tanks can explode, not to mention the fragile flesh and blood of human beings. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He is careless, he should guard against Julian's move. Stephanie thought, annoyed. Julian moved too fast, she didn't have time to remind Luke to be vigilant. Allied forces, rescue failed. Stephanie stared at the tall figure coming out of the billowing smoke, preparing for the final struggle. Anyway, she can't run far. Rather than running away in a hurry and being chased by the enemy and killed, she might as well fight to the death. "Stephanie, you look nervous." Immediately afterwards, a low voice sounded, letting Stephanie's tight body relax. She couldn't believe it, and subconsciously asked, "Why, you are not dead." The thick smoke caused by the explosion dissipated, and the figure that appeared was actually Luke. He didn't know when he put on a steel armor-like battle suit, and removed the right palm that was firmly pressed on Julian's face. There were burnt black marks on the surface of his skin, and his whole body was almost unscathed. "Of course I am still alive, Stephanie." Luke grinned. He raised his hand to lift Julian, who fell to the ground exhaustedly. After the German Superman released the energy light ball, he degenerates into an ordinary person like a machine that runs out of electricity. At this level, you also deserve to be called Superman. Luke curled his lips. The energy light group released by the other party contained destructive power, and it was indeed difficult for ordinary people to resist. "Even if it's me, I have suffered a little injury." According to his estimation, an energy beam is almost equivalent to the explosive force produced by an anti-tank missile. But with the self-healing ability of Superman's template, in less than a minute, the burned wound on his right palm recovered as before. Chapter 56, Tank Class, Battleship Class. The battlefield on the Allied front was quiet. There are only the steel wreckage of the tank, as well as flesh and blood limbs all over the floor, silently telling the fierce scene of the previous battle. "Madam, do you need live material?" Luke dragged Julian, who had lost his ability to resist, and walked in front of Stephanie. The latter shook her head. She brought back related technologies and knew the specific process of making Aryan Superman. Besides, Stephanie has seen a lot of living specimens used for dissection in Berlin. Bringing Julian around will only increase the risk. Who knows when the opponent will regain his strength? "Okay then." Luke smiled gently. Then, without hesitation, he broke the neck of the German soldier. After a short battle just now, he probably got the overall data of the tank-class Aryan Superman. Strength, speed, defense, neural response, self-healing ability, etc. Overall, stronger than the super soldier. Even if Rogers has the name of 5-5 Captain, it may be a headache for the previous tank class. Unless you can hit the weakness, it is difficult to win. But these Aryan Supermen seem to have a huge flaw that they cannot fight for a long time. Luke keenly discovered that after Julian released the energy light cluster in his body, it was as if the power was exhausted, and his strength and speed were degraded to the level of an ordinary person. Maybe this is the reason why the Axis powers have not yet launched a counterattack? Aryan Superman is not suitable for long battles? A series of questions were temporarily held in his heart. To be honest, I am looking forward to meeting the battleship class. Luke changed into the suit of steel armor and looked down at the fallen German soldier. The strength of this tank level has not yet reached the point where it can change the war situation. Unless the Axis powers can mass-produce explosive troops, it is basically impossible to win by individual strategy. Stephanie's eyes flickered. Although she was curious about the uniform of the Allied Superman, she didn't take the initiative to ask. This is likely to be the secret technology of the Strategic Science Corps. Rushing to hear it will cause disgust. Brigadier General, the battleship class is stronger than the tank class by several levels. Their recovery ability, physical fitness, and energy attack effect are several times that of the latter. The female agent lurking in Berlin reminded. After seeing Luke's battle with tank-class Aryan Superman, she has a glimmer of hope for the future of the Allies. However, it is still not optimistic to defeat the Axis powers. Only the tank class, there are hundreds of them in Berlin. They are led by 3 more powerful battleship classes, enough to form an invincible combat force. On the Allied side, there is only 1 Superman and 1 Luke. Stephanie, the Prime Minister can't wait to see you, and I can't wait to know the truth about these Aryan Supermen. Luke walked ahead, and someone would come to clean up the battlefield later. His task is to take Stephanie back safely. Nothing else. Thank you, Brigadier Cavill. The female spy behind said quietly. Thank you for calling me Stephanie. It has been a long time since no one has called me that way. Holy General, do you want to continue tracking? The next day, a group of heavily armed German soldiers walked through the dense forest and came to the Allied front. The guards here have already evacuated, leaving only a messy battlefield. Cancel the hunt. There is no more Freya. She has restored her previous identity and returned to London, this bitch. The Saint General had his hands behind his back, with a solemn expression on his face. The wreckage of the tank, the scattered limbs, and the traces of the energy explosion. Everyone told the Holy General that a fierce battle had taken place here. Is it the Superman of the Allied forces who can fight against the existence of the tank class? He said to himself. It can be seen that the Allied forces should have paid a heavy price to defeat the tank class Julian. The Superman of the Allies is nothing more than that. Far from being so exaggerated by the Allies. Saint General came to a conclusion. He carefully observed the scene and seemed to see that the Allied Superman and the ordinary soldier, after a lot of hard work, barely defeated Julian and won the final victory in the battle. General, we must assume that the core technology has fallen into the hands of the Allied forces, and we must also assume that the locations of other military factories have also been exposed, and we must take measures as soon as possible," said a blonde female adjutant. Stephanie, who escaped, was once a core member of the Aryan Superman project. She knows too much, has been deeply involved in the most critical projects, and has also taken away part of the Warden's blood. This is undoubtedly the worst news. Transfer all the materials and scientific research personnel on Superman technology to the second base, and wash away all the inferior test subjects," Saint General said coldly. He wants to speed up his pace and strive to help the Third Reich gain a greater advantage before the Allied forces can create their Superman. "I hope that head of state can listen and not be dazzled by the momentary victory." The Saint General was worried. He didn't dare to have too much hope for the mustache head of Berlin. After all, that is a well-known master of micromanipulation. His military level is extremely average, but he always likes to point fingers at war-fighting generals. A series of failures faced by the Third Reich, the Battle of Stalingrad, the landing in Normandy, and the counterattack in the Ardennes, the will of the head of state is everywhere. A mustache man whose instigation, leadership, and military command abilities are inversely proportional. This is the Holy General's evaluation of the head of state. Return to Berlin. "We almost ruled the world, almost." The German general sighed. London, underground fortress. A few days later, in the Prime Minister's office. As one of the heroes of the Allied forces, Stephanie put on a green dress, carried a briefcase, and sat on a chair. Next to her, is Brigadier General Cavill, who is sitting in great danger. This time is different, even the senior staff are not there. There are only 3 people in the office. Thank you, Stephanie. The Prime Minister poured a glass of wine and handed it to the female spy who had been lurking in the enemy's nest for several years. You are the best member of MI6. I heard your name a long time ago. It turns out that you have indeed created a breathing opportunity for the Allies and rescued us from the terror created by the monsters in Berlin. Recently, I heard that many MPs dare to stay at home, not even going to the Parliament Hall. Because these cowards are afraid that Hitler and the demons under his hands will suddenly fall from the sky, lift the roof, and hang them all. On the street light. The Prime Minister said in a humorous and ironic tone, which eased the dignified atmosphere in the office. No, Prime Minister. Stephanie took the glass, took a sip, and smiled, those Aryan supermen who were created, for the time being. At most, they can only move within the scope of the Third Reich. I have participated in this project and know their shortcomings. Aryan Superman cannot fight for a long time. The weakness of the tank class is the eyes, and there are heavy firepower such as bazookas and anti-tank weapons. The battleship class will become more tired and tired. The weaker. According to the experimental report, the latter's limit time is almost 8 hours. Every time you start a full fight, you must take a period of rest to recover. So, for the time being, the Germans are at most defending their turf. But after they have accumulated enough troops, that will be the beginning of the disaster. Hearing Stephanie's answer, the Prime Minister didn't know whether to be happy or scared. He turned his gaze to Luke, who was sitting across from him. He heard that this young brigadier general had personally eliminated a tank-class Aryan Superman. This news excited the high level of the Allied powers and effectively dispelled the fear of the soldiers on the front line. The defeat of the Soviet army caused many people to have pessimistic thoughts. The victory created by Luke www.novel.com has become a precious material for the Allies to promote vigorously. I haven't played against the battleship class yet, and I don't know their strength. Luke guessed the Prime Minister's idea and asked him to go through all the Aryan Supermen directly, which is simply unrealistic. Hundreds of tank level, plus 3 battleship level of unknown depth, I am afraid it is not to squeeze myself out. Besides, he has no obligation to help the Allies live and die. The brave and fearless super soldier is only superficially human, and it is too deep to enter the play. I think Stephanie must still have more critical information, otherwise the Germans would not have to hunt all the way from Berlin. Luke threw the problem to the female spy next to him. Yes, I can help the Allies and create a Superman. Stephanie said word by word. Once this heavy news was uttered, there was a brief silence in the Prime Minister's office. It means, the Allies can also have Superman. After a while, with a click, the cigar in the Prime Minister's hand fell on the table. I was placed in the Norwegian research group in 1941, and my undercover identity was the biologist Freya Bergen. Stephanie whispered and said softly, after Berlin confirmed that I was a Nodist supporter, I was recruited into the project team of the Aryan Superman project. I don't need to say more about the following story. In short, I succeeded in getting into the Corps and got in touch with these. Stephanie opened the briefcase. In addition to a document, there was a glassware containing many irregular red spars. The colors are bright, like crystal clear blood coral. The blood of Woden. Chapter 57, Warden and number 039, S. Blood, Amazing Secrets. What a weird breath. Luke sitting next to him frowned slightly. He felt a very unstable and strong energy from the pile of irregular red spar. Is like a gunpowder keg that will explode at any time, which makes people feel very dangerous. This is an intuitive reaction from the spiritual level. This is. The Prime Minister looked at Stephanie and asked suspiciously. He thought he would see a pile of detailed experiment reports or documents. It is the only way for the Allies to defeat those monsters. Stephanie took another sip of alcohol. It seemed that the female spy had been lurking in Berlin for a long time, and had contracted the habit of drinking, but she could understand it. Every undercover lurking in the enemy base camp is under tremendous psychological pressure. They live among the enemies, and they have to pretend to be each other and integrate their false identities into their lives. This is not easy. The Germans call this thing Woden's blood. It is necessary to transform ordinary people into super soldiers. Stefani explained in detail while drinking. These red spars are crystalline polymers that are gradually produced during a special fermentation process. You can think of them as vegetables in the field. In other words, it takes time for the blood of Woden to come. Grow, not change out of thin air. The good news is that before I left the production plant, I blew up all the containers storing the Woden's blood. It would take a lot of time for the Germans to rebuild another one. But the bad news is that the Holy General in charge of the Aryan Superman project is a rigorous and careful man, so there will definitely be a remaining reserve, and this plan will not be completely bankrupt. The Prime Minister took a cigar. He stared at the red spar in the glassware, suppressing his excitement, and asked, "So you know how to make synthetic, Woden's blood?" "I am in charge of screening receptors. But the process of cultivating Woden's blood is not complicated. With these red crystals, I believe Allied scientists will soon be able to study it." Stephanie shook her head and gave an answer that was neither a surprise nor a disappointment. "Then this document is..." The Prime Minister turned his attention to another thing in the briefcase. "This records the origin of Woden's blood and the source of Aryan Superman transformation technology." Stephanie looked serious, spreading out the densely packed materials filled with words. "The manuscripts are kept secretly, I can't access them. These are just the copies I stole." Luke, who was sitting next to him, and the Prime Minister, who exhaled a puff of smoke, all pricked their ears and listened carefully. The Aryan Superman from Berlin appeared suddenly, and no one knew the specific origin. The high level of the Allied forces once thought it was that the Axis successfully copied the serum developed by Abraham Erskine to create a more powerful super soldier. Judging from the information given by Stephanie, super soldier and Aryan Superman seem to be two completely different products. The former is a serum creation, while the latter is a new and unfamiliar secret technology. As everyone knows, the head of Berlin is obsessed with mysticism and pursues supernatural power. Stephanie recalled, and said softly, "The Hydra organization was originally divided from the Anambia Research Institute of the Third Reich with the purpose of establishing an external intelligence agency. Later, Red Skull recruited a large number of scientists, and absorbed many fanatics, and gradually got out of the control of the Führer." Luke's eyes moved slightly, and he vaguely guessed about the origin of Woden's blood and the technology used to make Aryan Superman. Could it be related to the oldest Hydra? In order to curb Red Skull's steadily expanding ambitions and the ability to grow rapidly, the Führer secretly established a new scientific research team in an attempt to replicate the blood samples left by Red Skull, a powerful super soldier like Brigadier Cavill. Stephanie glanced at Luke, and she had to say that the other party gave her a big surprise. In the battle against tank-class Aryan Superman, the young Brigadier General showed an overwhelmingly powerful force. The successive failures almost made you and Chief abandon this plan. However, there was new news from the Anambia Research Institute. They unearthed an ancient document containing weird words after analysis and deciphering by professionals, classify it as the language of an alien race in ancient times. Hearing this, the Prime Minister looked dumbfounded and took a sigh of cigar to calm his mood. As a graduate of the Sandhurst Royal Military Academy, he has published several novels, and is a writer who can win the Nobel Prize in Literature in the future, and is a famous orator who opened the prelude to the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. The British Prime Minister did not know what to say about the fact that the head of the Axis powers mentioned the alien literature and created the Aryan Superman in an attempt to conquer the world. Is this world too crazy, or am I unable to keep up with the changes of the times? The Prime Minister put his elbows on the desk, supporting a rather round face, with the dull expression of strange knowledge has increased. In an era farther away from mankind, aliens have visited the Earth. For this incident, Luke was rather calm. After all, this is the Marvel Studio. Within only 9 star regions, in addition to the Earth called the Atrium World, there are Asgard, and Jotunheim, who lives with the Frost Giant, and so on. If you look farther, the Skrulls, Kree, and Shia, together form the 3 major civilized empires in the galaxy. As for the higher level ones, there are the Universe Presbyterian Church, the Celestial Group, the 5 Great Gods. So during World War II, the Axis powers unearthed the technology of alien civilization, which is very reasonable and there is no problem. I know it sounds like a fantasy, or a madman's babble, without credibility. Stephanie saw the Prime Minister's expression www.novel.com and shrugged helplessly. I also held this attitude at first, thinking that all these are lies concocted by the Germans. Designed to deceive fools and make them it's like a fanatical worshipper worshipping the head of state until deeply involved in the Aryan Superman plan, and learn more about the inside story. They did find a relic of an ancient civilization. According to research, it may be a product of the ancient Egyptian period. The above is a detailed record of the heroic deeds of a wizard named Imhotep who led the Egyptian people to resist the alien creature Brood-Zerg. And these red spars, which can transform the human body and stimulate potential, are the technologies left behind by the Brood-Zerg. Those aliens who are like insects cultivate the blood of Woden, use them as food for feeding beasts, catalyze them into terrible monsters, and use them as war machines. Acting as the Prime Minister of the audience, knew that he was on the verge of collapse, and couldn't help but reach out to the wine bottle placed on the table. Poured himself a glass of gin and poured it into his mouth. It seemed that it was not enough, and I poured 2 more cups in a row, and drank it all in one breath. Imhotep, I remember he was the pharaoh of the 3rd dynasty of Egypt and the designer of the pyramids. Luke, who has some historical knowledge, interjected in due course. He always thinks this name is familiar, not just in textbooks. According to the murals in the ruins and the literature, Imhotep is an outstanding leader, a brave and powerful fighter. With a spear and a shield, he led countless Egyptians to defeat the aliens. Creatures, kill them and drive them out of the earth. Stephanie replied solemnly. Chapter 58, Holy Shield Brotherhood, Horror Upright Ape. A spear in one hand and a shield in the other, the ancient Egyptian pharaoh. Hearing this, a flash of light flashed in Luke's head. He finally knew why the name Imhotep was so familiar. This ancient Egyptian was not only the most accomplished pharaoh of the 3rd dynasty, but was revered as the god of medicine and wisdom by later generations and was worshipped forever. His true identity is a superhero of ancient times. Although he doesn't have any superpowers and fights purely on the flesh, his strength is ridiculously strong. Forcibly carrying a group of native Egyptians with spears and shields, to defeat the alien creatures whose biotechnology is beyond the Earth's unknown for many years. Belongs to ordinary people who punch mammoths and kick saber-toothed tigers. Can be called a horrific upright ape in human form, 2 hands can rub alien creatures on the ground. Came from the apocalypse known as the ancestor of mutants. He was a student of Imhotep back then and once fought together. At that time, Apocalypse, while hacking the alien Zerg, cheered on the teacher at the same time. There was no future big boss aura. It's really long enough. Luke secretly sighed. He did not expect that the Aryan Superman made in Berlin, behind the biological transformation technology, unexpectedly came from that ancient era. But thinking about it carefully, I can't find any problems. Later, the secret organization of the Aegis Brotherhood, established by various historical celebrities, such as Leonardo da Vinci, Newton, Tesla, Galileo, etc., adopted the eagle logo from the shield held by Imhotep. As for the later SHIELD Bureau, Hydra, and Leviathan, the 3 are actually the same, with more or less traces of the Brotherhood of the Holy Shield, but they are going in different directions. Therefore, it is reasonable that the Third Reich, which inherited part of the Hydra heritage, received the Brood-Zerg biological modification technology. In the beginning, the Germans didn't know that the ancient document contained cutting-edge technology to transform the human body. The research on it was more out of academic curiosity, but when someone deciphered the content of the first chapter, everything has changed. Stephanie didn't know that Luke had guessed the whole incident. She helped the gold glasses on the bridge of her nose and continued, the Germans realized that they had found a treasure. They found a door that opened the door to a new human world. The Kiso, the holy general in charge of all this, reported the news to the head of state, and the entire Aryan Superman project began to operate. The three departments were established separately. The first is based on the content of the literature to produce a catalyst for the transformation of the human body, that is, the blood of Warden. The second is responsible for screening receptors and finding suitable targets for transformation. The third is also the current scale. The largest organization is responsible for transforming the human body and mass-producing those monsters. And this is not the worst. The Holy General just translated that ancient document by 1/5, that is to say, in addition to the tank class and the battleship class, there may be more powerful Aryan Superman in the future. After Stephanie finished speaking, the Prime Minister was silent. The stronger Aryan Superman? Carrier class? Luke, who kept quiet, blinked. He was wondering what kind of level he developed to the later stage. Nuclear bomb level? Space battleship class? Star destroyer class? Two-way foil level? As for the threat of Aryan Superman, to be honest, he didn't pay much attention to it. It's not that it's too bloated, or blindly self-confident. If you calm down a little bit and think with your head, you can guess that these low-profile supermen who have undergone human transformation must have some huge, unknown flaws. Otherwise, as early as the period of ancient Egypt, the Brudzerg ruled the world, and there is no need to wait until the Third Reich to inherit this technology. Stephanie, tell me, are those as Superman capable of growth? Why hasn't the Third Reich been mass-produced yet? The Prime Minister deserves to be a veteran politician with agile hands. He quickly found out a few key issues from the words of the female spy. At present, mass production is an impossible task. Research has shown that the blood of Warden as a catalyst will only have an effect on about 1 in 5,000 subjects and start the transformation process. Stephanie saw the Prime Minister, who wanted to reach out and touched, and quickly stopped and said, "For others, it is a deadly contact poison." In that ancient document, there was a way to identify the target, but the Holy General couldn't decipher it, so he came up with another cruel plan. First, test the catalyst on thousands of prisoners, as well as those Jews and Soviet prisoners. Then, take blood from the survivors and conduct special tests. Next, use the blood after the identification on a large scale to mark those potential targets, that is, soldiers who are similar to the survivors and meet the requirements of Woden's blood, and call them into the team. Finally, as long as all those soldiers are listed as the used targets of the catalyst, one of them will pass the hundreds of tank class and the 3 battleship class all come from this way. After listening to the Prime Minister, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Stephanie destroyed a production plant. Woden's blood needs to be nurtured, coupled with the low success rate of making Aryan Superman. These series of reasons have made it difficult for the Axis powers to complete the final plan of exploding troops to push Europe in a short period of time, and they have won a respite for the Allies. Brigadier Cavill, what do you think? The Prime Minister pressed off the half-smoked cigar and looked at Luke with expectant eyes. Stephanie allowed the Allied powers and the Axis powers to stand on the same starting line again, and had the capital to participate in this game. But this does not mean that the scale of victory has begun to tilt towards the Allied side. This war that swept the world, in a sense, has become a competition and consumption of cutting-edge combat power. Ordinary soldiers are reduced to cannon fodder, and even tanks and bombers cannot completely control the changes in the situation. Luke is the only Superman owned by the Allies. And the combat power he showed has surpassed the tank level of the Third Reich. There is no doubt about this young brigadier general in terms of strategic position or personal ability. I think the most important thing at this stage should be to convene a strategic science corps to study the ingredients of the Waden's blood and cultivate them. In addition, select qualified soldiers as recipients. Luke's thoughts are clear. He looked at the red spar in the glassware and said in a deep voice, "We can use the red spar brought back by Ms. Stephanie as a reagent to draw blood from the soldiers who have been conscripted into the army. As long as the blood reacts with the red spar, it can be selected as the receptor." You read www.yuyuganshu.com to try the subsequent transformation plan. The idea that Luke put forward made both the Prime Minister and Stephanie's eyes light up. This is not really a problem, but just after listening to all of this, you can immediately find an implementable solution from the huge amount of information. This requires keen insight and reaction speed. I will tell the Allied Command to call back the Strategic Science Corps as soon as possible. You will lead it. Brigadier General Cavill, as the savior of the Allied forces, you cannot be more suitable. The Prime Minister is well versed in the skills of brushing up good feelings and wooing people, and calmly put Luke in this position of holding power. The resources and status enjoyed by the Axis powers that the Strategic Science Corps will confront must be the top. Being able to take the position of leader is indeed very helpful for future development. It is my honor to be able to contribute a little more to the Allies. Luke said sincerely. My greatest wish as a man is world peace. Any careerist who tries to provoke disputes is my enemy. The Prime Minister chuckled twice, firmly held Luke's right hand, and said emotionally, "It's a fate, my life's greatest ideal is also world peace." I can tell at a glance that the Prime Minister is also a pacifist with a world in mind. Luke curled his lips insignificantly. The most famous Prime Minister of the British Empire was actually nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Ironically, the Italian dictator Mussolini, who was caught by Luke himself, and the Berlin dollar capital were nominated for this award. So, that group of judges can always redefine the word peace. Chapter 59, General, it and number 039, s really regrettable. Berlin, Reichstag. The former head of state who lived in the bunker finally moved into a luxurious bedroom with integrity. Those bombers that buzzed over Berlin every day would never come to disturb their sleep, adding to their inner fears. Siegfried, you are the hero of the Third Reich, the most perfect Aryan, and my most loyal guard. The head of state woke up from the soft big bed, dressed in his nightgown, opened the door and said. Although there is no gentle lover Ava beside him, Siegfried standing outside the door makes him feel particularly safe. There is no longer any need to worry about life safety being threatened, and no need to fear that the Allied forces will break through Berlin and drag themselves to the square to hang themselves. The head of the Third Reich had a good night's sleep after a long absence. But just 10 hours ago, in order to test how strong Aryan Superman really is, he personally ordered Siegfried to kill tens of thousands of captured Soviet troops. Those soldiers whose limbs were cut off by the extinguishing light, their wailing, their crying, their limbs, did not cause the slightest fluctuation in the head of the state. As a mediocre painter who has no talent and was rejected by art school, he even thinks that it is the most beautiful color in the world. Has the Holy General not arrived yet? The head of state rang the service bell, and it didn't take long for the chef to serve the prepared food. He skillfully picked up the knife and fork and cut the veal steak on the plate. Although the cuisine of the Third Reich is pork knuckles, sausages and various breads, he personally appreciates the French cooking skills. Their research on food is just like raising a white flag and surrendering. They are skilled and proficient, said the head of state. The Holy General is on his way back. He was busy hunting down a female scientist who defected. The other party was a British spy. Tall Siegfried, who was almost about to touch the ceiling chandelier, answered truthfully. It's really careless, I originally wanted to commend him. The head of state put down his knife and fork, chewing the food in his mouth, with a disappointed expression on his face. The Holy General could have become a hero of the Third Reich like you, but unfortunately he did not seize the opportunity. There are currently 3 battleship classes in Berlin, except for Siegfried who is guarding him. There are 2 remaining, and I haven't seen each other yet. The head of state only knew that one named Sieglinde, a woman, was on the air defense tower to maintain the city's vigilance. The other is called Siegmund, responsible for destroying the guerrilla army outside the city. The 2 of them once had an amazing record of scrapping dozens of Allied bombers. I don't know if the cowards of the Allied powers will cry out in fright. The head of state is very proud, and he feels that he is once again favored by God. Soon, the Third Reich will stop its collapse and become stronger. The power that is too easy to obtain can inflate one's ambitions infinitely. Just like the Red Skull mastering the cube of the universe, the head of state was so excited at this time that he subconsciously ignored the difficult situation of the Third Reich, and even began to plan to attack Stalingrad again and take Moscow. He has always been brooding about the German defeat in front of the Soviets. This time, the opportunity to prove one's ability is here. The Holy General is here. The phone at the bedside of the bedroom rang, and Siegfried picked up the microphone, answered it for a few seconds, and said the news. He is already downstairs, waiting for your reception from the head of state. Let the Holy General come up. Although he has made mistakes, he has also contributed to the Third Reich and shed blood. I can't treat the heroes. The head of state waved his hand, and Siegfried opened the door. It didn't take long for the Holy General with a cold face to appear at the door. You look very depressed, Holy General. I have heard about it. Don't worry about being punished. The failure of security work is not within your responsibility, and you are still working hard to solve the problems even if you didn't succeed. The head of state, with his hands behind his back, stepped barefoot on the dark patterned carpet. If you ignore the long burgundy nightgown that drags to the ankle, he looks quite awe-inspiring, like a victorious general. You are a hero. You brought my miracle weapon over and saved the Third Reich although it was a little late. The head of state took off his glasses, as if he had lifted the seal. He glared at the Holy General who had a straight back, threw off the pencil in his hand, and said loudly, You owe me a reasonable explanation, General. I have read your report and asked Siegfried. The Aryan Superman project has been completed for several months. It's actually longer than that, almost a year, my head of state. The Holy General interrupted the head of state who was about to go into a roaring state after lifting the seal, and said calmly, I made the first Aryan Superman of Type 1 11 months ago. The first Type 2 was also put into use soon, followed by the production of the tank class. The 3 battleship class appeared later. The head of state who was interrupted by the conversation put on his glasses and then took off. After rereading the article, the seal was lifted again. The roar begins. So, in this year, you never told me about it. I watched the empire fall back and watched my spirit be constantly tortured by the Allied bombers. The head of state did not understand what the Holy General was doing. He was very angry and couldn't help but want to curse scum. I thought the Red Skull would last longer. And at that time, Aryan Superman was not ready yet, they couldn't change the pattern of war. The Holy General remained calm and explained in a calm voice, after the First World War, many Germans thought that tanks were nothing more than novelties and didn't care. Some even laughed at Guderian and said, what kind of war machine, it only deserves flour. That's because they only saw a tank instead of a group of tanks. Only people like Guderian can see the true value of the tank. This also makes your empire, the head of state. I will give you an invincible super army, and I will also give you a huge victory that will reinvigorate the Germans, but that is based on the premise that the Aryan Superman can join the battlefield in groups. If I tell you the news ahead of time, with all due respect, you will probably send them out to death in vain for meaningless consumption. The bluntness of the Holy General made the Führer's anger to a higher level. He can't tolerate other people's accusations, especially in this humiliating tone. Enough, Saint General. Aryan Superman will no longer be under your control from now on, so go back. Considering the great contributions made by the Holy General over the years, the Führer endured it. www.ltnovel.com waved his hand to let the other party back down. My head, why don't you want to face your own mistakes? The Holy General kept his hands behind his back, his body motionless, and he shook his head and said, You are like a lunatic who has lost your mind. Let Siegfried kill tens of thousands of Soviet prisoners. You have not even thought about it. This will only arouse the Allies. With a heart of resistance, no one will surrender again. I'm the one who is disappointed in you. You are just an Austrian hillbilly, because you were born in a country with Prussian rigidity and a group of fools who are willing to listen to your nonsense. Go to this seat. You have the most powerful war machine in the world, but you personally buried it in your own bottomless arrogance. Führer, I believe more firmly than you, a great Third Reich. I am also more determined. I believe that the empire deserves to be led by a leader who is more talented than you. The words of the Holy General completely angered the head of state. He picked up the pencil on the carpet and said calmly, Oh, General. I didn't expect you to treat me like this, it's regrettable. You can't see the Third Reich in your mind, and leaders who are more talented than me. Siegfried, kill him. With the order of the head of state, Siegfried, who was silent as a statue, walked over and stood in front of the Holy General. His eyes are hot, and the terrifying energy is like strands of blue electric light, jumping non-stop. Yes, said Siegfried. Then he turned around and looked at the Führer himself. The dazzling light gushes out from the eyes. Chapter 60. Do you want to be stronger? 3 days later, Colonel Phillips took the Roaring Commando and the rest of the Strategic Science Corps to Bletchley Manor outside London. This used to be the Allied Code Decoding Center, specializing in the deciphering of intercepted German radios. In its heyday, there were as many as 6,000 staff, including top mathematicians from Oxford and Cambridge universities. But the most well-known may be Alan Matheson Turing, who led the team to conquer Enigma. He was called the father of computer science by the later World Honor, and he was also the author of the Turing experiment. Luke, who had just met Turing not long ago, almost recognized him as Dr. Strange, or Holmes. I just heard that the Axis guys discovered the biotechnology of ancient civilization. Primitive people also understand science. Colonel Phillips walked into the office and yelled about the defeat of the Soviet army, and the Aryan Superman of the Axis. The external interpretation of the Allies is that Berlin has summed up a set of inhumane and extremely cruel human modification techniques from the gun of Longinus and the knowledge left over from ancient civilization. This sounds, at least more convincing than the massive invasion of the Earth by extraterrestrial creatures, the ancient Egyptian pharaohs leading the people to victory. People during World War II had not experienced the Internet era of the information explosion, and had not developed the nerves of the later generations of New Yorkers. They were not surprised by all kinds of extraterrestrial creatures and supervillains. As for the blood of Warden and the transformation plan to create the Allied Superman, these are top secret information and have not yet been made public. Except for the high level of the Allied forces, only Luke as a participant, and Stephanie in charge of scientific research know. Maybe earlier civilizations existed before we occupied this planet. Scientific questions, you should go to Howard, Colonel, he can definitely give a satisfactory answer. Luke was chatting with Stephanie and Rogers in the office, and when he saw Colonel Phillips coming in, he got up and walked over. Treating his former boss, he always maintains a respectful attitude. Don't look at the colonel's low rank, but he has a wide network of contacts, and he is quite familiar with the two major factions of the Army and the Navy. Luke probably knows that discrimination in the U.S. military is very serious. Around the 18th century, the Army was at the top of the discrimination chain due to local warfare. But as the role of the Air Force became more prominent during World War II, the former younger brother began to catch up. After, the Navy rose strongly and became the pro-son of Congress. Correspondingly, the Army and Air Force became stepmothers, and their status gradually declined. Gradually formed, the Army and Navy 2 Hills. Luke still remembers that the 4-star U.S. Air Force Admiral Curtis LeMay, known as the Eagle of the Cold War, said, "The Soviet Union is our opponent, and the Navy is our enemy." It can be seen how serious the factional struggle between the military is. As a regular army, the National Guard, which often appears in various movies, is small and transparent, often overlooked, and is not even included in the faction. After defeating the Red Skull and the Hydra, Luke met with many military leaders on the recommendation of Colonel Phillips. Dwight L. Hauer, George Button, Douglas MacArthur, Chester Nimitz, George Marshall, etc. These people are also happy to have a good relationship with the Big Reds of the Allies. A 20-year-old brigadier general officer, as long as he does not stand in the wrong team or die by himself, the future is unimaginable. Qualifications can be accumulated, contacts can be accumulated, and background information can be accumulated. But the years cannot be reversed, and time will not return. Therefore, for Luke, being young is not only a disadvantage, it is also a usable capital. That fellow Howard Stark. He was called up to Oak Ridge to participate in a classified project. Colonel Phillips shook his head, and said, "Allied Command handed over the command of the Strategic Science Corps to you. This time, Luke, what miracle are you going to lead us to create? How about capturing the Führer alive in a raid on Berlin?" "I was wrong. The current leader of the Third Reich is the Holy General," Luke said half jokingly, half seriously. These days he and Rogers have discussed many times how to end this war in the fastest way. The answer is to break through Berlin. The Allies can't give the Third Reich any chance to breathe now. Once they recover their disadvantages with Aryan Superman and start to enter the explosive phase, it will be difficult to win quickly. "Do you really think so?" Colonel Phillips frowned and thought, not surprised, but began to consider the feasibility. He is used to all kinds of amazing words from Luke's mouth. This is a preliminary plan. Luke cleared his throat and called Carter outside the door, as well as Stephanie and Rogers to the desk. A group of people gathered around a long red mahogany wooden table, with a spread map in front of them, and a confidential document. After each lengthy and necessary introduction, Luke solemnly said, "Steve, haven't you been asking me, what happened? I will tell everyone here about this top-secret level. Berlin has created an Aryan Superman that is more powerful than a super soldier, and their technology is derived from the cutting-edge technology of alien creatures. Thanks to Ms. Stephanie for bringing back the Waden's blood from Berlin, as well as copies of ancient documents, the Allies have the capital to fight against." After discussion, the Allied forces are also preparing to create Superman to deal with the threat of the Third Reich. The two tasks of cultivating spar and screening recipients are both in progress. For a while, the office was extremely quiet, only the sound of everyone's breathing. Luke's remarks are too informative, they should digest it. "So, this war is not over yet." Rogers pursed his lips, "It seems that the plan to find Bucky is about to be put on hold. Is there anything I can do, Luke? Maybe I can't compare to the tank class and battleship class you mentioned, but I won't back down. www.novel.com as long as I can fight. Is worthy of being Captain America." He uttered every word, and even Colonel Phillips, who had never admired him much, showed a trace of respect. Rogers is definitely a passive skill with a leader halo. Not affected, Luke, who is immune to the effect, silently complained. "I can also participate in the war, and the Roaring Commando, they will definitely be happy to return to your hands." Colonel Phillips said that he was still young and could carry his gun into battle, making contributions to the Allied forces. Luke glanced without a trace, and felt that the colonel's old arms and legs might not be enough for the tank-class Aryan Superman to perform a living man for everyone. "Everyone, don't worry. This is not a pre-war mobilization." The young brigadier general shook his head. The game and confrontation between the Allied powers and the Third Reich has become a competition and fight between the top forces. Stephanie and I have seen those Aryan supermen with our own eyes. In all fairness, they are very strong, and they are not the existence that ordinary soldiers can contend. Blind blood will only make more people make senseless sacrifices, which is not worth it. Luke's reply made the soldiers a little frustrated. Especially Rogers, he always felt that he had done nothing in this war. The current situation is no different from before. The former Brooklyn trio, he will always be the one protected. Now, it is the same. But immediately afterwards, Luke's words turned, his eyes were placed on Rogers with his head down, and he asked seriously, "Steve, tell me, do you want to be stronger?"